In this world, immortals do not exist, only those who pursue immortality do. Young Zhou Luo, unwittingly embarking on the path of cultivation, finds his parents' tranquility threatened and reluctantly enters the realm of the immortals. This is a vast and splendid world, yet it is also a realm of indifference and cruelty. Sangjia crafted characters, each character embodies a universe. The young man, blessed by fate, defies the heavens, traversing the myriad realms, engaging in delightful battles against the celestial powers. Chapter 1. The Young Man. Within the cosmos lies a mysterious energy known as spiritual essence. To breathe it in is to cultivate. Zhou Luo slowly closed the ancient tome in his hands, reflecting on its contents, and found himself unexpectedly filled with a serene yearning. After a prolonged moment, he returned to his senses, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing a maturity incongruent with his youth. The text described that cultivators breathe in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, transforming their own strength to wield magical artifacts or to soar through the skies. In the morning, one can witness the sun and moon from the eastern mountains. At noon, observe fish in the southern sea, and at sunset, admire the twilight in the western valleys. In a single day, one could traverse thousands of miles. What a carefree existence. Naturally, the boy's youthful heart yearned for such freedom, yet upon awakening from his reverie, Zhou Luo understood that this was not the life he desired. He harbored no grand ambitions, his thoughts were far simpler. Cultivation. Young master stands amidst the heavens, gazes upon the celestial bodies, refines spiritual essence, wields his sword in cultivation, and enjoys the path of transcendence. Does this not bring greater joy than the bliss of familial harmony? Zhou Luo rose and walked towards the door, his youthful voice lingering in the room, gradually fading away. Uncle Fong, please take your time. There's no need to rush for the horses. Be cautious of your leg. Ah, understood, young master. Are you heading to the school again? Indeed, one must not be negligent in their studies. You take your time, I shall go ahead. Very well, take care, young master. Uncle's son, what seems to be the matter? Upon reaching the front courtyard, he found a pair of earnest, humble couples speaking softly before his father, their expressions filled with grievance. Alas, it is Iron Boy causing trouble again. He stole Ergo's belongings and even assaulted him. Ergo's parents confronted him, only to be dismissed by Iron Boy's father. This father and son duo. Zhou Luo's brow furrowed slightly. The so-called Iron Boy and his father were both servants of the Zhou family, yet their actions were better left unspoken. Uncle's son, please inform my father later that I am off to school. At the entrance of the town, under a great tree, the young man sat idly, exuding a careless demeanor that drew little favor, especially with the coldness and ferocity swirling in his eyes, as if innate, intensifying others' perceptions of him. Iron Boy. Zhou Luo approached from a distance, accompanied by several peers of similar age, one of whom bore visible bruises, a clear sign of injury. Oh, you've come to find someone already. You even brought young Master Zhou along. Ergo, you seem to have quite the prowess. The dismissive tone indicated he had little regard for Zhou Luo, yet as he cast a glance towards him, the coldness in his eyes intensified, as if he had encountered a nemesis or prey. Zhou Luo remained calm, stating, I have no intention of causing you harm. However, you stole Ergo's belongings and assaulted him. A simple apology should not be too much to ask. Iron Boy glanced at Ergo and coldly replied, he cannot defeat me thus. He deserves to be robbed. Today, I merely took his toy. If he remains this useless as he grows, perhaps what he loses will be his very life. The group of boys shuddered. They were merely children from impoverished families, lacking experience. They typically engaged in mischievous play, and the concept of life and death felt far removed from their reality. Iron Boy's nonchalance in discussing mortality shook even Zhou Luo's mature composure. Observing the changing expressions of the crowd, Iron Boy smirked derisively. If I do not provoke you, it would be wise for you not to trouble me. Be cautious, lest you find yourself beaten without recourse. Zhou Luo remained silent, suddenly stepping forward. Iron Boy, feeling provoked, sprang to his feet, his eyes flashing with cruelty. Zhou Luo, do not think that being the young master of the Zhou family makes me hesitant to strike you. Zhou Luo halted, standing before Iron Boy. The previous tension dissipated, and he spoke calmly. There are laws governing this world. One must not act recklessly. Those who rely on power or status are ultimately unworthy. The sages say, to achieve righteousness and benevolence, once righteousness is fulfilled, benevolence follows. Iron Boy, come with me to the school. Iron Boy was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, pointing at Zhou Luo before departing. A bookworm, yet it is precisely such bookworms that are more easily manipulated. Zhou Luo paid no heed to Iron Boy's words, having grown accustomed to such disdain over the years. You may return, ergo. I will send someone to deliver your stolen toy another day, regarding your parents. Above, dark clouds rapidly gathered, looming ominously, casting a shadow over the world. A palpable heaviness enveloped the hearts of all. Whoosh! A fierce wind followed the clouds, swirling through the air. A storm was imminent. The early autumn weather shifted like a child's temperament, changing in an instant. Zhou Luo decided against going to school and hurried home. Boom, boom. Thunder roared, bolts of lightning suspended in the sky, radiating an aura of destruction, making the entire town resemble a scene from the apocalypse. Zhou Luo sat by the window in his room, gazing at the torrential rain deluge and the lightning above, so dense it hung like a waterfall, showing no signs of abating, only increasing in intensity. Even a youth as inexperienced as he could instinctively sense that something was amiss with the weather. When had lightning ever congregated in the sky, growing denser without dispersing? Out of curiosity, Zhou Luo fixated on the heavens, and suddenly, he beheld an exceedingly abnormal hue, at least, a glow that should not exist amidst such tempestuous weather. It was a golden ray of light that, despite the onslaught of thunder and rain, remained unwavering. Ultimately, the golden light broke free from its constraints, streaking across the sky at an inconceivable speed, descending into the mortal realm, piercing through Zhou Luo's brows before vanishing without a trace. The stormy weather dissipated as rapidly as it had arrived, a sudden occurrence followed by an equally abrupt departure. In Qingzhou, at the Haoyuan Immortal Gate, figures with ethereal grace stood atop the peaks, witnessing the prior scene of thunder and rain akin to the end of days, only to see this terrifying tableau vanish without a trace. They were the immortals in the eyes of mortals, hence they could acutely sense the great terror that was once present. However, for these cultivators, great terror also heralded great opportunity. Junior brother Xingyang, what are your thoughts? At the central peak, an imposing elder surveyed the surroundings, inquiring. In a distant direction, a venerable figure in a simple robe pondered for a long while before responding. The heavens reveal an anomaly. This is an omen, perhaps indicative of a great opportunity. However, Master, we must exercise caution and refrain from hasty actions. From another peak, a voice of derision echoed. We cultivators traverse the path of defiance against the heavens, whether it be great opportunity or great terror. How can we discern without attempting? Master, since this occurs within Qingzhou, among the 10 great immortal gates, if we do not act swiftly, we may be outpaced by others. Please, Master, I am willing to lead a group. The Master of Haoyuan paused for a moment in silence, then nodded gently, saying, do not disturb the mundane. After a month, regardless of whether there are any gains, you must return to the sect without any unnecessary complications. Upon hearing this, the elder in the plain robe let out a soft sigh and remarked, Qing, you should also make the journey. A mocking laughter echoed once more. Brother Xingyang, did you not say we must not act rashly? Are you afraid that I might stumble upon a great opportunity and not share a portion with you? The elder in the plain robe waved his hand lightly and vanished into thin air atop the mountain peak. Zhou Luo, in a state of unconsciousness, had been in a trance for 5 days since the golden light entered his body from his forehead. Unbeknownst to him, deep within his being, another world had seemingly been opened up, where the golden light lay hidden, flickering incessantly, ultimately evolving into a magnificent golden character. 2 horizontal strokes and a single diagonal, forming an incomplete heaven character. Chapter 2. The Celestial Fate. A fractured celestial sign evolved, and a sharp pain reverberated through Zhou Luo's mind, jolting him awake from his stupor. How excruciating! Clutching his head, Zhou Luo rolled restlessly on his bed. Strangely enough, upon uttering a cry of pain, the intense agony vanished without a trace, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Zhou Luo was certain that this was no mere dream. What had truly happened? He could not fathom it. Soon, he realized he was terribly hungry. After 5 days without food or water, even an ordinary person would feel famished. Had he known he had been unconscious for 5 days, he would have been terrified, regardless of his normally composed demeanor. Upon leaving his room, he unexpectedly encountered Taiwa. Zhou Luo furrowed his brow. This was the backyard of his home. What was Taiwa doing here? Taiwa, what brings you here? Are you searching for something? Taiwa's eyes still radiated an innate coldness and cruelty, but today, there was something different. Zhou Luo felt as though he had become a lamb awaiting slaughter, subject to Taiwa's scrutiny. What are you looking for? What is it? Zhou Luo inquired. Taiwa chuckled and replied, a celestial being has arrived in town, summoning the young men and women to test their celestial fate. Those who possess it will be taken back to the celestial gate for cultivation. All the youths have been tested, and you are the only one remaining. I have already tested and achieved a third-grade celestial fate. Zhou Luo was aware of the concept of cultivation, yet he had no understanding of what celestial fate or a third-grade celestial fate entailed. He had never contemplated leaving his parents to pursue such a path. Surely, it was far more delightful to enjoy a harmonious family life. Dismissing it from his mind, he focused solely on finding something to eat, as he was utterly famished. At that moment, Taiwa's voice pierced through again. Zhou Luo, you should also undergo the test. I hope you possess celestial fate as well. That way, we can become brothers in cultivation. But if you do not have celestial fate, his previously mild tone suddenly turned icy. If you lack celestial fate, you shall remain mundane for life. I will ascend and become a celestial being, and when that time comes, the distinction between celestial and mortal will be stark. Zhou Luo, over the years, you have scolded me with such glee, haven't you? So, when I become a celestial being, can you guess how I shall torment you and your hypocritical parents? Shall I ensure that your lives are worse than death? Or shall I allow you to become wandering souls, forever trapped in despair? Zhou Luo abruptly turned, his typically amiable demeanor replaced by a glint of coldness in his eyes. His parents were his Achilles heel. No one was permitted to touch that. Do not forget that your lives were saved by my father. Over these years, my family has supported you both. What grievance do you hold against us that fuels such hatred? Angry? That is good. I must admit, I have never seen you angry before. It's quite a rarity. Taiwa laughed. Indeed, my father and I owe our lives to the Zhou family. We have enjoyed their hospitality for years, and I should be grateful. But Zhou Luo, my name is Lu Meng, not Taiwa. Have you ever called me by my name? Zhou Luo retorted. Is this why you repay kindness with malice? Lu Meng shook his head. Not at all. As for the reasons behind my actions, rest assured, one day you will understand. Otherwise, my amusement would be too limited. If you wish to avoid this humiliation, hurry and test yourself to see if you possess celestial fate. Zhou Luo's gaze turned icy. Are you not afraid that I might possess celestial fate, and perhaps even surpass your so-called third-grade celestial fate? Would that not bring trouble to you? Lu Meng regarded Zhou Luo with increasing amusement. That is because I know you lack celestial fate. Lacking celestial fate meant he could not cultivate. His life would remain mundane. Thus, Lu Meng felt free to act without restraint. The previous utility of Zhou Luo was now unnecessary, as he could step into the celestial gate. Now, he could play as he wished. No celestial fate? Zhou Luo clenched his fists and swiftly ran toward the front courtyard. He had never considered pursuing cultivation. He only wished to stay by his parents' side. However, if cultivation was the only means to protect them, he would sacrifice everything for this unfamiliar path. Observing Zhou Luo's retreating figure, Lu Meng smirked with a mixture of mockery and disdain. Lu Meng was so elated that he failed to notice a young woman had appeared in the courtyard, watching silently. Father, mother. The living room was spacious, occupied by Zhou Jinchuan and Ruan Xian, along with several young men and women from the same town. Zhou Luo recognized them. They had likely been confirmed to possess celestial fate and were soon to be taken to the celestial gate for cultivation. Additionally, four others were present, an elderly man in black robes and 3 young individuals. Were they the celestial beings Lu Meng spoke of? Yet, these celestial beings, whether the elderly man or the 3 youths, exhibited clear disdain and contempt for the gathered crowd. They showed no semblance of hospitality while visiting the Zhou family. Such celestial beings hardly seemed worthy of reverence. Zhou Luo felt a burgeoning desire for cultivation, yet upon encountering these 4 celestial beings, he thought that if it were not for his parents, he would never wish to enter the celestial gate. Lower, come, quickly greet the celestial masters. Before Zhou Luo could pay his respects to the so-called celestial masters, the other youths had already bowed to him. The Zhou family had not been in this town for long, yet both Zhou Jinchuan and Ruan Xian, along with Zhou Luo himself, treated the townsfolk with great kindness, never abusing their wealth or status. They were well liked in the small town. The elderly man in black robes lightly snorted. His voice, though quiet, resonated heavily in the room, causing a palpable silence. Before entering the celestial gate, I shall give you your first lesson. Celestial and mortal are distinct. You possess celestial fate and may enter the celestial gate for cultivation. Your identities as mortals shall become history. Henceforth, you shall not expect respect from mortals. Your only obligation is to honor the masters of our celestial gate. Do you all understand? Zhou Luo was taken aback. If this was indeed the rule of the celestial gate, then such a gate was hardly worthy of his aspirations. Zhou Jinchuan furrowed his brow, but soon smiled. The celestial master speaks truly. Lower, quickly pay your respects to the celestial masters. Zhou Luo approached. Though unwilling, he nonetheless maintained proper decorum. I am Zhou Luo, here to pay my respects to the 4 celestial masters. At least he displayed some manners. The elderly man in black robes nodded slightly, while one of the young men produced a black stone as if by magic, its surface glistening like jade and filled with mystery. Place your hand upon the celestial fate stone and calm your mind to feel it. If the stone changes, you possess celestial fate. If it does not, you lack it. The young man said coldly, as if devoid of human emotion. Zhou Luo complied, placing his hand upon the so-called celestial fate stone, attempting to calm his mind. Yet, he did not fully grasp what it meant to calm his mind. However, having read quietly since childhood, he found it easier than most to settle his thoughts. Perhaps this was what it meant to be calm. As time slipped by, several minutes passed. The young man retrieved the celestial fate stone and turned to speak. Master, this boy does not possess celestial fate. No celestial fate? Zhou Luo stood in a daze, gazing intently at the black-robed elder who was about to depart with the others. Upon noticing Lu Ming leaning against the door, a cold and fierce expression reflected in his face. Zhou Luo quickly called out, Immortal Master, I wish to try once more. Please grant me this opportunity. Zhou Jinchuan and his wife were visibly moved. No one knew their son better than they did. He had never been one to impose his wishes upon others, always taking things as they came. Why then this time? However, since their son had made such a choice, as parents, they could not remain indifferent. Zhou Jinchuan said, Immortal Master, might it be possible for my son to try again? The black-robed elder replied coldly. The immortal fate stone measures one's fateful connection to the celestial realm. There is no difference between one attempt and countless attempts. It is unnecessary. Zhou Jinchuan, maintaining a smile, responded, a single test will not take much time. Immortal Master, please assist us. The Zhou family would be immensely grateful. The elder shot a cold glance at Zhou Jinchuan and after a moment, commanded, Lian Ling, allow this young man to try once more. Yes. The youth retrieved the immortal fate stone again, placing it before Zhou Luo. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Luo slowly placed his hand upon the stone, striving to calm himself and attune to its essence. As time passed, the immortal fate stone remained unresponsive, exactly as before, no celestial fate. Why is there no celestial fate? No. Zhou Luo silently cried out within himself. Although he had no intention of pursuing immortality, he could not bear the thought of his parents enduring humiliation. Remembering Lu Ming's words and the fierce look in his eyes, how could he allow his parents to suffer such indignity? I must pursue immortality. I must possess celestial fate. Silent cries cannot alter one's destiny. If fate could be so easily changed, everyone would have done so by now. Yet these cries reached the depths of his soul, stirring the world within him that had been awakened. A flicker of golden light flashed gently within the black immortal fate stone. A faint glow surged, though it was but a fleeting moment, it had indeed existed. Immortal Master, look! Celestial fate! I have celestial fate! The youth exclaimed, his excitement palpable. This was perhaps the first time Zhou Luo had felt such unrestrained joy, for now his parents would be spared from disgrace. The black-robed elder glanced at Lian Ling, who disdainfully remarked, the immortal fate stone has indeed changed, but it vanished in an instant. Though there is celestial fate, it is of little worth. Even if he enters the celestial gate, he will be nothing but a waste. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinchuan and his wife felt a chill. Yet Zhou Luo shouted defiantly, if I possess celestial fate, then I should be able to pursue immortality. Why deny me entry to the celestial gate? The black-robed elder coldly retorted. Did you not hear his previous words clearly? With your insignificant celestial fate, you will be a waste even after a lifetime of cultivation. There is no need to waste time. An insignificant celestial fate is still celestial fate. Furthermore, who says one cannot pursue immortality without celestial fate? Just then, a young woman entered the room, her beauty akin to that of a celestial maiden, exuding an ethereal aura. Ignoring the elder's cold demeanor, she approached Zhou Luo and asked, have you made up your mind? Do you truly wish to enter the celestial gate and embark on the path of immortality? Qing. Since when have you taken it upon yourself to make such decisions? Qing then turned to the black-robed elder and inquired, may I ask, Master, why is this child not allowed to enter the celestial gate? Without waiting for a response, she continued, as for cultivating immortality, celestial fate is merely the foundation. Perhaps in the past, lacking celestial fate indeed barred the path to immortality, but can you guarantee that no unexpected occurrences will arise now? The black-robed elder bellowed, absurd. Celestial fate is the foundation of all cultivation. Without it, how can one pursue immortality? Qing replied, my master, Zhengyang, lacks celestial fate. Have you forgotten? The elder's expression faltered momentarily, before he coldly retorted, you dare compare this boy to your master? Qing calmly stated, before my master embarked on the path of immortality. Everyone, including you, deemed him a waste of time, bringing shame to the sect. Yet look at him now. None of us can predict this child's future, nor can anyone guarantee he will not become another Zhengyang. Moreover, an insignificant celestial fate is still celestial fate. As long as there is celestial fate, our Hao Yuan sect cannot abandon him. Master, this is the ironclad rule of our sect. The black-robed elder found himself at a loss for words. For Qingzhou's assertions were undeniably valid. After a prolonged silence, he burst into laughter and declared, "Very well. Since you speak of the sect's ironclad rules, I shall also converse with you according to those rules. This boy may enter our Hao Yuan sect, but everything must be executed according to the sect's regulations." With a wave of his hand, a beam of spiritual light shot forth, landing before Zhou Luo. He continued, "This is the token of our Hao Yuan sect. You must travel on foot to the Hao Yuan sect. If you can arrive within 3 months, you will be accepted as a disciple. Otherwise, I am afraid there will be no further opportunities. Lian Ling, we depart." The 4 of them left, with Lu Meng casting a cold glance at Zhou Luo before following suit. The young men and women, despite their earlier trepidation from the elder's words, bowed respectfully to Zhou Zhenchuan and his wife before departing. "Thank you, immortal master." Zhou Luo hurriedly bowed to Qingzhou, for without her, he would not have gained entry to the sect, and thus his parents. Qingzhou helped Zhou Luo to his feet and said, "I am Qingzhou, merely a disciple of the Hao Yuan sect. You will be my junior brother. However, before that, you must reach the Hao Yuan sect within 3 months. Zhou Luo, you will face treacherous mountains and rivers over vast distances. The journey will be arduous. If you are prepared, you must persevere until the end. If it becomes too difficult, you need not continue. I assure you, the concerns you harbor will not come to pass." Zhou Luo gazed intently at Qingzhou, who nodded gently and patted his shoulder. She exchanged greetings with Zhou Zhenchuan and his wife before gracefully departing. The living room fell silent. After exchanging glances, Zhou Zhenchuan's wife, Ruan Xian, approached their son, gently resting her hands on his shoulders, and softly asked, "Luo, tell me, why must you enter the celestial gate to cultivate immortality? Is life here not good enough?" Zhou Luo shook his head, then nodded slowly. After a long pause, he finally spoke in a low voice, "Mother, I read in books that those who cultivate immortality can ride swords through the skies, traveling thousands of miles in a day, free and unfettered. Thus, I find myself yearning for that." Zhou Zhenchuan responded, "Luo, you have never lied, nor have you ever been one to force your will upon others. Why this insistence on pursuing immortality today?" Zhou Luo remained silent for a long time, knowing he could not hide the truth from his parents. Reluctantly, he recounted Lu Meng's words in full. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Zhenchuan and his wife's eyes. They had indeed raised a white-eyed wolf. "So, do you truly wish to pursue immortality? You must understand that this celestial fate may never lead to any achievements in this lifetime." Zhou Luo responded, "I will strive diligently. Moreover, immortal master Qingzhou mentioned that one can cultivate without celestial fate. I do not wish to miss this opportunity, nor can I afford to." Ruan Xian tightly embraced her son, feeling that such a sensible child meant they had no regrets in life. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Zhenchuan said, "Very well. This is your first decision in life, and your parents support you. Return home and rest well. You shall set out for the Hao Yuan sect tomorrow." "Zhenchuan, it matters not. I am aware." As they watched their son depart, Ruan Xian immediately remarked, "If Luo wishes to pursue immortality, why must we take him to the Hao Yuan sect? There are merely 10 major sects in Qingzhou, and we rank among the lower ones." Zhou Zhenchuan replied, "Have you forgotten why we left and chose to live in seclusion here? We wish to accompany Luo throughout his life. However, fate has dealt us an unexpected hand. Yet, this may not necessarily be a misfortune. The heavens are ever-changing, and the future remains an enigma beyond anyone's grasp. In the face of such transformations, if we cannot maintain our own integrity, we shall inevitably part ways with Luo. Therefore, let us seize this opportunity to send Luo to the Hao Yuan immortal sect, considering it a form of training. His future path should be walked by himself. Rest assured, Luo is quite sensible, and that young lady, Qingzhou, possesses commendable character and will surely provide assistance. As for the others, prepare accordingly for Luo. I shall return shortly. How dare anyone call my son a wastrel?" Within a room in the town, the heavy scent of alcohol pervaded. A middle-aged man, thoroughly intoxicated, still radiated a certain vitality. Upon entering, Zhou Zhenchuan remarked, "Such fine wine. Yet you lack the means to procure it." Despite his bleary eyes, the middle-aged man recognized Zhou Zhenchuan. He let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Lord Zhou, it is I. Zhou Zhengchuan, my son has entered the immortal sect. Those of the immortal sect, let me tell you, not only can they indulge in this wine, but I could command the entire town, even the county, without opposition. So, you would do well to show me respect, or I shall first turn my ire upon your Zhou family, requiring you and your spouse to serve me diligently. Zhou Zhengchuan smiled faintly and replied, it was truly pitiable to witness your cultivation being wasted back in the day, which is why I spared your life and provided a refuge for you and your son. I had no idea that both of you would turn out to be such ungrateful wretches. The intoxication in the man's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by shock and fear as he gazed at Zhou Zhengchuan. Who exactly are you? Come with me to the Zhou family, where you shall serve as a beast of burden for the rest of your life, repaying the debts owed by you and your father. With that, Zhou Zhengchuan departed. The middle-aged man found himself inexplicably vanishing, only to reappear beside the toilet of the Zhou household, where he would subsequently reside, confined to a space of merely 2 zhang. In the air, streaks of light darted by like lightning. This was the art of sword flight, evoking a yearning in the hearts of many. Suddenly, the sky rumbled with a tremendous thunder, as countless bolts merged into a colossal thunderous hand that descended from above. 4 streaks of light shattered, and the 4 figures within them plummeted to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, their plight as pitiful as that of fallen birds. So-called immortals now lay there like 4 lifeless dogs. Chapter 4. A journey of 10,000 miles begins with a single step the following morning, in the living room. Wan Xian had prepared her son's belongings, which consisted of a modest bundle containing a change of clothes, provisions, and some silver coins. Luo, wear this, she said, presenting him with an exquisitely crafted bracelet shaped like a crescent moon. It was peculiar, and upon donning it, Zhou Luo was astonished to find it fit him perfectly, as though it had been custom-made for him. Wan Xian gently pulled down her son's sleeve to conceal the bracelet, even if it were to be seen. She was confident that few in this world would discern its significance, and certainly, none within the Haoyuan immortal sect would possess such insight. Luo, Zhou Zhengchuan said, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. Since you have made the decision to pursue immortality, though you may not yet grasp the concept, you must understand that this path is strewn with countless thorns. Your choice is supported by both your father and mother, but no matter what you encounter or what transpires, remember, you must not regret your decision today, nor should you ever give up. Zhou Luo looked up at his parents, determination etched on his face. Please do not worry, father and mother. Though I have not contemplated this choice deeply, I will never regret it, nor will I abandon it. For the sake of my parents, how could I ever regret or dare to give up? Wan Xian embraced her son tightly, whispering, in the times when we are not by your side, take care of yourself. And remember, do not blame us for being harsh. Life is fraught with unavoidable circumstances. Zhou Luo could not comprehend how his parents had ever been harsh to him. Enough, Zhou Zhengchuan interjected, helping his wife to her feet. Luo, you may set forth now. The road ahead is long, and while your father and mother may not be by your side, our hearts will always be with you. Go. Zhou Luo knelt on the ground, bowing deeply 3 times before rising and dashing towards the outside. He dared not walk slowly or look back, fearing that a glance would tether him to his parents. Having never left home in over a decade, today he was compelled to embark on a journey far from them. When he might see his parents again was uncertain. For the first time in his life, having never harbored resentment towards anyone, Zhou Luo found himself harboring animosity towards Lu Meng. Luo. Once Wan Xian realized that Zhou Luo had exited the town and begun his journey, she cried out, tears cascading down her cheeks. Zhengchuan, when will we see Luo again? He has never left us before. How much suffering will he endure on this journey? Will he find it difficult to adapt to life in the Haoyuan immortal sect? Will he be bullied by others? Will he miss home? Will he yearn for my cooking? Each word was like a dagger to the heart. Had I known this would happen, why did we leave back then? Had I known it would come to this, why did we rescue Lu Meng and his son? Wan Xian wiped away her tears and stepped out of the living room. Xianu? She found herself in a secluded corner of the house, by the toilet, where she beheld the middle-aged man sitting on the ground, his eyes devoid of spirit, and a fierce glint flickered in her gaze. Husband, my lady, crack. The response was a whip, and not just any ordinary whip. Despite his diminished powers, the middle-aged man could discern that it was a whip formed from his own energy. Please, my lady, show mercy. In the distance, Zhou Luo ran breathlessly, then slowly turned back to face his home, kneeling once more to bow deeply. Father, mother, please do not worry for me. I will take care of myself and succeed in my cultivation, ensuring that no one dares to bully you. I am leaving now. Please take care of yourselves. With that, he sprang to his feet and continued down the path, gradually disappearing from view. The Hao Yuan immortal sect lay 10,000 miles away. While cultivators soared through the skies on their swords in mere days, Zhou Luo would traverse the distance on foot, likely taking months to arrive. Along the way, he would encounter countless peaks and potentially face fierce beasts or formidable opponents. Yet Zhou Luo understood that this was a test of his own fortitude. How difficult the path of cultivation would be, he could not yet fathom. But he knew that a stroke of destiny had cast him aside from the immortal sect, highlighting the arduous nature of this journey. Having grown up in a life of comfort, pampered by his parents, he had never tasted hardship, even with a stroke of fate. Embarking on the path of cultivation may not yield great achievements for someone like him, particularly since his fortune was of little significance. Thus, the arduous journey of 10,000 miles would not feel like suffering to Zhou Luo. Having studied the teachings of sages since childhood, he understood that only through enduring trials and tribulations can one cultivate resilience and achieve greatness. No matter how challenging the path, for the sake of his parents' peace, he must persevere. That night, in an abandoned ancient temple deep in the mountains, Zhou Luo nestled against a statue, grappling with the incessant scurrying of rats and the lingering stench of decay as he struggled to fall asleep. By day, whether under the blazing sun or amidst fierce storms, he pressed on with relentless determination. Only when passing through certain towns did he afford himself brief moments of respite, yet he never sought a comfortable place to rest. After filling his stomach, he continued his journey. He wished to arrive at the Hao Yuan immortal sect as early as possible, although granted 3 months. The journey spanned thousands of miles, and he feared that if he moved slowly, he might miss this rare opportunity, which Master Qingzhou had fought for on his behalf. He did not want to bring disappointment upon her, even if she might not have cared at all. Zhou Luo sought to avoid any regrets in his lifetime. Days passed, a month slipped by, and had any familiar faces seen Zhou Luo during this time, they would hardly have recognized the young man he had become. His transformation was profound. The once fair-skinned boy now bore a hint of bronze, shedding any semblance of a scholarly demeanor. As he strode forward, his arms swinging, he stirred up a gust of wind, and the carefree glint in his eyes was now replaced with a subtle resilience. To read thousands of books pales in comparison to traversing thousands of miles. Zhou Luo was quite pleased with his evolution. He was acutely aware of how much he had changed, even within a mere month. Yet, he understood that this significant transformation stemmed from his prior life of ease, where meals were served and clothing was provided, with every matter managed by his parents and relatives. He had been utterly powerless, but such fragility also made him the most amenable to change. 2 more months remained. Standing atop a mountain peak, he gazed into the distance, unable to see the Hao Yuan immortal sect, yet in his heart, it had already taken shape. A sense of gratitude welled within him. Had he been brought directly into the Hao Yuan immortal sect as the bookish youth he once was, how long would it have taken for his mindset to evolve? Now, despite the weariness and hardships of the long journey, he recognized that his progress, though perhaps not as pronounced as others might expect, was nonetheless rapid. With 2 months still ahead, he had faith that once he entered the Hao Yuan immortal sect, he would adapt swiftly to the unfamiliar environment and face the unknown with unwavering determination. From his elevated vantage point, he spotted a small village at the foot of the mountain. As twilight approached, he decided to seek shelter within the village for the night. Descending the peak, he reached the village entrance, where an elderly man was admiring the sunset. Upon noticing Zhou Luo, he smiled and said, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" "Greetings, young one." Zhou Luo promptly returned the greeting, respectfully responding, "Good evening, sir. I am Zhou Luo. I missed my lodging while on the journey and wonder if I may find a place to stay in the village tonight." Perhaps due to his politeness, the elder felt a sense of camaraderie with Zhou Luo and cheerfully replied, "As I mentioned, friends from afar are always welcome." "Please, young one." "Thank you, kind sir," Zhou Luo replied. The village was modest, with few inhabitants, yet due to its relative isolation, the villagers were exceptionally hospitable, eager to greet Zhou Luo with warmth. In a simple courtyard, the elder smiled and said, "My young friend, the accommodations are humble. Please do not mind them." Zhou Luo quickly reassured him, "You are too kind. Sir, I am currently learning to endure hardship." This remark seemed novel to the elder, who responded, "Enduring hardship is a basic human instinct. There is no need to learn it, only to adapt." Zhou Luo's expression shifted slightly as he clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, sir." The elder gently patted Zhou Luo on the shoulder and inquired, "You appear weary from travel. Where are you headed?" Zhou Luo answered honestly, "I am on my way to the Hao Yuan immortal sect to cultivate." For ordinary folk, the pursuit of immortality was a lofty honor. Yet Zhou Luo spoke without any hint of arrogance. he simply stated the truth. Given the elder's hospitality and guidance, he had no intention of deceiving him. In this lifetime, he had only lied once. The Hao Yuan immortal sect is quite far. You should rest. I will prepare some food for you, the elder said. Thank you, sir, Zhou Luo replied. That night, Zhou Luo rested soundly, as if no sound could penetrate the room, allowing him to enjoy his first peaceful slumber in over a month. As dawn broke, he emerged from his room, invigorated. The elder was already awake and had prepared a simple yet appetizing breakfast. Thank you, kind sir, Zhou Luo expressed. You've said thank you multiple times since yesterday. How many more times will you say it? The elder chuckled. Zhou Luo replied, My parents taught me that when one receives a drop of kindness, one should repay it with a fountain of gratitude. With nothing to offer, I can only express my thanks repeatedly. The elder nodded gently. It is clear that both you and your parents possess kind hearts, which are rare in these times. However, young one, why do you resolve to leave your parents behind to pursue cultivation? It may not be as rewarding as you think. Zhou Luo fell silent. He did not wish to lie, yet revealing the truth would burden the elder, so he remained quiet. There must be underlying reasons. That is quite normal. Life is filled with circumstances beyond our control. It is rare for everything to unfold according to one's wishes. However, the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Unless absolutely necessary, it may be wiser to return home. Life is fleeting. Do not squander your time in vain pursuits and risk losing the chance to be with your family. Zhou Luo replied, I have no choice. I must cultivate and enter the Hao Yuan immortal sect. Otherwise, my parents will never find peace in this life. He could not restrain himself from briefly sharing the truth. A glimmer of understanding flashed in the elder's eyes. So that is the case. You possess a deep sense of filial piety. Zhou Luo responded, as a son. It is my duty. The elder smiled. In that case, I have not misjudged you. Supporting your devotion is a great delight. I hope it serves you well. Now, eat quickly. Your meal will grow cold. He then rose and walked toward his room, adding as he went, after you finish, you may continue on your journey without needing to bid me farewell. Zhou Luo cleaned his bowl and chopsticks, tidied the courtyard, and after respectfully bowing to the elder's room, he exited the courtyard and walked toward the edge of the village. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the sky, reverberating through the tranquil mountainside. Everyone in the village was startled, looking up in unison, Zhou Luo included. A series of radiant arcs appeared in the direction of the sound, cutting through the air with a sharpness akin to a space being torn apart, resembling fireworks in their brilliance. The morning transformed into a stunning spectacle, for reasons unknown. Although the source was still distant, Zhou Luo could see several figures within the radiant arcs and sensed the fierce energy ripping through the air, spreading in all directions. Consequently, the surrounding space began to blur, while the distant land suffered catastrophic destruction. Before long, the arcs of light drew nearer to the village. The terrifying intensity making Zhou Luo feel as though he were in the midst of it all, his skin nearly bursting from the pressure. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Villagers, run. Get as far away as you can. Elder, run, he urged. His warning came not a moment too soon. But the villagers were merely ordinary people. How could they react in time? The arcs approached with alarming speed, and while adult men might find a way to escape, how could the elderly, women, or children evade the impending doom? A violent wind whipped through the village, heralding destruction. No one could escape. Zhou Luo found himself powerless, huddling beneath a nearby rock, doing his utmost to shield himself. Until that moment, the villagers remained oblivious to the impending danger. A cacophony of cries and helplessness filled the air, transforming the once peaceful village into a scene reminiscent of hell itself. Children, hide. Quickly hide. Observing a small child in a panic, uncertain of where to flee, Zhou Luo felt a surge of courage from an unknown source. Without understanding the speed at which he moved, he raced to the child's side and threw him to the ground. As for himself, he resigned to fate, unable to bear the thought of witnessing the child's demise or the slaughter of the villagers. The courage that had emerged before surged forth once again, prompting him to shout vehemently, Do not harm the innocent. Several beams of light quivered at his words, and in an instant, one of the light beams erupted, revealing a figure descending from the heavens, landing beside Zhou Luo. In the sky, the light beams dimmed slightly, unveiling a middle-aged man with white hair gazing down with a cold smile. Who would have thought that the ruthless young master Nanshan would feel pity for these mortals? A true surprise. At Zhou Luo's side, the so-called young master Nanshan remarked indifferently, We, as practitioners of immortality, all originate from the mundane world. If you wish to continue fighting, I shall accompany you elsewhere. The white-haired man retorted, I apologize, but I have no time to waste on these mortals. Since you are so concerned, surrender your life, and we shall spare them. Otherwise, he pointed his long sword, unleashing a fierce sword aura that enveloped the village, ensuring that once it fell, no one would escape unscathed. Zhou Luo had just risen when the overwhelming sword energy forced him back to his knees. This was the power of an immortal. With just a single gesture, all mortals faced imminent death. Yet, how could an immortal, even devoid of compassion, so easily disregard mortal lives? In his home, the so-called immortal masters had opened Zhou Luo's eyes. They viewed mortals as insignificant, readily trampling on their dignity. Thankfully, there was Qingzhou, who prevented the immortals from appearing excessively heartless. Today, confronted with yet another group of immortals, Zhou Luo's disdain for them deepened. If this was the essence of immortality, what right did they have to call themselves such? Are you all right, little brother? Young Master Nanshan inquired of Zhou Luo. The mere question seemed to alleviate all of Zhou Luo's burdens. He slowly rose, cradling the child, and replied, I am fine, thank you, Master. Young Master Nanshan offered a detached smile, saying, Your earlier outburst has made me feel somewhat ashamed. Take the villagers and leave this place. I will hold them off. With Qingzhou and now young Master Nanshan, perhaps there were distinctions among immortals. Do you truly believe you can stop them? In the air, the sword energy, dense as storm clouds, erupted, engulfing the entire village as the others joined in. Waves of sword light, sharp and formidable, descended. And even with young Master Nanshan's full effort to resist, he could not prevent the devastation. Countless wooden shards, harder than stone, fell, creating craters upon impact with the ground and wreaking havoc upon any living being beneath. The swirling debris roared like a tornado. The palpable sense of destruction hung in the air. Zhou Luo stood there, gazing skyward, his fury crystallizing into something tangible. As cultivators, how can you so recklessly disregard the lives of mortals? His voice, though unable to shake the heavens, resonated within the hearts of those present. The youth stood resolute amidst the chaos, embodying a spirit of fearlessness, radiating righteousness. Whether in the air or young Master Nanshan, all gazed upon Zhou Luo with astonishment. The righteous spirit of Confucianism? Zhou Luo was unaware of the unfolding events, only echoing the words. Cultivators should transform in accordance with the essence of heaven and earth, with the highest virtue governed by heaven, showing compassion to all beings. The lower virtue is grounded in earth, to convey to the world. You who cultivate, seizing the creations of heaven and earth, do you not fear the great calamity that may befall you, leading to eternal damnation? His voice thundered, reverberating through the air. And even the cultivators felt the impact of his righteous spirit. For a fleeting moment, the world fell silent. Even the swirling winds seemed momentarily bound. Hee. The white-haired man let out a sinister laugh, akin to a specter of the night. An unseen force emanated from him, abruptly dispelling the righteous aura that had filled the atmosphere. Who would have thought that a mere boy from a small village would harbor the righteous spirit of Confucianism? Alas, you are still too young and uninitiated in immortality. Even your righteousness is wasted on you. The white-haired man coldly declared, the way of heaven is ruthless, treating all living things as mere fodder. This is the way of heaven, slaughtering a few mortals, even exterminating humanity. Do you believe the heavens will be altered by such? Ignorant mortal, truly a useless scholar. Very well, let your blood enhance my cultivation. Though the mortals were ignorant, they understood self-reliance. The scholar, though seemingly ineffectual, possessed a spirit of righteousness. Cultivators merely pursued power. He was not worthy of debating the heavenly way. Begone. An overwhelming authority, vast and boundless, suddenly enveloped the space, rendering the so-called immortals as insignificant as ants, plummeting like falling stars. Young Master Nanshan suddenly looked to the sky, filled with trepidation. Chapter 6. There are no immortals in this world. The small village lay in ruins, scattered debris and chaos surrounding it. However, fortunately, despite injuries, no lives were lost, a considerable blessing amidst misfortune. Yet, as mere commoners, how long would it take to rebuild their homes? How innocent they were, suffering the destruction of their homes and the pain of injured loved ones without cause. Who would take responsibility for all of this? Why do the so-called immortals so recklessly disregard mortal lives, believing that the powerful can act as they please? From a young age, Zhou Luo studied the teachings of sages, which advised reflection thrice daily. If humanity adheres to such principles, why do immortals act with such impunity? The texts described immortals as those with ethereal grace, benevolent in spirit, dedicated to saving all beings. For the first time, Zhou Luo found himself questioning the words of the texts. Little brother? Zhou Luo slowly returned to reality. Releasing the child he had cradled, facing young Master Nanxian with a respectful bow, he discerned between good and evil, recognizing that not all immortals were the same. Young Master Nanxian swiftly extended a hand, intending to speak, but his expression suddenly shifted. Moments later, he produced an object from his hand and offered it to Zhou Luo, saying, "This item will aid in your cultivation and serve as protection. Wear it, and in the future, we shall surely meet again. Until then, I bid you farewell." Zhou Luo, still somewhat bewildered, grasped the object given by young Master Nanxian. A chilling sensation coursed through his body, seemingly erasing all fatigue and bringing clarity to his mind. He looked toward a certain spot and suddenly found it glaringly bright. The entire village lay in ruins, yet that small courtyard, the one he had once called home, remained untouched, not even a blade of grass displaced. Why was that? "Are you angry with me, old man?" The familiar voice of the elder echoed once more. Zhou Luo approached the courtyard and stepped inside, inquiring, "Given your formidable cultivation, why did you refrain from taking action before? Why did you stand idly by as the village was ravaged and its people suffered?" The elder emerged from the room, a hint of amusement in his eyes, and replied, "They are fighting. Why meddle in their affairs? Are you not afraid of being killed, knowing that I possess great power? Do you dare speak to me in such a manner without fearing for your life?" Zhou Luo retorted, "I shall not be cowed by intimidation." The elder gently shook his head and said, "Zhou Luo, your temperament reveals your emotions too clearly, and you possess the spirit of a scholar, lacking any guile. On the path of cultivation, you will meet a swift demise. Do you understand?" Zhou Luo responded, "If cultivation requires the abandonment of humanity, then I scorn such immortality." The elder inquired, "And what of your parents? Will you not care for their well-being?" Zhou Luo fell silent for a long moment before he spoke slowly. "My parents have taught me from a young age that what makes us human is our capacity for emotion and love. The sages speak of righteousness and sacrifice, stating that one should be willing to forsake their life for justice. For the peace of my parents, I have resolutely decided to seek the Hao Yuan immortal sect. However, if the path of cultivation demands the annihilation of one's humanity, I would rather forsake it. My parents would not blame me, and I will protect their tranquility by other means." "You have quite a knack for self-comforting," the elder remarked indifferently. "The immortal stands high above, and the mundane are but ants. Even the emperors of the realm are no more than ants. You are even less than an ant. How can you hope to protect your parents?" Zhou Luo remained unconvinced, asserting, "There is a righteous path in heaven and earth. Those who are virtuous receive aid, while those who stray from it find themselves abandoned. Even the immortals, do they not abide by the laws of heaven?" The elder scoffed, "Ah, yet another notion gleaned from books? Truly, the spirit of a scholar. You know not the realm of immortality and cannot comprehend its essence. The constraints of heavenly law are not as simplistic as you imagine." With a wave of his hand, a massive rift appeared in the sky, from which boundless destruction emerged, and the world instantly resembled an apocalypse. Countless beings in the mountains trembled in despair and helplessness. The previous man had been correct. Even if the entire realm were slaughtered, the heavenly law would remain indifferent. Why? Zhou Luo still could not believe it. Was it not said that man acts, and heaven observes? That there is retribution in this world? Why then? The elder replied, "Because you do not understand heaven." Zhou Luo was bewildered. Was this truly the answer? Because of a lack of understanding, others could kill wantonly? Was the heavenly law truly heartless, merely existing in a lofty realm, enjoying the worship of all beings while ignoring the suffering of humanity? The elder patted Zhou Luo on the shoulder and said, "You ask why I did not intervene earlier. I ask you, have you not read the teachings of the sages? Surely, you have encountered the Buddhist concept of cause and effect. I could save them. But have you considered how they can repay the debt of gratitude they owe me? This life may not suffice to repay it, and the next may not guarantee it either. Do you wish for them to be burdened with this debt of gratitude through reincarnation?" Zhou Luo was taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Is there truly reincarnation in this world?" The elder smiled silently and said, "Zhou Luo, you possess no affinity for the immortal path. In the eyes of cultivators, you are incapable of becoming an immortal. Why cling to it so stubbornly?" Zhou Luo replied, "I do possess an affinity, albeit a humble one. Indeed, I have been tested by the stone of affinity." The elder's expression shifted slightly. While he could doubt his own judgment, he could not doubt the stone of affinity. It seemed this simple, kind-hearted, and somewhat courageous youth harbored something hidden. No wonder his parents would send him to the humble Hao Yuan immortal sect. Yet, ultimately, it was merely a humble affinity. The path of cultivation would be exceedingly arduous for him. Zhou Luo declared, "No matter how difficult it may be, this is the path I have chosen. I cannot and will not abandon it." Such tenacity at such a young age is indeed rare. The elder chuckled. Do you know what it means to cultivate? Zhou Luo was about to respond, recalling what he had read, but then realized the disparity between the written word and reality, ultimately shaking his head. The elder explained. In the world, there exists spiritual energy. Cultivation is the process of absorbing this energy into oneself, transforming it into personal vitality, and storing it within the dantian. This is the essence of cultivation. As for affinity, it is perception. Without the ability to sense the existence of spiritual energy, one cannot cultivate. The stronger the affinity, the clearer the perception of spiritual energy, and thus the faster one cultivates. Therefore, cultivators often assess their affinity. However, for me, cultivation is merely the pursuit of power. Since it is a pursuit of power, it need not be confined to the path of immortality. Zhou Luo did not grasp the intricacies of cultivation but understood the elder's final words. If what the elder said was correct, that cultivation was simply the quest for greater strength, then there must be other avenues to acquire such power. Yet, while he understood this, he was ignorant of what those avenues might be, though the elder surely knew. Indeed, I know. The elder, perceiving Zhou Luo's thoughts, replied calmly. In the myriad realms of the heavens, the ways of cultivation are endless, yet in the end, they all lead to the same destination. Zhou Luo, I must take my leave. Leave? So soon? Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback. The elder continued, I have been away from home for many years. Unexpectedly encountering you has allowed me to gain clarity on many matters. Perhaps this is the fate between us, and I hope we may meet again in the future. Zhou Luo hurriedly asked, Elder, where is your home? If possible, I shall certainly visit you in the future. While he had felt a sense of resentment towards the elder earlier, the elder's words had dispelled that feeling. Now that the elder was departing, recalling the shelter he had provided, it was indeed the elder who had driven away those vile, immortal teachers. A sense of reluctance filled Zhou Luo's heart. Such is the nature of youth. The elder laughed heartily and said, With your humble affinity, you will likely never reach my home in this lifetime. Zhou Luo, allow me to bestow upon you an opportunity. Let us see if you can seize it. What is it? Zhou Luo looked at the elder, only to see the elder's fingers rest upon his forehead. A surge of potent energy, vast as an ocean, forcefully surged into his mind, and in that moment, Zhou Luo felt as if his head might explode. Then, luminous characters appeared out of thin air, dancing within his consciousness. Zhou Luo, do not speak of this opportunity to anyone, including your parents. Exercise caution in your cultivation. Do not let others perceive it. Of course, if you grow powerful enough in the future, you need not concern yourself with the opinions of others. The path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. Remember my words. There are no true immortals in this world. Those deemed immortal are merely individuals with great power. There is no need to revere them, nor to fear them. Remain true to your original intent, and you shall achieve your goals. With that, his voice grew faint, and Zhou Luo fell into a deep unconsciousness. Chapter 7. How Yuan Immortal Sect. Uncertain of how long he had been unconscious, Zhou Luo gradually awoke, and as the haze receded from his eyes, he suddenly realized that he was no longer in that small village. Instead, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Shock coursed through him, but he quickly released it, attributing his relocation to the elder's influence. Considering the elder's unfathomable power, it seemed unsurprising that he could transport Zhou Luo to this strange place. Zhou Luo rose and scanned his surroundings, his gaze abruptly locking onto a scene that filled him with astonishment once more. In that direction, at the horizon of his gaze, stood majestic mountains, towering between heaven and earth, shrouded in mist. Even from such a distance, one could discern the graceful flight of celestial cranes and the presence of ancient trees that reached toward the sky. Was this ethereal ambience the abode of immortals? Zhou Luo pondered, hastily retrieving the map given to him by Qingzhou for comparison. Upon careful examination, he realized that the towering mountain was indeed the location of the Haoyuan Immortal Gate. The elder had brought him directly to this sacred place. Initially, Zhou Luo intended to spend the ensuing time traversing the mortal world, believing that such a journey would temper his character and better prepare him for his entrance into the Haoyuan Immortal Gate. However, an unforgettable scene from a small village lingered in his memory, striking a chord deep within his heart. The so-called immortals were not the ethereal beings described in books. Overflowing with compassion, like mortals, they harbored emotions and desires, exhibiting both virtue and vice, including the despicable and shameless. Having witnessed so much, Zhou Luo felt a newfound tranquility in his heart. Thus, the arduous journey ahead seemed less significant at this moment. Haoyuan Immortal Gate, I am coming. Zhou Luo clenched his fists, inhaled deeply, and then strode purposefully toward the towering mountain. The mountain loomed high, its peaks sharp and treacherous. As he endeavored to ascend, he found himself confronted by an impassable path. The notion of an immortal gate being difficult to enter appeared to hold true. He could only scramble over the rocks, laboriously climbing upward, resembling a lizard from a distance. In the past, such a struggle would have filled Zhou Luo with despair, yet today, it was merely a trial on his path to immortality, insignificant compared to the greater journey ahead. Although he was uncertain about the true difficulties of cultivating immortality, the indifference of the elder and others served as reminders that his lack of celestial affinity rendered him unqualified for such pursuits. The future path was daunting, but what was there to fear in the present? Gradually ascending, after 10 or 20 meters, Zhou Luo's hands were scraped and blood flowed down the rocky surface. Despite the piercing pain coursing through his hands, a smile emerged in his eyes. He had successfully climbed 100 meters. Although the immortal gate remained elusive, he remained steadfast, confident that perseverance would lead him to it. A thunderous voice suddenly resonated in his ears as he climbed the rocky wall. In a flash, a beam of spiritual light swept by, and everything in his sight vanished, only to be replaced by a mountain path seemingly forged from white jade beneath his feet. At the end of this path stood a grand gate, behind which swirled an ethereal mist, with spiritual birds soaring and towering trees reaching for the heavens, adorned with starlight and moonbeams. The immortal gate had opened. Zhou Luo had never before witnessed such a scene. There was no time to wipe the blood from his hands. He dashed toward the end of the mountain path in swift strides. Haoyuan Immortal Gate. The grand gate bore 4 magnificent characters inscribed upon it, their strokes as powerful as the mountains and rivers, evoking a sense of insignificance within Zhou Luo's heart. Who dares approach the Haoyuan Immortal Gate without permission? Zhou Luo swiftly produced a token, raising it with both hands, and respectfully proclaimed, "I am Zhou Luo, who has journeyed thousands of miles on foot to pay my respects at the Haoyuan Immortal Gate. I beseech the Immortal Master to grant me entry." The token soared into the air, vanishing into the grand gate. Moments later, a voice echoed, "Enter." "Yes, thank you, Immortal Master." Zhou Luo adjusted his attire, wiped the blood from his hands, and stepped through the grand gate into the realm of immortals. Having studied diligently since childhood, Zhou Luo possessed considerable knowledge. Yet he found himself at a loss for words to describe the grandeur within the immortal gate. He only comprehended his own insignificance, realizing that this was a sight beyond the realms of the mortal world. As he walked further, several young individuals approached, casting a glance at Zhou Luo. One of them, with an indifferent tone, inquired, "Are you Zhou Luo?" "Yes, that is me," Zhou Luo replied. "Please wait here while I inform the others. Also, adhere to the rules. Do not gawk about. This is the immortal gate, not your home." Zhou Luo fell silent, understanding that these immortal masters regarded mortals as mere ants, and now, even within the immortal gate, he remained just a mortal, undeserving of their regard. Everything unfolded as anticipated. There was no disappointment or discontent. Instead, the atmosphere thickened with whispers and disdainful remarks from those around him. Our Haoyuan Immortal Gate has established its sect for many years, accepting countless disciples. Who would have thought that today would see a person arriving on foot? What an unexpected occurrence. What is so surprising? His journey on foot signifies a lack of celestial affinity. Indeed, even if he cultivates, he will ultimately be a failure. I cannot fathom why the Immortal Gate would offer him an opportunity. It is merely a waste of time and resources. The term failure echoed once more, stirring waves within Zhou Luo's heart. Yet he recognized that he could only endure this moment, even if it was difficult to contain his emotions. "Indeed, this is the Immortal Gate, not a town home," one remarked. "Zhou Luo, I advise you to return. A failure like you will find life in the Immortal Gate quite challenging. There is no need to endure such humiliation for the vague path of immortality." "Huh, Brother Wang, he has expended great effort to arrive here. If he does not experience it for himself, he will surely be unsatisfied. Once he realizes that he is indeed a failure, he will regret coming to the Immortal Gate, but by then, it will be too late." Laughter erupted, filled with scorn, as Zhou Luo clenched his fists tightly. Despite his prior awareness that such disdain was inevitable within the Haoyuan Immortal Gate, the anger within him was unleashed in this moment. Strangers, how could they resort to such malicious words? Zhou Luo smiled silently, recalling a saying, "In this world, when others slander, deceive, insult, ridicule, belittle, and betray me, how should I respond?" The answer is simple: ignore them and maintain inner peace. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, 2 figures observed the scene, a venerable elder and a young woman. "Master, what do you think of Zhou Luo?" the woman inquired. The elder furrowed his brow. not due to Zhou Luo, but rather the remarks of those around him. However, this is the nature of humanity. Even true immortals possess selfishness, jealousy, arrogance, and self-righteousness. What can one do? After a moment, the elder spoke. His arrival signifies sincerity. Despite facing such humiliation, his demeanor remains unchanged. The heart of this youth has been well-tempered, and his clenched fists reflect his unwillingness to submit. Even without celestial affinity, he is still a good child. The young woman eagerly asked, "Master, could you take him as your disciple?" The elder smiled. "Qingzhou, you have never been one to meddle in others' affairs. What is it about this youth that moves you?" She paused for a moment before responding. He does not seek immortality for himself. Yet he has come resolutely for the sake of his parents, fully aware of the uncertain path ahead. He reminds me of myself. I wish to honor his filial piety and offer him a less arduous life within the Hao Yuan immortal gate. The elder in the plain robe sighed softly and remarked, "Even upon entering my Tai Su peak, with your care, he may not fare much better. The Hao Yuan immortal sect has ultimately changed significantly from what it once was." The woman spoke gently. "However, it is certainly better than being cast aside in a corner, reduced to a mere servant." Servant. The elder, perhaps recalling something, or perhaps feeling a pang of compassion, said, "Take him back to Tai Su Peak." "Yes, thank you, master." The woman shimmered with spiritual light and vanished from her spot. When she reappeared, she stood before Zhou Luo, and in that moment, all mockery ceased abruptly. In the presence of the woman, their previous arrogance melted away, replaced by a palpable fear and reverence. Qing, immortal master." Qing smiled gently and said, "From now on, you should address me as senior sister. Master has agreed to accept you as a disciple. Come with me." Zhou Luo was still somewhat bewildered, and those individuals, their expressions trembling, had not yet even formally paid their respects before becoming disciples of Tai Su Peak. Could he truly be someone lacking in destiny? In any case, when they looked at Zhou Luo, their eyes betrayed a burgeoning fear. After all, he was merely an ordinary disciple of the Hao Yuan immortal sect, and their pride was only deserving of appearing before him. "Zhou Luo, junior brother, please do not hold it against me," Qing said as she walked ahead, her voice drifting back. Zhou Luo was still somewhat confused, unable to grasp the meaning of her words. Qing paused her steps, waiting for Zhou Luo to catch up before continuing forward. "I have long been here. I heard everything they said. I did not intervene or defend you because I wanted you to understand that life within the sect is vastly different from what you read in books. In the future, such occurrences will only multiply. Now that you have arrived, there is no turning back. All you can do is put forth your utmost effort in cultivation. A lack of destiny does not preclude you from becoming an immortal. The events of today and tomorrow will be revisited once you succeed in your cultivation." Chapter 8. Master Zhengyang Zhou Luo, junior brother, this is Tai Su Peak, one of the 7 peaks of the Hao Yuan immortal sect. From now on, you shall reside here. The towering peak resembled a sword drawn from its sheath, exuding a sharp aura. Glancing into the distance, one could see an even mightier peak, the main summit where the sect leader resides. The 7 peaks of the Hao Yuan immortal sect encircle the main peak, like interlinked fingers, a breathtaking sight. It is said that the founding ancestor chose this location precisely for these 7 mountains. Halfway up the mountain, there was an open space seemingly carved out intentionally, where simple bamboo huts were built against the mountainside. Though lacking grandeur, they were harmonious with nature. On the other side, a magnificent waterfall cascaded down, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Surprisingly, the thunderous roar of water did not reach this place, clearly a result of celestial means. "This is our residence, Zhou Luo, junior brother. Master is over there," Qing announced, pointing to a row of bamboo huts. The elder in the plain robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Markedly different from the other immortal masters Zhou Luo had encountered, who often exuded arrogance. The elder had a kind expression, and though he held an air of authority, his eyes reflected warmth. This aligned with Zhou Luo's ideal of an immortal master. Master's title is Zhengyang, known as Master Zhengyang. "Zhou Luo, junior brother, come quickly to pay your respects to Master." Zhou Luo quickened his pace, following Qing until he reached Master Zhengyang, kneeling before him and bowing repeatedly. Master Zhengyang said calmly, "Qing'er informs me that you come from a well-off family, having grown up without want. Regardless of your reasons for choosing the path of immortality, your presence here attests to your determination. On the path of cultivation, innate talent and destiny are of lesser importance. What truly matters is your resolve. This is one of the reasons I accept you as my disciple." Zhou Luo hurriedly replied, "Disciple Zhou Luo pays respects to Master. Thank you for your kindness, Master." I will strive diligently in my cultivation, not to disappoint your teachings. Master Zhengyang smiled slightly. Indeed, you are quite astute. Very well, I accept your bow of respect. Rise. Zhou Luo felt a bit bewildered. Was this all that was required to join the sect and become a disciple? He recalled how much more elaborate the formalities had been when he met his teacher back home. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Master Zhengyang continued, in all matters, sincerity suffices. There is no need for excessive formalities. Now that you have successfully become my disciple, remember the sect's regulations and rules. Do not violate them. For if you do, I will personally deal with you. Qing'er, since you are the one who brought Zhou Luo in, you shall instruct him on these matters. Yes. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Zhou Luo was already aware of the principles of cultivation, but neither Master nor senior sister knew that he had prior knowledge. He could not reveal this, as it pertained to the fortune bestowed upon him by the elder, a secret he must keep. Master Zhengyang gazed into the vast sky and said, in this world, there exists energy that we cannot perceive, known as spiritual energy. Our cultivation involves absorbing this energy into our bodies and refining it into our own spiritual essence. This process is the essence of cultivation. Before you can absorb spiritual energy, you must first sense its existence. This is the necessity of having destiny. Zhou Luo, your destiny is not strong, so you will perceive less spiritual energy, making your path to cultivation considerably more arduous than others. Prepare yourself psychologically for this, as cultivation is never an instantaneous affair. Zhou Luo responded quietly, and seeing Master Zhengyang lost in thought, he daringly asked, Master, I recall my senior sister mentioning that you too lacked destiny, yet you succeeded in your cultivation. Could you impart this method to your disciple? Master Zhengyang laughed heartily and replied, Zhou Luo, do not be overly ambitious. Do you know how many years I wasted and how much hardship I endured before achieving success? There is ample time ahead. Do not rush. In the meantime, Qing'er will guide your practice, ensuring you lay a solid foundation. When the time is ripe, I shall teach you. By the way, once you have arranged for Zhou Luo, please head to the scripture pavilion and retrieve the supreme profound heart sutra for him to cultivate. Qing's expression changed slightly, and she quickly replied, Master, the headmaster and the other elders might. Master Zhengyang waved his hand dismissively. I am well aware. Over the years, I have taken nothing, and even if they have something to say now, it will merely be words. When necessary, I shall provide them with something to silence their mouths. Zhou Luo, being perceptive, gleaned from the brief conversation, Master, you need not treat your disciple so generously. To be accepted as your disciple is already a great fortune for me. There is no need for you to exert yourself on my behalf. Master Zhengyang said previously, I mentioned your determination, which is why I took you as my disciple. Furthermore, it is due to the support of your senior sister, Qing, but more importantly, I wish to observe you and see if the insights I have gained over the years can indeed bear fruit through you. In this regard, I owe you a debt. Zhou Luo quickly replied, before coming to the Hao Yuan immortal sect, I had imagined many scenarios, but I never expected to be accepted as a disciple directly, nor to receive such care. I am truly delighted. This was the truth. The black-robed elder and the four from before had already instilled a sense of resistance toward the Hao Yuan immortal sect within Zhou Luo. Yet he felt obliged to come for the sake of his parents. Upon arrival, the series of insulting remarks at the mountain gate left him with no illusions about his future life at the Hao Yuan immortal sect. With his lackluster celestial affinity, he felt utterly unqualified to dream of anything. However, now that he had entered the Taizu Peak and taken Master Zhengyang as his teacher, with senior sister Qing's kind nature, he found solace even in the realization that Master Zhengyang harbored some personal intentions towards him. After all, who among us is devoid of selfishness? Even Zhou Luo himself had his own private motives. How could he expect others to be otherwise? To possess such forthrightness is already a mark of a gentleman. Master Zhengyang gently patted Zhou Luo's shoulder and said, Qing'er, I entrust Zhou Luo to you from now on. As his voice faded, he vanished like a bubble, a display of immortal prowess that once again astonished Zhou Luo. Unbeknownst to him, for the first time, he felt an immense interest in cultivating immortality, no longer merely for the sake of his parents. Zhou Luo, little junior brother, Qing exclaimed, welcome to Taizu Peak. From now on, we are family. The Taizu Peak was rather desolate due to its few inhabitants. In his lifetime, Master Zhengyang had only accepted 7 disciples, including Zhou Luo. Qing was the third, while the elder and second senior brothers were out on training, and the remaining 3 brothers were currently engrossed in their own cultivation, with whom he would not meet for a couple of days. Little junior brother, life on Taizu Peak is quite simple. Our master is benevolent and dedicated in his teachings, providing us with the care and affection of a father. Thus, we brothers are as close as family. Rest assured, you will not encounter any treachery here. As for the outside world, a glint of coldness flickered in Qingzhou's beautiful eyes. Although Taizu Peak has few people, we have never feared any challenges. Warmth surged within Zhou Luo's heart. His master exuded a nurturing love, and he had no words to express his gratitude towards senior sister Qingzhou. Without her, he might never have had the chance to study under their master. Though he had yet to meet the other 5 senior brothers and was unsure of their dispositions, he trusted that they, like the master and Qingzhou, would also be good-hearted individuals. Thank you, senior sister. This expression of thanks dispelled all his anxieties and apprehensions about the Haoyuan immortal sect, leaving only anticipation. An elder had once told him that the way of heaven is merciless, and the path of immortality is devoid of compassion, yet he felt fortunate. Qingzhou smiled as she ruffled Zhou Luo's hair and led him into a bamboo house, saying, "You will reside here from now on. If you need anything, do not hesitate to tell me. There is no need for formality. Rest for a moment. I shall return shortly." "Senior sister," Zhou Luo called out, wanting to say something but feeling bashful, stammering without managing to speak. "As I just mentioned, there is no need for politeness in front of me," Qingzhou said with a smile. "I'm hungry," Zhou Luo murmured. Qingzhou paused, realizing she had forgotten that her little junior brother had yet to begin his cultivation and was still immortal. "I will bring you something delicious when I return." Chapter 9. Cultivating Immortality. When Qingzhou came back, she not only brought delicious food but also a quilt, clean clothes, and other essentials. Zhou Luo was not like the others. He could not endure hunger or withstand the heat and cold. After watching Zhou Luo enjoy his meal, Qingzhou said, "Little junior brother, take a good rest today. Tomorrow, I will begin teaching you how to cultivate. Senior sister, please start teaching me now. I can hardly wait." Despite his burgeoning desire for cultivation, Zhou Luo never forgot the fundamental purpose of his arrival at the Haoyuan immortal sect. He had no concept of the challenges that lay ahead on the path of immortality, yet he understood that with his mediocre celestial affinity, it was unlikely he would reap any significant rewards, no matter how hard he tried. Therefore, he could not afford to waste time. From the depths of Zhou Luo's eyes, Qingzhou perceived that fervent desire and the true significance behind it. After a brief silence, she said, "The path of cultivation, too, teaches that haste makes waste. Moderation is key, but I believe you are prepared." She produced an object from her hand and placed it before Zhou Luo. It was a jade slip, short and rectangular, emanating a unique aura that Zhou Luo could not comprehend. "This is a jade slip containing the supreme profound heart technique, which will be your cultivation method from now on. However, before you can access the supreme profound heart technique, you must first possess the ability to unlock the jade slip." As Qingzhou's voice fell, her delicate fingers brushed lightly against Zhou Luo's brow, and in an instant, a passage of profound text appeared in his mind. This scene mirrored the day the elder bestowed upon him his destiny, except this time there was no pain or loss of consciousness. The text was vividly clear, as if etched in his memory. "This is the simplest qi induction technique. Follow it to cultivate, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into your body, circulating it through your meridians and transforming it into your own spiritual energy. When you feel the spiritual energy settling in your dantian, it signifies your success in qi induction and marks your true entry into the path of cultivation." The passage of text was not overly profound. With Zhou Luo's intelligence and comprehension, he grasped its essence after reading it several times, yet he did not immediately commence his practice. "Senior sister, may I inquire how long it typically takes for an ordinary person to successfully induce qi and embark on the path of cultivation?" Noticing a flicker in Qingzhou's eyes, Zhou Luo pressed on, "Do not hide the truth from me." With a hint of reluctance, Qingzhou finally replied, "Celestial affinities are divided into 9 grades, with 9 being the highest and 1 the lowest. Even a person with the lowest affinity can accomplish this within a month, refining the spiritual energy into their dantian." Zhou Luo tightened his grip, realizing that a month was beyond his capability. He resolved to set that as his initial goal, regardless of how long it would take. Determination was paramount. "Senior sister," Zhou Luo recalled something and asked, "Is it true that one can only measure their celestial affinity with a celestial affinity stone? Without it, can one discern if a person possesses any affinity?" Qingzhou understood and said, "We have investigated the origins of Lu Meng. His father was also a cultivator, but he fell from grace and ended up in your family." Zhou Luo's expression shifted, surprised to learn that Lu Meng's father had once been a cultivator. However, Qingzhou misunderstood his intent. He was not inquiring about Lu Meng, but rather about the elder who discerned his lack of celestial affinity at a glance. Lu Meng was of little consequence, and his third-grade affinity was hardly remarkable. At this moment, an expression of regret crossed Qingzhou's face. A third-grade affinity was insignificant. But what of Zhou Luo? It's all right, senior sister. Please continue, Zhou Luo urged softly. After a moment of contemplation, Qingzhou continued. As for how he could determine your lack of celestial affinity, Lu Ming's father has a celestial affinity stone and may have secretly tested you in the past. There is something else I do not understand. Lu Ming mentioned he had other reasons for targeting you, which is not merely a matter of revenge. But I have yet to uncover that reason. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on Lu Ming, and should he do anything out of line, I will not hesitate to eliminate him. In that fleeting moment, the murderous intent and aura emanating from her left, Zhou Luo momentarily stunned. It dawned on him that this gentle side of senior sister was only revealed to him before others. She might not show much compassion for the multitude of beings in this world, just as she had not for the white-haired middle-aged man on that fateful day. However, this instilled in Zhou Luo a deeper sense of gratitude towards Qingzhou. Though the two were initially strangers, they shared a kinship of compassion, akin to that of a beloved elder sister showing profound care. He felt exceptionally fortunate. After Qingzhou departed, the principles of the Qi induction technique naturally surfaced in Zhou Luo's mind. He took time to contemplate and, after a brief interval, confirmed his understanding was sound. He then closed his eyes, following the guidance of the Qi induction technique, embarking on his inaugural journey into cultivation. Both Master Xingyang and the Elder had previously articulated that the first step in cultivation is to perceive the spiritual energy within the cosmos. Utilizing one's heart method, one draws this energy into their being. They had also remarked that the presence or absence of celestial affinity is not the crux of the matter. However, as Zhou Luo began his practice, he came to realize the significance of celestial affinity. Despite diligently operating the Qi induction technique under the guidance of his senior sister, he was unable to sense the spiritual energy permeating the world. The absence of celestial affinity rendered his path to cultivation exceedingly arduous. How could one cultivate without perceiving spiritual energy? Fortunately, Zhou Luo had mentally prepared for such challenges, thus he bore no disappointment. His disposition was inherently tranquil. He neither competed nor forced matters. The only exception was the outcry within him upon realizing his lack of celestial affinity, coupled with his determination in the face of adversity. This led him to understand that the essence of cultivation did not hinge solely on celestial affinity, but rather on perseverance. Thus, he continued to operate the Qi induction technique, undeterred by repeated failures that left him oblivious to the existence of spiritual energy. He never contemplated surrender, persisting until exhaustion overcame him, ultimately collapsing onto his bed and succumbing to slumber. At the threshold, Qingzhou sighed softly and entered the room to tuck Zhou Luo in. Master, outside. The silver moonlight cast a gentle glow around Master Xingyang, enveloping him in a veil of ethereal energy, making him appear almost otherworldly, as if on the verge of ascension. Do you think it is too arduous for him? He inquired, referring to Zhou Luo. Qingzhou nodded slightly and replied, You have wrought a miracle, yet to this day, we disciples remain unaware of how you accomplished it. Although I have continually persevered, it is evident that my junior brother may not be incapable of cultivation. Witnessing his attempts has illuminated just how challenging it truly is. Master Xingyang responded, The essence of cultivation is fundamentally the pursuit of greater strength. There exist various means to acquire power beyond the realm of cultivation. Since Zhou Luo struggles to sense the spiritual energy, Qing'er devised for him a unique method of training, one that works from the external to the internal. Qingzhou's beautiful eyes narrowed with concern. An external training technique? Master, that may prove too challenging for my junior brother. Success in any endeavor is seldom achieved without difficulty, and cultivation is no exception. If Zhou Luo aspires to tread the path of cultivation, this is the solitary method. Do not forget how his celestial affinity manifested, Master Xingyang urged. Qingzhou recalled vividly that during the initial assessment, Zhou Luo exhibited no celestial affinity. The affinity stone could not possibly err, yet during the subsequent test, it displayed a transformation. To many, this was deemed a low-tier celestial affinity. Yet there existed a lesser-known interpretation, an affinity that was latent, concealed from view. To unveil this affinity, one must traverse an unconventional path, precisely the journey Zhou Luo must undertake. I understand, Master. I shall arrange for my junior brother to commence his training post-haste. As the master and disciple conversed outside, even Master Xingyang, renowned as the pinnacle of the Haoyuan sect, remained unaware of the transformations occurring within the youth's body. Deep within, in a realm he had opened, a tranquil character vibrated slightly, followed by a dazzling golden light that silently drifted forth from this world. Chapter 10. The Three Senior Brothers. The following morning, Zhou Luo awoke from his dreams, and upon full consciousness, he noticed the prepared towel and wash water on the table. A warm sensation swelled within him. His senior sister truly cared for him. In the courtyard outside, Qingzhou, donned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen, carrying dishes of delicacies, steaming porridge wafting delightful aromas. "Good morning, junior brother. Breakfast is ready. Come eat." Zhou Luo hurried over, speaking softly. "Senior sister, I can manage on my own. You need not prepare everything for me." Despite his ignorance of cultivation, he understood that whether in academia or any other pursuit, progress is akin to rowing upstream. One must either advance or regress. Qingzhou, a cultivator, sacrificed her own training time on his behalf. Qingzhou smiled warmly. "You are still acclimating. Give it some time, and I shall cease my fussing. Now, eat before it cools." "Thank you, senior sister." Zhou Luo, truly famished, began to devour the meal. After a while, he noticed her absence and inquired, "Senior sister, why aren't you eating?" "I have already eaten. You should have more," she replied. "I'm full as well." "Senior sister, you go about your tasks, and I will clean up before heading to my training." Junior brother, in the pursuit of cultivation, moderation is key. Rest today and resume tomorrow. Do not overexert yourself, Qingzhou advised. Zhou Luo, somewhat perplexed, replied, "I feel perfectly fine, full of energy, with no issues whatsoever." Qingzhou's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "No issues?" Drawing spiritual energy from the cosmos and transforming it within oneself significantly alters one's physical state, enhancing one's constitution to become extraordinary. This is one of the benefits of cultivation. Even with low-tier celestial affinity, any who embark on the path of cultivation surpasses the ordinary in longevity and health. However, having just begun, Zhou Luo has spent several hours attempting to cultivate without sensing spiritual energy. Anyone else would be left physically exhausted and mentally weary, not easily recovering from a single night's rest. "Indeed, I am quite well. Look." Zhou Luo stood and spun around, appearing to Qingzhou as if he exhibited no signs of distress. His spirit seemed remarkably vibrant. Qingzhou regarded him with surprise, pondering whether Zhou Luo possessed a unique constitution. "Senior brother, you tend to your matters. I will take care of this." Observing Zhou Luo clumsily clearing the table, Qingzhou contemplated before gradually departing. Before long, Zhou Luo returned to his room, settled upon his bed, closed his eyes, and directed his thoughts skyward, once again commencing his cultivation according to the Qi induction technique. Yet, due to the absence of celestial affinity, no matter how diligently he endeavored, he remained unable to perceive the spiritual energy of the cosmos. However, today felt different from his initial attempt at cultivation yesterday. Upon opening his eyes, he noted the dimming light outside, indicating that he had engaged in practice for a considerable duration. Yet, he felt none of the fatigue he had experienced before. He did not collapse onto his bed to sleep as he had the previous day. Unbeknownst to Zhou Luo, within him resided an unparalleled and mysterious force, leading him to innocently believe that after one session of practice, he had adapted to the rhythm of cultivation. This seemed like a promising beginning. "Master, look." Even in the dead of night, Zhou Luo remained tireless, his body seemingly limitless, capable of cultivating endlessly, an occurrence nearly impossible for a novice. Zhengyang Zhenren paused for a moment and said, "The hidden celestial fate may render one's physical constitution extraordinary." Zhou Luo, hailing from a well-off family, has never experienced hardship, yet has managed to journey alone to the Haoyuan Immortal Gate from a distance of thousands of miles. Apart from his inherent determination, this remarkable physical quality is undoubtedly a contributing factor. Even one as profound in cultivation as Zhengyang Zhenren cannot always discern the truth. This is merely his perspective. However, despite an excellent physical constitution, achieving such feats remains improbable. Noticing the slight gravity in his master's demeanor, Qingzhou inquired with concern, "Master, is it possible that our junior brother is hastily forcing himself to cultivate out of anxiety? If so, he risks falling into a state of demonic deviation." Zhengyang Zhenren replied, "It is not as dire as you suggest. Remember, humanity is the pinnacle of all beings. Our bodies are treasures in themselves, diverse and peculiar. Among countless individuals, there will always be those who stand apart, such as the rumored divine fates." Regardless of how Zhou Luo has achieved this, his physical prowess is beyond question. "Qing'er, prepare for the outer training techniques so that I may observe whether Zhou Luo's capabilities stem from his physique or other factors." "Yes, disciple understands." As the night quietly passed, Zhou Luo emerged from his cultivation, feeling surprisingly unburdened, though a perplexed expression lingered upon his face, indicative of his myriad uncertainties. He was not a naive country lad. Though his town was modest, he had been educated and was well aware of the world, even with limited knowledge of cultivation. He understood that adapting to the rhythms of immortality could not possibly leave one feeling so invigorated after a full day and night. Moreover, he had yet to perceive any spiritual energy or absorb it. How could he feel utterly fatigue-free? Third senior sister. Upon exiting his chamber, Zhou Luo promptly voiced his doubts. This was also a matter of astonishment for Qingzhou, but she endeavored to maintain her composure in front of Zhou Luo. It relates to each individual's physical constitution. There is no need for concern, as Master has already examined it. Physical constitution? Zhou Luo suddenly recalled something. In that small village, one morning, an elderly man had prepared breakfast for him, shortly after which, a white-haired middle-aged man and others engaged in a fierce battle with young Master Nanxian, bringing forth great peril. When he witnessed a child in danger, he exhibited an astonishing speed, rushing forth to protect the child. Could it be that the old man secretly administered some celestial elixir to him? His astute mind had indeed hit upon the truth. The breakfast contained some special ingredients. Yet this had no bearing on his prolonged cultivation without feeling excessive fatigue. Stop overthinking. You must be hungry. Eat up. Zhou Luo felt a bit embarrassed as his stomach audibly protested. How delightful. Third senior sister has cooked again. Haha, old 5, old 6. We are truly fortunate. Joyful laughter approached as 3 figures descended, landing directly at the table and immediately beginning to snatch up food as though they had not eaten in days. What's the matter? Are you all itching for trouble? A light laugh echoed, yet the trio, regardless of their previous eagerness, immediately settled down, clearly intimidated by the third senior sister. Qingzhou introduced. This is our junior brother, Zhou Luo. Junior brother. The three's eyes lit up, and among them, a young man clad like a rustic villager enveloped Zhou Luo in a hearty embrace, exclaiming, So you are the junior brother. Since we are family now, shouldn't we share the blessings? Zhou Luo blinked, sensing the underlying implications. Qingzhou's timely voice interjected, Junior brother, this is your 5th senior brother, Du Yehu. He appears jovial, but has a rather mischievous side, so be cautious around him. Du Yehu lamented, Third senior sister, how could you perceive me this way? Ignoring his antics, Qingzhou continued, This is your 4th senior brother, Lu Wang, who is relatively dependable. Lu Wang, dressed in scholarly attire, forced a smile, clearly hesitant to argue. And that is your 6th senior brother, Gong Mo, a sly one. Remember not to let him lead you astray. Greetings, senior brothers. Zhou Luo replied, Hey, junior brother. Third senior sister, can we eat now? It's been ages since we had your cooking. Qingzhou replied coolly, This is junior brother's meal. You are not entitled to any. Merely observe. Gong Mo protested. Third senior sister, I was the youngest before the junior brother arrived. Why didn't you treat me this well before? Qingzhou retorted, Are you challenging that? Gong Mo, startled, quickly replied, No. Caring for our junior brother is only right. We must all learn from third senior sister. Lu Wang and Du Yehu nodded vigorously, adopting serious expressions. This warm scene imprinted itself in Zhou Luo's heart. Qingzhou then assigned them a task. Go hunt some low-level demon birds and gather some spiritual materials. Gong Mo promptly responded. Tasks assigned by third senior sister shall be completed without fail. But third senior sister, what use are these items? Qingzhou replied. Our junior brother is still growing. He needs to replenish his strength, though her words were not explicit. Lu Wang and the others seemed to grasp the implication. After a moment of silence, Lu Wang suggested, In that case, third senior sister, let junior brother cultivate at the Xianling Falls. It might be beneficial. Qingzhou contemplated for a moment and gently nodded. Chapter 11. The great method of biming the so-called Xianling Falls are located on the other side of the mountain, an extraordinarily majestic waterfall. After the meal, Lu Wang led Zhou Luo to this site. Zhou Luo, unaware of why it was called Xianling Falls or the wonders it held, could only marvel at the waterfall's grandeur. Below, in a pond, a massive stone jutted out of the water, peculiarly dark in hue. Resembling not stone but a unique material. Junior brother, you shall cultivate upon this Xianling stone as instructed by third senior sister. Remember, in the path of cultivation, haste makes waste. Too much of anything is detrimental. I advise you to maintain a calm demeanor, regardless of urgency. Yes, I understand. Thank you. Fourth senior brother, go ahead. Lu Wang gently encouraged Zhou Luo with a pat on the back, then Zhou Luo leaped into the air, landing steadily upon the so-called Xianling stone. Cultivate well. I have some matters to attend to. I will bring you an extra meal this evening. Lu Wang waved cheerfully and soared away. Thank you. Zhou Luo gazed in the direction Lu Wang had departed, his expression growing increasingly serene, akin to his demeanor at home with his parents or while studying. This tranquility did not signify a lack of turmoil. On the contrary, it served as Zhou Luo's means of expressing his emotions. Upon entering the Haoyuan Immortal Gate and becoming a disciple of Taizu Peak, his master Xingyang Zhenren and third senior sister Qingzhou treated him kindly, showing no discrimination due to his unremarkable celestial fate. Before today, third senior sister had mentioned that his senior brothers were equally kind, and Zhou Luo believed this to be true, as he had yet to truly meet or engage with them. Despite their previous brief interactions, where not much was said, it was clear that they did not harbor any disdain or mockery towards him. Perhaps in their hearts, they had not yet regarded him as family, but neither had they overlooked their junior brother. His luck was indeed remarkable. Sitting upon the Xianling stone, with his heart directed towards the heavens, Zhou Luo once again commenced his cultivation. In the time that followed, apart from dinner and necessary sleep, Zhou Luo dedicated himself to cultivating on the Xianling stone beneath the Xianling waterfall. His diligence and effort were commendable, yet due to the constraints of fate, he remained oblivious to the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although Qingxing had mentioned that many individuals took over a month to truly embark on the path of cultivation, Zhou Luo set a personal goal, vowing to persevere regardless of the time required. However, as days passed without any tangible results, a sense of unease began to stir within him. Maintaining a calm demeanor and not succumbing to impatience is easily proclaimed, yet achieving such a state proves to be quite challenging. Zhou Luo believed his mindset was already quite serene, yet after another fruitless day of practice, anxiety crept into his heart. With his eyes opened, a flicker of helplessness and bitterness crossed his features. He found himself questioning whether this relentless pursuit was indeed meaningful. When one succumbs to chaotic thoughts, they tend to proliferate, and Zhou Luo was no exception. After all, he was merely a 14-year-old boy, possessing a maturity beyond his years, but how effective could he truly be? Overwhelmed by these thoughts, he suddenly recalled a fragment of wisdom imparted by an elder, a potential opportunity. If the Qi induction technique could not allow him to sense the spiritual energy, might there be alternative methods to explore? As this thought flashed through his mind, radiant characters began to materialize in his consciousness. In the past, these characters had existed in isolation, cryptic and perplexing. However, perhaps due to Zhou Luo's extended practice, even in the absence of any results, these characters reappeared, enveloped in light. They swiftly converged, ultimately forming a coherent message, the Beiming Great Method. It turned out that the elder had bestowed upon him a cultivation technique. However, it was evident that the Beiming Great Method was far more profound than the Qi induction technique. Perhaps a shift in methodology could alter his current predicament. Without further hesitation, Zhou Luo silently recited the Beiming Great Method and resumed his cultivation. Spiritual fate was the sole key to perceiving the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It would not be altered by the differences in techniques. Otherwise, cultivators would not place such importance on spiritual fate. Yet, the Beiming Great Method possessed a unique and wondrous quality. The elder likely foresaw Zhou Luo's challenges in succeeding at the Haoyuan Immortal sect, thus providing him with this technique. Before long, after approximately the duration of a fragrant stick, Zhou Luo, in a state of unconsciousness, suddenly sensed an array of luminous points in the heavens, akin to twinkling stars, mysterious and imbued with an overwhelming grandeur. Could those be the spiritual energies? At last, he had perceived the spiritual energy. Zhou Luo restrained his elation and attempted to draw the spiritual energy into his body. Boom! At that moment, an explosive sensation surged within his heart, a powerful craving for blood overwhelming him. In an instant, he felt parched, consumed by an insatiable thirst for blood. Zhou Luo was taken aback, hastily dispelling the Beiming Great Method. Yet, the desire did not diminish. Instead, it intensified, and he felt as if he had transformed into a feral beast. No, into a monster. Frantically yearning for blood. How could this be? Did the elder intend to harm him? Confounded, Zhou Luo struggled to suppress the impulses within him. Yet he could not contain them. Casting a glance at the pool, he plunged into the water with a splash. The icy water engulfed him, its chill penetrating deeply into his being. Zhou Luo shivered violently, and gradually, the intense craving for blood began to subside, eventually dissipating entirely after a lengthy while. Gasping for breath, fear flickered in his eyes. Despite his lack of understanding, he was acutely aware that the earlier episode revealed the Beiming Great Method to be potentially malevolent. Yet, Zhou Luo could not bring himself to believe that the elder would wish him harm. Indeed, the elder exhibited a detached demeanor, possessing profound cultivation skills. and remained indifferent to the life and death of others. However, based on their earlier interaction, the elder had shown him considerable kindness. Why then? Would he seek to harm him? Suddenly, Zhou Luo blurted out. He knew I might not succeed in my cultivation, so he imparted this malevolent method to aid my journey? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, why would he caution me to keep this opportunity a secret? Yet, I will certainly not practice it, Zhou Luo resolutely assured himself. The overwhelming craving for blood, the frenzied desire to drink blood, was terrifying beyond measure. Even if the beaming great method could facilitate his cultivation, Zhou Luo refused to become a monster, despised and shunned by the world. If cultivation meant sacrificing his humanity, he had no desire for such an existence. This was a principle he held dear. Little junior brother, what are you doing in the water? It's cold. Be careful not to catch a cold. Come out. Qingzhou waved her hand, pulling Zhou Luo from the pool. Senior sister, what brings you here? Zhou Luo inquired softly. He had not seen Qingzhou for several days and assumed she had been in seclusion. If she had arrived a moment earlier, how would she have perceived his earlier predicament? Inwardly, Zhou Luo vowed never to practice the beaming great method again and to completely forget this malevolent technique. Little did he know that having already attempted to cultivate it once, the beaming great method had taken root as a seed within his heart. It was not a matter of desire. He lacked the capacity to resist it. Chapter 12. External Training. Heavy prison peak. After tidying himself up and changing into fresh garments, Zhou Luo made his way to the courtyard. Qingzhou observed him, her beautiful eyes gradually shifting in expression, yet she remained silent, as if 1,000 words were caught in her throat. Senior sister, what's wrong? Zhou Luo asked quietly, anxiety gnawing at him. Had she witnessed his practice of the beaming great method? Sensing his tension, Qingzhou managed a forced smile and handed Zhou Luo a small object. It was a petite black jade stone, exquisitely shaped like a mountain. Upon receiving it, Zhou Luo stumbled forward, surprised by its weight. Senior sister, what is this? Heavy prison peak. Qingzhou replied, fastening it around Zhou Luo's neck. It is a spiritual artifact. From today onward, you are to wear it and travel from here to the foot of Tai Su Peak and then return. This will be your training going forward. Zhou Luo, still bewildered by the concept of a spiritual artifact, had little understanding of what this training entailed. Qingzhou did not elaborate, simply stating, atop heavy prison peak. The master has set up prohibitions. When you adapt to this level, it will gradually unlock. Little junior brother, this process will be arduous. Do you have the confidence to persevere? Zhou Luo nodded vigorously, realizing that this was likely a path the master had specially arranged for him in his cultivation journey. There was no room for hesitation, yet the weight of the jade felt almost insurmountable. Let us begin, Qingzhou declared. As Zhou Luo prepared to take his first step, he was suddenly struck by the sensation that he bore the weight of an entire mountain, an indescribable heaviness pressing down upon him. Walking normally was impossible. Even breathing became an arduous task. Originally, the concept of the heavy prison peak held a profound meaning. Qingzhou merely observed in silence, offering neither encouragement nor assistance. This was a journey meant for Zhou Luo alone, a path on which no one could lend a hand. Upon entering the Haoyuan immortal sect, even with the guidance of teachers and the company of senior brothers and sisters, the path ahead belonged solely to him. Should he falter, his stay in the Haoyuan immortal sect would be untenable, leading only to endless ridicule and humiliation. They could provide Zhou Luo with support and protection, yet they could not grant him dignity. More importantly, Qingzhou had faith in Zhou Luo's capabilities. Over the past days, Zhou Luo's dedication to his training was well known atop the Taizu Peak. For a novice, such perseverance seemed implausible. Yet, after exhausting himself to the brink of collapse, he merely needed a short rest to fully recuperate, which was nothing short of astonishing. Thus, Qingzhou expended considerable resources and effort to secure the heavy prison peak. As time passed, Zhou Luo remained motionless. The newly donned garments he wore became drenched once more, sweat seeping through and pooling on the ground, resembling a child's accidental spill. This continued until nightfall, when Zhou Luo finally succumbed to darkness and collapsed. With a sigh, Qingzhou carried him back to his room. In the courtyard, several individuals had gathered: Lu Wang, Du Yehu, Gong Mo, and the esteemed Zhenyang Zhenren. How is our junior brother? They inquired. Unconscious, Qingzhou replied softly to Zhenyang Zhenren. Teacher, do you think this step might be too ambitious? I genuinely worry that our junior brother may not withstand the pressure and break down. Using the heavy prison peak is the method of external refinement. Zhenyang Zhenren explained. External refinement strengthens the sinews, bones, and skin, rendering the body as unyielding as steel. Many cultivators deem external refinement tedious. Despite the efforts invested, Even if one attains such a state, what of it? Can it withstand my immortal sword? The true strength lies in absorbing spiritual energy, which transforms the flesh and bones, creating a body that can endure the elements. External refinement remains but a minor path. Even so, this minor path must be approached gradually. Zhou Luo, a mere youth and scholar, possesses no martial prowess. Despite his good physical condition, how can he endure such immense pressure all at once? Zhenyang Jinren replied, extraordinary individuals require extraordinary methods. You have all witnessed his physical capabilities. What matters more is your faith in him. The four disciples exchanged wry smiles. Naturally, they chose to believe in Zhou Luo, yet in the face of reality. Could mere belief alter the current circumstances? Zhenyang Jinren waved his hand. An array of spiritual light emerged from his sleeve, hovering before Qingzhou. This is the Ji Li Dan. Dissolve it, and add a small portion to Zhou Luo's meals for 100 days. By then, he should have adapted to the current intensity. Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and asked, Teacher, what if our junior brother cannot endure this? A flicker of resolve shone in Zhenyang Jinren's eyes before he returned to his usual benevolence. The path of cultivation is arduous, even for you. For Zhou Luo, the challenge is undoubtedly greater. We shall do our utmost, and if our efforts yield no success, how can you expect me to answer your question? The four disciples fell into a heavy silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. At dawn, Zhou Luo awakened from his slumber. As usual, he attempted to rise. But today was different. The weight of the heavy prison peak rendered him immobile. After a prolonged struggle, he finally managed to sit up. Gasping for breath at the edge of the bed, Qingzhou entered and brought him breakfast, then quickly left the room, unable to witness Zhou Luo's hardship. Zhou Luo, however, felt little concern. The arduous training of recent days had taught him the significance of destiny and the challenges of cultivation. The pressure from the heavy prison peak paled in comparison to the turmoil within his heart. He hastily finished his meal and resolved to stand, attempting to step outside. After a night of contemplation, the myriad difficulties of yesterday faded, and Zhou Luo felt as though nothing had transpired. He could not help but wonder what kind of celestial elixir the elder had administered to him to enhance his physical prowess so remarkably. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to lift a leg. This single action drained him entirely, and he collapsed onto the ground. Determined, Zhou Luo, embodying youthful obstinacy, pushed himself off the floor and gradually stood up. His body trembled, and his legs shook uncontrollably under the weight of the heavy prison peak, making every breath a struggle. He yearned for rest, yet the more he longed for it, the less willing he was to surrender. With a sudden surge of defiance, or perhaps a modicum of adaptation to the weight, Zhou Luo managed to take a single step, though it was the sole step he could muster. He was drenched in sweat, collapsing heavily to the ground, nearly losing his breath, yet a smile flickered in his eyes. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. He had taken that first step. Even if it felt somewhat humiliating, it was a beginning. With the first step taken, the second would follow, and countless more after that. He believed he could persevere. Thus, exhausted, Zhou Luo closed his eyes, his mind drifting to the qi induction technique, initiating his cultivation. Yet, unbeknownst to him, as he practiced the technique, it swiftly transformed into the beaming great method. Before long, he sensed the presence of spiritual energy, but just as he was about to absorb it, a wave of malevolent bloodlust surged through him, forcing him to withdraw from the cultivation. Just like before, the intense craving for blood did not dissipate with his retreat. Zhou Luo struggled to suppress the desires within his heart. Previously, while training beneath the Xianling waterfall, the icy cascade had aided him. But now, confined within his room, how could he manage? Suddenly, the heavy prison peak around his neck trembled, emanating a dark luminescence that surged into his heart, quelling the bloodlust within. The heavy prison peak possessed such mystical abilities? Chapter 13. The first breath of spiritual energy. Time passed swiftly. For cultivators, a single retreat could span months or even years, rendering the concept of time almost obsolete to those of great cultivation. Zhou Luo, however, could not afford to disregard the passage of time. As he was not yet a cultivator in the eyes of the world, he experienced hunger, fatigue, the need for warmth. He was but an ordinary individual, day by day bearing the weight of the heavy prison peak and striving to fulfill the training tasks set by his teacher. He was making progress. Although he had yet to traverse the distance from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain, 100 meters that felt insurmountable, he could now move forward slowly like a snail. This was his limit. Even after 3 months of bearing the heavy prison peak, he remained unable to surpass that 100 meters. Though this achievement might seem trivial to Qingzhou and the others, it filled them with pride for Zhou Luo. In just a few months since entering the sect, without yet embarking on the path of cultivation. He had managed to walk 100 meters under the oppressive weight of the heavy prison peak, a remarkable feat for an ordinary boy. After each bout of exhaustion, Zhou Luo did not immediately succumb to sleep. Instead, he instinctively engaged in cultivation. The practice outside the heavy prison peak was a path laid out by his master, and Zhou Luo understood its significance. Through external refinement, he aimed to temper his body to an indomitable state, allowing him to sense the spiritual energy of the universe. Even in the absence of celestial affinities, his master, the esteemed Xingyang, had once tread the path of immortality through this very method. However, Zhou Luo never forgot that he was not devoid of celestial affinities. Rather, they were simply too mundane to perceive the existence of the world's spiritual energy. Thus, ever since he successfully took that pivotal step forward, he felt a flicker of spiritual energy stirring within him. Gradually, Zhou Luo formed a habit of practicing after each session outside the heavy prison peak. Even though he could never sense the spiritual energy of the cosmos, he remained steadfast in his belief that he would eventually be able to do so, as he still possessed celestial affinities. Regarding each session of cultivation, although he operated the Qi induction technique, it often morphed into the North Void method, which he could not control. Nevertheless, the suppression of the heavy prison peak mitigated the bloodthirst he felt, and the fear that once resided in his heart slowly faded. The North Void method, being a path of demonic cultivation, filled Zhou Luo with trepidation that he might transform into an uncontrollable bloodthirsty creature. Yet, since the heavy prison peak could suppress this urge, he found little cause for concern. He had to admit that the North Void method was far more profound than the Qi induction technique, as it allowed him to perceive the spiritual energy of the universe. Each time he attempted to draw this energy into his body, the bloodthirst would arise, forcing him to withdraw from his practice. Yet he still managed to grasp the essence of the spiritual energy. More importantly, through months of persistent cultivation, Zhou Luo discovered that he was gradually mastering this sinister sensation. This realization led him to understand that once he could completely control the discomfort brought about by the bloodthirst, meaning he could do so without the aid of the heavy prison peak-'s suppression, he would be capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of the cosmos. Consequently, after each session outside the heavy prison peak, Zhou Luo became increasingly committed to his cultivation. Although he had battled against the bloodthirst for 3 months without any victories, he saw a glimmer of hope in continuing this path. He believed that someday he would prevail, and that day was surely not far off. Zhou Luo possessed a deep understanding of the North Void method, but its malevolent nature compelled him to keep this knowledge from his master and senior brothers and sisters. His notion of understanding was merely superficial, lacking in true essence. He felt he was gradually mastering the North Void method, unaware that this so-called mastery was merely his adaptation to its operation. Mastery and adaptation are fundamentally distinct concepts. The former arises from one's own volition, while the latter is merely acceptance. Today, under the oppressive weight of the heavy prison peak, he could traverse 100 meters. This was adaptation, an act of acceptance. Unbeknownst to him, had he realized the myriad uncertainties inherent in the North Void method, he would understand that he was not truly in control, but simply accustomed to its ways. One day, when the true ramifications of the North Void method revealed themselves, Zhou Luo would grasp the gravity of his situation, yet it might be too late. For now, he remained blissfully unaware, seamlessly engaging in the North Void method during his cultivation. Today was no exception. Zhou Luo settled upon the Xinling stone, his heart directed heavenward, commencing this round of cultivation. With increasing familiarity with the North Void method and the duration of his practice, the spiritual energy of the universe no longer felt foreign to him. As he operated his mental techniques, he sensed the influx of spiritual energy, shimmering like stars and enveloping him in a harmonious resonance. This transformation evidently rendered Zhou Luo's cultivation more fluid and successful. Thus, when the familiar wave of bloodthirst approached, it did not send him into a spiral of chaos, nor did it compel him to abandon his practice. He had fully adapted, allowing the spiritual energy to surge into his body with the swiftness of lightning at his command. Boom! As the spiritual energy entered his body, it marked a significant milestone, as it had been nearly 4 months since he arrived at the Haoyuan sect. He had finally succeeded in drawing spiritual energy into his being. What a challenging journey it had been. Reflecting on the trials he had endured, Zhou Luo had little time to dwell on the past. The infusion of spiritual energy was merely the first step. The next phase involved refining this energy, eliminating impurities, restoring its essence, and integrating it into his dantian. Only then would he truly embark on the path of immortality. Despite the tumult within his spirit, he remained composed, diligently refining the spiritual energy. When he finally succeeded in this refinement, and the energy entered his dantian, it felt as though he had consumed a supreme elixir, flooding his entire being with an unprecedented sense of comfort. Within him, a mysterious force seemed to awaken. At that moment, the cosmos appeared to quiver in response to him, as the spiritual energy that filled the heavens and earth rushed toward him, causing the space around the Xianling waterfall to resonate with an overwhelming pressure. In the courtyard, waiting for Zhou Luo's return, Qingzhou and the others felt a shift in the atmosphere, their gazes instinctively drawn toward the Xianling waterfall. Although they were too distant to see Zhou Luo, they sensed the changes occurring in the cosmos and within him. After 4 long months, their junior brother had finally opened the door to immortality, a feat not easily attained. Du Yehu expressed his heartfelt sentiments, knowing all too well the immense effort Zhou Luo had invested in his quest for immortality. Throughout this time, they had not rested, seeking spiritual herbs and hunting demonic beasts to strengthen him. Fortunately, all their sacrifices bore fruit today. Qingzhou's beautiful eyes sparkled with joy, yet a more serious demeanor accompanied her smile. Today was merely the beginning. Their junior brother lacked understanding of the path to immortality, and they were acutely aware that the journey ahead would still be fraught with challenges. This realization dampened their elation like a cold splash of water. Indeed, drawing spiritual energy into his body was merely the first step in the arduous path of cultivation, which encompassed numerous realms and countless subrealms. Even those as exceptional as they were dared not claim they would reach the end and become true immortals. Zhou Luo had taken 4 months to successfully absorb spiritual energy. For him, the notion of cultivation remained a fleeting illusion. Whether he could navigate through the layers of confusion would ultimately depend on his future fate. However, Qingzhou reassured, our master, in his early days, never anticipated achieving such success. Thus, there remains hope for our junior brother and a bright future ahead. Old 5. I've heard that some fresh goods have arrived at the Baixian building. Tomorrow, let our junior brother take a break. You should take him out to explore. He can't remain at the Tai Su Peak forever. It's time he properly experienced the Haoyuan sect. Du Yehu chuckled. Leave it to me. I'll ensure our junior brother has a splendid experience, he replied. Do not let your guard down. While Tai Su Peak is a tranquil place, the Haoyuan sect encompasses much more than just Tai Su Peak, Qingzhou cautioned. Upon hearing this, a glint of resolve flashed in Du Yehu's eyes, and he nodded slowly. Chapter 14. Baixian Building. The Baixian Building, situated at the foot of the main peak of the Haoyuan sect, is the sole tavern within the entire sect, bustling with life and vigor. Its existence serves the purpose of providing a place for numerous disciples to relax after their arduous training. The path of cultivation emphasizes the balance between work and rest, allowing disciples to enjoy a drink and some food at Baixian Tower during their leisure time. However, despite its popularity, not everyone can enter and indulge, as the costs are exorbitant, beyond the means of ordinary disciples. Thus, those who can access Baixian Tower are either of notable wealth or background, or possess profound cultivation, leading to a gradual transformation of the tower into a venue for many to showcase or even flaunt their status. Today, Zhou Luo descends from Tai Su Peak for the first time, accompanied by Du Yehu. Since arriving at Haoyuan Immortal Gate, he has dedicated approximately 4 months to cultivating on Tai Su Peak, and just yesterday, he finally absorbed spiritual energy and officially embarked on the path of immortality. Qingzhou mentioned that while diligent training is commendable, it is also essential to unwind, prompting Zhou Luo's inaugural trip down the peak. As they walked, the unique vistas within the Immortal Gate captivated Zhou Luo's attention, even though he had previously marveled at the scenery on the way to Tai Su Peak with Qingzhou. He now felt akin to a country bumpkin visiting the city for the first time, having never ventured beyond the peak. He had witnessed the Xianling waterfall, yet what lay before him now encompassed the entirety of the Immortal Gate. Where are we headed, senior brother? Zhou Luo inquired. Du Yehu chuckled. I will take you to a splendid place, little junior brother. Today, do not hold back. It is on me. Food, drink, and entertainment. You may have as you wish. Food and drink. Zhou Luo paused momentarily before replying. Senior brother, let us simply explore. There's no need for anything else to avoid waste. Though the notion of cultivation was still somewhat foreign to Zhou Luo, Qingzhou had imparted certain knowledge during their conversations. For instance, to traverse the skies, a cultivator requires a certain level of mastery. Merely opening the door to cultivation does not grant the freedom to soar like a bird. Additionally, in the realm of cultivation, one does not use mundane gold and silver for daily expenses, but rather a remarkable substance known as spirit stones. These stones aid in cultivation and serve as the common currency among cultivators, making them precious and not to be squandered lightly. Zhou Luo understood that when it came to dining and revelry within the immortal gate, common currency would not suffice. He did not wish for Du Yahu to incur expenses on his behalf, especially since he was not particularly fond of indulgence. In his household, Zhou Luo's sole passion was reading, and after entering Hao Yuan Immortal Gate, he had replaced that passion with cultivation. Du Yahu placed an arm around Zhou Luo's shoulder and said, "Little junior brother, you are far too polite. We are family. What is mine is yours. There is no need for division." Zhou Luo fell silent. Feeling grateful for his place at Taisu Peak, he still recalled the words of the mountain guardians upon his initial entry to Hao Yuan Immortal Gate. Not out of resentment, but as a reminder that in the immortal realm, one's worth is measured by cultivation. His lack of fortune in this regard likely meant he would not earn respect from others for a long time, regardless of his efforts. After 4 months of diligently pursuing the path of cultivation, the challenges he faced were abundantly clear. Yet, both his teacher, the Xinjiang real person, and his senior brothers and sisters truly regarded him as family, offering kindness and support without mockery, a rarity even in the mundane world. Moreover, a new batch of exquisite delicacies had just arrived at Bai Xian Tower, ideal for nourishing his body. Zhou Luo understood that this nourishment consisted of rare ingredients meant to strengthen his physique, enabling him to better endure and adapt to the challenges of Heavy Prison Peak. Having already absorbed spiritual energy, he could now draw upon the essence contained within these rare ingredients. Although the effects might not be substantial, they would still be immensely beneficial considering his poor affinity for cultivation. What seemed trivial to others could be a significant boon for him. "Senior brother, must you still be so courteous? Hey, little junior brother, look. We have arrived at Bai Xian Tower, the only tavern within our Hao Yuan Immortal Gate. Isn't it lively?" Du Yahu exclaimed as he pulled Zhou Luo towards the establishment. The atmosphere was indeed bustling. Around Bai Xian Tower, a vast expanse teemed with flowing crowds. Zhou Luo had never witnessed so many people in his life, especially not within such an imposing edifice. Unable to gauge its height or adequately describe its grandeur and opulence, he could only perceive it as a manifestation of the immortal realm's prowess. No matter how skilled the artisans of the mundane world might be, even with the resources of an entire nation, they would likely be incapable of constructing such a tower. "Impressive, isn't it?" Du Yahu remarked. "When I first laid eyes on Bai Xian Tower, I was just as awestruck. Come, let me take you inside." Having arrived at the entrance, Zhou Luo no longer felt inclined to refuse, following Du Yahu into Bai Xian Tower. In that instant, he distinctly sensed the envious gazes directed towards him from all around. Realizing that entering Bai Xian Tower likely symbolized a certain status. Inside the vast tower, an unexpected tranquility enveloped them, though few patrons were present. Those who were sat in complete silence, as if sound had been perfectly insulated from the space. This further attested to the extraordinary craftsmanship of the immortal realm. "Welcome, gentlemen." Even the server at Bai Xian Tower exuded an air of refinement, suggesting a notable level of cultivation. "Little junior brother, please, take a seat," invited Du Yahu, gesturing for Zhou Luo to sit. "Bring us the fresh delicacies you have just received, and a couple of small dishes, along with a jar of wine." "Certainly, gentlemen. Please hold on for a moment." The server departed, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. "How does it feel, little junior brother?" "Very good," Zhou Luo expressed, unaware of how others might feel after such a meal. He simply sensed an invigorating strength coursing through him, particularly the strands of spiritual energy from the rare ingredients, surging like a rushing river, gradually assimilating into his dantian. While the quantity might be modest and some would dissipate, the remaining essence was far richer than what he had absorbed during his 4 months of training. In other words, one meal equated to 4 months of cultivation. This realization sparked a mixture of pride and self-deprecation within him. Zhou Luo recognized that this disparity stemmed from his own insufficient cultivation. Had it been someone of Du Yahu's caliber, such a small amount of spiritual energy would hardly suffice for a mere snack. He felt like an uninvited guest at a feast, highlighting the stark contrasts between them. Du Yahu chuckled. "If you didn't feel this way, it would mean today's meal was wasted. Unfortunately, such culinary delights are far too rare in this world. Otherwise, I would treat you to them daily, and your cultivation would progress much smoother." Zhou Luo smiled softly, but remained silent. While utilizing such rare ingredients for cultivation would indeed facilitate progress, the path of cultivation ultimately hinges on one's own diligence. Perhaps, in the hearts of his senior brothers and sisters, as long as he could achieve some success in his journey, that would be sufficient. Let us wander and broaden our horizons while we contemplate our fortunes. Indeed, as we stepped out of the Bai Xian building, a group of individuals approached, each exuding a remarkable presence, particularly a young man at the forefront. with eyebrows like swords and a demeanor akin to the sun at its zenith, emanating an intimidating aura that made it difficult to breathe. Du Yehu, it is quite rare to encounter you. Since fate has brought us together, shall we engage in a spar? Du Yehu glanced at him and replied, perhaps another time. I must take my leave. The young man chuckled, saying, everyone in the immortal sect has heard that you, from the Tai Su Peak, have taken in a rather mediocre disciple. Your so-called busy schedule is merely a pretense for searching for rare treasures for him, is it not? Oh, so this is the young man with the lackluster fate? Du Yehu, when did Tai Su Peak become a charity for such a hopeless case? As these words echoed, laughter erupted from behind him, and many a pair of eyes in the vicinity glimmered with mockery. Du Yehu's gaze turned icy as he replied, my third senior sister has mentioned that aside from Tai Su Peak, there are 6 other peaks in the Haoyuan immortal sect, and her words ring true. The young man countered, I merely speak the truth. Rather than waste energy on a worthless disciple, why not invest in nurturing other juniors? Do none of them measure up to this waste? Another waste. Du Yehu smirked indifferently, retorting, Hua Jincheng, did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? Your words stink like flatulence. Chapter 15. Everyone has their own interest. The temperature in the space plummeted suddenly. A chilling effect stemming from the fierce coldness radiating from Hua Jincheng's eyes. Zhou Luo shivered involuntarily. Had Du Yehu not been in front of him, he might have been overwhelmed by the sheer intensity. Du Yehu, you are excessively arrogant. Du Yehu responded coldly. Your words are as meaningless as your breath. I have always been this audacious. Come and bite me if you dare. Boom. Hua Jincheng was no dog, yet a fierce sword intent surged from within him, transforming the surrounding area into an empty expanse save for Du Yehu and the protected Zhou Luo. In this vast openness, such a rarity was palpable. The sword intent swept through like a tempest, a piercing howl accompanying its sudden eruption, shattering the very fabric of the space as it surged toward Du Yehu, swallowing everything in its wake, including Du Yehu and Zhou Luo. Roar. At that moment, it was as if a tiger's roar reverberated through the air, soaring toward the heavens. Zhou Luo squinted. It appeared that from within Du Yehu, a tiger leaped forth, roaring at Hua Jincheng, creating a tremendous gust that obliterated the sword intent in an instant. Following this, the gust, together with the tiger, charged toward Hua Jincheng. Hua Jincheng's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Du Yehu's cultivation had reached such heights. Over a year ago, in their last encounter, he had only narrowly lost, but today, he formed a protective barrier with a surge of azure energy. But as the tiger barreled toward him, the blue light dissipated and vanished into thin air. The tiger collided fiercely with Hua Jincheng's chest, causing him to spit blood and stumble back. Although this did not threaten his life, the injury was still considerable, as Du Yehu's strength had already been mitigated by his sword intent and defenses. Before the assembled crowd, however, being so easily defeated was a significant embarrassment. Previously, he had suggested a friendly spar with Du Yehu, but now it was clear he had no right to request such a thing. Yu. He could only stammer that single word, consumed by rage and frustration, yet utterly helpless. Du Yehu ignored him further, turning back to gaze at the Baixian building, bellowing, You worthless cur, come out. His roar shook the very foundations of the Baixian building. Despite Du Yehu's exceptional prowess, he was merely a disciple, unable to sway the structure's resolve. However, the aura of easily vanquishing Hua Jincheng cast an unsettling silence over the Baixian building, a silence that felt heavy and oppressive. Du Yehu, you shall not act recklessly in front of the Baixian building. A venerable voice called out, its tone fluctuating yet imbued with authority. Du Yehu laughed heartily, retorting, Is it I who am being reckless after what your Baixian building has done? You had better provide me with an explanation, otherwise, my master may be forgiving and choose not to hold you accountable, but when my senior brothers return, do not be surprised if my third senior sister comes to wreak havoc. The authoritative voice fell silent, and eventually, a figure descended from within, landing at Du Yehu and Zhou Luo's feet. Du Shixiang, Zhou Shidi, I was momentarily foolish. Please forgive me this once. It was none other than the innkeeper who had previously attended to them. Zhou Luo was perplexed and glanced at Du Yehu, who coldly remarked, This fellow is allied with Hua Jincheng and the others from the Jinyu Peak. Shidi, it is your responsibility to deal with him. It was not a mere coincidence. It was a premeditated warning. Zhou Luo said, Fifth Shixiang, let it go. We have lingered long enough. Let us return. Du Yehu replied icily, Little Shidi, your leniency may not be appreciated by others. The innkeeper hurriedly proclaimed, I will certainly be grateful, and I shall remember this kindness. I will never act foolishly again. Zhou Luo interjected, Fifth Shixiang, let us show mercy where it is due. We should return now, Du Yehu declared coldly. My little shitty's reluctance to pursue this matter does not stem from a desire to avoid conflict, nor from fear. Though Taisu Peak may be small, we have never shied away from confrontation. I will state this clearly. Should anyone dare to call my little shitty a waste again, I will ensure you experience the true meaning of being a waste. Leave. Du Yehu, you are quite imposing. Hua Jinsheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, snarling, the Hao Yuan immortal sect is not for you from Taisu Peak to dictate. Du Yehu replied, it seems you wish to transform into a genuine waste. Hua Jinsheng coldly smiled. Taisu Peak is indeed formidable, yet as long as this young man cannot cultivate, similar incidents will continue to arise. Taisu Peak may protect him for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Fifth Shixiao. Zhou Luo grasped Du Yehu's arm, his expression calm, as if the source of all discord was not him, as if the waste spoken of by others was not he. Greetings, Shixianghua. My fate may indeed be mediocre. Thus, after entering the sect, it took me 4 months to successfully absorb spiritual energy for the first time just yesterday. It is indeed quite embarrassing. Even with Du Yehu present, laughter erupted around them, for such a slow pace of cultivation seemed a waste of time. He might as well return home to till the fields. Zhou Luo, undeterred, continued, yet I firmly believe that perseverance will lead to transformation. The sages say, heavenly movement is vigorous. A gentleman strives unceasingly. The caliber of one's fate is innate and unchangeable. Those with high-tier fates may soar above, while I, with my humble fate, shall endeavor through my own efforts. No matter what achievements I may attain in the future, it seems that they bear no relation to you or your kind. Why trouble me, and why keep a watchful eye on my endeavors, rather than spending this time meddling in my affairs? Would it not be wiser to focus on your own cultivation? Is it truly the case that one's celestial fortune decisively determines the accomplishments in the path of immortality? As Hua Jinsheng would clearly assert, within the same sect, resources are drawn from the collective pool. The more you consume, the less remains for others. How could this not pertain to them? Even though the resources you acquire are obtained by those around you, if those resources were bestowed upon disciples with greater celestial fortunes, they could nurture even more formidable beings. Thus, as the Hao Yuan immortal sect grows increasingly powerful, the benefits for all disciples would multiply. How could this not be interconnected? Yet, Hua Jinsheng found himself at a loss for words at this final remark. The entirety of the Hao Yuan immortal sect, and indeed all cultivators in the world, could not refute his statement. The reason is simple. The esteemed Master Zhengyang of Taisu Peak possesses no celestial fortune. Yet now he exerts pressure not only on the Hao Yuan immortal sect, but is renowned throughout the entire Qingzhou cultivation realm. After a moment of silence, Hua Jinsheng coldly remarked, Junior brother Zhou, you truly possess a silver tongue, worthy of your many years of studying the classics. Zhou Luo raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, what brother Hua states is indeed a fact, and what I say is also true. I recall a saying that resonates well. In 30 years, the east bank of the river. In 40 years, the west bank. Do not despise the youth for their poverty. Upon hearing this, Hua Jinsheng burst into laughter, exclaiming, a splendid phrase indeed. With only 8 months remaining, the sect will hold its annual competition for new disciples. At that time, all new disciples will participate, and no one will be able to shield you. Your success will rest solely on your own abilities. I am quite eager to see if your principle of do not despise the youth for their poverty can truly secure you the respect you seek for yourself. If you succeed, I, Hua Jinsheng, shall serve you without complaint or regret. However, if you fail, junior brother Zhou, you must obediently depart from the Hao Yuan immortal sect. Do you dare accept this wager? Du Yehu shouted, Hua Jinsheng, you seek death. Hua Jinsheng replied, the path of cultivation is inherently brutal, and it is a grand contest of worlds. Du Yehu, if you do not wish for him to endure such humiliation, it would be better to let him leave the Hao Yuan immortal sect, lest you find yourselves in a predicament, making Taisu Peak a laughingstock. Brother Hua, I accept this wager. And you, junior brother? Zhou Luo smiled and said, in the competition for new disciples after 8 months, if I cannot prove myself and continue to remain, it seems unnecessary. Therefore, I would rather impose this pressure upon myself as a form of accountability. Hua Jinsheng smirked. You possess a modicum of spirit. We shall wait and see. Brother Hua. As he watched the other gradually recede into the distance, Zhou Luo suddenly said, everyone has their own selfish motives, and we are no exception. Today, you did not come to seek a sparring match with my 5th senior brother. Rather, you came merely to obstruct me. So tell me, Brother Hua, what is your selfish motive? Hua Jinsheng paused his steps momentarily, then quickened his pace, vanishing from sight. Chapter 16. The Supreme Profound Heart Technique, Junior Brother. Such a wager is one you need not heed. Qingzhou said coldly, Hua Jinqing knows of the competition for new disciples. Do you think I am unaware? As long as Taisu Peak does not consent, you need not participate. Zhou Luo replied, Third sister, I actually wish to take part. The others were momentarily taken aback. And after a brief pause, Qingzhou said, Your temperament is gentle, and you are kind to others. Today, you appear rather impulsive. What is the reason for that? Having spent 4 months together, they were all too familiar with Zhou Luo's character. He was not a coward, nor would he be easily provoked into rashness by mere words. Zhou Luo fell silent for a moment before saying, Everyone has their temperament. I cannot endure others carelessly labeling me as worthless. I may have acted impulsively, but I also wish to fight for myself. Qingzhou said, Your parents have told me that you have never lied and will not lie. Why then today? Zhou Luo asked, Third sister, my 3 senior brothers, may I remain at Taisu Peak for my entire life? As a disciple of Taisu Peak, he certainly could remain there indefinitely. However, they understood the true essence of his inquiry. In the past, a dark-robed elder and Lian Ling entered the Haoyuan immortal sect, accompanied by the mountain-guarding disciples, and today there was Hua Jinqing, along with many onlookers. Unless Zhou Luo remained at Taisu Peak forever, would he be able to escape the incessant gossip? No, it would only intensify, affecting not him, but rather his teachers and senior brothers and sisters. They would protect Zhou Luo for a lifetime, but how could he bear to see them face provocation and unwarranted insults because of him? A person must stand tall and face the world. Escape is not an option, especially for those who care for him so deeply. The heart of a youth is as simple as that. Could he truly never venture outside again? So then, why go out today at all? Qingzhou said, Junior brother, you are already aware of the harsh realities on the path of cultivation, but you may not fully grasp why they target you so. In truth, they are attacking Taisu Peak, using you as a pretext. Years ago, after our master became the head of Taisu Peak, the number of people from Taisu Peak dwindled. This is because, to our master, cultivation is not merely the pursuit of greater power, but also entails the responsibilities and obligations of a cultivator. Hence, those of ill character were expelled from Taisu Peak. Gradually, Taisu Peak became somewhat out of place within the Haoyuan immortal sect. While they may not approve of Taisu Peak, our lineage, though few in number, commands respect throughout the Qingzhou cultivation realm. If they disapprove, what can they do? They can only use you as an excuse to attack Taisu Peak. Do not shoulder all the blame upon yourself. But the truth is, it is indeed because of me. Zhou Luo whispered, Third sister, my 3 senior brothers, I understand you have my best interests at heart, but this time, I wish to make my own decision. Just as I resolutely came to the Haoyuan immortal sect, he had once come to the Haoyuan immortal sect for his parents. Regardless of how arduous the path of cultivation might be or what challenges lay ahead. Now, he wished to fight for himself and for Taisu Peak. No matter the outcome, he could not falter. He could not allow Taisu Peak to become a target for unwarranted attacks because of him. The competition for new disciples is held after new entrants have cultivated for a year, originally intended to assess their progress. However, over time, its nature has gradually transformed. The figure of Master Xingyang appeared before several disciples. There are many grand realms in cultivation and dozens of minor realms. Your successful absorption of spiritual energy yesterday merely opened the door to cultivation. You have yet to step inside. A year is not a long time for beginners. It is primarily a period for laying foundations. Even those with extraordinary talents find it difficult to achieve significant accomplishments. With the Qi refinement realm being the pinnacle of new disciples' cultivation. Do you believe you can enter the Qi refinement realm within the next 8 months? What the Qi refinement realm entailed was still unclear to Zhou Luo, but since the master had stated it, it indicated the difficulty of this realm. Regardless, he would not give up. Master, I wish to give it a try? Master Xingyang asked. You may risk death. Are you not afraid? Afraid. Zhou Luo replied honestly. In the face of life and death, one cannot be unafraid. However, he possessed the courage to confront the decisions he had made. Xingyang Zhenren smiled faintly. And with a graceful wave of his sleeve, the 6 individuals present vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they found themselves in a strange new realm. A space imbued with an extraordinary abundance of spiritual energy, as if the very fabric of this realm was woven from ethereal essence. Having successfully absorbed this spiritual energy and opened the gateway to cultivation, one need not even channel their thoughts to perceive the celestial energies of the universe. A fundamental distinction between cultivators and the mundane. In the face of such a wondrous space, Zhou Luo was astounded. Master, where are we? Shao Dong Tian. Zhongyang Zhenren did not elaborate on the meaning of Shao Dong Tian, but instead stated, for the next 8 months, you shall cultivate the supreme mysterious heart method here. You may commence now. Qing'er, unlock the 2nd layer of the heavy prison peak. Qingzhou unleashed a beam of spiritual light that struck the heavy prison peak Zhou Luo wore, and in an instant, a terrifying force overwhelmed him, forcing him to the ground, unable to rise. In the past months, Zhou Luo had gradually adapted to the suppression of the first layer of the heavy prison peak. Despite the inability to walk freely, he could manage to traverse from the summit of Tai Su Peak to its base. Yet, he was unprepared for the overwhelming might of the second layer, which was more than double the first. Zhou Luo, as you initiate the Supreme Mysterious Heart Method, the extent of your progress after 8 months depends solely on your own efforts. As his words faded, Xingyang Zhenren and the others vanished from sight. Beyond Shaodong Tian lay the Xianling waterfall. Observing their master, the 4 disciples were filled with concern. Qingqing inquired, Master, Shaodong Tian can only be accessed by those above the Xianjing realm. Our junior brother has yet to even step into the Qi refinement realm. Will this be all right? Xingyang Zhenren's smile faded, and he replied calmly, Everyone in the immortal sect wishes to witness the folly of Tai Su Peak. Let them watch if they desire. Your junior brother may appear gentle, yet he possesses a resolute spirit. I can only support his aspirations. As for your concerns, they are unfounded. For his physical constitution far exceeds my expectations. In approximately 3 months, he will have adapted to the first layer of the heavy prison peak's power. The competition among new disciples, which is beyond your capabilities, will be manageable for him once he acclimates to the second layer's suppression. Even if his cultivation has not reached the Qi refinement realm, no one will be able to harm him. Trust in him. Within the so-called Shaodong Tian, Zhou Luo diligently assumed a meditative posture. With a subtle shift of his mind, the jade tablet containing the Supreme Mysterious Heart Method materialized, and the spiritual energy infused into it flowed clearly into his consciousness. Zhou Luo possessed the most rudimentary Qi induction method, as well as the sinister North Underworld method. At this moment, the Supreme Mysterious Heart Method entered him, allowing him to discern a stark contrast. He was certain this was an unparalleled cultivation technique. While the North Underworld method was formidable, it paled in comparison to the Supreme Mysterious Heart Method. Recalling the day his master instructed the third senior sister to retrieve the Supreme Mysterious Heart Method, Zhou Luo sighed deeply. He was no longer the naive novice he once was. The Supreme Mysterious Heart Method and this Shaodong Tian were not easily attainable resources. Master, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Senior sister, senior brothers, I will strive diligently. As his inner voice resonated, Zhou Luo promptly began to channel the Supreme Mysterious Heart Method. The rich spiritual energy around him surged into a frenzy, and not only that, but the spiritual essence from all directions was drawn towards him at a breakneck speed. Such a rapid mobilization of celestial energy was indeed domineering. Despite his limited fortune in cultivation, the speed at which he cultivated far exceeded that of the outside world. Aside from all other factors, there are 2 fundamental elements in cultivation: heart method and environment. The Supreme Mysterious Heart Method, an exquisite and transcendent technique, combined with Shaodong Tian, a blessed land of cultivation, provided one of the finest environments for training. Now that these foundational elements were in place, the potential for achievement was vast. It all hinged upon his own efforts. As Zhou Luo immersed himself in cultivation under the pressure of the heavy prison peak, a golden radiance silently emanated from the depths of his being, unnoticed by him, merging into the spiritual energy he had absorbed and gradually being refined. Chapter 17. The Demon Bird in the Hierarchy of Cultivation Realms. The Qi refinement stage is merely the first level. The term Qi refinement literally signifies a foundational phase. Zhou Luo had yet to reach even this initial stage. As Xingyang Zhenren remarked, he had merely opened the door to cultivation but had not yet stepped through, and thus he was not yet a true cultivator. With such limited cultivation, it was impossible for him to engage in prolonged practice. Typically, a day and a night would be considered long, especially under the suppression of the heavy prison peak. Within half a day, he might find it difficult to continue. However, this time was peculiar, whether due to the Supreme Mysterious Heart Method or the unique environment of Shaodong Tian. 3 full days passed while he remained fully engaged in cultivation. If Xingyang Zhenren could ascertain that Zhou Luo's condition was stable, he might genuinely suspect something was amiss. Before Qingqing and the other disciples, Xingyang Zhenren maintained a calm demeanor, fully confident in Zhou Luo's physical capabilities, yet privately, he harbored concerns. Moreover, Zhou Luo had yet to reach the level of fasting, but it appeared he could continue cultivating for another 2 days. Was it a matter of his physical constitution, the influence of the Supreme Mysterious Heart Method, or perhaps the unique factors of his celestial fortune? Even the erudite Xingyang Zhenren found himself perplexed. As long as Zhou Luo was practicing normally and encountering no unforeseen circumstances, Zhengyang, despite his astonishment, chose not to intervene. 2 days later, Zhou Luo finally emerged from his meditation, feeling some numbness and fatigue in his body. He sat down to stretch his arms and yawned, suddenly realizing he was taken aback. The power of the second layer of the heavy prison peak still pressed upon him. How could he feel so at ease? Skeptical, he attempted to rise and was astonished to find he could do so, albeit with difficulty. In contrast to the previous layer's oppression, where he had struggled for days to relax, now he faced a far greater force, yet felt remarkably lighter. Finally, the period of cultivation had concluded. Zhengyang arrived with prepared sustenance, and as he observed Zhou Luo consume it voraciously, a knowing smile crept upon his face, perhaps reminiscent of his own past. How does it feel after 5 consecutive days of cultivation? 5 days. Zhou Luo paused in bewilderment, responding with confusion, I feel splendid, if not for my physical limitations. I could likely continue. While his spirit remained high, the state of his body was another matter, until he reached the fasting stage. Hunger and fatigue, common afflictions of mortals, would still beset Zhou Luo. The fact that his spirit remained vigorous marked a fundamental difference. Master, did I truly cultivate for 5 consecutive days? Zhou Luo struggled to comprehend. Zhengyang chuckled. Do you think I would fabricate such a statement to amuse you? After you finish eating, take a good rest. The path of cultivation is not one that can be mastered in a single moment. Balance between work and rest is crucial. Cultivation is not solely about relentless practice. Zhou Luo did not grasp the final remark. Zhengyang continued. Reading thousands of volumes of books is not as valuable as traversing thousands of miles. The pursuit of knowledge is akin to cultivation. Zhou Luo understood, respectfully acknowledging his master. After watching him depart, he lay directly on the ground, closed his eyes, and soon fell into a deep slumber, awakening only when his body naturally stirred. How delightful! Zhou Luo arose, gradually stretching his body, savoring the abundant energy and excellent physical condition he possessed. He chuckled softly, then, under the oppressive force of the heavy prison peak, attempted to move his feet forward. To read a myriad of books pales in comparison to traversing thousands of miles. What one gains is a broadened perspective and profound insights into life, knowledge that cannot be acquired merely from books. On the path of cultivation, relentless practice alone is insufficient. It represents only a fragment of the journey, hence the necessity for practical experience. Even if his celestial affinity was lacking, the importance of time became even more pronounced, and Zhou Luo held firm to his teacher's words. He walked slowly, regardless of how exceptional his physical prowess might be. He remained under the weight of the second layer of heavy prison peak-s force. Even someone at the Qi refinement stage would be easily subdued, let alone Zhou Luo. His current gait resembled a hesitant shuffle, each painstaking lift of his foot followed by a heavy drop, and in an instant, the abundant energy and peak condition he felt were utterly depleted, leaving him helplessly collapsed on the ground after barely taking 2 steps. Deep down, Zhou Luo understood that managing to walk 2 steps under such oppressive circumstances was no small feat. He believed that, were it not for the 5 days of prior training and the nurturing environment of the supreme mysterious heart technique and the little cave heaven, he might not have been able to rise, let alone walk. Gasping for breath, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the ground. Once his breathing steadied, he silently began to circulate the supreme mysterious heart technique, embarking on yet another session of cultivation. This was a testament to his past perseverance, allowing him to continue cultivating even in a state of extreme fatigue. He remained uncertain whether such efforts in his current condition would yield additional benefits. All he knew was the importance of cherishing time. Each time he pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion before pausing to rest was a reflection of his tenacity and dedication to cultivation, qualities that the true young master valued highly. Zhou Luo's gentle disposition and kind-hearted nature made him an exceptionally pleasing disciple in the eyes of the true young master. In the ensuing days, Zhou Luo repetitively engaged in this simple routine, awakening, nourishing himself, then continuing to move forward under the suppression of the heavy prison peak until he could proceed no further, at which point he began his cultivation anew. Day after day, month after month, before he realized it, over half a year had passed. Time flew by, and Zhou Luo was quite satisfied with his cultivation progress. Under the terrifying suppression of the second layer of heavy prison peak, he now managed to advance approximately 100 meters each time. Over this half year, he had unwittingly ventured deep into the little cave heaven. In terms of his cultivation, Zhou Luo was oblivious to how far he was from the Qi refinement stage. Yet he sensed a newfound restraint within his dantian, making the path to advancement increasingly arduous. His teacher mentioned that this was a sign of an impending breakthrough, but the exact timing remained uncertain. Nonetheless, while the true young master appeared calm before Zhou Luo, he was inwardly astonished, considering Zhou Luo's mediocre celestial affinity. Achieving the qi refinement stage within a year seemed impossible, yet here he was, on the verge of a breakthrough, a truly remarkable occurrence. The true young master could not comprehend this phenomenon, ultimately attributing it to Zhou Luo's exceptional physical constitution, which allowed him to endure the weight of heavy prison peak while leveraging the conducive environment of the little cave heaven to expedite his cultivation speed, alongside the supreme mysterious heart technique. Moreover, the true young master harbored doubts that Zhou Luo's celestial affinity was as lackluster as perceived. Rather, it was hidden and unassuming. There existed a terrifying legend about hidden celestial affinities, said to be concealed out of jealousy from the heavens, forming a protective mechanism to prevent the possessor from losing their life due to divine envy. Once this concealed affinity was triggered, it would gradually reveal its true nature, endowing the possessor with extraordinary cultivation speed. When this affinity was fully activated, an unparalleled figure would emerge, no longer fearing the heavens' jealousy. All of this remained speculative. The true young master could not ascertain the truth, yet there was no denying Zhou Luo's exceptional performance. One day, after awakening from slumber, Zhou Luo filled his belly and resumed his forward stride, repeating the simplest of actions. However, after taking just a few steps, a sudden roar echoed from ahead, followed by a massive creature darting forth at lightning speed. The little cave heaven was suddenly imbued with a distinctly different aura. His senior brothers and sisters had spoken of the unique energies possessed by humans and beasts alike. The colossal entity bearing down upon him was evidently a ferocious beast, exuding a powerful aura that unmistakably belonged to a demon bird. The presence of a demon bird within the little cave heaven was unexpected. In the Yuan immortal sect, there existed spirit birds, beasts that had been tamed, while untamed ones were classified as demon birds, symbolizing savagery and cold-heartedness. Zhou Luo's heart began to race with anxiety. His senior brothers and sisters had prepared meals from demon birds for him to consume, yet this was his first encounter with one, and it was nothing short of terrifying. The creature's copper-like eyes radiated ferocity and a hunger for human flesh. It yearned to devour him. According to his seniors, demon birds were merciless, finding pleasure in feasting on humans, considering it a form of their own cultivation. As Zhou Luo assessed the creature, the demon bird's predatory intent intensified, culminating in a fearsome roar before it lunged at him with the ferocity of a tiger pouncing on its prey. Although he had witnessed battles among cultivators, Zhou Luo was still unfamiliar with the concept of combat and could only instinctively retreat with the utmost speed. Yet, even his original pace was no match for the demon bird. Under the suppression of heavy prison peak, he was far from being able to outrun the beast. Within mere moments, the stench of blood rushed toward him, and the demon bird's sharp claws descended mercilessly upon his head. Zhou Luo had no doubt that should they land, his skull would shatter like a watermelon. In that critical moment, his only option was to instinctively tilt his head, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. The demon bird's claws struck heavily against his shoulder, tearing through flesh and fabric, exposing the stark, white bone beneath. An agonizing pain surged through him, causing Zhou Luo's eyes to redden instantly. Despite having endured injuries throughout his life, he had never faced such a wound. His body involuntarily convulsed under the intensity of the pain, and standing on the precipice of life and death. The usually composed Zhou Luo felt as if his very soul had fled. Even though he had embarked on the path of cultivation and was not a practitioner per se, he had spent enough time among the sect to encounter various situations. However, he remained just a youth, untested by the trials of life. How could he face such a dire predicament with composure? Especially now, as he witnessed the demon bird open its maw, consuming his flesh along with his garments. Zhou Luo's heart trembled uncontrollably in fear. Fear is an inevitable companion for a young boy who has never taken a life. Yet he finds himself witnessing a monstrous bird feasting upon its own flesh. It is only when the stench of blood envelopes him again, and the sharp claws seem to cleave the very fabric of space, that Zhou Luo awakens to the urgency of survival. Driven by primal instinct, he pushes against the creature's formidable talons with hands burdened by terror and weight. The pain from the piercing claws is excruciating, yet he is numb to it. For the creature's massive head is now looming over him, its ivory fangs glistening ominously as it descends upon him. "Get away from me," the boy shouts, summoning every ounce of strength to thrust his arms, managing to force the beast back a few paces. However, one of his hands has already been impaled by its claws, and as the creature retreats, it drags him forward unsteadily. Roaring with renewed ferocity, the beast seems incensed by its temporary setback at the hands of a mere child. A wave of malevolent energy washes over it, causing its form to swell, looming larger like a mountain ready to collapse upon him. With nowhere left to evade, Zhou Luo realizes that being crushed beneath its weight would obliterate any hope of escape. Clenching his other hand, just as he is about to be overwhelmed, he strikes out with a punch, channeling all his might into a blow aimed squarely at the creature's head. In that moment, the faint energy within his dantian surges, sensing its master in peril, and surges forth, coalescing around his fist. A resounding impact echoes as his small hand connects with the creature's skull, sending the hulking beast crashing to the ground. Zhou Luo, momentarily astounded by his own strength, seizes the opportunity and mounts the fallen creature, raining down blows upon it with relentless fervor. As he continues to strike, time becomes a blur until fatigue overtakes him, his body growing weak, and his hands can no longer hold up the weight of the beast. Just as he feels himself teetering on the brink of collapse, a radiant light flickers within his palm. This is not the light of blood. Rather, it emanates from the flesh of his own hand, exuding a brilliant and sinister glow that hints at overwhelming power. At the same time, the North Ming technique instinctively begins to activate within Zhou Luo's mind, beyond his control. In an instant, a potent craving for blood surges within him. Under normal circumstances, he would have been able to suppress this urge, having grown familiar with the North Ming technique. Yet, after having recently taken a life, drenched in blood and surrounded by the carnage of the beast beneath him, he finds himself overwhelmed by this insatiable thirst. Unable to restrain himself any longer, the brilliance from his palm descends upon the creature, and without a sound, a stream of blood is drawn from it, seamlessly merging with Zhou Luo's essence. Should anyone have witnessed this moment, they would recognize that what he absorbed was not mere blood, but the essence of life itself, an irreplaceable core of vitality intrinsic to every being. The moment this essence enters him, the North Ming technique accelerates in power, and Zhou Luo perceives the surrounding spiritual energy of the world converging upon him with an intensity that feels transformative. Despite his previous struggles with the energy of the universe, he now finds himself on the brink of a breakthrough, as the essence swiftly integrates with his own. Having practiced for what felt like an eternity, Zhou Luo understands his own condition well. The refinement of energy typically takes considerable time, yet now he has absorbed this essence with astonishing swiftness, merging it with his own. With this infusion, he senses his energy attempting to break through the confines of his dantian, drawing ever closer to a significant breakthrough. The effect of this single essence far surpasses days of rigorous training. He finally comprehends the elder's intentions. He truly sought to aid Zhou Luo in his cultivation. Given his lack of favorable circumstances, the North Ming technique appears to be the best path forward. However, he grapples with the morality of enhancing his power through the lifeblood of others, recognizing the dark and malevolent nature of such practices. Despite the potential for advancement, he refuses to forsake his humanity in the pursuit of power, unwilling to become a creature of pure bloodlust. Zhou Luo, Master. Upon encountering the renowned Zheng Yang, Zhou Luo feels a wave of relief wash over him, yet the shadow of the North Ming technique looms in his thoughts, igniting a fear that they might cast him away if they discover his secret. Zheng Yang, perceiving the boy's turmoil as a natural response to his first brush with death, administers a healing pill and tends to his wounds. Gently ruffling Zhou Luo's hair, he assures him, "That beast was formidable. You did well to defeat it. But Master, I am afraid," Zhou Luo admits, uncertain whether his fear stems from the North Ming technique or the harrowing battle for his life. Zheng Yang smiles gently. "Child, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Fear is a natural response, but you must adapt quickly. The existence of beasts within this realm serves a purpose. Today marks merely the beginning of your journey. Once you are healed, you will encounter more such creatures, and your task will be to survive and vanquish them. Only by doing so can you prove your worth in the competition among new disciples and reclaim your dignity." Observing the flicker of anxiety in Zhou Luo's eyes, Zheng Yang adds, "Though the beasts may be terrifying, they pale in comparison to the treachery of the human heart. Do you understand?" Chapter 19. Survive after Zheng Yang departs. Zhou Luo sits alone on the ground, for the first time not rushing into his cultivation despite the pain from his injuries. The path of cultivation involves life and death struggles, where humans hunt beasts and beasts prey upon humans. Such dynamics are perhaps inevitable, akin to mankind's primal instincts. Though Zhou Luo harbors fear, he believes he can conquer it. Having witnessed the life and death battles of others, he realizes this is his first personal encounter with such violence. However, He is confident in his ability to overcome this fear. If he cannot, there would be no point in continuing on this path, only leading to harm for himself and others. Yet, he is left pondering, what shall he do about the Northming technique? Since the cultivation of the Supreme Profound Heart Sutra, the North Underworld Great Technique has been all but forgotten. Zhou Luo no longer worries about its potential impact on him. After all, he had previously managed to keep it in check. However, he did not anticipate that when blood envelopes him, the insatiable desire brought forth by extreme evil would be so overwhelming. Can he truly suppress the fear instilled by the life and death battles on the path of immortality and control the yearning that arises in the face of bloodshed? If he cannot, will he inevitably transform into a thoroughly bloodthirsty monster in this lifetime? Due to his family's circumstances and the influence of his parents, Zhou Luo has always been kind-hearted, with a gentle disposition, yet he possesses his own opinions and makes decisions without hesitation. The townsfolk often refer to him as a little adult, noting his maturity beyond his years. Today, however, the young man feels lost, perhaps for the first time in his life. His heart is a tempest of confusion. Suddenly, his wrist trembles, a slight sting, a coolness. Father, mother. He rolls up his sleeve, revealing a crescent-shaped bracelet. As he gazes upon it, it feels as though his parents are watching over him, offering comfort. Zhou Luo forces a bitter smile and softly murmurs, Father, mother. Do you know the struggles within my heart? I truly do not know what to do. The bracelet seems to stir slightly, emitting a gentle silver light, akin to the warmth of parental love that brings him solace. Uncertain whether it is merely an illusion, Zhou Luo's chaotic heart gradually calms, as he recalls the initial purpose of his journey to the Haoyuan immortal sect. Indeed, he came for his parents. No matter how he may change in the future, he must ensure they endure no humiliation. Even if this life leads him into the depths of hell, his foremost duty is to secure a peaceful existence for his parents. Everything else can be addressed later. Zhou Luo then closes his eyes, focuses his heart towards the heavens, and begins to cultivate the Supreme Profound Heart Sutra. Perhaps after that so-called battle, having brushed against the edges of life and death, or perhaps due to the sudden emergence of the North Underworld Great Technique consuming a drop of essence blood, coupled with his injuries, this session of cultivation feels remarkably easier than before. Unbeknownst to him, 10 days swiftly pass, and his injuries have fully healed. Awakening, he sees the provisions his teacher prepared and collects them, continuing onward. Surprisingly, he does not feel hunger. Instead, he experiences an unprecedented sense of fullness, undoubtedly a result of the changes brought about by the North Underworld Great Technique. The North Underworld Great Technique. Zhou Luo chuckles bitterly, feeling helpless. Though fears still linger in his heart, he must bear them for the sake of his parents. As his teacher mentioned, the small cave heavens are home to many magical beasts, and he had previously avoided them due to insufficient depth of exploration. Now ahead lies a forest shrouded in mist. Even if the magical beasts do not yet reveal themselves, the distinct aura they emit unmistakably signals their presence within. To traverse the forest, survive the pursuit of these magical beasts, or to slay them, this is the trial Zhou Luo must face. Without the North Underworld Great Technique, he would willingly accept the challenge. In the realm of mortals, one may deride the impoverished, but not the courtesan. Immortal cultivators wield immense power and soar through the skies on swords. Yet with greater strength comes greater desire. The world of cultivation subscribes to the law of the jungle. The weak are prey to the strong. His teacher taught him that cultivation is not merely about training. It also encompasses the life and death struggles that serve as trials. Yet, with the North Underworld Great Technique present, will he continue to succumb to bloodlust in the face of blood? Even with a resolution in his heart, as the moment draws near, uncertainty still grips Zhou Luo. Roar. His hesitation does not go unnoticed. The magical beasts in the forest detect the scent of a human. In a flash, a creature resembling a civet cat, glimmering with azure light, lunges towards him at lightning speed. Although smaller than the beasts he encountered previously, its swiftness is unmatched, and the gleam of its claws reveals their razor-sharpness. If he is caught, it would not merely cost him a piece of flesh. Zhou Luo, unwilling to die or to be devoured alive, tightens his fists and strikes without mercy. Combat requires experience, and while he has only faced one encounter, he feels notably calmer now, aware that his strength can confront these magical beasts. Unfortunately, sufficient strength does not compensate for a lack of speed, experience, or timely reactions. Just as his fist is about to collide with the civet beast, it deftly dodges to the side, its claws viciously sinking into Zhou Luo's shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh. A sharp pain shoots through him, but the sight of the beast feasting on his flesh with its piercing sounds and blood-soaked mouth. Chills him to the core. For the first time, Zhou Luo charges at the civet beast. Though his speed is not extraordinary, the creature, having already savored its victory, does not evade him. As he rushes forward, it finishes devouring the flesh from its claws and darts towards him like lightning. Having learned from his earlier misstep, Zhou Luo refrains from an immediate attack. At the moment the civet beast prepares to strike, he unleashes a powerful punch that propels it several meters away, rolling on the ground, unable to rise again. This proves that his strength suffices to slay these relatively small beasts with a single blow. Having passed another trial, Zhou Luo consumes the healing elixir provided by his teacher, clutching his wounded shoulder, deliberately avoiding a glance at the fallen civet beast as he continues deeper into the forest. He thinks to himself that as long as he does not approach or touch the corpse, avoiding contact with blood, the North Underworld Great Technique will not activate. However, he underestimates the technique's mystery. In an instant, it operates autonomously in his mind. A surge of blood essence bursts forth from his injured shoulder, enveloping the civet beast and forcefully drawing its life essence back to him. This North Underworld Great Technique. Zhou Luo curses inwardly, yet feels powerless to resist. He settles down to meditate and cultivate. The essence must be refined and integrated. Otherwise, his own blood will be affected and even eroded. This fundamental truth he understands well. The process of cultivation proves simpler than anticipated, as the essence blood melds with his spiritual energy, transforming into his own power, settling in his dantian. For Zhou Luo, the sole comfort lies in the elevation of his cultivation level. Upon concluding his meditation, he discovers that the wound on his shoulder has significantly improved. Although it still aches and remains unhealed, the injury is not debilitating. Could this be yet another benefit bestowed by the North Underworld Great Technique? Perplexed, Zhou Luo chooses not to dwell on it further and strides purposefully into the forest. Roar, roar. In an instant, the once tranquil forest erupts into chaos as the magical beasts, sensing the presence of a human, go wild, unleashing gusts of energy as they swiftly converge from all directions. Eager to capture their solitary prey, Zhou Luo was filled with trepidation, yet his resolve only grew stronger. Before he was completely encircled by the many ferocious creatures, he sprinted at full speed toward the far side of the forest. All thoughts of the North Meon Great Technique and bloodthirsty monsters were cast aside. His singular focus was survival. Chapter 20, Shattered Mirror. Within the dense forest, malevolent energies sparkled like stars, intermingled with a pungent stench. At intervals, the echoes of beastly cries reverberated through the woods, ensuring that this place was never truly quiet. Suddenly, in a corner of the forest, a furious roar pierced the air, intensifying the already chaotic atmosphere. Moments later, a massive figure, reeking of blood, burst forth, crashing through numerous towering trees before collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Its body bore countless grotesque wounds, blood gushing forth, and after a prolonged struggle, it resignedly closed its eyes, filled with sorrow and rage. In that instant, as the creature's life ebbed away, a lithe young boy leapt from the same direction, landing atop an intact tree. Observing the demise of the monstrous bird, a faint smile flickered in the boy's eyes. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating him and adding a touch of vitality, yet his youthful visage now bore a hint of coldness, especially in his eyes, which had lost their previous tranquility, replaced by a sharp intensity, as if he were the hunter and the creature was merely prey. This boy was, of course, Zhou Luo, who had been honing his skills in the small cave heaven. Since entering this forest, he had felt like a wildcat amidst a pack of wolves, constantly evading the relentless pursuit of the monstrous birds, wandering through every corner of the forest like a lost soul, striving to avoid becoming a meal. Such direct experiences had undoubtedly contributed immensely to Zhou Luo's growth. In the initial weeks, his sole purpose was to escape, often sustaining injuries that left him perilously close to death. Fortunately, thanks to the excellent physical constitution imparted by the true young master, he managed to endure, and the suppression from the power of the heavy prison peak was refining his body, enhancing his physical prowess. Zhou Luo's innate understanding was remarkable. During his flight, he diligently discerned the weaknesses and habits of each monstrous bird, fortifying his willpower to survive the relentless chases. Gradually, after more than a month, he began to attempt counterattacks against these creatures. Although his efforts were often accompanied by injuries and narrow escapes, his combat experience grew richer. He owed much to the heavy prison peak. Had it not been for the protective talisman gifted by young master Nanxian, he might have already fallen prey to the creatures. Once he fully adapted to the second level of the heavy prison peak's power, His speed matched that of the agile monsters, allowing him to evade capture repeatedly. With each successive escape and counterattack, his combat skills improved significantly, culminating today in the defeat of a colossal avian beast without sustaining any injuries. This marked a true testament to his progress. It had been nearly 8 months, and the time to depart was drawing near. Gazing at the lifeless creature, Zhou Luo exhaled heavily, realizing that he had unwittingly spent such a long time in the small cave heaven, with the competition for new disciples at the Haoyuan immortal sect about to commence. As this thought crossed his mind, a surge of crimson light erupted from his palm, striking the massive beast. This scene had become somewhat numbing for Zhou Luo. Whenever he vanquished a creature and encountered blood, the North Meon Great Technique would instinctively activate, absorbing the creature's essence. No matter how much he tried to restrain himself, it seemed to have become a second nature, compelling him to act in this manner, as if he had adapted to this rhythm. As the essence was drawn in, Zhou Luo settled onto the tree, beginning to refine this vital blood. With a resounding thud, as the essence was refined and entered his dantian, merging into his spiritual energy, the barriers that had long confined him began to crumble. Consequently, a more formidable aura erupted from Zhou Luo, enveloping the forest. The creatures, initially drawn by the earlier commotion, scattered in an instant. These avian beasts, though perhaps lacking in remarkable intelligence, possessed an acute sense of danger far surpassing that of humans. At this moment, Zhou Luo was on the brink of breaking through, poised to enter the Qi refining realm, no matter how arrogant the creatures might be. They dared not provoke a cultivator. Such an act would undoubtedly be courting death. The breakthrough was not as arduous as he had imagined, perhaps due to the considerable essence he had absorbed. In mere moments, as the barriers dissolved, Zhou Luo felt an unmistakable shift within himself. Previously, while his dantian contained spiritual energy, it was dispersed and uncoordinated, akin to a pile of loose sand, with the energy seemingly evading him. Now, having stepped into the Qi refining realm, he not only sensed the presence of spiritual energy clearly, but could also command it at will. Flowing like a gentle stream beyond his dantian, coursing through his body and refining it further. The Qi refining realm entails using the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to enhance one's physical form, thereby allowing for greater capacity to absorb spiritual energy. This foundational aspect of cultivation ensures that without a strong constitution, one risks being overwhelmed by the increasingly potent spiritual energy. Zhou Luo withdrew from his meditation, acutely aware of the stark contrast between his current state and his past. The sensation was exhilarating, akin to a destitute individual suddenly coming into a fortune. After a year of arduous effort, he had finally reached the Qi refining realm. However, joy was soon replaced by a profound silence. Zhou Luo understood all too well how he had attained this realm. With his unremarkable celestial affinity, reaching this stage in a year was an extraordinary feat. Without the care of his teachers and seniors, the resources of the small cave heaven, the heavy prison peak, the protective talisman from young master Nanxian, and the many rare herbs, elixirs, and the essence of monstrous creatures, the most critical factor was the North Meon Great Technique. This technique allowed him to directly absorb the pure energy of the creature's essence, a key reason for his current achievements. Zhou Luo realized that if he were to forsake the North Meon Great Technique in the future, even if he were to acquire a more profound method, his path of cultivation would once again become exceedingly arduous. The pursuit of overwhelming power often leads cultivators to abandon all scruples. If the North Meon Great Technique fell into the hands of others, they would undoubtedly pursue it relentlessly. Zhou Luo could not do that. Having been raised on the teachings of sages, he understood the nature of good and evil, recognizing that one must not conflate the righteous path with that of malevolence. Prior events were merely to ensure the tranquility of my parents. Now that I have attained the Qi refinement stage, although I remain uncertain of the strengths of the other newly initiated disciples, I firmly believe that I can reclaim my dignity in the competition among them and prove my worth. Thus, if I can make Lu Meng see this, he will abandon any thoughts of harming me or my parents. From that point onward, there will be no need to resort to the Baiming Great Technique. With this resolution, my heart gradually lightened, and I swiftly retraced my steps. I yearned to reunite with my master and senior brothers and sisters, to inform them that I have reached the Qi refinement stage, relieving them of their worries and allowing them to focus on their own cultivation without wasting time on me. Chapter 21. The Life and Death Battle Stage Master, Third Senior Sister, and 3 Senior Brothers. In the courtyard before the bamboo house, everyone witnessed the swift approach of Zhou Luo, sharing in his joy, for they understood well the arduous journey that had led him to the Qi refinement stage. Achieving this milestone in a mere year is no small feat for a novice. for those lacking extraordinary celestial connections. The journey from nothingness to the Qi refinement stage is indeed a formidable challenge. Zhou Luo's modest celestial affinity renders this achievement even more remarkable, regardless of the struggles faced. The outcome we see today is worthy of celebration. Junior brother, come quickly, Qing exclaimed, grasping Zhou Luo's hand with uncontained delight. Though a year had passed, their time together was limited, yet in Qing's heart, Zhou Luo had become like a brother to her. Master, I have reached the Qi refinement stage, Zhou Luo declared. I see, smiled Zhenyan. It is no easy feat, but the efforts you have invested are indeed worthwhile for this moment. However, remember that the path of cultivation is long and boundless. The Qi refinement stage is merely the beginning. Remain humble and steadfast, and you shall forge ahead. Do you understand? Zhou Luo nodded vigorously, recalling the initial aspiration that had driven him to this point, which was indeed the foundation of his present achievement. Very well. I shall now share some fundamental knowledge of cultivation with you. Zhenyan removed the heavy prison peak from around Zhou Luo's neck, explaining, this is a spiritual weapon, often referred to as a magical artifact, the tool of a cultivator. The heavy prison peak is an exceptional spiritual weapon, its myriad mysteries encapsulated in a single word, wait. Now that you have reached the Qi refinement stage, you may refine it, and it shall truly belong to you. From henceforth, you can wield the heavy prison peak at your leisure, utilizing it to aid your cultivation or in battle. Over the course of 2 hours, Zhenyan imparted a wealth of knowledge, which Zhou Luo diligently committed to memory. With merely 5 days remaining until the competition among new disciples, he resolved to refine the heavy prison peak and then take some time to rest and rejuvenate. Back in his chamber, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on his bed, holding the black stone, the heavy prison peak that had accompanied him for so long. As a supreme spiritual weapon, its value was beyond what he could currently afford and was a culmination of years of effort from third senior sister and the others. This profound bond weighed heavily on his heart. Let us begin. A voice resonated within him. The spiritual energy within his dantian surged forth, pulling Zhou Luo's consciousness along with it, rushing into the heavy prison peak. As his consciousness imprinted upon the artifact, the refining process commenced, culminating in a successful bond. This process was not overly complex, unless the heavy prison peak had a prior owner, necessitating the removal of any previous imprint. However, the peak had been specifically prepared for Zhou Luo by his master and third senior sister, merely bound by restrictions rather than fully refined. The instant his consciousness etched itself into the heavy prison peak, all knowledge about the artifact flooded into Zhou Luo's mind. Remarkably, it was forged from a meteorite, explaining its extraordinary weight, and it possessed 9 levels of power, each surpassing the last. Zhou Luo had only begun to adapt to the 2nd level, making it difficult to fathom the terror of the 9th level's might. He imagined that when the 9th level unleashed its power, even a true mountain would be crushed beneath its weight, a testament to its status as a supreme spiritual weapon. At present, even the 2nd level of power was something Zhou Luo sensed could overwhelm an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator. He had painstakingly spent nearly a year acclimatizing to this level, and he mused that others would likely struggle to withstand such sudden pressure. Of course, Zhou Luo was aware that within the Qi refinement stage, there were vast differences. The Qi refinement stage encompasses 9 levels, and he was merely at the 1st level, a chasm separating him from those at the 9th level. Yet among the new disciples, it was unlikely that even the most gifted could achieve the 9th level within a year. Thus, with his current cultivation and the heavy prison peak, even if he did not place among the top in the competition, he would still prove his worth. The heavy prison peak transformed into a beam of spiritual light, entering Zhou Luo's mind and settling silently within his body. The ability of a spiritual weapon to integrate with its wielder signifies its true essence. Under the constant nurturing of his spiritual energy, the bond would grow closer, and with favorable circumstances, the quality of the weapon might further elevate. Zhou Luo then closed his eyes and began his cultivation using the supreme profound heart technique. Zhenyan had advised him to rest for a few days. But after a year of rigorous training, especially during the final 2 months in the small cave heaven, constantly pursued by formidable creatures, he had grown accustomed to the urgency and tension. Relaxation was a concept foreign to him. Cultivation was perhaps his only means of solace. In the blink of an eye, 5 days flew by. Zhou Luo emerged from his meditation, opened his eyes, and stepped slowly toward the door. Today was the day he would demonstrate his worth to the entire Haoyuan immortal sect. True to his nature, he had never been concerned about the opinions of others. Indifferent to praise or blame, I casually observed the blossoms bloom and wither in the courtyard. Unaffected by the ebb and flow of fortune, I drift with the clouds beyond. This was Zhou Luo's aspiration in life, to watch the tempests rise and fall, patiently awaiting the unfolding of the clouds, and to engage in light-hearted discourse as time flows by, embracing the simple pleasures of existence. However, this was a world of cultivation, and even if he was indifferent to his own fate, he must uphold the dignity of Taizu Peak. If others sought to use him as a pretext to attack Taizu Peak, even Zhou Luo's naturally tranquil disposition would compel him to retaliate. In the courtyard outside his chamber, Xingyang Junren and the others awaited him. Master, third senior sister, and 3 senior brothers. Go forth. Junior brother, allow me to escort you. Lu Wang grasped Zhou Luo's arm, and with a flash of radiant light beneath their feet, they soared swiftly into the sky. Is this what it means to fly through the air? Zhou Luo mused, filled with a sense of longing, yet he quickly regained his composure. During these past few days, practicing the supreme profound heart technique had made him acutely aware of the challenges in his cultivation. His modest celestial affinity, as he had anticipated, hindered his progress despite the profound nature of the technique. If he harbored hopes of achieving the ability to fly through the air, he must traverse the path ahead. Having relinquished the beaming great technique, he chose to abandon any expectations to avoid becoming ensnared. Beyond the main peak lay an endless expanse, amidst which floated stone platforms resembling fallen stars, suspended in the vastness of space. From all directions, numerous individuals gathered, a vibrant assembly of youthful men and women, brimming with vitality like the rising sun. As one of the 10 illustrious sects of Qingzhou, the Hao Yuan immortal sect's strength and status are beyond question. Each year, numerous aspirants join the sect, and the annual competition among new disciples, aside from a few exceptional individuals, becomes an opportune moment for many to leap into prominence. Those who perform admirably may find themselves among the 7 peaks, akin to Zhou Luo, who becomes a core disciple of the Hao Yuan immortal sect, receiving unparalleled guidance and resources far beyond what he previously experienced. Lu Wang remarked, Junior brother, this is the battle platform of our Hao Yuan immortal sect. Here, disciples engage in validation and sparring, and it also encompasses life and death contests. Zhou Luo was momentarily taken aback. While he comprehended the earlier statements, the final remark eluded his understanding. Lu Wang, with a faint smile, explained, wherever there are people, there lies a world of strife. Even among fellow disciples, there can exist life and death grudges. However, direct conflict is forbidden among us, hence the necessity of resolving such matters on this battle platform. Zhou Luo remained silent. Fellow disciples ought to be akin to family. Even amidst disputes, it should not escalate to enmity, let alone to the point of death. Yet, reality is often cruel. Zhou Luo, having immersed himself in the teachings of sages, was not merely a bookworm. He understood that while texts recorded profound truths, they also chronicled the harshness of human existence. Initially, he believed these were merely words on a page, but now he felt the undeniable weight of reality. Lu Wang recognized Zhou Luo's character and understood that, as a youth, he had once been carefree. However, in this past year, he had endured much, and it was indeed somewhat burdensome for him. Yet, this was the cost of growth. The brutal truths of the immortal cultivation world must be made clear to Zhou Luo to ensure he does not feel out of place. Junior brother, you have spent the past year on the Taizu Peak. Aside from your initial arrival at the Hao Yuan immortal sect, you have only visited Taizu Peak once. In the future, you will face much more. You need not adapt to everything, but you must learn to view it with indifference. In this world, there are myriad helpless situations we cannot change. All we can do is grow stronger and tread upon them, for once we stand at a greater height, the past will merely be a memory. Chapter 22. The first battle. Zhou Luo understood that both his teacher and his senior siblings were earnestly striving to impart the harsh realities of the cultivation world, equipping him with various coping strategies so that he may thrive in such an environment. One inevitably grows up, whether it be parents, teachers, or siblings. They can only accompany one for a portion of the journey, unable to walk the entirety of life's path with them. The future lies solely in one's own hands. In the distance, a beam of light pierced the air, dispersing to reveal a group of individuals. Among them, Zhou Luo recognized Hua Jinsheng, with whom he had made an agreement that day. The leader, exuding an imposing demeanor, was none other than Lin Mo, one of the top 10 disciples of the Jinyu Peak. Lu Wang cast a brief glance at them and offered a succinct introduction to Zhou Luo before casually stating, "It has been a while. I hope you are well." Lin Mo smiled slightly, replying, "The phrase long time no see merely reflects your deliberate avoidance of meeting me." This statement left much to ponder, revealing Lin Mo's cunning nature. As one of the top 10 disciples of Jinyu Peak, and with Lu Wang also being a disciple of Tai Su Peak, both were prominent figures among the younger generation of the Hao Yuan immortal sect. Such intentionality could easily lead to misunderstandings. While this was trivial gossip, humanity is often adept at spreading unfounded rumors. They had no words to counter the facts. But before the truth was revealed, Lin Mo was pressuring Lu Wang. Shifting his gaze to Zhou Luo, Lin Mo inquired, "This must be junior brother Zhou Luo?" Zhou Luo replied, "I have met brother Lin." Lin Mo continued, "On that day outside by Xian Tower, brother Hua spoke rather harshly. As fellow disciples, this was rather inappropriate. I hope junior brother Zhou can forgive him." Zhou Luo remained silent, fully aware that Lin Mo had more to say. Indeed, Lin Mo went on, "However, the words spoken contained some truth. With your celestial affinity, junior brother Zhou, being permitted into the sect is a great blessing. And to directly become a core disciple of Tai Su Peak with ample resources. Does this not seem somewhat excessive?" He clarified, "I mean no offense. I merely speak to the matter at hand. If there were other intentions, perhaps handling it could be more manageable, but addressing the issue directly made it difficult to refute." Fortunately, Zhou Luo had no intention of contesting anything. Meeting Lin Mo's seemingly gentle yet incisive gaze, he slowly replied, "I previously heard brother Hua mention that the path of immortal cultivation is fraught with competition. Since there is competition among you elder brothers, why should I not partake?" Lin Mo smiled faintly, stating, "Competition must consider one's qualifications. Of course, if you wish to invoke the name of Master Xingyang, I cannot argue against that. However, if everyone believes they can be like Master Xingyang, I must advise you, do not aim too high, lest you become deluded." Lu Wang's gaze turned icy in an instant. Zhou Luo tugged at his sleeve and boldly remarked, "Brother Lin's counsel, I shall remember. I also admire your concern for the sect." "Thank you." Lin Mo's calm eyes narrowed slightly, a chill sweeping through him as if it could solidify. His purported concern for the sect was merely an excuse, a common refrain. It was evident that he disdained Zhou Luo, using him to target Tai Su Peak. Yet, Zhou Luo's clear retort exposed Lin Mo's earlier words as mere bluster. Lu Wang stated coolly, "While you speak to the matter at hand, so does my junior brother. How is this incorrect?" Lin Mo regained his composure, casting a profound glance at Zhou Luo, saying, "Since junior brother Zhou has committed it to memory, I hope you can act accordingly. Do not invite trouble upon yourself, and do not bring shame upon the Hao Yuan immortal sect." Lu Wang replied, "That sentiment may be premature." Lin Mo responded, "Then let us wait and see if there are any surprises." Lu Wang smiled lightly and paid no further heed. Surprises? They had long been anticipated. As time flowed steadily on, more individuals gathered, and at a certain moment, amidst the many battle platforms, an elderly figure appeared out of thin air, their resonant voice echoing far and wide. "The competition for new disciples of the Hao Yuan immortal sect begins now. The first battle, Tai Su Peak disciple Zhou Luo versus Outer Mountain disciple Hu Meng. Please ascend the battle platform." Once the words fell, no further commentary ensued. Zhou Luo distinctly perceived the sharp intensity reflected in Lu Wang's eyes. "Fourth brother?" Lu Wang, with a frigid smile, remarked indifferently, "If this disciple contest continues in such a manner, how long will it last? The Hao Yuan immortal sect receives thousands of new disciples each year. Yet with so many battle platforms, only one contest has commenced. Apart from Tai Su Peak, it seems all of the Hao Yuan immortal sect is gathered today to witness Zhou Luo's, Tai Su Peak's, disgrace." Even though he had been aware of this sentiment before, facing it in person ignited a righteous fury within him. Such cruelty was intolerable. The so-called camaraderie among fellow disciples was revealed to be utterly despicable. Zhou Luo declared, "After today, I believe they will quiet down for a while. Fourth brother, I shall proceed." Lu Wang waved his hand gently, and a beam of light appeared beneath Zhou Luo's feet, lifting him to the battle platform. Faint laughter echoed, likely mocking Zhou Luo for requiring assistance even to ascend the platform. What a disgrace. On the other end of the battle platform, a young man approached, gazing at Zhou Luo with a smirk. "I am Hu Meng, a disciple from the Outer Mountains. I seek guidance from brother Zhou Luo." His tone dripped with disdain and mockery. Zhou Luo remained calm, offering a slight salute with his fists. Hu Meng erupted into laughter, leaping into the air like a predatory eagle. Moments later, he was hovering in front of Zhou Luo, his palm poised like an eagle's claw, aiming ruthlessly for Zhou Luo's head. A surge of anger welled up within Zhou Luo. Despite the importance of this contest among the new disciples, a rivalry among peers should never escalate to the point of taking a life. Others believed that Zhou Luo had only succeeded in channeling his energy after 4 months. What more could he achieve in the remaining 8? Hu Ming's actions were not merely to determine a victor. They were an attempt to take Zhou Luo's life. And the lightest outcome would leave Zhou Luo incapacitated. The young man's heart grew colder as he looked up at the descending figure. With a subtle shift of his body, he evaded the attack without a hint of disturbance. The final 2 months in the small cave had been fraught with battles against demonic beasts. And compared to their speed and strength, Hu Ming was considerably weaker. Zhou Luo, even while bearing the weight of the second level of the heavy prison peak, had managed to handle such challenges with ease. Today, without the suppression of the heavy prison peak, Hu Ming's every movement appeared to Zhou Luo as slow as a crawling snail. When Hu Ming's strike missed, his swift response startled him momentarily. However, the teachings from the disciples of Tai Su Peak had instilled in him some basic grappling techniques, which he dismissed as inconsequential. But before Hu Ming could make his next move, he suddenly felt as though his body was no longer under his control. Turning his head to look, he realized that Zhou Luo had already grasped the fabric of his chest, lifting him high into the air. With a thud, Zhou Luo hurled Hu Ming onto the distant battle platform. Perhaps angered by Hu Ming's murderous intent, Zhou Luo had no intention of taking his life. Yet his strike was severe enough to cause Hu Ming to spit blood. After a prolonged struggle, he failed to rise. The unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through the crowd, with gasps echoing from all directions. Despite Hu Ming not having entered the Qi refinement realm, he was at the 8th stage of energy cultivation. Among the new disciples, few dared to claim they could defeat him. His challenge against Zhou Luo was meant to ensure a certain victory, yet he had been defeated with such ease. It was widely believed that Zhou Luo had only managed to channel his energy after 4 months. Was this display truly that of a known waste? Chapter 23. The talented young woman. After the initial shock, silence fell over the crowd until a voice shattered the stillness, reigniting the atmosphere. So, he has indeed reached the Qi refinement realm. How deeply he has concealed it. Expressions and gazes shifted instantaneously. The Qi refinement realm was no trivial feat. Entering it within a year of joining the sect was not impossible, but it required at least a 3rd-grade celestial affinity, alongside ample resources and substantial cultivation support. Indeed, Zhou Luo was a disciple of Tai Su Peak, blessed with resources and cultivation. Yet such a lowly celestial affinity could not simply be compensated with these advantages to attain the Qi refinement realm. Hua Jinqing's complexion turned pale. Among the new disciples, Zhou Luo was not the only one who had reached this stage. While he might not excel in the upcoming competition, this achievement alone would quell any doubts. Zhou Luo was truly a disciple of Tai Su Peak. If someone like Zhou Luo was still deemed a waste, did that not imply that most disciples in the Haoyuan sect were similarly considered worthless? 8 months ago, a pact was made. Hua Jinqing could not help but shout. He may not necessarily be in the Qi refinement realm. Perhaps. His words were abruptly cut off. Not due to their abruptness, but because the proof of Zhou Luo's status as a Qi refinement practitioner came from Lin Mo. As one of the top 10 disciples of the heavy prison peak, Lin Mo was not someone Hua Jinqing could compare himself to. Lin Mo glanced coldly at Hua Jinqing before turning back to Zhou Luo. Reaching the Qi refinement realm is indeed a rare accomplishment. Congratulations are in order. However, I have heard of a secret technique within our Haoyuan sect that allows a highly skilled practitioner to temporarily bestow their cultivation upon another, thereby elevating their level. Master Xingyang would certainly be capable of such an act, and it would not require much effort to grant it to you, Brother Zhou Luo. Do not mistake my words for a baseless accusation. It is merely that your attainment of the Qi refinement realm is hard to believe. A derisive laugh emerged from Lu Wang, who calmly remarked, if it is indeed hard to believe, simply state your disbelief. Today, I have come to realize that you, Lin Mo, are not as formidable as I thought. Since you believe my junior brother's cultivation is borrowed, it must have a time limit. He cannot maintain the Qi refinement realm indefinitely. Why not send others to test him? Lin Mo replied with a smirk. The rules of the new disciple competition have never included such a stipulation. Doing so would be unfair to Brother Zhou Luo. Listening to this hypocrisy, Lu Wang sneered. It matters not. The rules of the new disciple competition have already been disregarded once, and ignoring them again poses no issue. What say you, junior brother? The elderly figure presiding over the battle platform wore a displeased expression, yet what could he say? The rules had indeed been violated earlier. Zhou Luo declared. As the sages say, what is heard is void, what is seen is real. If some believe their eyes are deceived, I am willing to fight once more to prove myself. He was not one to be overly aggressive, yet Lin Mo's insult to his teacher's reputation ignited a fire within him. Lin Mo's eyes turned icy, his gaze sharp as a sword directed at Zhou Luo. Unfazed, Zhou Luo remained resolute, his mind clear and unclouded. ready to face the challenge. Lu Wang remarked coolly, "Elder, will you not call upon others?" The elder's expression grew colder as he commanded, "Outer Mountain disciple Wu Bu, take the stage." A young man leaped onto the battle platform and, facing Zhou Luo, respectfully clasped his fists. "I seek guidance from brother Zhou Luo." There was no hint of contempt or disdain in his demeanor. After the previous battle, Zhou Luo had already demonstrated his prowess. Whether Lin Mo's claims were credible was up to individual judgment. Yet, even if Lin Mo's words held truth, Zhou Luo remained firmly in the Qi refinement realm. And Wu Bu, having also entered this stage, dared not be complacent. "Please." With those words, the air on the battle platform crackled with spiritual energy, roaring like waves, sweeping away the earlier calm. In the Qi refinement realm, the spiritual energy within the Dantian merged seamlessly with the self. With a mere thought, it surged forth, as fluid and instinctive as an extension of one's own limbs. Wu Bu struck, his power and speed far surpassing that of Hu Ming. The spiritual energy surged, forming what resembled a massive hand that reached out to Zhou Luo from afar. Although the Qi refinement realm could not yet materialize energy into solid forms, this strike was still formidable, capable of locking onto its target unless one could move with extraordinary speed. Zhou Luo's speed was indeed impressive. But his opponent was also in the Qi refinement realm, and their powers were comparable. Determined to let everyone witness clearly, he resolved to show them all. The spiritual energy within him erupted like an iron fist, crashing forward with unyielding force. Boom! As two streams of spiritual energy collided, the atmosphere resonated with the sound reminiscent of firecrackers, and an invisible chaos spread in all directions. In an instant, Wu Bu let out a soft grunt, retreating several steps on the battle stage. In stark contrast, Zhou Luo merely swayed his shoulders slightly, a clear indication of the disparity in their strengths. Listening to the astonished murmurs around him, Lu Wang smiled silently. Since arriving at Taisu Peak, Zhou Luo had been equipped with the external training techniques of the heavy prison peak to aid in his cultivation. Perhaps in the eyes of countless cultivators, external training techniques are deemed trivial. This assertion holds some truth. Yet, under the relentless refinement of the heavy prison peak, even such a trivial path yields remarkable results. Both being at the first level of Qi refinement, without any tricks, merely competing in spiritual energy, Zhou Luo held an undeniable advantage, serving as the best testament that even a minor path possesses its unique significance. The fact that he was forced back was beyond Wu Bu's expectations. Once steadied, he broke through the air, but in that fleeting moment, his gaze sharpened, for Zhou Luo had already closed the distance between them, a speed incomparable to his own. Zhou Luo clenched his fist, the spiritual energy coalescing around it. Treating Wu Bu as a demonic beast from a small paradise, he unleashed a straightforward and powerful punch. It was fierce and domineering. This was Wu Bu's most direct sensation, and there was no way to evade it. Hence, he could only gather his strength, the spiritual energy howling as it concentrated in his palm, fiercely retaliating. The clash was thunderous, even more direct this time, resulting in a greater commotion that left the onlookers astounded. Wu Bu staggered backward, retreating several dozen meters, a mouthful of fresh blood unable to be contained as it erupted forth. Looking back at Zhou Luo, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Wu Bu's mouth as he clasped his fists and said, "I concede. Thank you, senior brother Zhou Luo, for your guidance." Zhou Luo calmed the tumult within him and replied, "You honor me." Lu Wang's voice broke through at the opportune moment. This battle should not suffice as proof. Should I have my junior brother engage in another match for a clearer demonstration? The "you" in his words was unmistakably directed at the gathered crowd. Lin Mo's lips twitched slightly, left with no words. To win so easily against a Qi refinement opponent raised doubts about the cultivation bestowed upon Zhou Luo by the master of, even if he harbored such suspicions. As the third of the top 10 disciples of the heavy prison peak, he would likely be met with ridicule from others. Cultivation cannot be casually bestowed. Zhou Luo might endure the Qi refinement stage, but could very well be unprepared for higher realms. Only at the Qi refinement stage, having struck twice, there were no signs of his aura dissipating, which was indisputable. The embarrassment of today was self-inflicted, and no matter how furious he felt, he could only swallow it down. Among the crowd, another individual wore an expression akin to Hua Jinqing, exceedingly grim. A genuine Qi refinement stage, devoid of any embellishment, and with his third-grade celestial affinity. He was still a step away from reaching the Qi refinement stage. How could Zhou Luo, with his unremarkable celestial affinity, manage to achieve this? Was it simply because he was a disciple of Taisu Peak? He could not accept it, not at all. "Senior Lu, I wish to spar with senior brother Zhou Luo. Is that acceptable?" Amidst the tranquil surroundings, a voice like a melodious oriole suddenly rang out, seemingly imbued with some enchantment. Gazes swiftly shifted towards the source, parting the crowd to reveal a young girl. She resembled an ethereal fairy, as if descended from the celestial realm. Clad in a flowing green gown, her presence exuding an elegant grace akin to a blossoming blue lotus. Despite her youthful appearance, there was an unmistakable air of the extraordinary, leaving one to wonder what breathtaking beauty she would embody upon maturity. Under the multitude of gazes, the girl's expression remained unchanged, calm as water, devoid of any ripples. It turned out to be the junior sister, Mengdian. Zhou Luo's spirit stirred. She was the prodigious young woman from the Haoyuan immortal sect. In the Haoyuan immortal sect, where strong talents abound, generations have seen exceptional individuals arise, with the top 10 disciples of each peak gaining fame in Qingzhou. The 6 disciples of Taisu Peak, aside from Zhou Luo, were particularly renowned, especially the first and second disciples, who had garnered significant reputation even beyond Qingzhou, restoring much honor to the Haoyuan immortal sect. These individuals were all paragons among men, yet in the millennium of the Haoyuan immortal sect, those truly deserving of the title genius were few in number. Among them was the girl named Mengdian, who embodied the essence of a blue lotus. Zhou Luo knew little about the Haoyuan immortal sect, but he was not unfamiliar with the name Mengdian. It was said that her celestial affinity reached an astonishing 8th grade, merely a step away from the pinnacle. A rarity the Haoyuan immortal sect had never witnessed in its history. Since her induction into the sect, she has been regarded as a treasure. With resources from the 7 peaks at her disposal, and even the headmaster and peak masters have endeavored to nurture her, the girl did not disappoint. After 6 months on the path of cultivation, she had already attained the Qi refinement stage. What were others doing during that same time? As a year passed, aside from the headmaster of the Haoyuan immortal sect and the peak masters, no one knew what level of cultivation she had reached today. But it was certain that it was far beyond the ordinary Qi refinement stage. Additionally, she bore a more terrifying mystery. Her celestial affinity could advance to an astonishing 9th grade with sufficient fortune. A 9th grade celestial affinity is unparalleled in the world. Many envied Zhou Luo for being a disciple of Taisu Peak, enjoying ample resources and robust support, believing he was unworthy. However, no one could envy the girl for her current and future achievements. When the gap becomes too vast, envy dissipates completely. Regardless of whether the girl could ever attain the 9th grade celestial affinity, all within the Haoyuan immortal sect believed that once she matured, she would not only unify the cultivation world of Qingzhou, but would also stand as a rare competitor in the entire realm. People even believed that she would become the sole cultivator in millennia to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth, emerging like a goddess from the cosmic void. Today, she is still youthful, and no one can afford to overlook her. Lu Wang's voice held a hint of indifference as he remarked, "As for sparring, junior sister Meng, you are too polite. If you do not find it troublesome, please enlighten my junior brother, so he may understand what it means to be a person beyond the ordinary." Meng Jie replied softly, "Senior Lu, you misunderstand. I thought that in this competition among new disciples, I would not have the opportunity to intervene. However, upon seeing senior brother Zhou Luo, I felt a surge of interest, that is all." Whether her words were sincere or not, they elevated Zhou Luo's stature. Yet one hoped it would not lead to his downfall. Otherwise, even if the opponent were the treasure of the Haoyuan immortal sect, Lu Wang would not hold back. He turned to Zhou Luo, who clasped his fists and said, "Please guide me, junior sister Meng." Meng Jie appeared like a startled swan on the battle stage. Also cupping her fists, her voice gentle, "Senior brother Zhou Luo, you are too courteous. We are merely sparring. I hope you will not hold back." Both Zhou Luo and Lu Wang's expressions subtly shifted. This girl possessed astonishing perception. The reactions of the other disciples present were not merely slight changes. It dawned on them that Zhou Luo had indeed held back during his battle with Wu Bu. Was his Qi refinement stage truly that formidable? In stark contrast, Lin Mo's expression grew increasingly grim. Upon his arrival, derision was cast upon Zhou Luo for squandering the considerable manpower and resources of Taosu Peak. Subsequently, there were unfounded claims regarding Zhou Luo's cultivation level, suggesting he had received guidance from the esteemed Jinyan. Now, with Meng Jie's endorsement, even the most audacious could question the teachings of Haoyuan, yet none would dare challenge Meng Jie. The intricacies of the 8th grade immortal affinity, a mere half-step from the pinnacle, are beyond the comprehension of others. Zhou Luo remarked, "I harbor no reservations. I merely find myself unaccustomed." Meng Jie replied with a slight smile, then, "In the interest of an exhilarating battle, I shall compel brother Zhou Luo to exert his full strength. I hope you will not take offense." Just as Zhou Luo intended to respond, a flash of azure light appeared before him, akin to instantaneous movement. Within this azure glow, a wrist as white as jade extended forth, delivering a seemingly casual palm strike. Yet, this indifferent display was far more formidable than Wu Bu's earlier exertions, making Zhou Luo acutely aware that this talented young woman had likely surpassed the 4th level of qi refinement. Indeed, a clamor arose from the spectators, revealing her true cultivation level to be the 5th stage of qi refinement. Remarkably, while many new disciples struggled beneath this level, with only a few managing to barely ascend to qi refinement, Meng Die had already reached the 5th stage, truly deserving of her title as a prodigious talent. The competition among new disciples was, for her, devoid of any thrill. Were it not for the palpable lack of hostility emanating from her, one might genuinely suspect she was deliberately targeting Zhou Luo. The disparity before the 5th stage of qi refinement was vast, compelling Zhou Luo to hold nothing back. He swiftly retreated across the battle platform, perceiving Meng Die as the most vicious beast he had encountered in the small cave realm. In his previous encounters with this beast, he had paid a tremendous price to escape, and Meng Die's prowess, evidently far surpassing that of the beast, left no room for direct confrontation. Zhou Luo prided himself on his speed, a skill honed under the oppressive might of the heavy prison peak. Any individual could cultivate such swiftness. Surprisingly, however, Meng Die's speed matched his own, rendering the palm strike before him unavoidable. He had retreated to the point of no return, abruptly halting his retreat. Zhou Luo focused intently on the jade-like hand before him, gathering qi as the energy within his dantian erupted like a volcano, coalescing into a fist that he unleashed with ferocity. In that fleeting moment, onlookers noted a transformation in the previously placid youth, now exuding an intimidating aura. Although it was not overwhelmingly potent, it commanded respect. The clash of their energies resonated violently within the space, and Zhou Luo was forcefully repelled. Before the 5th stage of qi refinement, he could not gain an advantage, and while he had been pushed back, he bore no visible injuries, a miracle for most. In the midst of his retreat, unexpectedly, Zhou Luo executed a maneuver that propelled him forward like an arrow, leaving behind a fleeting shadow that was difficult to capture. This sudden shift astonished all, as none could fathom that through 2 months of relentless battle against beasts in the small cave realm, Zhou Luo had transformed himself into a hunter, an exceptionally skilled one. He understood the conditions under which he could turn peril into safety and how to evade relentless pursuers. Alas, the battle platform was limited in size, leaving him with no alternative but to press forward. He recalled reading that the best defense is a vigorous offense. Rather than focusing solely on defense, it was wiser to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. Zhou Luo had never considered defeating Meng Die. Such a notion was unrealistic. He merely wished to prolong the encounter for as long as possible. Although his temperament was generally calm and disinclined to compete, he found himself unwilling to suffer a humiliating defeat on the battle platform. Meng Die blinked, seemingly taken aback by Zhou Luo's swift transformation. In that instant, a fist imbued with a fierce aura surged towards her. Despite being a woman, she displayed valor akin to a man, her delicate hand forming a fist to meet his advance. As their fists collided, Zhou Luo felt a sharp pain radiate from his knuckles, yet he merely blinked once, transitioning from fist to palm to block her assault, then unleashed a torrent of punches like a rainstorm. The claws of the beast he had previously faced were sharper still. He had grown accustomed to injury in those battles. Facing the pressure and the pain inflicted by Meng Die's superior cultivation, he was capable of disregarding the discomfort. The two figures exchanged blows upon the battle platform, each attack executed with unyielding precision. A moment's lapse in concentration could lead to consequences far graver than mere injury, especially given the swiftness of their exchanges. In a brief span, they had exchanged over 10 strikes, each landing with brutal force. With a resounding impact, a more profound energy swept through the air, causing Zhou Luo to involuntarily retreat once more, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Gazing at the distant figure of the young woman, Zhou Luo forced a smile and declared, "Meng Shimi, I concede." In their earlier exchanges, he had employed every skill gleaned from his battles with the beasts, yet he had gained not an ounce of advantage. She remained unscathed while he bore wounds. The outcome had been predictable, devoid of bitterness or regret. Meng Die spoke softly, "Brother Zhou's strength is indeed awe-inspiring, but you should not have deceived me." The absence of the term Shixiang seemed to convey a sense of recognition. Yet, where did the notion of deception originate? Before Zhou Luo could inquire, a luminous energy coalesced before Meng Die, transforming into a sword, its blade almost transparent, suffused with profound mysteries. A supreme spiritual weapon. Zhou Luo's expression shifted. He was acutely aware of the might of such a weapon, as he himself possessed one of the highest caliber. Brother Zhou, this is the Zimming sword. Please receive my strike. The Zimming sword, as if to rend the heavens, unleashed a terrifying sharpness that reverberated around the platform, as though the space itself struggled to contain its cutting edge, just as heavy prison peak was defined by its weight. The Zimming sword could be aptly described by its lethality, invincible and unyielding. Zhou Luo felt a profound realization. This so-called prodigious young woman had only now fully unleashed her fifth stage of qi refinement. Spiritual weapons possess a spirit, and supreme spiritual weapons are no exception. Only with formidable strength can one truly harness the weapon's potential. This meant that, at this moment, Meng Die had chosen to hold nothing back. She sought to gauge just how much Zhou Luo had left in reserve. Zhou Luo could not help but admire her perceptiveness, as if she had seen through him. Brother Zhou, please receive my sword. A brilliant violet radiance shot into the sky, sweeping across the battle platform. Meng Die formed a seal with her hands, and the Zimming sword before her multiplied, birthing an array of swords that soared into the air. As the light spread, an unending sharpness surged forth, howling with fervor. In an instant, dozens of swords descended like a torrential downpour, coalescing into a dragon-like formation. A myriad of gazes filled with reverence arose, for they understood that if they were in his place, facing the onslaught of Meng Die, they might not survive. Today, Zhou Luo indeed astonished everyone. Yet how could he withstand such pressure? Among the crowd, two pairs of eyes radiated extreme coldness, filled with an insatiable desire for Zhou Luo to perish beneath Meng Die's Zimming sword. Gazing ahead, Zhou Luo's eyes narrowed sharply, and in the next moment, he spread his hands, unleashing a surge of black light, summoning the heavy prison peak. It appeared as a mere pebble, yet upon soaring into the air, it transformed into a colossal mountain, its terrifying weight threatening to shatter the very fabric of space. A supreme spiritual artifact? The expressions of the disciples shifted once more, astonished that even Zhou Luo possessed such a treasure. What fortune did he possess? The generosity of Tai Su Peak was rather excessive. And what merit did he have to deserve it? Crash! The heavy prison peak descended from above, causing the very space to warp beneath its immense weight. Whether it was a rain of swords or a transformation into a dragon, even 1,000 swords flying in unison would be suppressed under the heavy prison peak. On Tai Su Peak, Zhenyang Zhenren and Qingzhou observed intently. The flickering spiritual light in front of them resembled a mirror, reflecting the fierce clash between Zhou Luo and Meng Die. Teacher, my junior brother is quite impressive, Qingzhou remarked. Zhenyang Zhenren nodded slightly, saying, setting aside his physical prowess, I did not expect him to adapt swiftly to the relentless pursuit of the demonic beasts. His exceptional comprehension allows him to assimilate the entire experience into his own, explaining his rapid progress. Talent is indeed crucial on the path of cultivation, but to live long, such qualities are of utmost importance. Qingzhou chuckled. Congratulations, teacher, for having a worthy successor. Your teachings can finally be passed down. After a moment of contemplation, Zhenyang Zhenren replied, Qing'er, Zhou Luo's path may differ from mine. He may not inherit my knowledge. Qingzhou inquired, do you still believe that my junior brother's destiny is of legendary significance? Zhenyang Zhenren responded, though I have stated that talent is not absolute on the path of cultivation, I must admit, Zhou Luo's rapid advancement is somewhat unbelievable, causing me to question the hidden destiny he possesses. So, you wish for him to practice the Supreme Profound Heart Sutra? Qingzhou asked. Zhenyang Zhenren replied, that is indeed a personal desire of mine. I hope he does not hold it against me when he learns the truth. Qingzhou assured him, my junior brother is reasonable. All you do is for his benefit, and he will understand. I hope so, Zhenyang Zhenren said, slightly changing the subject. Meng Die is also quite remarkable. I did not misjudge her. Qingzhou could not help but pout. Your dedication towards her makes even the disciples envious. How could she not be grateful? Zhenyang Zhenren chuckled. Unbeknownst to you, this girl, though not as gentle as Zhou Luo, possesses a keen sense of justice. The Hao Yuan immortal sect has gained another glimmer of hope. That is true, but being close to the red will surely influence her. You should let her spend more time with Master Tianyang to see if she improves, Qingzhou suggested. Zhenyang Zhenren's tone grew serious. Do not speak ill of the elders behind their backs. Qingzhou's tongue slipped, dismissing the remark lightly. On the battle platform, the scene was akin to rolling thunder. Dazzling purple brilliance intertwining with the black light, only to vanish before the spectators could fully comprehend it. Meng Die's Zimming sword also faded away. and Zhou Luo's heavy prison peak returned. Had it not been for the chaos swirling in the space, everything that had just transpired would have seemed like a dream. After a moment, Meng Jie softly asked, "Brother Zhou, you should have held nothing back, right?" Zhou Luo forced a smile, replying, "With you attacking so fiercely, I had no choice but to give my all." Meng Jie smiled lightly. "This battle has been immensely beneficial. Thank you for your support, Brother Zhou. May I visit Taisu Peak often to spar with you?" Zhou Luo was taken aback. What did this mean? Had they formed a bond through battle? He was still in shock while disciples all around him seemed eager to devour him, and Meng Jie's invitation was something many could only dream of. He appeared somewhat reluctant. What reason did he have to be so? Meng Jie continued, "Brother Zhou, are you unwilling, or do you fear I might disturb your cultivation?" Zhou Luo sighed in resignation and agreed, oblivious to the sly glimmer that passed through Meng Jie's beautiful eyes. Lu Wang surveyed the surroundings, finally resting his gaze on the elder presiding over the event, stating indifferently, "Is there any doubt left regarding my junior brother after this disciple competition? Who would dare question?" Lu Wang continued, "Then surely, my junior brother is qualified to select his opportunities in the scripture repository?" The elder, expressionless, replied, "The scripture repository will open in 3 days. Come at your convenience." Lu Wang smiled, disregarding the elder's feelings, for this was a self-inflicted predicament. He then shifted his gaze to the increasingly anxious Hua Jincheng, saying coldly, 8 months ago, you made a wager with my junior brother, and now you have lost. Starting tomorrow, you will serve my junior brother at Taisu Peak. You may retract your words or refuse to comply, but when the time comes, you shall experience my sword." Lin Mo interjected, "If you wish to test your sword, I shall oblige." Lu Wang laughed heartily. "Lin Mo, I previously ignored you to save face. But did you truly believe that as the third disciple of the heavy prison peak, you were worthy of challenging me?" Before Lin Mo could respond in anger, his expression suddenly changed as a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. He hurriedly drew his sword, yet it felt as futile as a stone sinking into the sea. He was wrapped in that spiritual energy, retreating again and again until he found himself 100 feet away. Previously, he claimed that Lu Wang deliberately avoided him. Yet what was this now? Once he steadied himself and looked around, there was no trace of Lu Wang. The latter had clearly not regarded him as a threat, and a mere casual attack was enough to send him reeling. If Lu Wang truly drew his sword, Lin Mo dared not even contemplate the outcome. Chapter 26. Every moment in time, teacher, we have returned. Lu Wang exclaimed, riding the rainbow light, as he brought Zhou Luo back to Taisu Peak. His exuberance surpassing even the joy he felt when he triumphed in the new disciple competition years ago. Xinyang Zhenren regarded Zhou Luo, saying, "A year of hardship has borne fruit. The struggles were worthwhile. However, the path of cultivation is long for both you and us. Do not become complacent. For if you lag behind, others will surely catch up. At that time, the past will resurface." Zhou Luo respectfully replied, "Disciple understands. Thank you for your guidance, teacher." Xinyang Zhenren smiled. "A few days ago, I instructed you to rest well, yet you seized the time to cultivate. This is a commendable habit. But remember to balance intensity with relaxation. After all, cultivation is not a matter of haste." Zhou Luo remarked, "Unknowingly, I have grown accustomed to it." Xinyang Zhenren sighed. "You merely do not wish to worry us too much, but why must you clash with others over fleeting pride?" Suddenly, the topic shifted back to Lu Wang, who paused for a moment before responding. "It is simply intolerable to witness such hypocrisy. Since they refuse to yield, I shall beat them into submission." "Teacher, your patience is commendable, but if it were me," Xinyang Zhenren interrupted, "if it were you, what would you do?" Lu Wang was about to speak, but then he recalled the unwavering dedication of Master Xinyang over the years. He said, "Disciple understands. From now on, I shall endure when possible and will not let myself be provoked by them." Master Xinyang replied, "As practitioners of cultivation, we contest with heaven, earth, and humanity, often referred to as the grand struggle of the world. Yet, what is the worth of a fleeting victory if we cannot secure a lasting triumph? The essence lies in self-awareness. We must strive to be our best selves." His voice gradually faded, dissipating into the vastness of the universe, no longer to be heard. Zhou Luo quietly inquired, "What is wrong with the teacher?" Qingzhou responded, "You will come to understand in due time." "Is your injury serious?" Zhou Luo replied, "It's nothing to worry about. I have grown accustomed to it. This habit is indeed quite rare." Qingzhou then stated, "In 3 days, you will go to the scripture pavilion to select your destined method. During that time, do not force anything. Simply relax your consciousness and quietly feel. If you gain insights, you shall, and if not, do not push it. Let everything unfold naturally. Lu Wang interjected, "Senior sister, I believe it is sometimes necessary to push a little. Who knows if there are those scheming behind the scenes? We've encountered such things before." Qing's beautiful eyes turned frosty as she replied, "The times have changed. Without our master, we are but a fragile support. If they dare to overstep, as you said, let them come and test their mettle." Lu Wang chuckled, "Then tomorrow, I shall visit Jinyu Peak and see if Hua Jinsheng dares to retract his words." Upon returning to his room, Zhou Luo sat cross-legged on the bed, his mind replaying the battle with Meng Die from earlier that day. Again and again, he recalled Master Xingyang praising his remarkable aptitude, a quality not innate but cultivated through years of diligent study. Over time, he had developed his own interpretations of the teachings of the sages. Having never left home before, he was little acquainted with the sufferings of the world and the complexities therein. He had once been filled with youthful arrogance. But after leaving home and entering the Haoyuan immortal sect, he had seen much throughout the year. The Zhou Luo of today was not the same as he had been before. In contemplation, Zhou Luo thought of his teacher and the various senior sisters and brothers. Sensing the teacher's helplessness and the persistence of which he was unaware, he understood that within the Haoyuan immortal sect, many were bound by circumstances beyond their control. Even if Taisu Peak resembled a paradise, it could not be entirely isolated from the world. He was still young and had not encountered much. Yet he had already faced numerous challenges directed at him. The more he interacted with others in the sect, the more such occurrences would likely multiply. Senior sister's words echoed in his mind. Without our master, we are but a fragile support. If he wished to become that pillar, he must grow stronger more swiftly. Every moment was precious, and time could not be squandered. Zhou Luo closed his eyes and activated the supreme Xian heart technique. He too possessed determination and tenacity. Even though he knew that the Biming technique suited his cultivation better and would expedite his growth into that supportive pillar, he also understood the importance of discernment in one's actions. If his teacher were to discover that he sought strength through dubious methods, even if it aided the teacher, he would not be forgiven. Zhou Luo did not consider himself a gentleman, yet he understood the importance of acquiring things through the right means. However, some things can only be done once. Even if past troubles resurfaced, he believed he would not regret it. One must always walk the righteous path in the world. Yunxia Peak, one of the 7 peaks of the Haoyuan immortal sect. As the sun rises and sets, a mist often envelopes the peak, resembling ethereal clouds, bathed in radiant hues, thus earning its name. At this moment, under the vibrant sunset, the mist was most intense, and amidst it, a petite figure could be seen, seemingly inhaling the essence of heaven and earth, her every breath flawless. Gradually, as twilight descended and night enveloped the land, the diminutive figure concluded her cultivation. Yet, her presence seemed to lighten the darkness around her. Die, the Taoist maiden approached from afar, stepping into this unique darkness, her sweeping dust stirring the air, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. "Master, what brings you here?" Meng Die, who had joined the Haoyuan immortal sect, had been taken under the wing of the head of Yunxia Peak, Master Anyang. But it was Master Xingyang who had imparted the most knowledge to her. "I heard about your battle with Zhou Luo during the new disciples competition today," Master Anyang said gently. "Even with a supreme spiritual weapon, you still did not completely defeat him?" The Ziming sword against the Jinyu Peak was not a matter of victory or defeat. It was merely a contest between the wielders of 2 extraordinary spiritual weapons. The 5th level of Qi refinement was ultimately beyond Zhou Luo's reach. However, this contest of strength appeared peculiar in the eyes of the observant. Meng Die replied softly, "Master, everyone underestimates Brother Zhou. In this regard, I trust Master Xingyang's judgment." Master Anyang raised an eyebrow. "What did Master Xingyang say?" Meng Die explained. "It is well known that Brother Zhou possesses an unremarkable spiritual affinity. However, during the spiritual affinity test, Uncle Tianyang was present, and after 2 attempts, his affinity was revealed. This indicates a lack of initial manifestation." Master Anyang remarked, "In the realm of cultivation, that is merely a rumor. It has never truly occurred." Meng Die replied, "That is why I wish to test it for myself, to see if Brother Zhou is indeed as rumored." Master Anyang responded, "Your tone suggests you have yet to ascertain the truth." Meng Die's beautiful eyes sparkled momentarily. "Ultimately, it does not matter. What is most important is that Brother Zhou has entered the Qi refinement realm within the past year. Master, when you have time, I would like to visit Taisu Peak more often. I hope you will grant me this request." Master Anyang understood the true intention of this gifted young woman. Though he was inclined to refuse, he found no valid reason to do so. The path of cultivation is incredibly harsh and arduous. Many prodigies ultimately fade into obscurity. Why is this so? When gifted individuals find their paths too smooth, they gradually lose their resolve in the pursuit of truth. Although Meng Die possesses the terrifying talent of an 8th grade spiritual affinity, she still requires a steadfast spirit like Zhou Luo's. Engaging with him would be immensely beneficial for this individual, who is the recipient of countless affections. With this in mind, Master Anyang said, "As long as it does not hinder your cultivation, you may go. Just be mindful of your limits." "Thank you, Master. I understand in my heart." "That is well. You may rest now." With that, Master Anyang departed. Meng Die slowly shifted her gaze to a distant peak, where Taisu Peak lay. She claimed she would go there in search of the determination to pursue the path, yet that was but one of her intentions. When she first encountered Zhou Luo today, she could not discern what was particularly different about him, but she knew that in a trio, one must be my teacher. She believed she could learn much from Zhou Luo. The young woman was eager to uncover the essence of Zhou Luo's uniqueness, why it stirred her spiritual affinity to tremble autonomously, and why he could capture her attention so compellingly. Chapter 27. The Keeper of the Scripture Pavilion. The Scripture Pavilion of the Haoyuan Immortal Sect is situated atop the main peak, serving as the most heavily guarded location within the entire sect. From the pebble-strewn path ascending from the foot of the mountain, an indiscernible aura swept forth from all directions, intertwining to create a formidable and terrifying presence. Should someone attempt to intrude, this dread would transition from hidden to manifest, tearing the intruder to shreds. The path was exceptionally quiet, so silent that even the sound of footsteps was absent. Zhou Luo ascended the mountain alone, step by step. There are 2 winding paths, running parallel, yet leading to different destinations. One path leads to the Scripture Pavilion, while the other ascends to the Grand Hall at the peak. Although both structures reside on the summit, the scenery they offer is utterly distinct. Gaining entry to the Scripture Pavilion signifies unparalleled honor and represents a rare opportunity. Countless disciples of the Haoyuan sect, including various stewards and elders, aspire to enter, yet it remains elusive. One must accomplish great deeds for the Haoyuan sect or, like Zhou Luo, excel in the contest among new disciples to earn such a privilege. The Scripture Pavilion stands like a majestic palace or a towering iron spire amidst the mountains, emanating an ancient, palpable aura. It is said that this pavilion was not forged by the founding ancestor of the Haoyuan sect. Many years ago, the founder, during his travels, stumbled upon the hidden Scripture Pavilion and, after years of effort, brought it into the world. Subsequently, he established the Haoyuan sect here. Over the years, the pavilion has gradually been developed, yet to this day, true control over it remains unachieved. Consequently, much of the pavilion's operation is autonomous, beyond the sect's grasp. As Zhou Luo gazes upon the pavilion from the ancient square, he feels increasingly diminutive, particularly under the weight of its timeless presence, which evokes the relentless passage of time. Just as he prepares to approach the grand entrance, he notices an elderly man sleeping against the wall, cradling a broom. Such is the juxtaposition of the grand Scripture Pavilion and the slumbering elder. "Brother Zhou," a clear voice interrupts his thoughts. It is Meng Die, who possesses a greater right to enter the Scripture Pavilion. "You are here quite early." Zhou Luo smiles in response. "I have only just arrived, preparing to enter the pavilion." Meng Die softly suggests, "Let us go together." Her words are natural, lacking pretense, as if they are old friends. This is not inherently problematic. Yet Zhou Luo feels an inexplicable need to keep his distance from this prodigious young woman. As he hesitates, he feels a multitude of gazes upon him. Despite the tranquility of the pavilion, those who come here are few, yet some have managed to enter. Not long ago, Qingzhou obtained the supreme Ascension decision within the pavilion. Although it is challenging to gain entry, some have succeeded. Among the few gazes directed at them, Zhou Luo realizes why he should maintain distance from this talented girl. Beauty brings disaster. Does Brother Zhou not wish to accompany me because he is concerned about others' opinions, or because he suspects I have ulterior motives? Zhou Luo pauses, then gently nods. Ultimately unable to lie, Meng Die smiles slightly. "I have inquired about you, Brother Zhou, and learned that you have studied the classics from a young age. Therefore, you should understand that as we stand between heaven and earth, a righteous heart leads to a righteous self. What do you have to worry about?" Zhou Luo can't help but let out a bitter smile. "Meng's sister, please. Brother Zhou, after you." They walk side by side towards the grand entrance, disregarding the scrutiny of others, slowly disappearing within. The elderly man awakens, watching the 2 figures fade away, a hint of a smile flickering in his murky eyes. Quite the promising youngsters. It is uncertain whether he refers to Meng Die, Zhou Luo, or both. The Scripture Pavilion towers high, and its ground floor is expansive. Upon entering, Zhou Luo and Meng Jie immediately sense an inscrutable mystery, as if the weight of celestial authority forbids any frivolity. Meng Jie points ahead. I have heard from my master that the pavilion is filled with endless mysteries, layered and distinct. To seize the best opportunities, one must reach the topmost level. Zhou Luo has not heard this from his master or senior disciples. He ponders for a moment and asks, reaching the top level must not be easy, right? Meng Jie replies, indeed, to ascend to the top, one must attain the opening realm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Luo falls into silence. He has only just stepped into the qi refinement stage, with the realms of solidifying essence, harmonizing spirit, transcending mysteries, and manifesting all still ahead. With his meager celestial fate, it seems unlikely he will even reach the transcending mystery stage in his lifetime, let alone the distant opening realm. The young girl speaks wisely. Indeed, reaching the top level of the scripture pavilion requires the power of the opening realm. However, opportunities abound throughout the pavilion, and there is no absolute best. Only what is most suitable for oneself. An aged voice emanates from behind them, causing both to turn. It is the same elder who had been sleeping by the wall. Meng Jie slightly bows, respectfully saying, thank you for your guidance, senior. I hope you will forgive my presumptuous remarks about the scripture pavilion. The elder chuckles. I am merely the caretaker of the pavilion, not a senior. Please continue. Time is of the essence. The caretaker's identity stirs a ripple of intrigue in their hearts. Yet they do not dwell on it and proceed deeper into the pavilion. They eventually reach the staircase leading to the next level. After ascending to the third floor, they come to a halt, as their current cultivation allows them to go no further. The third floor, still sizable, reveals rows of shelves brimming with radiant spiritual light, containing heart techniques, martial arts, and spirit tools. Compared to the vastness of the pavilion, these are the most ordinary treasures, opportunities woven into the fabric of fate. Meng Jie inquires, what do you seek, Brother Zhou? Zhou Luo replies, I am uncertain. I will leave it to fate and browse at my leisure. Feel free to do as you wish. Meng sister. He recalls his senior sister's advice, aiming to feel the essence of the scripture pavilion, hoping for a fruitful encounter, but not forcing anything. In truth, he knows little about the path of cultivation. At this moment, he genuinely does not know what he desires. Having the supreme Xinshin decision and the exquisite spirit tools from the heavy prison peak. As for other cultivation resources, the Taosu Peak provides the finest environment. Zhou Luo does not wish for more. After Meng Jie departs, Zhou Luo slowly closes his eyes, releasing his consciousness to attune himself to the mysterious scripture pavilion. Time flows gently, and he remains immersed, forgetting the existence of time. In what feels like an instant, but may have also been a long while. A thread of golden light quietly emerges from deep within him. At that moment, Zhou Luo suddenly senses an overwhelming pressure upon his consciousness, threatening to shatter it in an instant. Buzz. The space around him trembles slightly, sending ripples of spiritual energy silently sweeping outward. Meanwhile, Meng Jie on the same level remains oblivious to the changes occurring. Above, an elder stands with hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, his expression shifts, and he swiftly identifies the source of the disturbance. Is it Zhou Luo from Taosu Peak? I have awaited you for quite some time. Impudent. Just as the elder prepares to act, a chilling voice seemingly descends from the heavens, penetrating his mind. Though it does not sound particularly frigid, it resonates like thunder within his consciousness. The elder spits blood, with crimson streaming from his eyes, nose, and ears. Acutely aware that his entire cultivation has vanished into thin air, his complexion pales to an alarming degree. Zhou Luo remained oblivious to the entirety of the situation. When his consciousness faced such immense pressure, he was instantly awakened, hastily summoning his spirit back. Beads of sweat cascaded down, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Had he lingered even a moment longer, his consciousness might have shattered, which, though not fatal, would have resulted in a prolonged recovery period of several months. At that point, his already arduous path of cultivation would have been further compounded by adversity. Senior Brother Zhou, what troubles you? Dream Jie approached from afar, her lovely eyes glimmering with surprise at Zhou Luo's demeanor. I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest. Dream Junior Sister, you may return now. All right. When I have time in the future, I shall visit you at Taosu Peak. Dream Jie had also experienced significant gains and needed time to delve deeper into her findings, hence she could not linger here. Before departing, she cast one last deep glance at Zhou Luo. Though she was unaware of the events that had transpired, any changes within the Sutra Pavilion were not to be underestimated. Over the years, many had entered the Sutra Pavilion, yet few resonated with its essence, and it seemed Zhou Luo had achieved this rare feat. Chapter 28. the lifebound item after Dreamed Ye's departure, Zhou Luo rested for a considerable time and began to regain his composure. He gazed into the distance, and after a moment of silence, he rose and descended the stairs. Selecting opportunities within the Sutra Pavilion was time-sensitive. Upon the passage of time, one would be forcefully expelled from the pavilion, regardless of their reluctance to leave. As he made his way down, he encountered several individuals. Among the new disciples vying for recognition, Zhou Luo was not the sole standout, apart from Dreamed Ye. There were others like Wu Bu who had also secured their chance to enter the Sutra Pavilion. Upon reaching the ground level, the direction of the main entrance was filled with the clamor of voices. "Old fool, with such a large presence here, you dare to collide with me? Have you lost your sight? My apologies, young man. I truly did not see you earlier. I sincerely apologize. Please do not take offense." Zhou Luo furrowed his brow slightly and moved forward. "An apology, you say? What can an old man like you possibly offer? Truly vexing. Get lost. What do you think you are doing?" Zhou Luo swiftly stepped forward, catching the elderly man who had identified himself as the sweeper. Had he not intervened in time, the frail elder could have easily sustained a fracture from that shove. The young man regarded Zhou Luo with a cold smile. "I recognize you. The promising Zhou Luo from the new disciple contest. But do not presume that just because you have done well, you have the right to meddle in my affairs." Zhou Luo replied calmly. "Even if the elder bumped into you, given his age, it is understandable that he did not see. He has already apologized, and your disrespectful language towards him is rather excessive." The young man's eyes narrowed, and he retorted, "So, you believe that being a disciple of Tai Su Peak grants you the right to interfere?" Zhou Luo responded, "It is not a matter of status or identity. As a person, one should honor the elderly and care for the young. Surely you have elders at home. How would you feel if one of them faced such treatment?" The young man chuckled. "I am a cultivator. Who would dare?" Zhou Luo countered. "So, is this not merely bullying with strength? Are you all right, elder?" "I'm fine, young man. Thank you." Zhou Luo assisted the sweeper and said, "Elder, allow me to help you to the side to rest. As for you, senior brother, I bid you farewell." The young man's expression remained icy, yet he refrained from taking further action. Although Tai Su Peak had few disciples, each one was a formidable figure within the Haoyuan sect, renowned throughout the Qingzhou cultivation realm. Notably, the eldest and second disciples were figures even the elders of the sect would avoid provoking. Even Zhou Luo, labeled as a waste, had progressed to the Qi refinement stage within a year, capable of contending with Dreamed Ye. While the young man's cultivation was certainly above Zhou Luo's, he lacked the courage to physically reprimand him. "Young man, please sit over there." On the far side of the path leading to the mountain, a large rock jutted out over the cliff. Zhou Luo hesitated for a moment and said, "Elder, the wind is strong." "Haha, it's nothing. I am quite accustomed to it." "Young man, if you have leisure time, would you care to chat with this old man? My name is Zhou Luo. Feel free to call me by my name." "Very well." The two settled at the edge of the rock, the mountain breeze swirling around them. The elder's frail form appeared even more fragile, yet he seemed unperturbed, even finding a sense of comfort in the moment. Zhou Luo chose not to comment. "Young one, are you a disciple of Tai Su Peak?" "Indeed, I was fortunate enough to be taken under the wing of my master after entering the sect, joining Tai Su Peak. Tai Su Peak is wonderful." The elder smiled. "I have encountered all sorts of individuals in this Sutra Pavilion over the years, and the youngsters from Tai Su Peak are all remarkably polite, yourself included. It reflects well on Master Xingyang's teachings. Thank you for your kind words, elder. May I inquire as to how you are called?" The elder replied, "Oh, I've forgotten. It has been so long that my own name eludes me. My surname is Sure. But my given name? I cannot recall." Zhou Luo was taken aback. To forget one's name after so long was a profound testament to the passage of time. The elder sighed, saying, "The path of cultivation is long and arduous. In the end, you will find that time seems perpetually insufficient. Often, a single retreat can span months, years, or even longer. As one ages, speech may become somewhat nonsensical. Do not take offense, young one." Zhou Luo smiled. "Since entering the sect, my days have been consumed by cultivation, leaving little room for leisure. I owe this moment of respite to you, Elder Sure." Basking in the mountain breeze, engaging in idle conversation, and merely enjoying the tranquility of discourse, such days had long since passed. Even though his acquaintance with Elder Sure was brief and their friendship still forming, the mere act of conversing had already eased Zhou Luo's mind considerably. Elder Sure patted his shoulder and inquired, "Where do you hail from?" "Far away, 1,000 miles distant." "You might not have heard of it." Elder Sure asked, "What of your family?" "My parents are both alive, along with many fellow villagers." Elder Sure remarked, "As the saying goes, when parents are alive, one should not wander far. The path of cultivation, though enticing, Why would you leave your parents to journey so far to the Haoyuan sect? Zhou Luo paused momentarily before responding. There are reasons I cannot disclose, Elder Sure. May I refrain from discussing it? He did not wish to lie nor delve deeper into the matter. Not wishing to speak is quite all right. Elder Sure considered before suddenly saying, about a year ago, that girl Qingzhou came to retrieve the Supreme Profound Heart Sutra. Were you the one practicing it? Zhou Luo affirmed. My master, seeing my poor aptitude for cultivation, hopes the Supreme Profound Heart Sutra will enhance my training speed. Elder Sure commented. The Supreme Profound Heart Sutra is indeed excellent, but... Zhou Luo inquired, but what? Elder Sure chuckled. You will come to understand in due course. For now, it suits you well. Remember this. Every cultivation method possesses its unique characteristics. Invest your heart into it and discern its essence, and it may unveil an entirely new realm for you. His words were layered with meaning, yet shrouded in ambiguity, clearly intended for Zhou Luo to explore and comprehend. Zhou Luo replied, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Sure. Elder Sure smiled. There is no need for such formalities. It is merely a reflection of my thoughts. The hour grows late. You should return. If you have time in the future, do come visit me for conversation. I am quite bored here in the Sutra Pavilion. However, the next time you come, bring some wine and dishes, especially the monkey wine from Bai Xianlu. I am utterly craving it. Zhou Luo chuckled, realizing that the old man had a penchant for such delights. Very well, I shall remember to bring it next time, though I cannot guarantee the timing. No matter. I have plenty of time. I can wait. All right, I shall take my leave now. As Zhou Luo departed, a glimmer of brilliance slowly emerged in the murky eyes of the old man, intensifying with each passing moment. What a remarkable young fellow. Alas, the road ahead is long, fraught with trials. Yet, it is through relentless forging that one achieves greatness. I hope this choice does not lead to disappointment. On Tai Su Peak, apart from the master, the senior brothers and sisters gathered. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, they hurriedly surrounded him. Junior brother, what news? Did you find anything of value? Du Yehu, known for his impatience, asked eagerly. It seemed they had been awaiting this moment. Zhou Luo shook his head and replied, I have disappointed you. I found nothing. His words trailed off, and his expression suddenly trembled. The four inquired anxiously, what do you mean? Zhou Luo slowly closed his eyes. After a considerable pause, a flicker of spiritual light radiated from within him, connecting with his consciousness. At that moment, Qingzhou and the others observed tiny points of spiritual light converging between Zhou Luo's brows, forming a faint luminescent imprint. Third sister, please be quiet. Do not disturb junior brother. The spiritual light intensified, enveloping Zhou Luo entirely, while the imprint on his brow grew increasingly distinct, revealing the shape of a small sword. At this moment, to Qingzhou and the others, the small sword appeared not merely as a manifestation of gathered spiritual light, but rather as if it were inherently inscribed upon Zhou Luo's forehead. The bond between the individual and the sword was like a natural phenomenon, inseparable and impervious to outside interference. The four felt a collective shudder of astonishment. This was a personal treasure. Chapter 29. The sword's name, Tai, a radiant spiritual light. No, it was more aptly described as sword light, flickered at Zhou Luo's brow, exuding an extreme sharpness that tore through the fabric of space, scattering countless fragments of reality. Even the formidable Qingzhou and her companions found themselves retreating, forced to withdraw 100 paces. Truly, this was a personal treasure. Its awakening brought forth such overwhelming power. Du Yehu let out a low growl, his eyes betraying an indescribable mix of envy and admiration. After all, what made junior brother worthy of such a treasure? Merely because he was slightly more handsome than himself? Qingzhou remarked, personal treasures vary in strength. What junior brother has obtained is undoubtedly a formidable one. The others, Lu Wang and the rest, grew solemn. Though Qingzhou did not elaborate further, they understood her implication. Personal treasures are exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation, coveted by many yet attained by few. Now that it had manifested in Zhou Luo, once the news spread, cultivators from all corners of the world would surely come seeking it. If Zhou Luo were already invincible in the realm, it would be one thing, but as it stood, he was merely at the qi refining stage and ill-equipped to protect his personal treasure. Now that the treasure had awakened, it was fused with Zhou Luo. If the treasure were lost, so too would he be lost. As the sword light gradually faded, the small sword's imprint between Zhou Luo's brows vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. Yet, a vast torrent of spiritual energy surrounded him, imbued with a sharpness that attested to the reality of what had transpired. Zhou Luo seemed to be in a state of emptiness, unaware of any anomaly within himself. It appeared he was not in a stupor, rather his consciousness, awareness, and sensory faculties had all dissipated, rendering him as if his soul had been drawn away. Within his body, the once concealed golden radiance now emerged openly, howling with vigor and drawing the fierce spiritual energy from around him, like waves crashing inward. The supreme Xuanqin Zhu naturally activated. Had Zhou Luo been conscious, he would have realized the astonishing speed at which he was refining the spiritual energy, a testament to his rapid cultivation pace. The existence of celestial affinities serves two primary purposes. First, to sense the presence of spiritual energy, and second, to enhance the speed of refining such energy. This is the essence of innate talent. Meng Die possessed an extraordinary 8th-grade celestial affinity. From birth, she could perceive the spiritual energy of the world. However, without embarking on the path of cultivation, she would remain oblivious to the mysterious energies surrounding her. Consequently, her speed of cultivation would be astonishingly rapid. Zhou Luo required several cycles of refinement, perhaps even longer, to assimilate a single strand of spiritual energy, while Meng Die could refine multiple strands within a single cycle. The disparity was evident. Yet, were Meng Die able to sense Zhou Luo's internal state at this moment, she would discover that his cultivation speed far surpassed her own. This was due to the personal treasure, intertwined with that golden radiance. Yet, all of this remained unbeknownst to Zhou Luo. After a passage of more than half an hour, the scene gradually dissipated. The terrifying spiritual energy that had coalesced around Zhou Luo began to fade, and the golden radiance also receded. His consciousness, awareness, and sensory faculties returned. Yet Zhou Luo felt no sense of unease. He merely noticed a small sword quietly suspended above his dantian, shimmering with a purple-gold glow that exuded an aura of profound mystery. When had such a small sword appeared within him? In a moment of hesitation, the purple-gold radiance surged forth and melded with his consciousness. In an instant, two characters materialized in his mind. Tai. What does Tai signify? Is it the name of this small sword? Tai sword? As though it had sensed Zhou Luo's thoughts, the small sword gently stirred, swirling like a stream of light, resplendent and enigmatic. Clearly, its name was Tai. Why had this Tai divine sword manifested within his being? When had it come into existence? Could it be Zhou Luo recalled his experience in the scripture pavilion, where he had been immersed in its essence when suddenly, his consciousness was besieged by an overwhelming pressure? Upon retracting his awareness, he had felt an inexplicable sense of having brought something back with him. Perhaps what he had returned with was indeed this Tai divine sword. The scripture pavilion offered a fortuitous encounter. It was as simple as that. He had obtained the Tai, a divine sword. Third sister, senior brothers. The four approached, observing Zhou Luo up close. After a lengthy silence, Qingzhou spoke solemnly. Junior brother, remember what I am about to say. From now on, this must remain your secret, not to be disclosed to anyone. You have gained a tremendous opportunity in the scripture pavilion. What you have acquired is a personal treasure, a personal artifact. Is the Tai a divine sword indeed a personal artifact? And how does it differ from a spiritual artifact? A personal artifact is one that can grow alongside you. Its strength is contingent upon your own. Should you ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation, surveying the world from above, this personal artifact would be the most formidable divine object of the present age. In other words, should Zhou Luo fail to cultivate, the Tai divine sword would remain an ordinary object. It seemed Qingzhou sensed Zhou Luo's thoughts, her voice growing more resolute. A personal artifact is intimately tied to your existence. As long as you live, it thrives. Should you lose it, your life is forfeit. Zhou Luo's heart trembled heavily. So it was. In the realm of cultivation, personal artifacts are exceedingly rare, legendary objects that many covet, yet few possess. And although it is said that personal artifacts are linked to one's growth, they inherently carry immense mystery, desired by countless souls. Junior brother, once others become aware of your innate magical artifact, you should understand the consequences you will face. Zhou Luo is certainly aware that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a precious gem, lacking sufficient celestial affinity. His journey in cultivation may not yield great accomplishments in this lifetime. However, for others, the same Tai divine sword would manifest entirely differently in their hands. What if it were to fall into the hands of the master or Meng Die? This matter must remain solely between us. From this moment forth, no one else should know. Junior brother, remember this. Before he could finish speaking, Qingzhou and the others pointed their fingers like swords, each touching their own foreheads. Senior sister, what are you doing? Zhou Luo asked, though he could tell it was something extraordinary. Qingzhou replied, we are sealing away this segment of our memory. From now on, only you will know about your innate magical artifact. Zhou Luo's expression changed dramatically. Senior sister, senior brothers, we are family. There is no need for such drastic measures. Even if I am uncertain about the potential harm of sealing memories, it is still not advisable. Qingzhou smiled and said, there are no absolute secrets in this world. Only that which is unknown cannot be leaked. This action will not affect us. It is merely a small fragment of memory that will be lost. If you do not mention it, we shall never recall it. Junior brother, you should return to rest. When we meet again, everything will be as it was. Zhou Luo had no words left to say. He could only bow deeply to the four of them before departing swiftly. The path of cultivation is rife with cruelty and countless storms. Yet there are always a few who harbor genuine affection for one another. In the years to come, amidst the myriad challenges of existence, having seen your sister and the others will render his life without regret and devoid of fear. Upon returning to his room, Zhou Luo immediately sat cross-legged on his bed. The Taya divine sword, his innate magical artifact. Such a monumental fortune could not be discarded, nor could he bear to part with it. To protect both it and himself, he must strengthen his own power. Gradually, Zhou Luo's mind calmed, and he closed his eyes, operating the supreme mysterious heart technique. Suddenly, he discovered a change in his cultivation level. From the first stage of qi refinement, he had now ascended to the second stage. When had his cultivation advanced? After merely half an hour of practice following the awakening of the Taya divine sword, Zhou Luo was acutely aware that this breakthrough was undoubtedly related to the sword. Having just acquired this innate magical artifact, he had already experienced a breakthrough in cultivation. This provided Zhou Luo with the first tangible sense of the sword's mystery. Senior sister had said that innate magical artifacts are coveted by countless individuals, yet possessing such a treasure could lead to one's downfall. Chapter 30. The mountain stands before us. Climbing upward on the following morning, Zhou Luo promptly left his room, eager to discover the fate of senior sister and the others after their memories were sealed. In fact, he had longed to see them the night before, though he had to suppress his urgency and worry. Senior sister, senior brothers. At the long table in the courtyard, Lu Wang and the others were waiting cheerfully for Qingzhou to serve breakfast. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, their smiles widened even further. It's wonderful to have you back, junior brother. Otherwise, how could we enjoy the meals prepared by senior sister? Junior brother has awakened. Come, sit down, we will eat shortly. Both Qingzhou and Lu Wang appeared unchanged. As Qingzhou had promised, everything was as it had always been. By the way, junior brother, when did you return yesterday? Qingzhou inquired, not out of intent, but genuine curiosity. Indeed, they had forgotten. That brief segment of memory was lost. A wave of emotion washed over Zhou Luo. Despite his typically resilient demeanor, even when parting from his parents, he had never shed a tear. Now, however, tears welled in his eyes. They were brothers and sisters. A family, yet just a year prior, they had been strangers. Those who once called him worthless and mocked him in countless ways now saw him as a cherished core disciple of Taizu Peak, a position coveted by many newcomers. All the ridicule had vanished at Taizu Peak, and they had been so dedicated to him that they were willing to sacrifice a piece of their memory to keep his secret safe. Junior brother, what is troubling you? Did you face difficulties at the scripture pavilion yesterday? Tell me, was it that scoundrel? I will go teach him a lesson. Du Yehu roared, his wild energy surging forth. Zhou Luo shook his head vigorously, murmuring, I miss my parents. Back home, every morning, my mother would prepare breakfast for me, and I would wait for my father to join us. Having once told a lie that his parents immediately uncovered, this new deceit would remain undisclosed for many years. Qingzhou approached, affectionately ruffling his hair. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you can leave the mountain. At that time, I will take you home to visit. Now come, let us eat. Zhou Luo wiped away his tears and silently took a seat. After finishing breakfast, he intended to cultivate at the Xianling Falls, but suddenly recalled someone and asked, Senior sister, do you know Elder Shi? Elder Shi from the scripture pavilion? Of course. We know him, Qingzhou replied with a smile. Elder Shi is quite amiable, though he has a penchant for wine. If you visit him, remember to bring some with you. Clearly, they were all well acquainted. Zhou Luo continued, Elder Shi spoke with me yesterday and mentioned the supreme mysterious heart technique specifically. Qingzhou raised her brows slightly, revealing a look of surprise. What did he say to you? Zhou Luo pondered before responding. His words were too profound and cryptic. In summary, he indicated that the supreme mysterious heart technique holds deeper mysteries for me to explore on my own. Yet I can't shake the feeling that he was concealing something. Gong Imo laughed heartily. Junior brother, do not heed Elder Shi's ramblings. Apart from his fondness for wine, he knows little else. Even fifth senior brother was nearly led astray by him. Du Yehu delivered a firm slap to Gong Imo, exclaiming, You little rascal, don't stir up trouble. Gong Imo chuckled, exchanging knowing glances with Zhou Luo. as if to suggest that this was a rare moment of embarrassment for Du Yahu. Elder Shi's words. Qingzhou's beautiful eyes flickered thoughtfully. Many in the Haoyuan immortal sect have conversed with him, but few can truly engage him. As for whether his words carry weight, fifth brother, what is your own opinion? Du Yahu, having paused his reprimand of Gong Mo, continued to ruffle his companion's hair, causing the latter to protest. Yet, he himself bore a serious expression. Indeed, I once faltered in my cultivation due to his advice. Senior sister, had you not mentioned it, I would not have recalled. After that incident, I took a full 3 months to recuperate, and since then, my cultivation has progressed much more smoothly. I always believed it was because I had survived that ordeal. Do you think this is related to Elder Shi? Qingzhou replied, I cannot say for certain. But I do know one thing. Elder Shi lacks celestial affinity and has never practiced cultivation. However, even in his youth, he was already the caretaker of the scripture pavilion. The expressions of Zhou Luo and the others shifted, for this revelation was profoundly unsettling. In the realm of mortals, a lifespan of merely a century is all one can hope for. The teacher, now an elderly figure, was once akin to the present visage of Elder Shi. One cannot help but wonder, how could Elder Shi, an ordinary man, have lived for so long? Lu Wang remarked. I can assert with certainty that Elder Shi is not a recluse of extraordinary caliber. The third senior sister, Qingzhou, added, this was conveyed by our teacher. The four fell into a contemplative silence. If it was indeed the teacher's assertion, it held no falsehood. Yet, if Elder Shi was merely immortal, how could he have sustained such longevity? One thing was certain, despite his apparent ignorance, Elder Shi had gleaned profound insights from his years spent in the scripture pavilion, particularly regarding the esoteric techniques and philosophies. The incident that led Du Yahu to madness might have stemmed from a single piece of guidance from him. And Du Yahu's current accomplishments were likely intertwined with that moment. Junior brother, Qingzhou continued, the words of Elder Shi must possess some merit. Since the teacher encourages you to explore this path, invest your heart into it. The Supreme Profound Heart method is distinctly unique. A different understanding breeds a different transformation. The premise itself is not erroneous. As for the outcome, I fear even the teacher cannot provide you with an answer, for throughout the history of the Haoyuan immortal sect, those who have practiced the Supreme Profound Heart method are exceedingly rare. This revelation startled Zhou Luo, third senior sister. The Supreme Profound Heart method is by no means an ordinary technique. Its depths are unfathomable. Why has no one chosen it? Qingzhou replied, the reasons elude me, but it is a fact. The teacher's directive for you to cultivate this method signifies a departure from the conventional path. Zhou Luo understood this statement. His lack of celestial affinity, when paired with the Supreme Profound Heart method, was a flicker of hope for miraculous outcomes. The traditional path of cultivation was ill-suited for him. He refrained from probing into the reasons behind the neglect of the Supreme Profound Heart method, for he believed his teacher would not lead him astray. Even if there were personal motives, Zhou Luo remained unconcerned. Seated upon the Xianling stone in the Xianling waterfall, Zhou Luo engaged in the cultivation of the Supreme Profound Heart method. The Haoyuan immortal sect was never devoid of commotion. The tranquility he sought existed solely on the Taisu Peak. Beyond its confines, the world felt like a bustling realm, far removed from his contemplative sanctuary. Everything outside was of no consequence to him. At least for the moment, his focus was entirely on his own cultivation. Qingzhou had once mentioned that upon reaching the solid origin realm, he could descend the mountain and reunite with his parents. For Zhou Luo, the solid origin realm became a cherished goal, akin to his initial aspiration of reaching the Qi refinement stage upon entering the sect. As he delved deeper into his practice, time flowed gently by, and before he realized it, 2 months had elapsed. On this particular day, upon concluding his meditation and assessing his progress, he discerned that there had not been a significant enhancement compared to 2 months prior. Despite his awareness, a sense of helplessness lingered in his heart. The concept of celestial affinity was indeed vexing. Even with the Supreme Profound Heart method at his disposal, he had seen little improvement. It seemed that manifesting a miracle was not an endeavor to be taken lightly. However, rather than succumb to despair, Zhou Luo found himself brimming with unwavering resolve. Once labeled as a waste, he had progressed beyond many who were once deemed capable, who still lingered in the Qi refinement stage, while he had crossed into it, embarking on the true path of cultivation. Regardless of the reasons behind his journey, as many would say, the path of cultivation only concerns the outcome, disregarding the process. Perhaps his current cultivation level had unwittingly fallen behind others, but they were all on the same track, striving together. Why burden himself with worry? Even if others stood atop lofty peaks while he remained at the foot of the mountain, his task was to ascend. as long as he did not relinquish his efforts. There would be a day of reunion. Chapter 31. Descent from the mountain. A splash from a pond leapt upward, akin to a moth drawn to a flame. Aware that the heat was unattainable, yet still resolutely pursuing it until it reached the pinnacle, only to crash back down into the water, sending ripples cascading once more. Life mirrors this water's spray, ever striving upwards, yet eternally ignorant of when it will reach its conclusion. Zhou Luo rose, emerging from the Xianling waterfall, and beheld Lu Wang approaching from a distance. Junior brother, the teacher seeks your presence. Understood. Upon looking at Zhou Luo, Zhenyang Zhenren's gaze shifted slightly, with his prowess. He could easily perceive Zhou Luo's cultivation at the second layer of the qi refinement stage. Had it not been for his innate magical artifact, Zhenyang Zhenren would have been astounded by Zhou Luo's rapid progress, unaware of the artifact's existence. This seemed to further validate Zhenyang's suspicions about Zhou Luo. Teacher, you sought me? Zhenyang Zhenren nodded slightly, stating, 1,000 miles beyond the sect, at the Little Thunder Mountain, there are disturbances caused by demonic creatures. After discussions with Master Zhang, we have decided to send you and your youthful companions down the mountain to investigate the situation and, if necessary, eliminate these creatures to restore peace to the area. Demonic creatures? Zhou Luo pondered, confused, as he only understood about demonic birds. What exactly were demonic creatures? Qingzhou smiled and explained, demonic creatures refer to demonic beasts. When demonic birds awaken their intelligence and embark on the path of cultivation, they are deemed demonic beasts. Although they are sentient beings, they possess a fierce nature and wreak havoc. It is our duty to eradicate them upon sight. Zhenyang Zhenren reassured him, you need not be overly concerned. The demonic beasts causing trouble at Little Thunder Mountain are not particularly formidable, otherwise, we would not send you down. This is merely a customary trial, an opportunity for you to gain experience. Rest for now. Tomorrow morning, your senior sister will escort you. Zhou Luo respectfully acquiesced, then returned to his quarters. After more than a year within the Haoyuan immortal sect, this would be his first venture outside the mountain, igniting a sense of anticipation within him. As night deepened, a lithe figure darted from his residence, expertly heading towards a particular direction. After about a quarter of an incense stick's time, the figure arrived at the foot of a mountain peak. Amidst the dense forest, a massive stone bore the weight of a young man, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing through the branches at the luminous moon above. Senior brother, my apologies for keeping you waiting. As the figure approached the stone, seeing the young man still and waiting, a surge of joy filled his heart. What brings you to seek me? The young man inquired. I wish to request your assistance in eliminating someone. The figure spoke candidly, revealing his intent. The youth frowned slightly and asked, who is it that you wish to kill? The figure replied, Taisu Peak, Zhou Luo. The young man's expression darkened, his voice low yet sharp. We, as fellow disciples, are forbidden from harming one another. Are you courting death? Unperturbed, the figure raised his hands high, revealing a faint luminescence within his palms. I have heard that Zhou Luo is soon to venture to Little Thunder Mountain. Senior brother, if you follow him discreetly, it would be a simple matter for you to eliminate him without detection. At this moment, the youth's gaze was fixated on the faint glow emanating from the other's palms. Unable to look away, his eyes betraying a flicker of intrigue, the figure, evidently confident in his offering, continued, should you assist me in fulfilling this wish, I assure you there will be ample rewards. You shall not be disappointed. The young man waved his hand lightly, the faint glow gliding toward him, vanishing into his sleeve. He then remarked, to slay a fellow disciple is a grave sin. The figure hastily replied, fear not, senior brother. This matter is known only to you and me. No one else shall know. Very well, do not forget your promise. You are surely aware that I harbor a grudge against those who deceive me. Go now? Yes. Thank you, senior brother. The figure turned and swiftly departed. In that fleeting moment, a cold glint ignited in his eyes. Greed, indeed, is a perilous trait. As he gazed at the retreating figure, a cold glint flickered in the young man's eyes. Heaven knows, earth knows, you know, I know. Ultimately, you must also comprehend what must be done, even if you do not know how. The following morning, Qingzhou departed from Taisu Peak with Zhou Luo, venturing beyond the 7 peaks and arriving at the square of the outer mountain. Even though it was still early, the square was bustling with numerous individuals, all diligently practicing their cultivation under the rising sun. The path of immortality demands unwavering commitment. Observing the throngs of young practitioners, Zhou Luo felt a tremor of thought. Had it not been for the arrival of the third senior sister that day, leading him into Taisu Peak, he would undoubtedly have been among this multitude. In terms of cultivation, could the environment of the outer mountain compare to that of Taisu Peak? It seemed Qingzhou sensed his contemplations. Gently patting his shoulder and saying, "Let us go. The elder steward is already waiting." At the forefront of the square, at the mountain gate, was the very place where they had arrived last year at the Hao Yuan immortal sect. Behind the elder steward stood several young ones, one of whom Zhou Luo recognized as Wu Bu, with whom he had clashed during the competition for new disciples. It appeared that the disciples summoned down the mountain this time were among those who had first stepped into the qi refining stage from their batch. In that case, Meng Die should also be present. After exchanging greetings with the elder steward and offering Zhou Luo a few words of advice, Qingzhou returned to Taisu Peak. Shortly thereafter, a beam of light swiftly descended from afar, landing in the square. As the light dissipated, Zhou Luo correctly identified the girl emerging from it, Meng Die. All the participants had arrived. The elder steward turned to face the group, surveying them before declaring, "I am Li Chang. I will lead you down the mountain this time. But once we reach Shao Lei Mountain, I shall not intervene in your experiences. Everything will depend on your own efforts. Now follow me." He waved his hand, and a spiritual light surged forth from his sleeve, ascending into the air and transforming into a gigantic sword, measuring several dozen yards in length, more than sufficient to accommodate them all. Li Chang ascended the colossal sword first, and once everyone was aboard, the sword departed from the mountain gate, soaring through the skies like a bolt of lightning. "Zhou Shixiao, is this your first descent from the mountain?" came a gentle voice from behind. Without needing to look, he knew it was Meng Die. The enormous sword, measuring dozens of yards, allowed them all to cultivate in peace without fear of disturbance. As there were barely a dozen of them, Meng Die, a prodigious girl, although a disciple, held a status that surpassed many elders within the Hao Yuan immortal sect. If she wished, even Li Chang would not dare to approach her casually, let alone the other disciples. However, the girl was filled with curiosity towards Zhou Luo. "Yes, it is my first descent after entering the sect. Upon hearing the news yesterday, I felt an inexplicable anticipation, yet now I find myself somewhat unaccustomed," Zhou Luo admitted. He understood that this was due to his nature. He cherished home and was reluctant to stray too far, especially from his family. During the more than a year at Taisu Peak, despite most of his time spent in training, he had come to regard Taisu Peak and his teachers as his second home and family, even though he was aware that this was merely an outing for training, and that he would likely venture out alone in the future. He had yet to adapt. Perhaps deep within, he still held a degree of resistance towards the path of immortality. After all, his journey into cultivation had not begun from aspiration. "I have already been down the mountain once." The girl who had emerged from the Hao Yuan immortal sect seemed to possess an added vivacity and liveliness characteristic of her age. Like Zhou Luo, she exhibited a certain maturity beyond her years, perhaps indicating that every youth on the path of immortality bore a hint of maturity, be it Zhou Luo, Meng Die, or Wu Bu and others. However, Meng Die slightly shifted the subject, inquiring, "I visited Taisu Peak twice to seek you, but was told you were in secluded cultivation. Were you truly cultivating, or did you deliberately avoid meeting me?" Zhou Luo was taken aback. He had not expected Meng Die had indeed sought him out. He was genuinely engaged in his training. Seeing that he was not deceiving her, Meng Die smiled softly and remarked, "Zhou Shixiao, the path of immortality is long and fraught with solitude. Throughout this life, one may encounter the most profound experience of loneliness. If, along this long journey, one has companions, it shall not be so desolate and bleak. What do you think?" The newly risen sunlight bathed the girl, her already exquisite features now adorned with a subtle glow, enhancing her unparalleled beauty to a breathtaking degree, leaving one momentarily entranced. Chapter 32. The path of martial arts in the span of 1,000 miles, flying on the sword. They reached the so-called Shao Lei Mountain in less than 2 hours, now clearly in sight. Although there was still some distance to cover, Shao Lei Mountain appeared majestic, shrouded in an aura akin to faint thunder, imparting a sense of pressure. Li Chang spoke. "Beyond Shao Lei Mountain lies the ancient Ming city. You may choose to enter Shao Lei Mountain directly, or rest in the ancient Ming city to familiarize yourselves with it. Remember, the ancient Ming city is a mundane place. Do not casually reveal your identity as cultivators, nor exploit the common folk, as it would tarnish the reputation of our Hao Yuan immortal sect. There are also formidable individuals among the mundane, so do not let success go to your head." Formidable individuals among the mundane? Zhou Luo felt perplexed. After all, his understanding of the immortal realm and the mundane world was rather limited. As the colossal sword landed, a city loomed at the horizon. It was the ancient Ming city. After more than a year, Zhou Luo once again sensed the breath of the mortal realm, which felt more familiar compared to the Hao Yuan immortal sect. "What are you pondering, Zhou Shixiao?" Meng Jie inquired, glancing at the young man walking alongside her. Zhou Luo cast a glance at Li Chang ahead and replied softly. Li Shishu mentioned that there are strong individuals among the mundane, and I find it difficult to comprehend. Meng Jie smiled and said, the forces of the universe are not solely attainable through the path of cultivation. There are myriad paths to enlightenment. Have you forgotten the legendary journey of Master Xingyang? Zhou Luo responded, I often hear of it, but I lack a clear understanding. Meng Jie continued, cultivation involves absorbing spiritual energy to refine it into one's own power. This is the process. However, within the mundane, there exists another pathway known as the path of martial arts, which involves tempering the body and mind through unparalleled willpower. One can attain immense strength, rivaling that of cultivators. Yet, the path of martial arts is far more arduous, resulting in relatively few who achieve great success. Master Xingyang, however, emerged from the path of martial arts, forging his own path before embarking on the journey of cultivation. Zhou Luo's heart stirred. It seemed that his practice of external refinement at the heavy prison peak was indeed a method of the path of martial arts. It was evident that his teachers had meticulously planned for their futures. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Luo posed another question. If the path of martial arts can lead to the path of cultivation, then perhaps the attainment of destiny is not the most crucial aspect? Li Chang, having overheard their quiet conversation, interjected, indeed, while the path of cultivation is arduous. The process of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to transform it into one's own power is easier and far more relaxed compared to the path of martial arts. In contrast, the path of martial arts is ultimately a lesser path. Master Xingyang, however, is the only individual in centuries who has traversed the path of martial arts to ascend to the realm of cultivation. Although he created a miracle and defied convention, it remains a rarity not widely acknowledged. Zhou Luo, I am uncertain of the teachings imparted by Master Xingyang to you. If you aspire to replicate his journey, it may not be the wisest course. Focus on the path before you. There are avenues to explore, but do not seek alternate paths unnecessarily. Many within the Hao Yuan immortal sect were exceedingly curious about Zhou Luo, as his unremarkable fate had allowed him to achieve the qi refining stage in just a year, a feat that many with third-grade destinies had failed to accomplish. If one were to suggest that the teachings of the true Yang Master were particularly adept, some might remain skeptical. After all, it is inconceivable that even a child from a humble background could adapt to the daunting path of martial arts in such a brief span of time. There are whispers in the world that unmanifested celestial fates represent the ultimate, yet few hold this belief. Therefore, Zhou Luo's remarkable performance is indeed astonishing. Currently at the second level of qi refinement, he may not rival Meng Jie, but among the newly initiated disciples, he is a rare talent. Regardless of past perceptions of Zhou Luo and the Tai Su Peak, the present Zhou Luo is undeniably worthy of cultivation. Thus, Li Chang's guidance is sincere and devoid of any mockery. Zhou Luo expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Masterly, for your guidance. Li Chang waved his hand dismissively, stating, Miss Ming possesses unparalleled talent. Although she entered the sect at the same time as you, her experiences are extensive. If she is willing to guide you, it would indeed be your fortune. Li Chang, wise with age, discerned that Meng Jie harbored a unique regard for Zhou Luo. The bond between young men and women may not necessarily be romantic, but should it foster a deeper connection, it would be a positive outcome. Setting aside personal bias, Zhou Luo's current accomplishments are a small miracle. If he can follow in Meng Jie's footsteps, he may well contribute to the Hao Yuan Xianmin by becoming a formidable expert in the future. Meng Jie remarked, Masterly, you flatter me. There has never been any guidance between Zhou Xiong and myself. Her calm demeanor belied a hint of aloofness, the meaning of which required no further speculation. Li Chang chuckled softly, his expression neutral, and quickened his pace towards Guming City. Zhou Xiong, do not take Master Li's words to heart. I did not mean it that way, Meng Jie added. Zhou Luo smiled and replied, Do I seem like someone so petty? Meng Jie beamed brightly and said, Zhou Xiong, if you are interested in the path of martial arts, once you reach the solidification realm and have the opportunity to descend the mountain, I would like to take you to a place that may yield some insights. Zhou Luo clarified, It is not so much interest as it is curiosity upon first hearing about the path of martial arts. Meng Jie gazed ahead and, after a moment, remarked, The path of martial arts is not trivial. There are countless ways, and the distinction lies only in the practitioners themselves. If martial arts and cultivation can be harmonized, the resulting techniques would be profound and powerful. The esteemed true Yang Master is recognized as the foremost expert of the Hao Yuan Xianmin for good reason. These words reflect her admiration for the true young master, counter Li Chang's assertions, and provide enlightenment to Zhou Luo. She is the most extraordinary prodigy the Hao Yuan Xianmin has ever seen, possessing an 8th-tier celestial fate that sets her apart in the mortal realm. The sect's leaders and peak masters hold high hopes for her, beyond her own cultivation. She dedicates her time to the teachings of the 7 strongest elders of the Hao Yuan Xianmin, and she is privy to knowledge that surpasses others. She understands that Zhou Luo is traversing his cultivation journey through the external techniques of the Qingzhou peak. Unmanifested celestial fates may signify the pinnacle of potential, but they could also indicate failure. The latter is a possibility to consider. Meng Jie respects the true young master's selflessness, generosity, and broad perspective. Her curiosity about Zhou Luo, likely influenced by the true young master, is also fueled by his distinctiveness, which captivates her attention. If she can assist Zhou Luo, she is willing to make significant efforts. Zhou Luo, perceptive, grasped her intentions and promptly responded, "When I reach the solidification realm, I would be grateful for your assistance." Initially, he held no grand aspirations regarding his cultivation or achievements, as his primary desire was to ensure his parents' peace. However, now wishing to become a pillar of support for his teacher, he feels a newfound urgency. If an opportunity arises, he would not let it slip by. Meng Jie chuckled lightly, saying, "On the path of cultivation, having a companion alleviates the chill of solitude. Zhou Xiong, I hope that the one who accompanies me is you. Why must you be so courteous?" The young woman exuded a calm elegance that Zhou Luo found difficult to match. And noticing that they were the only two while others walked ahead, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Meng Jie paid no heed to his thoughts and inquired, "Zhou Xiong, do you intend to stay in Guming City for a couple of days, or head directly to Shaolei Mountain?" Gazing into the distance, the city obstructed his view of Shaolei Mountain, yet he could still sense the pressure emanating from the mountains beyond the city. After a moment of silence, Zhou Luo replied, "Let us proceed directly to Shaolei Mountain. The rampant beasts must be dealt with swiftly to spare the nearby villagers further suffering." He believed that, given his experiences in the small cave heaven, he could handle ordinary beasts alone. There was no need to delay. It was better to act sooner than later. Meng Jie asked, "Then, may I accompany you, Zhou Xiong?" Zhou Luo anticipated her response and murmured, "Could I refuse?" Meng Jie was momentarily taken aback, perhaps surprised by his rare jest. Though this was only their 3rd encounter, they had not exchanged many words. "Of course not. I am a girl. You must yield to me," she chimed playfully, her laughter infusing the atmosphere with vibrancy, drawing many curious gazes towards them, including Zhou Luo. In Chapter 33, within Shaolei Mountain, the city bustled with life. The youthful spirit of Zhou Luo was uplifted by the lively surroundings. Yet it was quickly overshadowed by a wave of nostalgia. "Zhou Xiong, what troubles you?" Meng Jie inquired, noticing his sudden shift in mood. Zhou Luo stared ahead and, after a pause, confessed, "My hometown may not be as grand as this place, but it is still lively. Whenever I felt weary from studying or returned home from the academy, I would take a stroll through the streets, and that was the happiest moment for me. It was only after leaving home that I realized being near my parents is the true happiness." The youth longed for home. Despite his strong adaptability and over a year of acclimatizing to the challenges of the Hao Yuan Xianmin, the deep-seated attachment to his family grew increasingly intense. Meng Jie raised her delicate brows, momentarily at a loss for words, even with her intelligence. To her, the path of cultivation was a coveted journey, an entry into the immortal realm, and aside from cultivation, how much time could one truly devote to personal matters? Yet this young man beside her still held such profound feelings for the mundane world. Could his uniqueness be related to this? Fortunately, Zhou Luo did not linger in his melancholy for too long. He understood that once he embarked on the path of cultivation, many things became beyond his control. Even if he yearned to return home, it would have to wait until he reached the solidification realm. No matter how much he missed home, he could only think of it without acting upon it. The only solution was to cultivate diligently and enhance his own abilities. "Dream sister, shall we head to Shaolei Mountain now?" Zhou Luo redirected the conversation. Meng Jie nodded slightly, stating, "Once we arrive at our lodging, we will inform Master Li, and then we shall go." Guming City, under the jurisdiction of the Hao Yuan Xianmin, serves as a mundane resting place for those descending from the mountain. It allows for swift identification and recruitment of promising talents before they are taken by other sections. The path of cultivation is arduous, and talented practitioners are equally rare. Individuals like Meng Jie, with her prodigious gifts, may only emerge once in centuries. Upon reaching a grand estate, they were promptly welcomed inside. After everyone was settled, Li Chang remarked, You may proceed to Shao Lei Mountain whenever you wish. Or you may rest here in the city for a couple of days to familiarize yourselves with it. You have 2 months for this excursion. Dream Butterfly E spoke. Masterly, Brother Zhou and I shall ascend the mountains immediately. Li Chong waved his hand casually, and 2 beams of spiritual light darted forth, floating before the two, saying, "These are communication talismans. They will allow you to converse over short distances. Should you encounter great danger, shatter them, and I will arrive post-haste. As this is your first venture down the mountain, I must advise you, do not be overly ambitious, do not take reckless risks. If you notice anything unusual, return promptly to report, and refrain from acting on your own accord." The mention of being overly talkative was directed at Dream Butterfly. Had it been merely Zhou Luo, it would have been a direct command. The other youths shared this sentiment, but, for reasons unknown, opted to delay their journey to Little Thunder Mountain for 2 more days. The two stowed the communication talismans and departed the courtyard, making their way toward the city gate leading to Little Thunder Mountain. Brother Zhou, are you not curious why the others wished to go to Little Thunder Mountain immediately, yet did not? Dream Butterfly inquired with a smile. Knowing Zhou Luo sought the answer. Zhou Luo, not lacking in wit, asked, "What is your reason?" Dream Butterfly replied, "The so-called monsters are merely demonic beasts. They, too, are cultivators. The difference lies in their nature as demons while we are human. You may think humans and demons are worlds apart, but that is merely a notion propagated in books. In the world of cultivation, whether human, demon, or fiend, all are cultivators, and fundamentally, there is no distinction, only differing origins and backgrounds. It is said that demonic beasts are ferocious and consume humans, causing calamity, yet, is it not equally justifiable for humans to hunt demons?" Zhou Luo was taken aback. This was the first time he had encountered such a perspective. Dream Butterfly laughed. "Do you find my words unorthodox?" Zhou Luo did not deny it, and she continued with a smile. "Brother Zhou, as you grow and experience more, you will come to understand the truth behind my words." Zhou Luo paused, then asked, "How do you know all this? You seem scarcely older than me. Yet your words carry the weight of wisdom, reminiscent of what teachers say." Dream Butterfly replied, "The more one observes, the more one understands." Sensing a story behind her words, Zhou Luo refrained from prying further and instead asked, "What does this have to do with why the other brothers did not rush to Little Thunder Mountain?" Dream Butterfly looked at him and said, "Because I do not wish for them to follow us." "Would you want them trailing behind us?" Zhou Luo found this difficult to comprehend. Why not let them accompany them? Shouldn't they all venture forth together for their trials? Yet he understood how to respond. Silence was the most prudent course. Their idle chatter continued as they journeyed, and before long, Little Thunder Mountain loomed ahead. The proximity intensified the mountain's oppressive aura, especially with the faint, ethereal glow enveloping it, reminiscent of thunder and imbued with an inexplicable power. Dream Butterfly Yi's expression shifted slightly. No wonder demonic beasts appear in Little Thunder Mountain. It all makes sense now. Zhou Luo admired her keen observation, having merely glimpsed it up close. He was already struck with insight, thinking to himself, truly a prodigious young woman. Dream Butterfly pointed towards the mountain, saying, "Brother Zhou, this faint radiance does not arise spontaneously from the heavens and earth. It heralds the emergence of extraordinary entities within the mountain, attracting demonic beasts. Our primary purpose for descending the mountain may very well be to seek out these extraordinary items." Zhou Luo inquired, "If the demonic beasts discovered them first, will we still arrive in time?" Dream Butterfly reassured him. "If we were too late, the sects experts would have already claimed them and would not have sent us. Such items require ample time to gestate. If time is insufficient, forcibly taking them would lead to damage." These were the fundamentals of the cultivation world. Indeed, reading a myriad of books cannot compare to traveling 1,000 miles. Let us proceed into the mountain. Very well. Upon entering the mountain, without excessive investigation, Dream Butterfly guided Zhou Luo as if she knew their destination. After traveling a certain distance, a furious roar echoed from afar, accompanied by the sounds of a struggle. Dream Butterfly furrowed her brows and said, "Brother Zhou, it seems someone has gotten there first. We must hasten our pace." With that, she dashed forward, and Zhou Luo followed suit, quickening his speed. After about 10 minutes, they traversed a dense grove and emerged into a clearing, where they beheld a colossal creature, standing like a giant, towering in the heavens. This was a demonic beast. Zhou Luo had encountered many demonic birds in the small cave world, some of considerable size. But in comparison to this demonic beast, they seemed insignificant. Despite it being his first encounter with such a creature, he could instantly discern the difference between demonic beasts and demonic birds. There was but this one beast, no others were in sight. but the myriad of wounds crisscrossing its body indicated it had recently endured a fierce battle. It gazed intently into the distance. Zhou Luo and Dream Butterfly had arrived too late to ascertain who had previously engaged the beast. Dream Butterfly gestured to Zhou Luo, and the two slowly retreated. After a while, they meandered a path to avoid the location of the demonic beast, continuing onward. Though the beast appeared gravely injured, it was also at its most perilous, akin to how one might perform extraordinarily in the face of life-threatening crises. In such circumstances, it was best to avoid direct confrontation with the demonic beast. She endeavored to impart essential knowledge to Zhou Luo. If the opponent were sufficiently powerful, they would not spare the demonic beast, and it was evident that they could not ensure their own survival after slaying it. Brother Zhou, we must be swift. We must uncover who dares to seize treasures within the territory of our Haoyuan sect. The 10 great sects of Qingzhou each governed their respective domains. Any transgressions required notification to the relevant parties. Otherwise, it would be seen as provocation. Chapter 34. The girl in red. The two hastened onward, pushing their speeds to the limit. Zhou Luo, under the oppressive weight of the heavy prison peak, had tempered his physique, allowing him to traverse with the burden of a mountain upon his back. Once this pressure was lifted, he exhibited astonishing speed. Dream Butterfly moved with grace, traversing 10 meters with each breath, as light as a spirit, elegant as a fairy. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, they arrived at a low mountain peak, whereupon they spotted a girl in red, leaning against a large tree, seemingly in a light slumber. The people of Haoyuan sect are quite swift. Upon sensing Zhou Luo and Dream Butterfly's approach, the girl in red opened her eyes. Previously, with her eyes closed, she resembled a sleeping beauty, still and exquisite. Now, as her eyes opened, the world seemed to brighten immeasurably, her gaze radiating brilliance. The girl was extraordinarily beautiful, rivaling even Dream Butterfly. Though he had spent considerable time with Dream Butterfly, becoming somewhat accustomed to her beauty, he was still taken aback by the girl's stunning appearance, especially with her vibrant red attire accentuating her allure. On the surface, they seemed to embody two entirely opposite extremes, one pure, the other seductive, one cold, the other passionate. The red of her garments blazed like fire, and as the girl opened her eyes, it felt as if flames danced, raising the very temperature of the air around her. Dream Butterfly stated, knowing of the Haoyuan sect, how dare you act so recklessly? The girl in the red dress laughed delicately. Your words are quite rare. The road is wide open, and the Haoyuan immortal sect is located here. Can others not come? Is your Haoyuan immortal sect a band of robbers? Preposterous. With a wave of her hand, Meng Jie summoned a surge of spiritual energy that surged forth like lightning, causing the space to tremble. In an instant, it seemed as if a thunderbolt descended upon the girl in red, crashing down with immense force. Upon seeing this, the girl in red waved her hand. An array of spiritual light emerged, transforming into a vibrant flower that blossomed before her, fiery and radiant, absorbing the lightning. Soon after, the flower burst apart, vanishing silently into the void. Zhou Luo furrowed his brow lightly. He had personally experienced Meng Jie's strength before. Among her peers, she was already exceedingly powerful, albeit his experience was limited. The girl in red, of a similar age to Meng Jie, effortlessly deflected Meng Jie's attack without any discernible impact. Such prowess was indeed remarkable, explaining her audacity to venture alone into this small thunder mountain. 7th level of Qi refinement. The girl in red blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. Zhou Luo's mind stirred. During the recent competition among new disciples, Meng Jie was at the 5th level of Qi refinement, and within just over 2 months. While he had only advanced 1 level with the aid of his natal artifact, Meng Jie had risen 2 levels. Her talent, with an 8th grade immortal affinity, was indeed extraordinary. Looking at Meng Jie, the girl in red smiled again, saying, I have heard that a genius girl has emerged from the Haoyuan immortal sect, with a terrifying 8th grade immortal affinity at the 7th level of Qi refinement. You must be Meng Jie, right? Meng Jie stepped forward, her aura intensifying. At your age, being at the 7th level of Qi refinement is astonishing, unless you relied on external forces for your advancement. In all of Qingzhou, there is no one of your caliber. Who are you? The girl in red giggled. Who I am is of little consequence, nor does it relate to you, Meng Jie. However, since we have crossed paths today, I am quite eager to witness the prowess of this so-called unparalleled genius. She too stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, she appeared as a flame, charging towards Meng Jie. A fiery whip surged forth from the flames, seemingly splitting the space in two with a sharp crackling sound, slashing towards Meng Jie. In response, Meng Jie unleashed a torrent of purple light, fierce and sharp, as she thrust forth her sword to clash with the long whip. Zhou Luo's expression shifted. This was Meng Jie's supreme spiritual weapon, the purple Ming sword. The fact that she used it immediately upon engagement indicated her desire to swiftly conclude the battle. But it also suggested that the opponent posed a significant threat, compelling Meng Jie to act with utmost seriousness. Zhou Luo knew little about the world of cultivation. Yet it seemed that individuals of Meng Jie's caliber were rare. The girl in red, whom he encountered by chance today, was certainly no less formidable than Meng Jie. Had he previously been too insular in his understanding of the cultivation realm? As their weapons clashed, the space erupted with a resounding boom, and the two figures were forced apart, Meng Jie retreating while the girl in red soared upwards. The purple Ming sword moved again, radiating with violet light as it morphed into countless swords, 100 swords suspended in the air, their overwhelming ferocity sweeping forth like a tempest, causing the space to shake violently. The swords, like lightning, assembled into a majestic tempest of thunder, transforming the space into a realm of blades that sliced through the void. Compared to 2 months prior, Meng Jie's strength had evidently increased significantly. It was possible that she had held back during her earlier confrontation with Zhou Luo. Faced with such an onslaught, the girl in red did not dare to be careless. She wielded her whip, unleashing a series of crimson flashes that rapidly converged in midair. The sight was akin to a raging sea of flames, overwhelming and obscuring the sky. Most terrifyingly, within this sea of fire, it appeared as if a fire deity had descended, causing the flames to cascade downwards, even overshadowing the world of swords, rendering the fierce assault gradually diminished within the fiery embrace. Nevertheless, it was evident that despite the fury of the fire, its intensity remained equally formidable, with fierce strikes relentlessly piercing through the flames and materializing in space. Ultimately, the sea of fire dissipated, and the world of swords was no more. The girl in red laughed lightly. Let this be the end for today. I have other matters to attend to. I shall return another day to test your strength. Meng Jie, trying to leave? The purple Ming sword shot forth, its light moving with incredible swiftness, piercing through the space to appear before the girl in red. However, at that moment, the space behind her transformed into a black hole, and she stepped back into it, vanishing without a trace. Even though the purple Ming sword could penetrate through space, it could not follow her into that void to force her out. What a mysterious technique, Zhou Luo murmured. Meng Jr. sister, she is injured. Meng Jie replied. She must have sustained injuries from battling that demon beast. To still be able to fight me to a standstill despite her wounds is indeed remarkable. Meng Jie had always been confident in herself. Although the Hao Yuan immortal sect was merely one of the 10 major sects of Qingzhou, she believed that among her peers across the entire realm of cultivation, few could match her. To her surprise, her first foray into the world outside had led her to encounter such a formidable opponent. Zhou Luo inquired, "Can we deduce her origins?" Meng Jie shook her head, saying, "The cultivation world is vast and boundless. Qingzhou is but one part of it. We have not yet even exited our sect, let alone ventured beyond Qingzhou. However, even outside of Qingzhou, individuals of her caliber are exceedingly rare. With diligence, we will surely uncover her background." Zhou Luo asked again, "Should we report this to Uncle Masterly?" "Not for now." A fierce glint flashed in Meng Jie's eyes. In the journey of cultivation, allies are rare, and worthy adversaries are equally scarce. I intend to use her to sharpen my sword. Zhou Luo was slightly taken aback. Perhaps today he had glimpsed another side of the girl. The genius girl he first encountered during the new disciple competition, again in the scripture pavilion. And now on this journey down the mountain, with each encounter, Meng Jie had left a positive impression on him. Unlike others, she did not exude arrogance despite her 8th grade immortal affinity and exceptional talent. She remained quite composed in his presence. Now he realized that her calm demeanor was merely a display for him. Before others, she was as aloof as the 3rd senior sister had teased her to be. Cool and unyielding. This fervor for battle was truly eye-catching. Zhou Luo understood that compared to her, he lacked much of that competitive spirit and sharpness. A reflection of his nature, perhaps also influenced by his upbringing. Chapter 35. The rampaging ape. The heavens were vast, and the earth was wide. The sound of water flowing through the mountain gorge echoed melodiously. Amidst the beautiful scenery of distant green mountains and nearby ancient trees, a surge of demonic energy swirled, engulfing the world. Zhou Luo and Meng Jie gazed from atop an ancient tree, observing a giant ape seated on the ground within the valley, breathing deeply as it drew in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The beast was in the midst of cultivation, yet its injuries were still evident, far from healing in a short period. Meng junior sister. They waited for the demon beast to continue its cultivation, hoping for the moment when it would be utterly absorbed, allowing them to strike with certainty. In the face of the formidable beast, even the previously powerful girl in red could only result in mutual destruction. Zhou Luo and Meng Jie arrived together. Should they confront the beast head-on, its wrath would likely overwhelm them, and their combined strength might not suffice. This was a life-and-death struggle, far removed from the sparring matches within the sect, thus caution was paramount. What troubles you? Meng Jie inquired, noticing Zhou Luo's intense gaze. Zhou Luo replied, Are there many individuals in the cultivation world akin to you and that girl from earlier? Meng Jie pondered for a moment before responding. Each individual is inherently different, whether in talent or disposition. Many prioritize innate talent, yet I believe that character holds greater significance. Without unwavering determination and the courage to press forward, even the finest talent will ultimately fade into obscurity. Zhou Luo chuckled softly. You misunderstand. I am merely curious. My senior sister once remarked that individuals as exceptional as you are rare in this world. How is it that I encounter another so swiftly after meeting you? A faint blush colored Meng Jie's cheeks. In her brief life of merely a few years, she had received countless praises, too numerous to count. She had long since grown accustomed to such accolades, yet Zhou Luo's commendation was distinct. Others praised her for her talent, but Zhou Luo's words stemmed from genuine admiration. Devoid of ulterior motives, talent emerges across generations, each excelling in their own right. Meng Jie murmured, The world is not devoid of individuals of extraordinary talent. While eighth-grade celestial affinity is indeed rare, the vastness of the universe surely harbors more than just a handful. The people we encounter within the sect are but a fraction. Zhou, when we truly embark on our journey beyond Qingzhou, we will witness the vibrancy and splendor of the cultivation realm. The thought of venturing beyond the sect and Qingzhou felt distant to Zhou Luo. Senior brother Zhou, what drives your pursuit of cultivation? For the peace of my family. Meng Jie's delicate brows furrowed. What is amiss? Is someone threatening you or your family? The girl was indeed perceptive. Zhou Luo smiled and asked, And you? Do you cultivate to achieve immortality? The youth had matured beyond the naive child he once was. Cultivation was merely a journey, while achieving immortality was the ultimate aspiration for every cultivator. Meng Jie fell silent again, then spoke. I am uncertain as to why I pursue cultivation. Along this path, I have always been guided by others. While the road ahead appears clear, I am unsure if this is the path I am meant to tread. Perhaps it is time I establish a goal for myself. Isn't achieving immortality the most admirable goal? Meng Jie smiled silently and replied, Senior brother Zhou, if life offers but a single vista, and all those around you expect you to behold only that view, would you desire such an existence? Zhou Luo reflected on his past and said, In my youth, my parents taught me that one ought to stand tall and firm. As a man, one may not possess grand ambitions, but integrity is essential. I studied the classics, cultivated myself, managed my family, governed the state, and aimed to bring peace to the world. If I can fulfill my aspirations in this manner, then my life is complete. Meng Jie sighed. Ultimately, I have yet to discover my life as purpose. You have embarked upon the path of cultivation, yet do you find contentment in leaving your past behind? Naturally, my heart has known discontent, Zhou Luo admitted. However, cultivation is also a form of self-cultivation. If I can achieve great things and benefit the world, it aligns with my ideals. Different paths can lead to the same destination. And that suffices. Meng Jie gazed at the young man beside her, struck by the fervor he displayed in that moment. It was as if the very heavens resonated with him. Her lovely eyes trembled, and she finally comprehended why he stood apart from the rest. Junior sister Meng, look. Zhou Luo's voice jolted her back to reality, directing her gaze toward the mighty ape. Almost there. Meng Jie's voice grew resolute. Senior brother Zhou, cover me. As her words fell, like a sprite, she soared into the air above the valley, her feet enveloped in smoke, resembling clouds or lotus blossoms, wielding a top-tier spiritual weapon. A testament to the sect's esteem and expectations of her. With a flash, sword energy cleaved the air. A brilliant purple radiance sweeping across the heavens like a rainbow piercing the sun. The zimming sword appeared above the giant ape, and in an instant, it transformed into a myriad of blades, descending in an overwhelming onslaught. The area within a dozen feet of the giant ape lay shrouded in sword energy, ensuring that the strike would not miss and leaving the beast no chance of escape, while also preventing it from targeting Zhou Luo in its desperate fury. If the girl in red could inflict such harm upon the giant ape, Meng Jie believed she could do the same. Yet, even though the ape was wounded, she could not afford to be careless. As the sword energy approached, The sharp sound of the slicing air and the imminent danger forcefully disrupted the giant ape's meditation. This was perilous. Anyone forced out of their cultivation in such a manner risked losing control, with dire consequences ranging from madness to death. Roaring, the giant ape emerged from its trance, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, its aura becoming chaotic, its colossal frame swaying unsteadily. In such a state, even a casual strike from the zimming sword could claim its life. Yet at that moment, an ominous rumble emanated from within the giant ape, a sound akin to a dragon's roar, reverberating through the cosmos. The overwhelming fury surged like a tidal wave, further disarraying the ape's already tumultuous aura, intensifying its rage. Was its bloodline awakening? This was troubling. Meng Jie's expression shifted dramatically, and her lotus beneath her feet ascended with great speed as she cried out, "This is bad. It's a tyrant dragon ape. Senior brother Zhou, we must flee." Zhou Luo was unfamiliar with the tyrant dragon ape, but he sensed something was amiss and swiftly retreated. Yet, at that moment, the giant ape's speed and strength were terrifying. Even as Meng Jie rode the lotus high above, the ape launched itself like a cannonball. And despite the zimming sword's efforts to impede it, the blade merely left a mark on its hide, failing to create a wound. Seeing the giant ape closing in on Meng Jie, Zhou Luo's heart raced. An immense dark energy surged within him at an unparalleled speed, transforming into a towering peak that crashed down upon the giant ape. The zimming sword was sharp, but could not harm the giant ape. The heavy prison peak was weighty enough to force the beast back into the air. Roaring, the giant ape, though unharmed, became even more frenzied, redirecting its ire toward Zhou Luo, its massive form charging at him like a mountain. Zhou Luo hastily retreated, the heavy prison peak rising to block the heavens. While the zimming sword sliced through the air, its brilliant purple light emanating a formidable sword energy aimed at the ape's nape. However, neither the heavy prison peak nor the zimming sword could inflict substantial damage. The former could only momentarily delay the beast, while the latter failed to deliver a decisive blow. "Senior brother, you must go. I will hold it back. Trust me, I can evade it." Her voice receded into the distance, and in the blink of an eye, both Zhou Luo and the tyrant dragon ape vanished from the sky. Meng Jie immediately shattered a communication talisman and swiftly pursued the direction in which the two had disappeared. In ancient Ming City, within the courtyard of the Haoyuan sect, Li Chang's expression suddenly shifted, and in the next moment, radiant light surged beneath his feet as he sped away. "All individuals, proceed immediately to Little Thunder Mountain. Do not disperse, ensure mutual support. If any issues arise, report to me without delay." Chapter 36. Pursuit. Miss Ming, what troubles you? Li Chang arrived swiftly. Seeing that Meng Jie was unharmed, he felt a measure of relief. Yet he did not spot Zhou Luo. "It is the blood dragon ape. Its bloodline has awakened," Meng Jie replied coldly. The solidifying realm blood dragon ape was lured away by senior brother Zhou. Li Chang's expression shifted. This was indeed a predicament. The information received by the immortal sect indicated merely a common beast, which had led Meng Jie and the other Qi refinement disciples, including Zhou Luo, to descend the mountain for observation. To discover it was a blood dragon ape was a grave error in communication. Was it merely a misunderstanding? Or was there a deliberate deception at play, concealing a deeper conspiracy? Meng Jie had no time to ponder this now. She hastened forward, but despite her rapid pace, she could not sense Zhou Luo or the blood dragon ape. Even with Li Chang's swifter speed, he made no discoveries. "Senior brother Zhou." This call echoed through the mountains, wrapped in spiritual energy, reverberating endlessly. Regardless of the urgency and concern woven into the cry, it garnered no response. "Uncle Li, gather everyone. Even if we must search every inch of Little Thunder Mountain, I will find senior brother Zhou." The girl's heart had never been so resolute. Even as memories she wished to forget flooded her mind, today ignited a fierce will within her. Zhou Luo was oblivious to these shouts. He was no longer in that vicinity. Meng Jie and Li Chang, especially Meng Jie, were pursuing the wrong direction. Zhou Luo had swiftly fled, with the blood dragon ape in pursuit. The formidable repression peak had somewhat obstructed him, affording him a slight chance to alter his course. In a race against the blood dragon ape, Meng Jie's exquisite spirit tool, the smoke lotus, granted her remarkable speed, yet even she could not outrun the beast. Zhou Luo acknowledged that while his speed was commendable, it could not surpass that of the blood dragon ape. During the final 2 months of battles against the demonic birds in the small cave heaven, the real man of True Yang remarked on Zhou Luo's high comprehension. He understood how to preserve himself amidst danger. Competing with the blood dragon ape in speed was futile. The only escape lay in leveraging the mountain's terrain. Zhou Luo had employed this tactic in his previous encounters with demonic birds, and today he had no choice but to do the same. Though his familiarity with Little Thunder Mountain's terrain was limited, he had traversed enough to know where he could hinder the blood dragon ape. Thus, after luring the beast away, he changed direction, not fleeing in a straight line. Meng Die continued on her original path, unable to catch up, as Zhou Luo fled before him. He periodically utilized the repression peak to obstruct the blood dragon ape. He navigated through dense forests and rocky outcrops with ease, while the blood dragon ape could only demolish its surroundings with brute force, buying Zhou Luo precious moments to escape. Zhou Luo was confident that regardless of the blood dragon ape's awakened bloodline and its formidable strength, it had previously been forced out of its cultivation by Meng Die. It appeared to be in good condition now, but such a state could not be sustained for long. At this moment, Zhou Luo was racing against time, testing whether he could evade the blood dragon ape or if it would collapse from exhaustion first. This was not a gamble based on luck. His 2 months of experience in the small cave heaven had equipped him well for such a perilous chase. Without that, he would have had no hope of escaping the blood dragon ape. Both man and beast surged wildly through Little Thunder Mountain, crashing through thickets of trees. The mountain's wildlife fled in terror, while those unfortunate enough to be caught were devoured by the blood dragon ape. Perhaps it was the scent of blood that fueled the beast's frenzy. Though Zhou Luo had no time to glance back, he could sense the blood dragon ape's eyes, filled with a terrifying bloodlust. Yet, perhaps this was a good sign. The more frenzied the beast became, the greater the likelihood of its downfall. Zhou Luo was unaware of the true nature of the awakened bloodline, but he understood the principle of decline following a peak. Now, it was a question of endurance. His mind had never been clearer. Perhaps it was the first time in his life that he faced such a terrifying danger. The peril he experienced during the demon bird chase in the small cave heaven paled in comparison to today's threat. The demon birds were merely beginning to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, embarking on the path of cultivation, while the demon beasts had already attained a degree of sentience. The two were incomparable. The greater the danger, the calmer his heart became. His mind raced, seeking an opportunity to escape. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed, and neither Zhou Luo nor the blood dragon ape knew where they had ventured within the mountain. The blood dragon ape continued its relentless pursuit. Despite Zhou Luo's repeated evasive maneuvers, the creature remained within its sight. This beast is unyielding. It shows no signs of faltering, Zhou Luo silently cursed. Suddenly, he spotted a cliff ahead. This could be his opportunity. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the repression peak, which soared before him, transforming into a towering giant that floated in the air. Zhou Luo swiftly leaped onto the repression peak, and below lay the precipice. A surge of joy filled him as he leaped from the repression peak to the opposite side of the cliff. Simultaneously, the repression peak soared upward, crashing down upon the blood dragon ape. Bang! The blood dragon ape, fierce and powerful, managed to deflect the repression peak, its massive form nearly reaching the edge of the cliff before it lost its footing and tumbled into the abyss. At last, Zhou Luo had escaped. He landed on solid ground, and though he had not been injured previously, the strain of the chase had taken its toll. Now that he had relaxed, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. However, before he could rest, a frenzied aura erupted from the cliff, and a colossal figure surged forth. Is it not dead yet? Zhou Luo had no time to react further as the repression peak appeared before him. Bang! In an instant, Zhou Luo, along with the repression peak, was sent sprawling, blood spilling from his mouth as he rolled helplessly across the ground. As he steadied himself, another spurt of blood erupted from his lips. His chest tightened, his chi stagnated, and his vision began to fade. Just before losing consciousness, he glimpsed a flame-like figure emerging, with a fiery whip extending towards the blood dragon ape. How remarkable! It appears the awakened blood dragon ape is formidable, yet in this state, you cannot contend with me, she laughed, reveling in her advantage. Chapter 37. Luo Jia. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zhou Luo slowly awakened, no longer at the cliff's edge, but in a mountain gorge. Ahead, a spring bubbled melodiously, winding through the mountains, enveloped in a serene atmosphere that filled the surroundings with tranquility. This was the essence of nature's beauty. Suddenly, a fiery red figure appeared above the spring, flickering like a flame, ethereal and breathtaking. Hee, you have awakened, quite impressive indeed. Surviving such a blow from the Tyrannosaurus ape. Disciples of the Haoyuan immortal sect surely possess remarkable capabilities. Zhou Luo paused momentarily, then recalled the red-clad maiden's appearance before his unconsciousness. Had it not been for her, he might have already succumbed to the beast's voracity. Regardless of her identity, her life-saving grace was unequivocally commendable. Attempting to express his gratitude, he discovered his injuries remained grievous, and thus could only utter, "Thank you, miss, for your life-saving kindness." The red-clad girl approached, observing Zhou Luo with a hint of curiosity. "I just showed up like this. Are you not angry?" Zhou Luo, perplexed, responded, "Why would I be angry?" The girl was taken aback for a moment before retorting, "You truly are a simpleton. Forget it. There's no need to discuss this. Since you have awakened, I must take my leave. Here, this is yours." As she tossed an object towards him, Zhou Luo felt a sudden shift in his spirit. Had it not been for the oppressive force of the heavy prison peak within him, he might have lost control. "What is this? I don't want it." "How ungrateful." The red-clad maiden replied. "Common mystical beasts typically cultivate their own inner cores, which are the essence of their lives, possessing significant value for cultivators like us. I witnessed you contributing to the defeat of that Tyrannosaurus ape, so I deemed it fitting to offer you this treasure. Do not mistake my actions for mere goodwill." Her words revealed a certain clarity in her disposition. She was not one to easily extend such favors. Although Zhou Luo was unfamiliar with the inner core of mystical beasts, he had heard of its rarity and significance, especially given the formidable strength of the Tyrannosaurus ape. To receive such a gift was indeed a stroke of fortune. "Thank you. Thank you very much." The red-clad girl waved her hand dismissively, stating, "I am leaving now. Are you able to manage on your own?" Zhou Luo nodded. "I can, thank you." She turned to depart, but after a few steps, she recalled something and said, "The information regarding the Hao Yuan immortal sect is erroneous. The Little Thunder Mountain is not as simple as you perceive. Upon your return, you should leave quickly. With your current strength, venturing there would be tantamount to seeking death." Zhou Luo pondered, retorting that she too was wandering alone in the Little Thunder Mountain. That while he may not be capable, his junior sister Meng Die likely could handle it. However, recognizing her goodwill, he swallowed his words and expressed another round of thanks. "What a fool." The red-clad girl thought of something amusing, then declared, "This place is not safe, so I shall wait until your injuries heal before we depart, ensuring I see this through to the end." Zhou Luo, not wishing to speculate on her intentions, thanked her once more before closing his eyes to meditate and heal. After a brief interval, the girl furrowed her brows, gazing at Zhou Luo, as confusion increasingly clouded her beautiful eyes. How could such a youth exist? Several hours passed before Zhou Luo's injuries finally healed completely. "I am fully recovered now. Thank you, miss. I apologize for delaying your journey." The red-clad girl, now unhurried, inquired, "Why did you not consume the mystical beast's inner core earlier?" Zhou Luo contemplated before replying, "For the time being, it holds no significant benefit for me. Consuming it when I truly need it will yield better results." The underlying reason was that he did not wish to partake in such acts before others. Yet his response was not entirely untrue. His cultivation journey was arduous, especially during breakthroughs, and having the inner core at that time would indeed prove advantageous. Thus, his words were not entirely deceptive. The red-clad girl probed further, "Your current second-level qi refinement realm, was it not achieved through external forces or the assistance of others?" Zhou Luo shook his head. While he had expended considerable resources, it was his perseverance that earned him this level. The red-clad girl remarked, "I find it curious. With your modest celestial affinity, how could you have reached the second level of qi refinement so swiftly? What is it that you desire?" Zhou Luo inquired. Though not particularly astute, he was not foolish either. Despite her previous act of saving him, her numerous questions were not simply born of curiosity. The girl smiled, stating, "An 8th-grade celestial affinity, whether in this realm of cultivation or in higher spheres, marks one as a genius among geniuses. I previously found it hard to believe that Meng Die would enter such a small sect as the Hao Yuan immortal sect. It seems rather a waste of her talent. However, now I can somewhat fathom the situation." Zhou Luo, lacking her curiosity, stood and said, "I must return now. Take care, miss. Do not be so hasty." "Allow me to finish my thoughts," she interjected, continuing, "In the realm of cultivation, strength is paramount, and the distinction between high and low is starkly evident. Countless individuals revere Meng Die, yet I sense she regards you quite differently. Are you not curious about this?" Zhou Luo's demeanor grew cold as he replied, "Do not make baseless assumptions about junior sister Meng's feelings. She is not the person you imply." The girl chuckled, "Birds of a feather flock together. The nature of a person determines their companions. A respected individual would not converse equally with those beneath them, nor would they forge friendships with them. If a respected person suddenly shows kindness to those below, they must have ulterior motives. Do you consider yourself a good person? Would you befriend a beggar on the street?" "I would," Zhou Luo responded, resolutely and without doubt. This conviction momentarily startled the red-clad girl, who after some time said, "You may be able to, but how many in this world can truly do so?" Zhou Luo replied coldly, because my celestial affinity is poor. I have faced numerous insults before and after entering the sect. Yet, my teacher accepted me as a disciple, and my seniors treat me with kindness. Miss, the human heart is not something you can so easily judge. The red-clad girl responded, I believe there are good people in the world, but in the realm of cultivation, the so-called good are few and far between. If you encounter them, it is your fortune. Yet do you truly believe that even those you deem good harbor no selfish intentions? Zhou Luo stated, everyone has their own selfish motives. They treat me well. And that is sufficient. The girl countered, you are indeed a simpleton. Their kindness towards you is merely to ensure that when the time comes for you to repay them, you will do so without hesitation. It is a simple principle that you fail to comprehend. Zhou Luo queried, you seem to be warning me. Yet your words cut to the heart. What is your true intention? The girl replied, I merely wish for you not to be deceived, after all. Your life was saved by me. I must take responsibility until the end. Zhou Luo responded indifferently, then I appreciate your good intentions, but I must take my leave. You truly do not recognize kindness when it is offered? The red-clad girl stopped him, saying, let us make a wager, without mentioning your teacher or seniors. Just regarding Meng Die, you assert she has no ulterior motives, while I believe she does. Shall we wager? Zhou Luo regarded her, stating, considering this expedition down the mountain, I have only met Meng Die thrice. Prior to this, she did not know me at all. If she has heard my name, it was merely as a jest. Miss, you will lose. The girl replied, winning or losing is irrelevant. If I lose, it means you were correct, and I would be pleased for you. However, I still wish to make you aware of the dangers of this world, particularly the harshness of the cultivation realm. So, do you dare to wager? Zhou Luo coldly inquired. What are the stakes? Youthful in nature, he could not allow others to provoke him repeatedly. The red-clad girl giggled, quite simply, if you lose, you must leave the Haoyuan immortal sect and join my sect, taking me as your master. Zhou Luo inquired, what will you do if you lose? The girl in red replied, I shall serve as your maid, obeying your every command, swearing on my inner demons to never waver. Very well, once a promise is made, it is as unyielding as a chariot pulled by 4 steeds. Farewell. Wait a moment, the girl in red called out, asking, you must tell me your name, lest I be left searching for the one who is lost. I am Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo, she exclaimed with a playful smile. Though I believe I shall not be defeated, for the sake of fairness, I shall introduce myself as Luo Jia. Remember it well. Before she could finish her words, the girl raised her delicate brows and declared, you are bullying me. Zhou Luo, taken aback, replied, where have I bullied you? It is you who has been disparaging my dream sister. I have yet to hold you accountable for that. Luo Jia retorted, your name is Zhou Luo, is it not? My surname is Luo, sharing the same character. How can you claim not to have wronged me? Zhou Luo was rendered speechless. It was remarkable how such a connection could be drawn. Not wishing to prolong the exchange, he hastily departed. Luo Jia chuckled, Zhou Luo, do not forget our wager. Should you lose, you must come to me without hesitation. There can be no turning back. I am quite curious to discover what makes you so exceptional that even a prodigy like Meng Die has taken notice of you. However, you are mine, and you shall not escape my grasp. Chapter 38. The power of the inner Dan. Zhou Luo swiftly traversed the mountains, finally reaching a peak where he could barely discern his direction before pressing onward. Gradually, he began to hear an anxious voice calling out to him, stirring deep emotions within his heart. Although Luo Jia had spoken many words and harbored some ill intent towards him, he remained unaffected, for his heart was pure as that of a child. He trusted in what he saw and understood, believing that every person has their selfish motives. To blame someone for this would be rather narrow-minded. As the sage said, those of great virtue bear the weight of the world, acknowledging that even the wise have flaws, let alone the mundane folk. Meng sister, I am here. His voice echoed far and wide. Soon, a streak of sword light surged forth, revealing the girl as she hastily approached Zhou Luo. The proximity allowed him to sense her aura and the worry that enveloped her. I am unharmed. Observing the fatigue etched upon her face, particularly her disheveled hair, Zhou Luo softly said, I apologize for causing you concern. Meng Die shook her head, tears mingling with her smile. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Zhou Luo chuckled gently, instinctively reaching out to wipe away her tears, only to halt himself just in time. Let us return. All right. Meng Die responded faintly, then asked, why did you not use the spirit communication talisman? Zhou Luo hesitated, feeling embarrassed. Well, I forgot. In truth, he had been so preoccupied with evading the raging behemoth ape that the thought of using the talisman had completely slipped his mind. This, after all, stemmed from his inexperience in the realm of cultivation. Meng Die pressed on. Then how did you manage to escape the behemoth ape? Zhou Luo's expression turned serious as he recounted the entire ordeal, including how Luo Jia had intervened to slay the behemoth ape and rescue him. Naturally, he omitted the details of their wager and Luo Jia's seemingly ulterior motives. Meng Jie remarked, in light of her saving you, I shall let go of any grievances I hold against her. By the way, Zhou Shixiang, do not disclose the matter of the inner Dan to anyone else. Quickly find a place to consume it, lest it attract unwanted attention. The inner Dan of a demon beast, particularly from one of the solid origin realm, held great value and could easily incite envy. Zhou Luo replied. She also mentioned that the situation in Shaolei Mountain is not as simple as we perceive. The news from the celestial sect is misleading. With our current strength, we are insufficient to take action. Should we report back to the sect? Meng Jie's demeanor suddenly turned cold. Uncle Li is already aware and has informed the sect. The item to be revealed in this instance, the dreaming grass, is a rare third-grade treasure guarded by a formidable beast of the consciousness realm. The behemoth ape is merely the vanguard. Uncle Li has gone to prepare. Our task now is to eliminate the remaining demon beasts. Zhou Shixiang, upon our return, the sect will certainly provide you with an explanation. That day, Zhou Luo had drawn away the behemoth ape, and while he was deeply concerned, Meng Jie had no time to ponder other matters. However, with her intellect, she would inevitably arrive at many conclusions in due course. Zhou Luo, not lacking in wisdom himself, said, let it be. After all, I am unharmed. In fact, I have gained from this misfortune, so there is no need to stir up further trouble. He did not wish for Tai Su Peak to become the center of attention once more due to him. His teachers and senior brothers and sisters had already faced enough challenges on his behalf. Zhou Luo now sought only to steadily enhance his own cultivation. Dispelling any doubts others may harbor regarding Tai Su Peak, that alone sufficed. As for the tribulations he faced, as long as he remained alive, they were trivial. Meng Jie softly said, Zhou Shixiang, I understand your concerns, but if this matter were intentional and we choose not to pursue it, similar incidents will only increase. There is no rationale for 1,000 days of vigilance against thieves. Zhou Luo replied, if this scheme fails, I believe they will also restrain themselves and refrain from acting recklessly. Let us not dwell on this. We should hasten to assist Uncle Li, complete our training, and return home promptly. Meng Jie remarked, in truth, if not for these perilous factors, I would prefer to linger longer in Shaolei Mountain. There is not much freedom to be found within the sect. Zhou Luo smiled, saying, then in the future, when you have the time, come to Tai Su Peak for a visit. There are far fewer restrictions here. Meng Jie's beautiful eyes flickered, and she softly asked, Zhou Shixiang, are you inviting me? Zhou Luo had not intended such a thing, but her words struck a chord within him, causing him to avert his gaze from Meng Jie and hastily leap away. Watching his retreating figure, Meng Jie bit her lip, her enchanting eyes shimmering with myriad emotions. Finding a secluded spot, Meng Jie stood guard while Zhou Luo, with her at his back, took out the bloodied inner Dan of the demon beast. He dared not look too long, and, closing his eyes, swallowed the inner Dan in one gulp, promptly channeling his utmost mystical heart technique to commence his cultivation. He had considered giving the inner Dan to Meng Jie, knowing that its effects would undoubtedly surpass his own consumption, but she had declined, not wishing to cause him distress. To provide a better rationale, she explained that with her talent, she truly did not require excessive external assistance for her cultivation. Thus, Zhou Luo had no choice but to consume it for himself. As for gifting it to his teachers or senior brothers and sisters, that was unnecessary. The solid origin realm was already unattainable for him, and within the vastness of Tai Su Peak, he was the only one in need of such a treasure. The inner Dan melted within him moments after entry, unleashing a pure and surging power that swept through him like a wild stallion. The essence amassed from the behemoth ape's lifetime was colossal, a magnitude beyond Zhou Luo's current comprehension. Though the behemoth ape was a demon beast of the solid origin realm, its inner Dan's power also reached that level. However, it was not as if consuming it would allow anyone to instantly step into the solid origin realm. Such notions were unfounded and unlikely. It possesses the ability to enhance one's prowess, facilitating superior cultivation, enabling Zhou Luo to transcend a level or two in his cultivation. This is certainly feasible, though it may not yield optimal results. If Meng Jie were to partake in it, her beautiful eyes flickered momentarily, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Celestial affinity signifies talent, denoting a closeness and connection with the cosmos, thus allowing for a heightened perception of spiritual energy, which consequently accelerates one's cultivation speed. Zhou Luo, however, is burdened with a lackluster celestial affinity. His rate of refining the heavenly spiritual energy is far inferior to that of others, and even now, absorbing the power from the demon beast's inner cores proves somewhat arduous. Unbeknownst to him, a significant amount of inner core energy has been lost during his cultivation. His speed of refinement and absorption cannot keep pace with the explosive energy of the demon beast's inner cores. Sensing this, Meng Jie swiftly appeared behind Zhou Luo, forming a mysterious seal with her hands that descended upon his back. Moments later, it gradually integrated into his body. The inner core energy that was dissipating within him was suddenly restrained by this enigmatic seal, slowly settling down. In his future cultivation endeavors, Zhou Luo will be able to naturally draw upon this inner core energy, continuing to absorb it until fully consumed, minimizing waste. Thus, even if it does not enable him to progress more swiftly through the qi refinement stage, it is still a significant improvement compared to before. Meng Jie gradually withdrew her hand, her delicate face paling, clearly indicating that the effort she exerted came at a considerable cost. However, as long as it benefits Zhou Luo, it is of little consequence to her. 3 days later, Zhou Luo emerged from his cultivation. The remaining inner core energy, sealed by Meng Jie's methods within a specific area of his body, will be gradually drawn upon and refined during his future practices until fully absorbed. This will result in a faster cultivation speed in the qi refinement stage compared to his usual pace, as it is the essence of a solid foundation realm demon beast. Human cultivators hunt demon beasts not merely due to the overt justification that demon beasts are savage and man-eating, but primarily because the inner cores can significantly enhance one's cultivation. Other reasons are merely pretexts. Thus, in many instances, when faced with human cultivators, if they find themselves at a disadvantage, demon beasts often choose not to preserve themselves, opting instead to self-detonate their inner cores, leaving humans empty-handed as a form of revenge, albeit a tragic one. The violent dragon ape was rather unfortunate. After being injured by Luo Jia, it was then forcibly driven out by Meng Jie during a critical moment of cultivation, compelling it to go berserk and awaken its bloodline. During its pursuit of Zhou Luo, it suffered continuous exhaustion, falling into a ravine yet managing to escape, the cost of which remains unknown, undoubtedly nearing its limit. When Luo Jia suddenly appeared, the ape lacked the strength to self-detonate its inner core, inadvertently benefiting Zhou Luo and Luo Jia, an unfortunate turn of fate for it. Strangely, Luo Jia unhesitatingly bestowed the inner core upon Zhou Luo, which is perplexing, especially since this action occurred before she exchanged words with Zhou Luo. If one were to deem her a benevolent individual, Zhou Luo would have his own judgments. Brother Zhou, congratulations. You have reached the 3rd level of the qi refinement stage, which is indeed commendable given your innate talent. Even after acquiring a fateful artifact and undergoing 2 months of cultivation, without the inner cores from demon beasts, he would not have achieved his current level. However, Zhou Luo remains oblivious to the extent of Meng Jie's efforts on his behalf. This method is extraordinary. Had Zhou Luo been well-versed in the mystical arts of the cultivation realm, he would understand that Meng Jie's current power is insufficient to achieve such a feat. Yet she accomplished it. Unaware, he harbors no doubts, and apart from his joy, it is merely delight. 3 days have passed. Sister Meng, do you think we have delayed our task? As his cultivation improves, Zhou Luo increasingly discerns the duration of his training sessions. Meng Jie replied, the great demon of thee is not easily dealt with. Uncle Li also needs to prepare adequately. Brother Zhou, shatter the transmission talisman to inform your uncle that you are safe. If he has already begun, we will head there immediately. If not, we shall rendezvous with him first. Zhou Luo had no objections to this, and moments later, he shattered the talisman. Aside from spiritual tools, this marks his first use of a cultivator's item. His fateful artifact does not count, as it was not initiated by him. Soon, Zhou Luo announced, Uncle Li has instructed us to meet him. Very well, let us depart. The 2 figures swiftly vanished, and shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from the shadows. Gazing intently in the direction they had gone, his brow furrowed slightly. So, he has reached the 3rd level of the qi refinement stage, with his lackluster celestial affinity. How could his cultivation progress so swiftly? Could it be that he is inherently destined for great fortune? If so, I wonder if I could seize it for myself. A fierce glint suddenly flashed in the man's eyes. The immense fortune of another, if appropriated, could elevate even a mere waste to remarkable heights. What might it mean for himself? This thought alone was profoundly exhilarating. On a mountaintop, Zhou Luo and Meng Jie arrived together, where Li Chang and other disciples awaited them. Alongside them were several others, presumably powerful figures sent by the celestial sect. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, Li Chang felt a sense of relief. tasked with leading disciples down the mountain for training. He bore a certain responsibility. Though unexpected events are always present, this responsibility is not overly burdensome, yet Zhou Luo's significance surpasses that of Meng Die. In Taisu Peak, Meng Die's status may not match that of Zhou Luo. Should anything happen to Zhou Luo, Li Chang was certain his future days would not bode well. "Forgive me for worrying you, Uncle Li," Zhou Luo said. "As long as you are safe, that is what matters." There were no other factors to consider. Zhou Luo's survival alone was deserving of admiration, especially in the wake of the relentless pursuit by Solid Foundation Realm demon beasts, which even formidable Solid Foundation Realm cultivators might struggle to evade. Zhou Luo's ability to achieve this speaks volumes. Li Chang glanced at Meng Die and continued. "The greatest concern in recent days has been for Miss Meng, who has nearly turned over the entire small Thunder Mountain. You must express your gratitude to her." Meng Die softly replied, "We are all fellow disciples. It is only right." "Uncle Li, please elaborate on our next mission." Li Chang, being perceptive, understood the importance of brevity. "The great demon of thee is no foe I can contend with alone. Thus, the celestial sect has dispatched several fellow disciples to assist. The task is rather simple. We will lure that great demon away while you all eliminate the other demon beasts and retrieve the dream dew grass. Remember, speed is of the essence. The intelligence of the great demon is not inferior to that of humans. If it realizes this is a ruse to draw it away, even united, we may not be able to contain it. Miss Meng, you shall take the lead. Is there any issue with this?" Meng Die responded. "I have but one request. Have all circumstances been thoroughly investigated? I do not wish for any unforeseen mishaps to occur." Li Chang assured, "Rest easy, Miss Meng. Such occurrences shall not be repeated." "Very well, since everyone is prepared." Li Chang gently waved his hand, causing all disciples to conceal themselves behind the towering boulders of the mountain. A shimmering aura enveloped them, completely masking their presence. Shortly after, several figures surged forth, plunging into the vast valley in the distance. A thunderous roar echoed, giving rise to a tumultuous chaos. In the previously tranquil valley, wisps of smoke and clouds billowed skyward, while a staggering aura of demonic energy spread like wild waves. Before long, radiant beams of light shot into the sky, followed closely by a colossal creature, far larger than any tyrannosaurus or ape, emerging with a ferocious intent. This was indeed a formidable beast of the spirit concentration realm, and its presence was truly terrifying. The disciples had no doubt that, should they confront it, merely the overwhelming aura of the beast would be enough to obliterate them. Particularly alarming was the destructive light that swirled around the creature, suggesting that even the very fabric of space could be annihilated in its wake. Such horror was unprecedented in their experience. All held their breaths until the beast, guided by the radiant beams, vanished from sight. It was then that Meng Die slowly stepped forward. "It is our turn," she declared, alighting on the cliff face of the valley, surveying the scene below where numerous beasts, exuding their sinister aura, gathered at the valley's end. Beneath the cliff, amidst the encirclement of the creatures, a peculiar little grass, undeniably alluring, was revealed. Surely, it was the coveted dream dew grass. The fact that it could attract a spirit concentration realm beast to guard it, waiting for its maturity despite knowing intruders were approaching, underscored its significance. "Miss Meng, the grass is not yet fully matured. Shall we take it now?" a disciple inquired. Meng Die replied, "Master Li and the others have drawn away the great demon, granting us time. I believe the dream dew grass will soon reach maturity. Brother Zhou, you are swift. Once it matures, you shall retrieve it while we hold off the beasts. Is that acceptable?" This assignment, however, seemed to favor Zhou Luo, perhaps anticipating their thoughts. Meng Die replied coldly, "Unless Master Li and the others slay the great demon, Brother Zhou retrieving the dream dew grass will make him a target. If you believe this task is too light, feel free to exchange roles with him." The disciples fell silent, reconsidering their stance. "Brother Zhou, be cautious. Everyone else, follow me into action." Meng Die descended first, her feet enveloped in smoke lotus, wielding the purple mist sword, which soon erupted with overwhelming force, akin to a rain of swords piercing the air, descending upon the valley's end. The beasts roared defiantly, undeterred by the threat. To them, Meng Die may have exuded danger, but the potential wrath of the spirit concentration realm demon loomed even larger. Zhou Luo stood on the cliff, the heavy prison peak hovering before him as he awaited the dream dew grass's maturation while vigilantly monitoring the actions of his fellow disciples. Should anything arise, he would not remain idle. Chapter 40. Blossoms amidst trials. Whether humans and beasts could coexist peacefully was a question Zhou Luo could not definitively answer. Yet he refused to believe it was entirely impossible. In the wild, ferocious creatures, like tigers and lions, could indeed be tamed. Zhou Luo had heard tales of orphans abandoned in desolate mountains, only to be rescued and raised by wolf packs. No situation is absolute. However, such instances are rare. Just as now, was there any animosity between the two parties? None. Yet, the confrontation began with a life-or-death struggle, leaving no room for negotiation. Of course, although Zhou Luo was well-versed in the teachings of sages, he was no fool. With war already ignited, should he take action, he would show no mercy. With a swift glance, Zhou Luo felt a surge of energy as the heavy prison peak hurtled forth, transforming into a massive black mountain that crashed down. Bang! The second-level qi refining beast was instantly obliterated. "Thank you, Brother Zhou," a disciple exclaimed. "It's nothing. Just be careful and don't be complacent." Zhou Luo replied as the saved disciple rejoined the fray, unaware of the strange glimmer in his eyes upon turning away. The fierce battle raged on for what felt like a couple of tea times, when suddenly, amidst the quiet, the dream dew grass, guarded by the beasts, emitted a radiant light. With a swish, the delicate grass seemed to sprout anew, and from its tip, a vibrant green shoot unfurled. Seemingly ordinary but soon twirling like a sprite. The dream dew grass was on the verge of maturity, and it felt as if it were about to transcend the earthly realm, a true marvel of nature. Zhou Luo dashed forward like lightning, navigating through the chaos of battle, landing right before the dream dew grass, while the frenzied beasts were firmly held back by Meng Die and the others. "Brother Zhou, we need to wait a moment." The new shoot blossomed, but had not fully opened. From this close proximity, Zhou Luo could see the tiny flower bud beginning to appear, as if it were another life awakening. The wait was not long, and soon Zhou Luo witnessed the bud fully blossom. In that moment, the air was filled with an enchanting fragrance that seemed to erode the senses of all present, both allies and beasts alike, leaving them in a daze until clarity gradually returned. The aroma had a bewildering effect, truly remarkable. Without hesitation, Zhou Luo carefully uprooted the dream dew grass and placed it into a prepared container to preserve its essence, ensuring it would take root once more upon returning to the sect. "Sister Meng, fellow disciples, let us depart." The heavy prison peak and purple mist sword carved a path through the encircling beasts as they bolted from the valley with astonishing speed, heading toward the outskirts of Little Thunder Mountain. They could have annihilated all the beasts there, but with the formidable spirit concentration realm demon still unaccounted for, no one dared to take such risks. If that great demon returned, they would all perish. The group moved swiftly, yet Little Thunder Mountain was vast and not easily traversed. Fortunately, the pursuing beasts diminished in number, granting them a temporary reprieve. However, as long as beasts pursued them, they could not relent, for once outside Little Thunder Mountain, the beasts would wreak havoc upon the citizens of Guming City. "You three, escort Brother Zhou to safety. The rest, follow me to slay the beasts." This distance was already considerable, even if the spirit concentration realm demon returned, with Li Chong and the others holding it at bay. It would not be easy for it to reach them, allowing them to clean up any lingering threats. "Rest assured, Miss Meng, we will safely escort Brother Zhou away." Without hesitation or doubt, Zhou Luo sped away under the protection of the three disciples, while Meng Die and the others engaged the pursuing beasts. Roar! Mere moments later, from the direction Zhou Luo had departed, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, sweeping across the realm. A solidifying element realm beast? Dream Butterfly's expression changed dramatically. In the depths of the Xiaolei Mountain, there existed a solidifying essence realm beast. How could the intelligence from the celestial sect be so flawed, leading to such repeated blunders? "Brother Wu, I leave this to you." "All right, we will conclude this swiftly, but you must be cautious." Dream Butterfly had already departed, her concern for Zhou Luo urging her not to wait for Wu Bu to finish his words. Beyond the dense forest, a colossal beast, resembling a bear, fixed its menacing gaze upon Zhou Luo and his companions. To be precise, it was focused solely on Zhou Luo, likely drawn by the scent of the dream dew grass. "Brother Zhou?" The other three swallowed hard. After all, it was a solidifying essence realm beast, and despite not being as formidable as the great demon guarding the dream dew grass, it was certainly beyond their capability to confront. Although Zhou Luo had previously survived encounters with such beasts, how could the state of the violent dragon ape compare to this bear demon, whose entire body seemed forged of bronze? Zhou Luo scanned his surroundings, not pausing to think, and swiftly darted to the right. "You all take another route, and immediately inform Uncle Li." The bronze bear demon had its sights set on Zhou Luo, ignoring the other three as it pursued him relentlessly. The three finally breathed a sigh of relief, but soon after, Dream Butterfly arrived in a flash, inquiring about the direction before dashing after him like lightning. Let's wait a moment. Do not act rashly. Once again pursued by a beast, Zhou Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of resignation, yet he remained calm. Even though this bronze bear demon was more terrifying than the violent dragon ape, he was no longer the same. With deeper cultivation, his ability to survive had significantly improved. Brother Zhou, Dream Butterfly arrived swiftly. Perhaps due to her experience with the violent dragon ape, her actions now exhibited more finesse. The purple abyss sword transformed into a torrential rain of blades, descending from the heavens as though to seal off the space. Prior to this, the smoke lotus beneath her feet had already arrived, enveloping the bronze bear demon in a thick mist that obscured its vision while unleashing a fierce killing intent. The rain of swords fell into the mist, and the body of the purple abyss sword directly appeared before the brow of the bronze bear demon. With Dream Butterfly's strength, she could not match the bronze bear demon, but wielding two exceptional spiritual artifacts, she was capable of temporarily restraining it, even if it required a tremendous personal sacrifice. Brother Zhou, you go first. Perhaps aware that Zhou Luo would not abandon her, Dream Butterfly added, this creature targets you. Do not worry, I will be fine. I will find you shortly. Zhou Luo took a glance back, as the heavy prison peak transformed into a towering mountain, crashing down upon the bronze bear demon before he quickly retreated. He understood that with the dream dew grass in his possession, his strength could not aid them. Instead, staying would only place them in further peril. Retreating first and concealing himself was the best course of action. As Zhou Luo fled, an endless chill emanated from Dream Butterfly's delicate brows. Facing both the violent dragon ape and now this creature, did they not realize the principle of irretrievability? They were indeed too excessive. Like a celestial maiden, she stirred without wind, her long hair flowing rapidly, elongating within mere breaths until it cascaded down to her waist. Her hair danced in the air like sharp swords. The smoke lotus returned, and the purple abyss sword followed suit, with the 3,000 strands of hair all slicing through the air like whistling blades. Even the solidifying essence realm beast, within the enormous pupils of the bronze bear demon, was filled with a profound trepidation. Chapter 41. The world's sorrowful whispers. On a gentle hillside beneath a giant tree, vibrant flowers bloomed, painting a picturesque scene. Zhou Luo had no time to admire such beauty. He had escaped the pursuit of the bronze bear demon at breakneck speed. Now, having distanced himself considerably, he noticed Dream Butterfly had yet to catch up, filling his heart with unease, prompting thoughts of returning to check on her. The bear demon was not pursuing him, but rather the dream dew grass. If he could conceal the grass first, and then seek out Dream Butterfly, he would likely have a greater chance of evading the demon even if he encountered it. Zhou Luo was not one to hesitate. With that thought in mind, he resolved to act. However, before he could retrieve the dream dew grass, a sudden violent shock coursed through him. Without a moment's thought, he transformed the heavy prison peak into a towering mountain that crashed violently ahead, while he himself swiftly maneuvered to escape. Yet ahead, a dazzling sword light appeared like lightning, propelling the heavy prison peak aside. Within that sword light, a figure burst forth, delivering a devastating palm strike that landed heavily upon Zhou Luo's chest. Lin Mo. Zhou Luo spat blood as he was sent crashing against the giant tree, slowly sliding down. The exquisite spiritual artifact, Heavy Prison Peak, was impressive, and so was he. However, ultimately, strength was still insufficient. Lin Mo approached slowly, scrutinizing Zhou Luo closely to ensure he possessed no remaining combat capability, and the smile in his eyes grew increasingly gentle. Brother Zhou, I truly apologize. Do not blame your senior brother for being ruthless. I am merely fulfilling someone else's request, acting on behalf of another. If blame is warranted, it lies in your extraordinary luck. You possess something that others covet, despite being deemed a waste. Enough. I shall not waste further words with you. Lin Mo lightly patted Zhou Luo's chest, seemingly casual, yet aggravating his injuries further. He then clasped his hands behind his back and turned to stroll away toward the vibrant flowers in the distance. I leave this to you. Remember to clean up thoroughly. If any traces remain, you will be the ones to suffer when it is traced back. Yes, brother, rest assured. Lin Mo had already departed. 3 shadowy figures emerged, and Zhou Luo gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, before he lost consciousness, he caught a glimpse of their faces. They were also disciples of the Haoyuan celestial sect, having fought alongside him against the beasts not long ago. One of them was saved by Zhou Luo during a life-threatening moment. Why now did they come to kill him? Zhou Luo wished to clarify, but he lacked the strength to do so. His weary eyes closed heavily, and all he could see were the 3 approaching him with cold, menacing smiles. Brother Zhou, Do not blame us for disregarding our brotherhood. We are merely striving for a better future, using your life as a stepping stone for our ascension to become core disciples of the Jinyu Peak. Rest assured, every year at this time, we shall come to pay our respects, ensuring you do not suffer in the underworld. Buzz. The three struck, intent on erasing Zhou Luo completely. Yet suddenly, a fierce brilliance erupted from Zhou Luo's left wrist, as a crescent-like object detached and shot forth, cold and domineering. The flowing light traversed the heavens like the sun and moon, and in an instant, the three clutched their necks, blood gushing forth from their throats like arrows. The speed was so swift they barely comprehended what had occurred, unable to emit a final scream before their demise. Moments later, the flowing light returned, transforming back into a crescent-shaped bracelet that reappeared on Zhou Luo's wrist, as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, Zhou Luo's palm slowly opened, a mesmerizing glow swirling within his palm. With a swift motion, the light surged forth, landing on the heads of the deceased trio. In an instant, strands of their essence blood were forcibly extracted, settling into Zhou Luo's palm and gradually merging with him. Around the giant tree, tranquility finally descended. In a distant place where blood blossomed, Lin Imo stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he mused. By now, Zhou Luo must surely be dead. Oh Zhou, my junior brother, I have exerted such effort. You must not disappoint me. Rest assured, I will soon ensure that your killers pay their respects in the underworld. For this is the only atonement I can offer as your elder brother. May you find peace in your next life, and perhaps be a more ordinary person. As he walked away, he felt a sudden flicker of unease but dismissed it with a laugh, realizing he was oddly anxious. What was he anxious about? Was he concerned whether Zhou Luo's legacy would satisfy him? Lin Imo chuckled to himself and swiftly departed. Brother Zhou? Meng Jie arrived, casting a cold glance at the three corpses before hastening to Zhou Luo's side, gently propping him up. Thankfully, he was merely gravely injured and unconscious, his life not in peril. Yet, who orchestrated this entire scheme aimed at Zhou Luo? Such a grand design must have had unseen assistance. Even Meng Jie, no matter how astute, could not fathom the truth, and Zhou Luo himself would remain oblivious to his savior for a considerable time. What had transpired with Zhou Luo? About half an hour later, Li Chang and the others appeared, each bearing injuries, evidently having paid a hefty price to delay the formidable demon of the spirit-gathering realm. And what of them? The corpses of the three disciples from Hao Yuan's sect lay not far off, while Zhou Luo remained gravely wounded and unconscious. It was reported that a beast of the solidifying essence realm had appeared as well. The situation was indeed grave. Let us return first. This was undeniably a serious matter. The death of the three disciples did not concern Meng Jie much, but the repeated targeting of Zhou Luo, which nearly cost him his life, was a matter she could not overlook. The group hastily exited the small Thunder Mountain and settled in ancient Ming City, awaiting Zhou Luo's awakening. 2 days later, after Zhou Luo regained consciousness and showed signs of recovery, they immediately set out for Hao Yuan sect. Meng Jie remained vigilantly by Zhou Luo's side, allowing no one to approach. In her heart, she felt that she could trust no one at this moment, even doubting her own role in the unfolding events. Brother Zhou, I am fine. Do not worry, he reassured her. Yet Meng Jie could see through the facade. His injuries were substantial, and though they had not fully healed, 2 days of rest and medicinal aid had mitigated their impact on him. The true affliction lay not in the body, but in the heart. Zhou Luo, now more taciturn than before, seemed to carry a weight of despair. Perhaps it was not as severe as it seemed, yet no one could accept such a fate, especially a young heart unaccustomed to filth. Upon our return, the sect will surely provide an explanation. Do not dwell on it. And in the future will such things not happen again? Zhou Luo smiled silently, gazing in the direction of Hao Yuan's sect, feeling for the first time the chilling nature of the world. Meng Jie softly remarked, Brother Zhou, the world is filled with all sorts of people. There are good and bad, but ultimately, the good outnumber the bad. Zhou Luo looked at her and inquired, What do you know? Without reason. Meng Jie suddenly felt a wave of panic, for the first time unable to meet Zhou Luo's gaze. They say that a pure heart broadens the world. How could one face such piercing eyes when their heart is no longer pure? Chapter 42. The Youth's Heart as a Prison, Part 1. Atop the main peak of Hao Yuan sect, a resounding bell tolled. Soon after, the powerful figures from the other 6 peaks, led by their respective heads, gathered in the square before the main hall. Xinyang Zhenren observed as Qing and the other disciples arrived. Then his gaze fell upon the 3 corpses and Zhou Luo's still unhealed injuries. Junior brother, what happened? It was entirely normal for disciples to undertake tasks during their training. Each year, they faced numerous assignments. Never before had a disciple returned from a task to such a commotion, with the main peak's bell ringing only in the face of significant events. Meng Jie declared, "Sister Qingxing, please take good care of Brother Zhou." This simple request caused the disciples from Taisu Peak to tense visibly, a chill washing over their eyes. Seeing this, Meng Jie felt relief and returned to stand behind Anyang Zhenren, waiting quietly. "All junior brothers are here. Let us listen," called Li Chong. "Yes." Li Chong addressed the assembly. "I report to the sect leader and the 6 heads that I led my disciples down the mountain for training at Little Thunder Mountain." He spoke in detail and with objectivity, recounting everything he knew to those present. At times, Zhou Luo could not help but admire others. Despite the gravity of the situation and his survival, the others remained eerily calm, as if nothing had occurred, as if they had not committed such a shameless act. Qingxing and the others finally understood why it was crucial to care for Zhou Luo. Anyang Zhenren turned to one figure, her voice cold. Such intelligence is typically overseen by the head of Jinyu Peak. Why was there such a significant oversight this time? She was not defending Zhou Luo, perhaps lacking in impartiality. But Meng Jie was involved, and even though she had returned safely, this could not be overlooked. The head of Jinyu Peak, whom Zhou Luo recognized as the black-robed elder who had visited his home that day, Liang Zhenren, remained unfazed by the inquiry. He replied coolly, "Any intelligence or news is not guaranteed to be 100% accurate. Discrepancies are quite normal." While it was true that this significant oversight was indeed Jinyu Peak's fault, Anyang Zhenren retorted, "A formidable demon of the spirit-gathering realm and 2 beasts of the solidifying essence realm. Such a grave error is not something to be trivialized." Liang Zhenren chuckled coldly, addressing the sect leader, "The incident has occurred, and responsibility lies with Jinyu Peak. I do not deny it. But shouldn't we first clarify the matter concerning the 3 disciples' deaths?" Sect leader Hao Yuan nodded slightly, turning to Meng Jie. "You were the first to arrive. What did you witness?" Meng Jie replied, "When I arrived, the 3 were already dead, and Brother Zhou was unconscious, unaware of what had transpired." Sect leader Hao Yuan shifted his gaze to Zhou Luo and inquired, "Then what occurred prior to that?" Zhou Luo paused for a moment before responding, "Sect leader, do you wish to hear the truth from me?" Liang Zhenren interjected, "Are you implying you would dare to lie in front of your elders?" Zhou Luo, "Speak only what you know. If you dare utter a single falsehood, do not blame me for being unkind," he warned. Liang Zhenren added, "We are merely questioning you at this stage. I am still present. When has a disciple from Taisu Peak required your oversight?" "Enough." Sect leader Hao Yuan commanded. Zhou Luo, "Speak honestly about what you know." Zhou Luo stated, "Before I was injured and fell unconscious, I witnessed them arrive, intent on killing me to secure their futures. After falling into a coma, he did not hear the words of these 3 individuals, yet he could surmise that there was no animosity between them. Even if they had entered the 7 peaks, they were merely ordinary disciples. The motive for killing one's own was unmistakably clear." The master of the blazing sun spoke sharply. "Zhou Luo, the others are dead. Do you still dare to slander them thus?" Zhou Luo replied, "This is not slander, but fact. Moreover, the injuries I sustained were not inflicted by a beast. It was Lin Mo who harmed me, intent on killing me." At Taosu Peak, for piercing gazes fell upon Lin Mo, laden with murderous intent. "Impudent." The master of the blazing sun declared sternly, "My disciple Lin Mo has been in seclusion long before you descended the mountain to train, and only now has he emerged. Zhou Luo, you are courting death." The master of Hao Yuan waved his hand and said, "Zhou Luo, do you have any evidence for your claims?" Zhou Luo stated, "I witnessed it with my own eyes. This is no baseless accusation." Lin Mo stepped forward, saying, "Master, I too have something to say. Zhou Luo claims that I sought to kill him. This is merely his one-sided account. I have been in seclusion all this time, as many of my fellow disciples from the Jinyu Peak can attest. I implore you to consider my words." The master of Hao Yuan responded, "Zhou Luo, without proof, do you comprehend the gravity of your slander against a fellow disciple?" Zhou Luo retorted, "There is no falsity in my words. I cannot provide evidence. Therefore, I can only return to you, master. I can prove that Lin Mo was not in seclusion, but was also at Shaolei Mountain. Everything Zhou said is not mere fabrication." Meng Jie stepped out from behind the master of Anyang, responding coolly, "I have heard it said that you have been quite close to Zhou Luo these days. Is it not improper for you to slander me on his behalf?" Meng Jie replied indifferently, "You have been in seclusion. How did you hear this?" Lin Mo's expression subtly shifted. Meng Jie disregarded him, turning to the master of Anyang and stating, "Master, I previously informed you that my Zimming sword is no longer in my possession, a fact known to you and the other elders." The master of Anyang affirmed, "Indeed. Jie reported this matter to me earlier." Meng Die then looked at Li Chang and the others who had also trained at Shaolei Mountain, asking, "When we were at Shaolei Mountain, did you not witness my zimming sword being drawn?" Li Chang replied, "Indeed, we have seen Meng's zimming sword during multiple battles. This is no falsehood." Meng Die finally turned her gaze to Lin Mo, questioning, "Then tell me, why is my zimming sword in your possession?" All eyes swiftly converged on Lin Mo. Since Meng Die had wielded her zimming sword at Shaolei Mountain, it would be impossible for it to have been deliberately hidden upon her return, nor could it have ended up with Lin Mo, as they had not encountered each other prior. Even if she were a prodigious talent, her current strength could not achieve such a feat. The only conclusion was that Lin Mo had indeed appeared at Shaolei Mountain. Lin Mo exclaimed, "When did your zimming sword ever belong to me?" "Meng, do not speak such baseless accusations." Meng Jie replied, "You underwent a slight change when leaving that sea of flowers. Did you not harbor any doubts?" Lin Mo shouted, "It was at that moment that you—" He abruptly halted, yet the matter no longer required further evidence. Meng Jie waved her hand slightly, and a streak of light erupted from the bun at the back of Lin Mo's head. It was her zimming sword. If Lin Mo had not been to Shaolei Mountain, how could Meng Jie have left her zimming sword with him? "You, vile creature, dare to scheme against me. Hold." The master of the blazing sun stepped forward, shielding Lin Mo behind him, and coldly said, "Meng Jie, since you have seen this, why did you not intervene at the time?" Meng Jie replied coolly, "Master, you jest. Lin Mo is already at the profound realm. How could I possibly have the strength to intervene? Furthermore, I feared for my life." The master of Anyang shouted, "He would not dare." Meng Jie continued, "He dared to kill Zhou. Should the matter come to light, to protect himself, what would he hesitate to do?" At this point, the truth was laid bare. Chapter 43, The Heart of a Youth Like a Prison, Part 2. "Zhengyang, what do you propose we do about this matter?" the master of Hao Yuan inquired. Zhengyang gazed at Lin Mo. Under the weight of immense authority, Lin Mo found himself kneeling involuntarily, unable to withstand even the presence of the master of the blazing sun before him. After a moment, Zhengyang smiled coldly and said, "For so many years, the 7 peaks of the Hao Yuan immortal sect have engaged in open and covert struggles. While I have grown weary, I often thought that internal conflict might foster mutual progress among the disciples. I could only console myself with this notion. Little did I expect it would reach such a brazen level, where one would dare to harm a fellow disciple. Is this still the Hao Yuan immortal sect? Master, since you ask me how to handle this, then let it be a death to warn 100. No, I was momentarily confused and did not act with malice. Master, Zhengyang, please grant me an opportunity. I shall sincerely repent and dedicate myself to the sect, never to err again." "Master," the master of the blazing sun slowly said, "the deed has been done. Fortunately, Zhou Luo remains unharmed. Perhaps we should grant Lin Mo a chance to atone for his sins. I assure you, I will rigorously reform Jinyu Peak and will not permit any disciple to act as recklessly as this again." Zhengyang declared, "To harm a fellow disciple is an unpardonable crime." The master of the blazing sun coldly replied, "Lin Mo has erred, yet Zhou Luo ultimately did not perish. He has not committed an irredeemable offense." Qingzhou smiled with a hint of irony, stating, "According to your reasoning, master of the blazing sun, since my junior disciple did not die, others may follow suit in the future? Does that mean I may hunt your Jinyu Peak disciples without fear, as long as I do not kill?" "Qingzhou, you are audacious. Did I speak incorrectly?" the master of the blazing sun shouted. "Zhengyang, is this how you discipline your disciples?" Zhengyang replied, "My disciples bring glory to the sect externally and would never harm their peers internally. What of your Jinyu Peak disciples? You?" The master of the blazing sun took a deep breath and turned to the master of Hao Yuan, saying, "Master, I wish to speak with you privately regarding this matter." The master of Hao Yuan's expression grew slightly stern as he said, "Zhengyang, Zhou Luo's safety is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Lin Mo has erred. From now on, let the master of the blazing sun strictly oversee him. Should he err again, he shall be executed without mercy." Zhengyang replied, "Master, are you implying that any disciple from Taosu Peak can harm others without consequence? Should we then seal Taosu Peak and retreat from the world?" The master of the blazing sun coldly replied, "The master has already made a decision. Do you dare defy the will of the sect leader?" Zhengyang retorted, "I simply seek a clear explanation." The master of Hao Yuan declared, "I shall grant Zhou Luo another opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion to make amends for the grievances he has suffered. Furthermore, the resources within the sect will be increased by 30% for Taosu Peak, to be compensated by Jinyu Peak. Zhengyang, you must prioritize the greater good." "The greater good?" Zhengyang smiled silently, a smile tinged with desolation and helplessness. Zhou Luo observed this, witnessing the master of Hao Yuan's decisive command. And the cold smiles in the eyes of the master of the blazing sun and Lin Mo, he too smiled. A youth's laughter here sounded particularly jarring. Master, I am unconvinced. I have words to express. The master of the blazing sun shouted. In this place, do you think you have the right to speak? Begone, Zhou Luo exclaimed. I am the party involved. None of you have sought my opinion. Why am I not allowed to speak? The cold voice of Liang Zhenren responded. There are distinctions between high and low. Do you dare to disregard such hierarchies? A surge of indignation rose within Zhou Luo, and he bellowed. To disrespect the superior and dishonor the inferior. I possess reason. Under the vast expanse of heaven and earth, why should I remain silent? A multitude of glances swiftly converged upon Zhou Luo, and in that moment, many a gaze shifted, astonished at the audacity of the youth. There was also a terrifying intent to kill, sweeping toward the heavens. Hold! You are outrageous. The clash between Zhengyang Zhenren and Liang Zhenren stirred a tempest of destruction. Qingzhou brandished her hands, and a sword, gleaming like cold light, soared from the horizon, appearing before Lin Mo in an instant, radiating an endless sharpness, as if space itself had transformed into a purgatory. Lin Mo's expression changed dramatically. He retreated, yet no matter how swiftly he moved, he could not match the speed of that sword light. Qingzhou, how dare you? Liang Zhenren waved his hand, and a beam of light, akin to teleportation, appeared before Lin Mo, extinguishing the sword light while simultaneously advancing to suppress Qingzhou, the destruction erupting like a tidal wave. Just as Qingzhou was about to be engulfed, a massive hand appeared from thin air, grasping that annihilation, firmly enclosing the beam of light within its palm. Hao Yuan, the master, bellowed. Do you not see my presence? Qingzhou retreated, and the colossal hand returned, bringing with it an object that landed in Zhengyang Zhenren's grasp. Liang Zhenren's expression shifted instantly, and he shouted, Master, I. Zhengyang Zhenren coldly replied, This object shall henceforth be under my stewardship. If you wish to reclaim it, come to Taisu Peak and see if you can. Let us depart. Zhengyang, do you dare to ask if the master has any edicts to proclaim? Hao Yuan, the master, wore a frosty countenance. Yet his tone was tinged with resignation. The Seven Peaks Conference in half a year should rightfully be presided over by you. I hope you will give it due consideration. Zhengyang Zhenren stated, From this day forth, I shall enter seclusion, and Taisu Peak will be closed. I can no longer attend to matters within the sect. Master, please select another. With their departure, gazes lingered long after, never retracting. Perhaps today was merely a matter between Taisu Peak and Zhenyu Peak. Yet regardless of each individual's sense of justice, certain truths remain unavoidable and undeniable. And Yang Zhenren coldly declared, the people of Yanxia Peak. Heed my command. When venturing forth, exercise caution. Should any misfortune befall you, I lack the strength to seek justice on your behalf. Master, I will return to Yanxia Peak. He bid farewell. The heads of the other three peaks also took their leave, their demeanor slightly more amiable, yet still only marginally so. Today, it was Zhou Luo. In the future, who would it be? Although it was clear that such events may not occur frequently, the mere occurrence of one was sufficient to instill vigilance in the hearts of the people. Master, silence. Hao Yuan, the master, sternly commanded. This time, I have shielded you. But I hope you will not disappoint me. Liang, you have but this one opportunity. Do not compel me to take action against you. Yes, I shall not let you down. I take my leave. Liang Zhenren turned to depart, the earlier panic in his eyes now replaced by an icy intent to kill. On the forest path returning to Taisu Peak, Zhengyang Zhenren remarked, Zhou Luo, I am powerless to seek justice for you. The anger and grievances in your heart, place them upon my shoulders. Zhou Luo replied, It is not your fault. I simply find it difficult to comprehend. Zhengyang Zhenren explained, It is quite simple. I am too old, older than master. Although I am currently the strongest in Hao Yuan's sect, I possess no remaining vigor. Liang is still young. He has a future. In the present and the future, master chose the latter. Qingzhou interjected, The eldest senior brother is at the peak of his powers, and the second brother is not far behind. Does master truly not see this? Zhengyang Zhenren continued, This is the second reason. Master harbors ambition, yearning to advance further before his lifespan wanes, to transcend into the ethereal, living freely. Years ago, when Liang ventured out, he encountered great fortune that could assist master. Zhou Luo mused, so it is merely selfishness. Zhengyang Zhenren sighed. Hao Yuan's sect has been passed down through generations. It is best for the younger generation to excel. But the current leaders must be strong enough to afford the next generation more time. This is the grand scheme, and I am trapped within it, Zhou Luo. He produced an object from his hand and presented it to Zhou Luo, saying, "This is the mountain-protecting artifact of Zhenyu Peak, known as the Tai Qingzhou Fan. Although you cannot refine it without the heart technique of Zhenyu Peak, it is still a fine artifact, a token of my apology." Zhou Luo opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but upon seeing his master's despondency, he could only suppress his grievances for the time being. Accepting the Tai Qingzhou Fan, Zhou Luo softly said, "Master, I wish to be alone for a while. Junior brother, senior sister, you need not persuade me. I am fine." Qing replied, "I do not wish to persuade you. I merely wish to convey that I finally understand why Lu Ming has repaid your kindness with enmity." Lu Ming? At the mention of this name, a sudden glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhou Luo's eyes. Qing continued, "I once told you that Lu Ming's father was also a cultivator. But after his cultivation was crippled, he fell to your family. Yet his insight remains, and you, having read the classics since childhood, possess an upright character, nurturing a righteous aura over the years. Lu Ming seeks to obtain your righteousness to transform himself." The concept of righteous aura was not foreign to Zhou Luo. He had once heard the young master Nanxian speak of it in that small mountain village. At the time, it seemed insignificant, but now it felt quite appealing. However, what use was righteousness when there existed so many treacherous individuals in the world? Zhou Luo silently drifted away, wandering like a wraith within Hao Yuan's sect. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened, nightfall enveloping the world in a blanket of stars, yet no beauty was to be found. He gazed at the stars from the peak, a silent, cold smile forming. The heavens are indifferent, treating all beings as mere fodder. Yet the true indifference lies not only with the heavens, but within the hearts of men. The human heart has lost its antiquity, giving rise to numerous vicissitudes. Cultivators pursue immense power, yet with such strength, they each indulge in reckless abandon. What worth is such power? The starlight descended, shrouding the youth, whose heart, once imprisoned, now flickered with a mysterious radiance. Chapter 44. The Transformation of Xin Xin. It was the light of the Tai, a divine sword, emanating a purple-gold glow, sharp yet immensely warm, seemingly comforting the youth's heart, which felt as cold as a prison. Beyond this radiance, there was also a mysterious fluctuation, as if originating from beyond the heavens and rising from the depths of the heart. The heart rises amidst the clouds, for it is profound, formless and shadowless. Power surges within the world, vast and boundless. With the heart present, the wind is gentle and the clouds are light. When the heart extinguishes, countless things fade into antiquity. If the heart does not fall, it shall not descend into the underworld, with the stars and clouds as companions. One can soar proudly amidst heaven and earth. This is the supreme state. A passage of text materialized within Zhou Luo's mind, enveloped in radiance, with characters dancing like sprites. In an instant, it seemed as if a beam of light erupted from the crown of his head, soaring toward the boundless sky. At the base of the scripture repository, an elderly man who had been dozing with a broom suddenly awakened from his slumber, gazing toward that direction. Perhaps, among all in the world, he alone beheld the beam of light that had ascended into the heavens. The Supreme Heart Sutra, the transformation of the heart. Has the young lad grasped its essence so swiftly? Such astonishing comprehension. However, reflecting upon the events of today, the elder furrowed his brow. Should this remarkable insight be genuine, it would indeed be a cause for celebration. Yet, if what has emerged is a fundamental shift in one's true self, then even an understanding of the heart's transformation is far from a blessing. Nevertheless, the elder knew he could do nothing but observe in silence. As beams of light cascaded from the heavens, the world seemed to turn on its head, with ethereal symbols gradually melding into Zhou Luo's mind, heart, bones, and blood. The young boy appeared as a deity amidst the starlight, yet he bore an even closer resemblance to a formidable demon. The three words heart transformation echoed within him, as if spoken with authority, prompting the Supreme Heart Sutra to whirl into motion, revealing profound insights within his heart. Everything in the universe became strikingly clear. Zhou Luo could perceive darkness, the luminous moon, and twinkling stars, as well as the magnificent landscapes surrounding him. However, this perception was not through mere physical sight, but through the vision of his heart. It was as if a second pair of eyes had emerged within him, aiding him in observing all that existed in the world. Thus, everything appeared remarkably vivid. The streams of spiritual energy that once felt distant now gathered effortlessly around him, as if his body had transformed into a black hole, drawing in the essence of the universe at an unimaginable speed, a feat he could never have accomplished before. Within him, the Taya divine sword spun and shimmered with a silent golden glow, and a mysterious character appeared to pulsate as if breathing, devouring the spiritual energy of the world. With the heart as the lens to view the world, everything became astonishingly clear. Zhou Luo slowly opened his eyes. Dawn had arrived. The passage of time had rendered the night seemingly trivial. Zhou Luo smiled quietly. Although he could now see the world more clearly, it was not entirely fortuitous, for it also unveiled the base and shameless aspects of humanity. To see yet remain powerless to change, what significance did that hold? Was it merely an invitation to confront more helplessness in this vast existence? If anyone could glimpse the changes within his heart, if the elder in the scripture pavilion were to comprehend Zhou Luo's thoughts, he would realize that the elder's concerns had indeed come to fruition. The heart had undergone a transformation, aptly named the heart transformation. This profound insight, derived from his own understanding, would greatly assist Zhou Luo on his path of cultivation. Yet, this transformation arose from a shift in Zhou Luo's heart, which was fundamentally troubling, and the future remained uncertain, even to the elder. The newborn sun ought to bring warmth. Yet Zhou Luo's heart remained icy. He descended from the mountaintop in silence, strolling toward the Baixian Tower, where he ordered 2 jars of monkey wine and a few side dishes. Upon seeing Zhou Luo again, many felt a striking difference. Reflecting on the past year, when the young lad first arrived at the Immortal Gate, he faced ridicule and scorn, labeled a waste by many disciples of Tai Su Peak, who could not fathom why someone of such lowly fate could become a core disciple. It was just outside the Baixian Tower that, despite Du Yehu's ferocity, he could not quell the discontent among the disciples. Yet, 1 year later, during the competition among new disciples, Zhou Luo astounded countless observers in the Qi refinement realm, confronting a demon beast in the solidifying element realm and returning victorious with the coveted Xianming grass. What resonated even more profoundly with the disciples were his thunderous words yesterday, proclaiming respect for the worthy and disdain for the unworthy, his voice echoing through the heavens. For many disciples, especially the new entrants, Zhou Luo's fervor and righteousness stirred their hearts, reminding them of their own youthful passion untainted by the dullness of life. Zhou Luo carried the wine and dishes to the scripture pavilion. At the far end of the mountain path, on a large rock extending from the cliff, the elder Shur, cradling a broom, was dozing but roused upon noticing Zhou Luo's arrival, particularly upon seeing the food and drink. "Thank you, little one." The elder, fond of such indulgences, eagerly opened a jar of monkey wine and drank heartily. "Have a taste." "I do not drink. Please enjoy yourself." The elder smiled. "One must seize the joy of life. A single drink can alleviate 1,000 sorrows." Zhou Luo replied, "And what of after the intoxication? Can one simply pretend that events never transpired?" The elder patted his shoulder. "Indeed, one must not deceive oneself. Yet, what needs to be released must be let go. This is the essence of life. Having read the sage's texts, you should comprehend this." Zhou Luo countered. "All that is inscribed in books merely instructs the heart. Yet when the heart becomes antiquated, what value does understanding hold?" The elder asked, "Are you disheartened?" Zhou Luo chuckled softly. "I have long understood that humanity is fraught with imperfections. It is not as idyllic as depicted in books. Inequities abound in this world. Yet I still find myself astonished by the depths of depravity and shamelessness. Ultimately, the essence of humanity can be distilled into a single word: selfishness. It is the weight of personal desires that breeds such cravings, leading individuals to act in despicable and shameless ways, using these as excuses for their unrestrained actions." The elder responded, "If you are aware of these truths, why remain disillusioned? Life necessitates enduring countless trials and tribulations. Your journey has only just begun. Should you falter now, your path of cultivation will become insurmountable. Bear in mind, this is merely within the confines of the Immortal Gate. Beyond its threshold, you will encounter even more unsavory realities. Thus, little one, if you cannot alter this world, you must adapt to it." Zhou Luo's expression suddenly shifted. "If life is akin to existing as a mere shell, what significance does it hold?" The elder inquired. "Then, will you choose to abandon your journey?" Zhou Luo fell silent. The elder sighed gently. "Little one, the road ahead is fraught with challenges. If you feel overwhelmed, reflect on your original intentions. Perhaps this will bring you solace. To uphold one's initial resolve is paramount." The elder had discerned the changes within Zhou Luo's heart, and, feeling powerless to intervene directly, could only offer such reminders in hopes that Zhou Luo might grasp them. Knowing the easy path is one thing, but maintaining it is another. Zhou Luo produced an object, asking, "Elder Shur, do you recognize this?" "This is the of Jinyu Peak, the Taiching Jinyu fan. Only through the heart method of Jinyu Peak can it be refined. Thus it is entrusted to my care for now. However, without the heart method, can I not refine it?" The elder's expression remained unchanged. Perhaps he was merely an ordinary elder, lacking true comprehension of cultivation, yet having spent years in the scripture pavilion. How could he not grasp the profound impact of Zhou Luo's words? He maintained an unwavering expression, which indicated that he harbored no doubts about Zhou Luo's capabilities. What did it matter that he lacked the heart method of the Jinyu Peak? With a single principle understood, all methods become accessible. Everything within the Haoyuan immortal sect now originated from the scripture pavilion, and the supreme profound heart decision was the overarching doctrine of the Seven Peaks heart methods. Since Zhou Luo had already comprehended the transformation of the profound heart, the necessity of the Jinyu Peak heart method became irrelevant. Old Stone, Zhou Luo stood up, his presence commanding as he declared, "I wish to undertake a task." "What is it?" "I wish to kill someone, right now, immediately." Chapter 45. Killing from childhood to adulthood. In the span of over a decade, he had never taken a life, not even that of a chicken. Upon entering the Haoyuan immortal sect and honing his skills in the minor cave heaven, many demonic birds fell to his hands, and in the Xiaolei mountain, he even vanquished beasts. Nevertheless, killing a person had always remained a taboo in his heart. Yet today, he boldly displayed his murderous intent, leaving no room for concealment. Old Stone watched Zhou Luo's retreating figure, unable to suppress a heavy sigh. The youth was filled with fervor, righteousness, and an untainted heart. Old Stone believed that his words had resonated with Zhou Luo. However, the youth's heart had undeniably begun to change. What the future held remained a mystery, something the elder could no longer discern after observing the heavens for so many years. Today's desire to kill was merely the beginning. Old Stone recognized that his expectations of Zhou Luo were too lofty. The young lad had yet to undergo sufficient trials. It was unrealistic to expect him to achieve what Old Stone envisioned. Over the years, though there had been those who succeeded in cultivating the supreme, profound heart decision, none had ultimately enjoyed its fruits. More often than not, they met their demise amidst the struggles of life and death, their bodies, souls, and paths extinguished. The youth was different. Upon entering the scripture pavilion, he was granted the finest treasures. To some extent, this was an acknowledgement from the pavilion. And with such recognition came heightened expectations from Old Stone. However, great expectations often lead to higher demands, which, in turn, can result in profound disappointment. Alas, even with his vast powers within the scripture pavilion, Old Stone felt constrained. Many matters were beyond his influence. Leaving the scripture pavilion and stepping out from the main peak, Zhou Luo headed straight for the Seven Peaks. The Haoyuan immortal sect was vast, comprising the outer mountain, inner mountain, and the Seven Peaks. The Seven Peaks were where the sect's leaders resided. Those who entered the Seven Peaks were all core disciples of the Haoyuan immortal sect, receiving what countless disciples yearned for. This was the reason Zhou Luo had previously drawn ire from others. Only by entering the Seven Peaks could one embark on a more promising path of cultivation, a dream cherished by many disciples. However, access to the Seven Peaks was exceedingly difficult. Even though the Jinyu Peak had accepted numerous disciples over the years, it housed only a little over 1,000 disciples, a mere fraction of the tens of thousands within the Haoyuan immortal sect. Most disciples resided in the inner mountain, and only those who performed exceptionally or rendered significant contributions to the sect would have the opportunity to enter the Seven Peaks and become core disciples of the Haoyuan immortal sect. As for the outer mountain, it was reserved for newly admitted disciples, those who had yet to step into the Qi refinement stage, barred from entering the inner mountain. The most vibrant hub of the expansive Haoyuan immortal sect was undoubtedly the inner mountain. The inner mountain was not merely a single peak, but a collection of towering summits, where numerous elders guided the disciples in their cultivation, granting them the qualification to enter the Seven Peaks. Among the inner mountain disciples, there were many formidable individuals. Just because so many had not entered the Seven Peaks did not imply their inferiority. In fact, many current disciples of the Seven Peaks had once resided in the inner mountain. Perhaps only Meng Die and Zhou Luo were exceptions. The former, with unparalleled talent, required no extensive trials, while Zhou Luo was directly brought to the Taisu Peak, becoming a disciple of the Seven Peaks. Upon reaching the inner mountain, despite the multitude of disciples, locating a specific individual was a simple task. Beneath the peaks, by the green waters, a youth sat cross-legged on a massive stone, quietly cultivating, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth swirling around him, exuding an air of tranquility. Suddenly, the youth opened his eyes and gazed ahead, spotting Zhou Luo. A flicker of panic crossed his features, accompanied by an instinctive evasion, yet more prominently was an inherent chilliness and ruthlessness. "I once told you at home, if I too possess celestial fortune, and it surpasses yours, would you not fear future troubles from me? Your reply was that you had no celestial fortune. You guessed correctly. The difference between a mediocre celestial fortune and none at all is negligible. However, the reality is that today, I am progressing faster and better than you, Lu Ming. The youth, Lu Ming, listened to Zhou Luo's words, and the panic in his eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by an increasingly clear chilliness and ruthlessness. Progressing faster and better is merely a transient state. Lu Ming retorted coldly. Celestial fortune represents everything. A third-grade celestial fortune is ultimately incomparable to your mediocre one. In the future, I will enter the 7 peaks and become a core disciple, obtaining greater resources for cultivation. Zhou Luo, I will catch up to you, even surpass you. Zhou Luo replied, perhaps you may achieve that in the future, but I shall not grant you the opportunity. You? Zhou Luo remained calm, unchanged from any previous moment. Yet in Lu Ming's eyes, he perceived a transformation in Zhou Luo. That murderous intent was undeniably real. You wish to kill me? Yes. Zhou Luo did not deny it, nor did he wish to. Even in the heart of the Hao Yuan immortal sect, he stood firm. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Zhou Luo, to harm fellow disciples is an unforgivable sin. Even if you are a disciple of Taisu Peak, you cannot escape the sect's severe punishment. His laughter seemed to emanate from a sense of invulnerability, bolstered by the sect's regulations. But his true intent was to alarm others and safeguard his own life. He understood Zhou Luo too well, while the latter's nature was gentle. Once he resolved to act, he would undoubtedly follow through. Will harming fellow disciples truly invoke the sect's severe punishment? Zhou Luo inquired. Lu Ming's expression shifted drastically. Although he had not witnessed the events of the previous day, he had heard of them. Lin Imo sought to kill without consequence. Would Zhou Luo, in his desire to kill, face no repercussions? As a disciple of the 7 peaks, even if Lin Imo ranked 3rd among the top 10 disciples of Jinyu Peak, he did not necessarily hold a more significant position than Zhou Luo at Taisu Peak, and this was not merely due to the scarcity of disciples at Taisu Peak. Zhou Luo, regardless of the circumstances, we have grown up together. Over the years, the Zhou family has treated me well, caring for both me and my father. Yes, I was wrong. I should not repay kindness with enmity. Yet, that was merely talk. I have yet to take any action. Zhou Luo, in light of our past friendship, grant me an opportunity, and I promise. Zhou Luo interjected. Within the sect, there are too many schemes and intrigues. For various reasons. The relationship between Taisu Peak and Jinyu Peak is not particularly cordial, but it does not justify Lin Imo following me all the way to Xiaolei Mountain to kill me. Lu Ming, you instigated Lin Imo to do this, did you not? On that day, Lin Imo had stated, I act on behalf of others, loyal to their cause. Within the Hao Yuan immortal sect, far too many harbored animosity towards him, yet that animosity did not reach the point of seeking his death. Only one individual was eager to see him perish, Lu Ming. No, it was not me. It has nothing to do with me. Zhou Luo, do not. Whether it is you or not is of no consequence. Zhou Luo raised his head, and before he could finish speaking, Lu Ming made the first move. Spiritual energy surged forth like a raging torrent, ruthlessly hurtling towards Zhou Luo. Having already attained the Qi refinement realm, one possesses a 3rd-grade celestial affinity. Even in the absence of abundant resources and exceptional cultivation, relying solely on one's own strength allows one to step into the Qi refinement realm. Celestial affinity is indeed fundamental. This assertion holds true. However, being merely at the 1st level of Qi refinement, how does one compare to Zhou Luo's 3rd level? Lu Ming is but an ordinary disciple, hardly superior to Meng Dai, and he cannot even match Wu Bu. An ordinary 1st-level Qi refinement cultivator is insufficient for Lu Ming to engage in battles beyond his rank. Perhaps his only desire is to buy time for an escape, a chance that he is destined not to have. Spiritual energy erupted forth, surging like a tidal wave, effortlessly engulfing Lu Ming's spiritual essence before crashing against his chest. Lu Ming spat blood and staggered back, falling heavily to the ground. As he beheld the approaching Zhou Luo, he cried out, Zhou Luo, I realize my mistakes. I beg you, grant me a chance to live. Do not kill me. Suddenly, Lu Ming seemed to perceive something and sprang to his feet, shouting fiercely. Within the celestial sect, you disregard the precepts and strike against a fellow disciple. The sect will surely not spare you. Leave at once. And I might consider this as though nothing has transpired. Otherwise, why all this futile struggle? Zhou Luo rested his hand upon Lu Ming's head, speaking slowly. My life has been irrevocably altered because of you. You have destroyed so much beauty for me. If you do not perish, how can I tread a path of cultivation with peace of mind in the future? Lu Ming was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Well said. Indeed. If I do not die, you shall never find peace. Yet, Ultimately, you have ruined your own life through my actions. Even in death, Zhou Luo, you shall never find tranquility. Zhou Luo responded, that is of no consequence. Let your existence cease, and you shall never be reborn. And do not forget, your father still resides within my Zhou family. Lu Meng's countenance paled, fear gripping him for the first time before Zhou Luo. It was the first moment he regretted all his past actions. Zhou Luo had never resorted to such threats. What had he done to transform this originally gentle youth into such a being? Then, with a resounding force, spiritual energy erupted from Zhou Luo's palm, shattering all vitality within Lu Meng. Concurrently, a blood-red aura coiled eerily around Zhou Luo's palm. In that moment, Lu Meng was engulfed in terror. Alas, this was the conclusion of his life. Zhou Luo gradually withdrew his hand, reclaiming Lu Meng's essence. It was the first time he actively utilized the Biming Great method to absorb another's blood essence. The taste of bloodlust was more intense than ever before. Yet he felt no remorse. Had it not been for Lu Meng, the path of cultivation would never have appeared in his life. Everything had changed. Yet would merely taking Lu Meng's life assuage the hatred in his heart? Chapter 46. The battle for the peak. Lu Meng's corpse remained. Killing him was sufficient. There was no need to destroy the body. More importantly, Zhou Luo intended to leave Lu Meng's remains intact. He had no right to threaten others. And why not indulge in a little caprice? As for the rules of the Haoyuan celestial sect, if others could defy them, why could he not do the same? Brother Zhou, please bury him. Meng Dai approached slowly, her almond eyes filled with pity. Though their time together had been brief, she felt she had come to understand the youth, whose gentle nature had been overtaken by a profound rage. Zhou Luo turned to face her, a silent smile gracing his lips. Why bury him? Would it not be better for more people to know? Meng Dai's expression shifted. What did this mean? Had the youth's temperament irrevocably altered? Do not overthink it. Zhou Luo gazed into the distance, stating, every person has a limit to their endurance. I merely sought to vent my frustrations. If I do nothing, I fear I may truly go mad. After all, how could a youth compare to one who has experienced the vicissitudes of life? Meng Dai paused thoughtfully before asking, but now you seem rather unsettled. Zhou Luo's gaze sharpened as he looked toward the direction of the Jinyu Peak. Meng Dai followed his gaze, her eyes widening in surprise. A massive meteor was hurtling through the void, ultimately appearing above Jinyu Peak. Impudent. A sharp voice resonated from within Jinyu Peak. Leave at once. Or do not blame me for my rudeness. Zhou Luo chuckled coldly upon hearing this. The real man of the fiery sun truly lived up to his title as the head of Jinyu Peak. The words Jinyu had indeed been embodied perfectly by that old coot. The meteor did not depart. Atop it, a figure as graceful as a celestial being slowly materialized. Senior Sister 3? Zhou Luo's heart skipped a beat. What was she doing at Jinyu Peak? Surely, she had come to seek retribution on his behalf. A warm feeling blossomed within him. Just yesterday, his teacher had been trapped by the larger scheme, utterly helpless. Yet today, Senior Sister 3 had arrived at Jinyu Peak. Zhou Luo suddenly felt that the grievances weighing upon his heart had dissipated. However, the absence of grievances did not imply that the events that had transpired would simply vanish. It would not be so easy. Qingzhou, disciple of Tai Su Peak, challenges Jinyu Peak to a battle for the peak. Please offer your guidance. As that voice resonated, enveloped in spiritual energy, it reverberated throughout the Haoyuan celestial sect, igniting waves of astonishment and excitement among all disciples. Zhou Luo could not help but inquire, Meng Shimi, what is this battle for the peak? Meng Dai explained, it is quite simple. Any disciple from the 7 peaks who believes themselves capable can challenge any of the other 6 peaks. If victorious, they may acquire the heart method of the defeated peak. In other words, if Qingzhou were to win, she would obtain the Jinyu heart method. Each of the 7 peaks within the Haoyuan celestial sect possesses a unique heart method, and among them, the heart methods of each peak are the most coveted. Jinyu Peak has the Jinyu heart method, Tai Su Peak has the Tai Su heart method, and so forth. With both heart methods in hand, one can validate and enhance their understanding, thereby elevating their cultivation and strength. If my senior sister 3 loses, will she have to surrender the Tai Su heart method? Zhou Luo asked. Meng Dai nodded slightly. In the battle for the peak, if the challenger loses, they are not required to surrender anything. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be challenging the other 6 peaks daily? Moreover, if senior sister Qin were to lose, she would not only have to relinquish the Tai Su heart method, but would also be required to face a wall for 3 months at Jinyu Peak as punishment, serving as a reminder to all disciples not to overreach. The intent behind this was noble, yet given the relationship between Jinyu Peak and Tai Su Peak, one could easily imagine the hardships Qingzhou would endure during those 3 months of confinement, an ordeal beyond what an ordinary person could bear. Zhou Luo then inquired, Meng Shimi, do you think my senior sister 3 can achieve victory? The battle for the peak sought to acquire the heart method of the peak, which would enhance one's strength. However, Zhou Luo knew all too well that senior sister's quest for the Jinyu heart method was not for her own sake, but for him. Without the Jinyu heart method, he would be unable to refine the Taiqing Jinyu fan, and this treasured artifact of Jinyu peak would merely remain a mundane spiritual tool. Qingzhou sought the Jinyu heart method so that Zhou Luo could refine the Taiqing Jinyu fan. Meng Dai pondered for a moment before replying. In the battle for the peak, the challenger must be the strongest disciple of their respective peak. Currently, the top 10 disciples of Jinyu peak are led by Wei Tinglong, who has reached the Wanshang realm. Within the Hao Yuan celestial sect, if anyone were to stand a chance against Wei Tinglong, it would be your elder brother from Taisu peak. The remaining individuals, including my senior sister from Misty Smoke peak, can only match her. It is said that Sister Qingqing has been in the transcendence realm for quite some time, yet she remains at the manifestation realm. It seems unlikely that she could surpass Wei Tinglong. Zhou Luo's gaze sharpened as he declared, I shall visit the town prison peak. With that, he swiftly departed. Dream Butterfly pondered for a moment before promptly following suit. The battle for supremacy is no trivial affair, regardless of whether Qingqing succeeds today. Her confrontation with Wei Tinglong is an event not to be missed. From all directions surrounding the town prison peak, the most outstanding disciples from the other 6 peaks gathered. Just as Dream Butterfly had anticipated, this battle was indeed not to be overlooked. Many other disciples, lacking such qualifications, were also atop their respective peaks, keenly observing the rare spectacle of this contest for supremacy. Once a challenge is issued, the mountain being contested has no option to refuse, even if one were to decline. They must surrender the foundational techniques of their peak. Thus, this battle is destined to ensue. Sister Qingqing possesses remarkable courage. I truly admire her. Deep within the town prison peak, a hearty laughter echoed. Over the past 2 years, I have been eager to visit Taisu Peak, but alas, Renfengyi has been away honing his skills. I did not expect Sister Qingqing to arrive first. Renfengyi is the eldest disciple of Taisu Peak, whom Zhou Luo has never encountered. A meteor descended from the heavens, landing upon the vast square of town prison peak. Qingqing stood atop the meteor, gazing towards the source of the voice, and coldly stated, Then, I shall request guidance from Brother Wei. From that direction, a young man walked through the air, appearing unhurried. Yet within mere steps, he was suspended above the square, the meteor beneath him falling short of his height. Greetings, brother. The many disciples of town prison peak, including Lin Mo, felt a deep sense of respect. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, disregarding age. The title of eldest brother is determined not by age or the timing of one's entrance, but by prowess. Before this youth, the disciples of town prison peak, despite their pride, had to bury it deep within their hearts, for they recognized the true strength of this young man. At this moment, the young man surveyed Qingqing from his elevated position and remarked, Sister Qingqing, you should be aware that if you fail in this contest for supremacy, you will face a 3-month period of reflection. Is it truly worth it? Qingqing replied, Brother Wei, you are confident, and so am I. Wei Tinglong smiled non-committally and said, I understand your intentions behind initiating this contest for supremacy, but Sister Qingqing, the past is the past. Let it remain so, and do not let it affect our camaraderie. Qingqing retorted coldly, a despicable and shameless person who secretly harms comrades. Such a person is unworthy of being considered a peer. Wei Tinglong replied indifferently, Lin Mo indeed erred, and town prison peak will certainly punish him. Your aggressive demeanor, however, is somewhat excessive. Qingqing laughed derisively. As for the so-called punishment, Lin Mo is perfectly fine here. I genuinely wish to know what form town prison peak's punishment takes. He has harmed his fellow disciples, and yet the entirety of town prison peak acts as if nothing has transpired. I come to initiate a contest for supremacy, and you suggest I not affect our brotherhood, while you accuse me of being aggressive. Up to this moment, Lin Mo has not even expressed a hint of apology to my junior brother. Am I the one being aggressive here? Even if town prison peak is eloquent, it cannot alter the essence of the matter. If you wish to discuss brotherhood, then hand Lin Mo over, and allow me to deal with him at Taisu Peak. Rest assured, I will not kill him. Wei Tinglong stated, how could the disciples of town prison peak be handed over to you at Taisu Peak for handling? Qingqing smirked coldly. In that case, why mention brotherhood at all? If you truly cared about the bonds between peers, how could you engage in such despicable and shameless acts? Wei Tinglong replied indifferently, I merely offer kind advice to spare you from defeat. Qingqing declared, I am truly sorry, but I, Qingqing, do not require any goodwill from town prison peak. Very well, Wei Tenglong scanned the surroundings momentarily and said, "All fellow disciples are present. It is clear that it is Sister Qingzhou of Tai Su Peak who refuses to relent, not I who am attempting to bully her. Once the outcome is revealed, I ask all fellow disciples to show some understanding, lest they accuse the disciples of Town Prison Peak of lacking brotherly affection." Thus, he vividly displayed the guise of a hypocrite. Chapter 47. On Town Prison Peak, a hand that shakes heaven. Third senior sister. Junior brother, what brings you here? Lu Wang and the others were also present. They could not miss the contest for supremacy, and upon seeing Zhou Luo, they felt a sense of relief. Over these past days, aside from that one occasion of descending the mountain for training, Zhou Luo had not spent a single night away from Tai Su Peak. Zhou Luo turned to Qingzhou and said, "Third senior sister, there is no need to engage in this contest for supremacy. It is unnecessary." Qingzhou responded, "What? Are you worried that I might lose?" "Fear not." Wei Tenglong turned to Zhou Luo and said, "So this is junior brother Zhou Luo, huh? It seems junior brother Zhou Luo is the more clear-headed one. Sister Qingzhou, let this matter rest to avoid harming our harmony. The manifestation realm, what is that?" Zhou Luo had no notion of it. Yet even upon meeting Wei Tenglong for the first time, he encountered such a hypocrite. Harming harmony? Zhou Luo chuckled silently and then leaped onto the meteor, saying, "When I said not to engage in the contest for supremacy, it was not in the sense you imagine. Third senior sister, I understand your intentions behind initiating this contest, but it is truly unnecessary." Qingzhou struggled to comprehend, while Zhou Luo smiled and continued, "Third senior sister, I do not require the foundational techniques of Town Prison Peak at all." Upon hearing this, Wei Tenglong's voice suddenly grew severe as he coldly replied, "Sister Qingzhou, so this is your true intention? Do you not understand the rules of the Immortal Gate? What do you intend to do?" Zhou Luo retorted coldly, "What rules I do not know. The matter has yet to occur, and you invoke rules. Does that not seem laughable? Moreover, when Lin Mo secretly harmed his fellow disciple, why did you not mention the rules of the Immortal Gate?" The youth had always been gentle with others, yet now, in the face of the shameless actions of Town Prison Peak, his sharpness was gradually being revealed. Wei Tenglong coldly remarked, "I did not expect that junior brother Zhou Luo, at such a young age, possesses a rather sharp tongue." Zhou Luo dismissed him with disdain and said, "Third senior sister, if you insist on initiating the contest for supremacy, may I first complete one matter?" Qingzhou, aware of Zhou Luo's gentle yet resolute nature, agreed, "Very well, I can wait." Zhou Luo further stated, "Three senior brothers, I kindly ask for your protection. This is Town Prison Peak, and I truly feel uneasy." Lu Wang and the others leaped onto the meteor, and Du Yahu, resembling a raging dragon, bellowed, "Junior brother, whatever you wish to do, do not hesitate. If anyone dares to disturb you and once again disregard the rules of the Immortal Gate, even if Tai Su Peak is outnumbered, we shall seek justice today, even at the cost of our lives. If we cannot achieve this, neither the eldest brother nor the second brother will let them go easily." Though Wei Tenglong spoke with confidence regarding the eldest disciple of Tai Su Peak, he understood in his heart that whether it was he or other outstanding disciples, they all knew that up to this point, Ren Fengyi of Tai Su Peak is the foremost among the disciples of the Hao Yuan Immortal Gate. This is beyond dispute. Whether acknowledged or not, the second disciple is somewhat weaker, and Wei Tenglong is not confident he could defeat him either. These two undoubtedly possess the strength to turn Town Prison Peak upside down, should they dare to disturb Zhou Luo today. The seven great disciples of Tai Su Peak, excluding Zhou Luo, are all formidable individuals. The fifth disciple, Du Yahu, effortlessly defeated one of the top 10 disciples of Jinyu Peak, Hua Jincheng. The third-ranked Lin Mo was also no match for Lu Wang. More importantly, the disciples of Tai Su Peak inherently possessed a certain madness. Du Yahu firmly stated that even if the real man of the blazing sun were to arrive and disturb Zhou Luo, the words spoken would inevitably become reality. Zhou Luo immediately sat cross-legged, silently cultivating the supreme profound heart technique, as time quietly slipped away during his training. Though unaware of his actions, an immense unease spread among the onlookers. Wei Tenglong coldly remarked, "Coming to Jinyu Peak to initiate a battle for supremacy, with so many fellow disciples gathered, is not merely to witness his solitary cultivation." Qingzhou interjected, "You may speak, but do not dare to disturb my junior brother. Otherwise, I will pursue you to the bitter end." Wei Tenglong's expression turned icy, and before he could respond, suddenly, for fierce auras erupted from the meteorite, representing the stance of Qingzhou and his companions. Anyone daring to act here would truly face dire consequences. Even a powerhouse like him could not suppress his urge to retaliate. It was best to observe what Zhou Luo was up to. Abruptly, The tranquil spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged like a tempest, chaotic waves sweeping around Zhou Luo, with spiritual light blossoming and hovering in front of him. The Taiqing Jinyu Fan, the sacred artifact of Jinyu Peak, one of the mightiest tools within the Haoyuan immortal sect, was instantly recognizable, especially to the disciples of Jinyu Peak. Yet now, what was Zhou Luo attempting? He aimed to refine the Taiqing Jinyu Fan. Gasps of astonishment erupted, echoing from all directions. The sacred artifacts of each peak required corresponding heart techniques for refinement. What gave Zhou Luo the audacity to attempt such a feat? Even Qingzhou and his companions were deeply intrigued. What confidence did Zhou Luo possess? Wei Tenglong scoffed coldly. Zhou Luo, you are indeed overestimating your capabilities. Before he could finish, everyone sensed a violent tremor emanating from the Taiqing Jinyu Fan. This tremor was caused by Zhou Luo, inscribing his own spiritual imprint upon the fan. However, this sacred artifact belonged to Jinyu Peak and was, in essence, the property of the real man of the blazing sun, imbued with his spiritual imprint. Only someone possessing strength far surpassing that of the real man could forcibly shatter it and claim it as their own. Even the real man of the right sun had never accomplished such a feat, indicating that it required profound cultivation. Furthermore, this was a special artifact necessitating a corresponding heart technique for refinement. How could Zhou Luo, lacking the Jinyu heart technique, manage to shake the real man of the blazing sun's spiritual imprint? As they felt the intense fluctuations, though the crowd did not believe Zhou Luo could succeed, they could not help but feel an overwhelming astonishment. If he could not achieve this, how could the Taiqing Jinyu Fan create such a stir? Time passed once more. Approximately the duration of a tea break. This brat, how audacious! The voice of the real man of the blazing sun boomed from the main hall of Jinyu Peak, and everyone understood the implications. Had Zhou Luo not accomplished something significant, the real man of the blazing sun would not have displayed such a loss of composure, given his status and identity. A terrifying wave of destruction descended from the sky above the square, crushing down upon Zhou Luo, capable of instantly reducing the 5 disciples of Tai Su Peak to dust. Blazing sun, you are bold. A colossal hand materialized in the void, as if bearing the weight of countless powers, obliterating the overwhelming destruction midair. This brat has erased my spiritual imprint and refined the Taiqing Jinyu Fan. Xingyang, do you truly intend to shield him? The name Xingyang is one you dare to utter? In this equal contest, today, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. The giant hand descended upon the hall, its fingers curling as if to seize the entire structure, while the real man of the blazing sun, despite being enveloped in azure light, seemed unable to resist such overwhelming force. Zhengyang, do not harm our fellow disciples. Several figures appeared, led by the master of Haoyuan, with the heads of the other 4 peaks simultaneously emerging, all eyes fixed on Zhou Luo. How could one who had not cultivated the Jinyu heart technique refine the Taiqing Jinyu Fan? The real man of the blazing sun rushed forward, exclaiming, Master, this brat has actually refined our Jinyu Peak's artifact. I implore you to take charge. In this world, the strong seize what they desire, was a phrase often on your lips. Today, if you cannot safeguard the Taiqing Jinyu Fan, it only reflects your incompetence. The real man of the right sun appeared above the meteorite, his presence as towering as a mountain. Your master? The master of Haoyuan waved his hand dismissively. Moments later, the Taiqing Jinyu Fan before Zhou Luo quivered gently, transforming into a stream of light that silently entered his brow. If it had not been refined, such a feat would have been impossible. He had indeed succeeded in refining the Taiqing Jinyu Fan. At that moment, every onlooker felt a profound shock. This, in a sense, shattered a conventional rule of cultivation, turning the impossible into the possible, leaving no one unastonished. Was this young man truly a waste? Yet it was not over. Chapter 48, The Youth's Bravado. Suddenly, a tremendous force surged from within Zhou Luo, who was in a state of cultivation. The master of Haoyuan, the 6 peak heads, and even the top disciples all sensed this immense power emanating from the Taiqing Jinyu Fan. The 7 peaks of the Haoyuan immortal sect, each possessing their own sacred artifact, were fearsome indeed. Otherwise, they would not be regarded as the peak's treasures. They could perceive that this was not a manifestation of Zhou Luo controlling the Taiqing Jinyu Fan. No matter how powerful an artifact, it still depended on the wielder's strength. The concept of the Taiqing Jinyu Fan in Zhou Luo's hands was entirely different from that in the real man of the blazing suns. Thus, this overwhelming power was self-generated by the Taiqing Jinyu Fan. What was it doing? Why was it acting in such a manner? As the supreme profound heart technique operated, this vast power was gradually refined by Zhou Luo, and his aura began to swell. Soon, He reached the 4th level of the Qi refining realm. Teacher? Qingzhou and the others shared the same astonishment. They had never heard of a peak's sacred artifact aiding someone in such a manner during cultivation. The real man of the right sun pondered for a moment before stating, "This can only prove that the Taiqing Jinyu fan is fated to be with Zhou Luo." He was unsure of the truth, and this statement was not an explanation but rather a declaration for all present, especially for the master of Haoyuan and the real man of the blazing sun. Since the Taiqing Jinyu fan was destined for Zhou Luo, others, even the real man of the blazing sun, would merely have to observe. Should any ill intentions arise, they might truly come to regret it. The strength of an artifact may depend on the individual, but with Zhou Luo's fate intertwined with it, different outcomes would inevitably arise. The expression of the real man of the blazing sun turned icy, just as he was about to speak. Suddenly, a piercing gaze shot forth from Zhou Luo, penetrating to the very core, instilling an inexplicable sense of trepidation within him. This gaze emanated from Zhou Luo, who, upon breaking through and entering the 4th level of the Qi refining realm, naturally withdrew from his cultivation. The glance was not one of intimidation. Currently, Zhou Luo lacked the qualifications for such a stance. However, it could be interpreted as a direct gaze. As the Taiqing Jinyu fan no longer belonged to the Zhenyu peak, the real man of the blazing sun coldly remarked, "To refine the Taiqing Jinyu fan in front of me at Zhenyu peak is a provocation against my authority." Zhou Luo turned his gaze towards the master of Haoyuan and inquired, "Does my action contravene the regulations of the immortal sect?" The master of Haoyuan responded, "How did you accomplish this?" Everyone was eager to uncover the answer, as no one in the history of the Haoyuan immortal sect had refined a peak's artifact without the Zhenyu heart method. Zhou Luo replied, "This is a secret of mine, and it would be inappropriate to disclose it. Keeping one's secrets should not be considered a violation of the immortal sect's regulations. Should it?" The meaning behind the discourse concerning the sect's rules was clear to all. However, Zhou Luo paused briefly before continuing, since Master inquired, "I cannot hide the truth any longer. The reason I was able to achieve this is quite simple. I encountered great fortune within the scripture pavilion. The fortune in the scripture pavilion was the Ta, a divine sword, which had no relevance to his ability to refine the Taiqing Jinyu fan." Zhou Luo had lied. In this world, he needed to learn the art of deception. As for the scripture pavilion, no one in the immortal sect could voice dissent. It was well understood that anyone could question the Haoyuan immortal sect, but the scripture pavilion was beyond reproach. Otherwise, the master of Haoyuan remarked, "Such fortune is indeed your blessing. I hope you cherish it, and do not tarnish the reputation of the Haoyuan immortal sect. Especially do not disappoint the expectations of the scripture pavilion." Perceiving the deeper implications behind these words, Zhou Luo added, "There is one more matter I must report to you, Master, and to all esteemed elders. Just prior, I took the life of a fellow disciple named Lu Meng within the immortal sect." The real man of the blazing sun's eyes instantly grew cold, and he shouted fiercely, "How dare you act so recklessly within the immortal sect?" Yet, his voice abruptly ceased. Despite his agitation, he was still a peak elder and could not lack discernment. He could see the astonishment from all directions, shock stemming from Zhou Luo's audacity. Yet, behind that astonishment, even the master of Haoyuan did not exhibit any trace of wrath. He only expressed surprise at Zhou Luo's actions. Why was that? The real man of the blazing sun took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented wariness towards this young man, a level of apprehension greater than even that towards the real man of the righteous sun. What gave Zhou Luo such confidence to be certain that the immortal sect would not impose punishment for his blatant act of murder? This confidence stemmed from the fact that he had refined the Taiqing Jinyu fan. With the opportunity he gained in the scripture pavilion, no one within the immortal sect would dare trouble him. Step by step, this young man, akin to a newborn son, had finally made an impression on the real man of the blazing sun. Dream Butterfly's almond eyes flickered lightly, revealing no trace of joy or arrogance. The terms arrogance and presumption had never applied to Zhou Luo, yet today, he displayed them in a manner most vivid. He had previously stated that killing Lu Meng was insufficient. His actions now served as retribution against Zhenyu Peak. The young man had endured grievances, which was justifiable, yet Dream Butterfly worried that this incident might become a dreadful catalyst, leading the young man down a perilous path. She believed in a righteous spirit that would endure through time. But how could the world remain unchanged? And how could human hearts not waver? After a long silence, the master of Haoyuan stated, "I have investigated. Lu Meng harbored ill intentions and was indeed despicable. Had you not killed him, I would have imposed punishment upon him according to the sect's regulations. You have done nothing wrong, but similar incidents must not occur again." Zhou Luo replied, I shall heed your teachings, Master. As long as there are no bold individuals within the immortal sect, I will devote myself to diligent cultivation, not to squander the great opportunity afforded by the scripture pavilion. The so-called regulations of the immortal sect, the rules of the sect, could indeed be treated so lightly. As long as one possessed formidable strength and resources, one could disregard the existence of regulations and rules. Adherence was a matter of the heart. If respect resided within, then respect would manifest. If one harbored nothing in their heart, then nothing would warrant concern. For the first time, Zhou Luo shattered the beliefs he had held for over a decade, rendering them a mere jest in his eyes. The master of Hao Yuan declared, "Very well, you may disperse." Zhou Luo turned to Qingzhou and asked, "Third senior sister, do you wish to continue the battle for the peak?" Qingzhou smiled slightly and clasped her fists, stating, "I apologize for the disturbance today. The disciples of Ta Su Peak shall take their leave." The battle for the peak was merely to vindicate Zhou Luo, as he had already achieved that. Her intervention was unnecessary. Though continuing the battle might further disgrace Jinyu Peak, it was not essential. The meteor soared high, swiftly carrying the 5 disciples of Ta Su Peak away. In the skies, Zhou Luo suddenly called out, "Lin Mo, all things have their causes and effects. This cause began with Lu Meng and you, and how this effect ultimately manifests is in my hands. Act wisely." Lin Mo's heart grew colder, yet he felt powerless. It was indeed ironic. Having reached the profound realm, he was threatened today by a mere Qi refinement stage disciple. Had he known this would occur, he should have personally dealt with Zhou Luo that day on Shaolei Mountain, even if it would have caused greater trouble. It would have been better than the events of today. The artifact belonging to Jinyu Peak had never truly belonged to Jinyu Peak. That in itself was the greatest jest. But what could be done now? One could only plan for the future. Chapter 49. Indifference. Hey, little junior brother, you are remarkable. Quickly tell me, how did you achieve this? Upon returning to Ta Su Peak, Du Yehu could hardly contain his excitement. Such a miraculous event had never occurred in the history of the Hao Yuan immortal sect, inciting immense curiosity. Old Fifth, Qingzhou chided gently. Du Yehu smiled sheepishly, replying, "Little junior brother, please do not take offense. I am simply curious." This was how Zhou Luo's seniors and sisters at Ta Su Peak regarded him, devoid of malice. And there was no need for him to harbor any defenses against them. Unfortunately, within the Hao Yuan immortal sect, only Ta Su Peak stood alone. The real man of the righteous sun approached, saying, "This matter must come to a temporary conclusion. You must rapidly enhance your strength to guard against any unforeseen incidents." Within the Hao Yuan immortal sect, only Ta Su Peak remained. The others, even if Zhou Luo grew close with Dream Butterfly, might still harbor ulterior motives. The opportunity derived from the scripture pavilion, allowing him to refine the Ta Ching Jinyu fan at will, was something no one could resist. Zhou Luo stated, "Master, this is actually related to the supreme profound heart method. I have comprehended the profound heart transformation, enabling me to refine any Peak S artifact. The so-called secret would not be shared with others." He felt no need to hold back with his mentors. Really? The real man of the righteous sun's eyes brimmed with astonishment, even delight. Upon receiving a definitive answer, the usually composed real man found himself somewhat flustered. Finally regaining his composure after a lengthy moment. "Zhou Luo, do you know why I initially wanted you to cultivate the supreme profound heart method?" He continued. "It was because I had once practiced it myself, yet throughout the years of my cultivation, I never grasped the profound heart transformation." At this point, he looked at Zhou Luo with deep regret. "I have harbored many selfish desires, the greatest of which is my longing to know if the supreme profound heart method can truly be mastered." Upon encountering Zhou Luo, the esteemed Jinren Jingyang gestured with his hand and remarked, "What you do not know is that throughout the history of our Hao Yuan immortal sect, those who have practiced the supreme profound heart method have often met with unfortunate fates." The disciples, taken aback, inquired, "If the supreme profound heart method is so arduous to cultivate, why then allow Zhou Luo to pursue it?" Jinren Jingyang replied, "In my understanding, the supreme profound heart method is incomplete. However, through personal endeavor, one can perfect this technique and truly unlock its profound mysteries. Initially, I did not envision that you would grasp the essence of the heart transformation. Beyond my selfish concerns, my sole wish was for your lifelong safety. While the outcomes for those who practice the supreme profound heart method have indeed been dire, for you, it remains the best option." The disciples comprehended this notion. An unremarkable celestial affinity equates to no celestial affinity at all. Regardless of Zhou Luo's efforts, success on the path of cultivation would be elusive, rendering any notion of a favorable outcome for him under the supreme profound heart method moot. Conversely, aside from the critical reasons involved, the Supreme Profound Heart method is undeniably a profound cultivation technique, at the very least affording him the opportunity, years hence, to depart from Hao Yuan immortal sect and return home, living a life free from worry. To leave Hao Yuan immortal sect, one must attain the foundation establishment stage, which, in the realm of cultivation, is not particularly significant. Yet in the mundane world, it provides substantial self-preservation power, akin to the so-called immortal masters of the secular realm. Unexpectedly, Zhou Luo had comprehended the heart transformation. This revelation brought with it numerous unforeseen variables, ones beyond Jinren Jingyang's control. He placed his fingertip upon Zhou Luo's brow, and moments later, a comprehensive message materialized within Zhou Luo's mind. These are my insights on the Supreme Profound Heart method accumulated over the years. I hope they facilitate a deeper understanding for you moving forward. After absorbing this knowledge, Zhou Luo inquired, Master, do you believe there are even deeper transformations within the Supreme Profound Heart method? Jinren Jingyang responded, had I known, I would not have been ensnared in the present for so long. The future must be explored by you alone. At this juncture, he produced an object from his hand and presented it to Zhou Luo. This is my Tai Su, a treasured artifact. Master, I cannot accept this, Zhou Luo hastily declined. Jinren Jingyang insisted, consider it my apology to you. I hope you do not hold any resentment against me in the future. Qingzhou's mind stirred. While there was indeed a significant personal motive behind allowing Zhou Luo to cultivate the Supreme Profound Heart method, it would not harm him. Yet, why then did a sense of guilt linger after the conversation had been laid bare? As a disciple, one ought not to speculate on the intentions of their master. Qingzhou suppressed her thoughts and instead asked, Master, with little junior brother unlocking the heart transformation, does that mean he can cultivate effectively despite his modest celestial affinity? The situation surrounding Zhou Luo had astonished everyone. Despite possessing a lackluster celestial affinity, he had now reached the 4th level of qi refinement. Among the new disciples, had it not been for the prodigious girl, Meng Die, Zhou Luo would have undoubtedly been the most distinguished. Such a development was astonishing. Perhaps, the only explanation lay in the Supreme Profound Heart method. Jinren Jingyang stated, regardless, celestial affinity serves as a benchmark. Zhou Luo has not yet truly embarked upon the path of external cultivation. He has yet to unlock his own meridians. His journey in cultivation may be relatively easier due to the heart transformation, but that ease is only comparative. As for the rapid advancements in Zhou Luo's cultivation, it was attributed to the Tai Qingtown prison fan, commonly known, along with his innate treasure, the Tai divine sword, which Qingzhou and the others had sealed from memory. What remained unknown to the masses was the great secret concealed within Zhou Luo. Reluctantly, Zhou Luo grasped the Tai Su, paused momentarily, and asked, Master, what is the distinction between a magical artifact and a spiritual artifact? Jinren Jingyang explained, both are instruments, yet they differ in rank. In the cultivation world, there are 3 types: spiritual artifacts, magical artifacts, and celestial spiritual artifacts. Our Hao Yuan immortal sect possesses 7 supreme magical artifacts. The Tai Su and the Tai Qingtown prison fan are both supreme magical artifacts, capable of serving as peak guardians. Upon understanding this, Zhou Luo suddenly smiled and remarked, I suppose I will be the wealthiest disciple in Hao Yuan immortal sect. The heavy prison peak, the Tai Su, the Tai Qingtown prison fan, and the even more enigmatic Tai divine sword. Additionally, the extraordinary gifts from young master Nenxian, along with the unknown treasures prepared by his parents, and the great secret within his body. By this reckoning, not only does he surpass the other disciples, but he stands unparalleled even throughout the entirety of Hao Yuan immortal sect, Qingzhou, and indeed, the entire cultivation realm. Perceiving the deeper significance behind Zhou Luo's laughter, Jinren Jingyang gently patted his shoulder and said, in this world, destiny weaves its threads. What you possess may seem extraordinary, yet it all revolves around the concept of fate. However, how well you can wield these gifts and leverage them for your benefit depends on your own capabilities. Zhou Luo's spirit cooled slightly as he vowed, rest assured, Master, I shall diligently cultivate and will not afford them any further opportunities. The them he referred to needed no elaboration. Jinren Jingyang instructed, Qinger, inform your senior brothers to return to Hao Yuan immortal sect in the near future. Qingzhou furrowed her delicate brows, but nodded silently. Zhou Luo observed this exchange and asked, Master, the headmaster mentioned that there will be a 7 Peaks conference in 6 months. May I participate? Zhou Luo was unaware of what the 7 Peaks conference entailed, yet it seemed to promise significant experience. He was no longer the naive novice, fully aware of the importance of trials for a cultivator. Jinren Jingyang nodded and then departed. Senior sister, what about Master? Zhou Luo inquired. Qingzhou replied, Master summoned the 2 senior brothers back for the 7 Peaks conference. Little junior brother, you were rather impulsive today. I know, but I had no choice. Zhou Luo gazed in the direction of their departing master and said, You have all mentioned that within Haoyuan immortal sect, our master is not solitary. I wish to become that support. Yet, I am acutely aware that with my celestial affinity, it is already a challenge not to cause you concern, let alone anything beyond that. The events at Little Thunder Mountain yesterday made me acutely aware of the cruelty and ruthlessness of the cultivation world. Master, for the greater good, has acted out of necessity. But what constitutes the greater good? Zhou Luo silently scoffed. Since I can accomplish certain tasks that deter many from targeting our Tai Su Peak, I shall do so, regardless of the troubles it may bring upon myself. Refining the Tai Qingtown prison fan has garnered considerable attention and even apprehension from many formidable figures, including the headmaster of Haoyuan, to the extent that they no longer pursued the matter of Lu Meng's death. Zhou Luo recognized that this course of action was indeed correct. As for the ensuing troubles and covetousness, Zhou Luo paid them no mind. As long as Master and the senior brothers and sisters endure less pressure from the sect, that is sufficient. Chapter 50. The fivefold heavy prison peak beneath the Xianling waterfall. Upon the Xianling stone, Zhou Luo sat quietly, with the Tai Su suspended above his knees, radiating a faint azure glow. As a supreme magical artifact, it ranks among the highest treasures in the world of cultivation, while celestial spiritual artifacts are exceedingly rare, almost mythical. The 7 supreme magical artifacts of Haoyuan immortal sect are renowned throughout Qingzhou. In the span of 2 days, having acquired both the Tai Qingtown prison fan and the Tai Su, Zhou Luo, if given a choice, would have preferred to forego these 2 extraordinary magical artifacts. Compared to other cultivators, he is ultimately somewhat distinct, or rather, at least the current version of himself still possesses a heart as pure and innocent as a child. Even after having taken lives and willingly absorbed their essence, he remains untainted. The Tai Su was refined, transforming into a beam of azure light that fused into his brow. Deep within his being, 2 formidable artifacts playfully interacted, perhaps due to their shared status as the pinnacle artifacts of the Haoyuan sect, establishing a unique connection between them. Upon closer examination, Zhou Luo suddenly uncovered a startling truth. Within that special bond, the 2 artifacts seemed capable of merging into one. This revelation was astonishing. If these 2 artifacts could indeed unify, what of the other peak artifacts of the sect? If he were to gather all 7 of the Haoyuan sect's pinnacle artifacts, might they not truly amalgamate into one? Given that these pinnacle artifacts are of exceptional quality, would such a fusion not yield an immortal spirit artifact? Zhou Luo felt a stirring desire, for that is precisely what the legendary immortal spirit artifacts are said to be. However, for now, it remained merely a thought, as he lacked the capability and strength to seize the remaining 5 peak artifacts. After refining the Tai Ching, he was bestowed with a surge of immense power. Coupled with the essence he absorbed from Lu Meng and the unknown blood of his 3 fellow disciples from the Shaolei Mountain, he attained the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. Now, after refining the Tai Su, he experienced a similar return of formidable strength. His mentors had mentioned that others did not receive such gifts upon acquiring the sect's 7 pinnacle artifacts, and it now appeared that this phenomenon was likely related to the supreme profound heart technique. Nevertheless, Zhou Luo chose not to absorb the power returned from the Tai Su just yet. Before reaching the Qi refinement realm, every step he took was exceedingly arduous, and after a year of relentless struggle, he finally entered this realm. To others, his pace seemed swift, but only he understood the challenges he faced. Yet, after entering the Qi refinement realm, his progress appeared remarkably smooth. The Tai Divine Sword enabled him to reach the 2nd level of the Qi refinement realm, while the power of the demon beast's inner core from Shaolei Mountain facilitated his advancement to the 3rd level. Recently, the influence of the Tai Ching propelled him into the 4th level. The ease of his journey made Zhou Luo feel a sense of unease. While he knew little about the path of cultivation, he understood that overly relying on external forces for advancement was not a sustainable approach. Although Zhou Luo never harbored grand ambitions for monumental achievements on his path, he hoped to tread steadily without falling into madness, a concept he had heard of before. Thus, he sent out a thought, causing the Tai Su to retract its overwhelming power. Zhou Luo intended to receive it only when he truly required it. As for when that moment would be, he had already set a goal for himself, the solid origin realm. Once he reached the solid origin realm, the disciples could descend the mountain to hone their skills, and he longed to enter this realm swiftly so he could return home to see his parents. Now that Lu Meng was deceased, there were no longer threats at home. If the sect were not so cruel and indifferent, and if he could disregard the teachings and affections of his mentors and seniors, Zhou Luo could have chosen to continue living the life he once led at home. The thought of picking chrysanthemums by the eastern fence and leisurely gazing at the southern mountains was indeed enticing. Yet, the past was irrevocably lost. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhou Luo abruptly rose, extracting the Xianling stone, and with a flicker of his consciousness, the power of the heavy prison peak surged forth. Boom! His once upright form suddenly bent dramatically, akin to a hunchbacked elder, trembling violently like a flickering candle nearing its end. In a short span, he found himself kneeling on the ground, hands braced against the earth, veins protruding on his forehead, showing signs of imminent rupture. 5 levels of heavy prison peak power. Qingzhou, who had been observing Zhou Luo's cultivation, couldn't help but change color, and even Zheng Yang, the Triang master, was somewhat moved. Teacher, junior brother is pushing himself too hard. The heavy prison peak has 9 levels, and the power between each level multiplies. While merely a spiritual artifact, even a single level could rival an immortal spirit artifact. In truth, both Zheng Yang and Qingzhou understood that the heavy prison peak was unique, limiting its quality to merely spiritual artifact levels. Zhou Luo's previous adaptation to the second level of the heavy prison peak power was already remarkable. Even now, as he stood at the 4th level of Qi refinement, he could only bear a maximum of 3 levels of heavy prison peak power, yet he had now unleashed 5. Zheng Yang sighed, remarking, "Your junior brother cares too much about us." The term care encapsulated everything, because he was concerned for his parents' safety. Fully aware that his lack of cultivation talents rendered him a waste in others' eyes, Zhou Luo resolutely came to the Haoyuan sect, willingly enduring the scorn and ridicule. Because he valued Tai Su Peak and those around him, Zhou Luo aspired to grow more swiftly and effectively, thus challenging his own limits by accessing the 5th level of heavy prison peak power. Qingzhou understood this, which made her heart ache even more. "Teacher, please make junior brother stop. He is going to hurt himself. Rest assured, he will be fine." Zheng Yang suppressed all his concern within, his gaze as calm as a still pond, neither pleased nor sorrowful. "I once told you, Zhou Luo possesses a nature that is both soft and firm. His childlike heart grants him remarkable perseverance and resilience. He has comprehended the teachings of sages, cultivating an aura of righteousness at such a young age. The Tai Su and Tai Ching both belong to him, and at crucial moments, they will alleviate his burdens." More importantly, Zheng Yang's tranquil eyes revealed a ripple of emotion. The supreme profound heart technique's transformation, while I may not fully grasp its essence, I believe it is the source of his confidence. In certain respects, Zheng Yang was indeed not mistaken. Since leaving home, the sights and experiences Zhou Luo encountered led to tremendous growth in a short time, and his character was indeed a blend of softness and firmness. Typically, he asked for little, flowing with the natural course of life, but once he set a goal, he would pursue it unwaveringly. His previous objective was to join the Haoyuan sect. Now, he aimed to enter the solid origin realm as soon as possible. The aura of righteousness, the Tai Su, and the Tai Ching, these were not what Zhou Luo had envisioned. Yet, the transformation of the profound heart flowed like water, continuously coursing through his heart. Venturing into the 5th level of heavy prison peak power was undoubtedly a risk, yet it was not an act of recklessness. Under the oppressive weight of formidable power, Zhou Luo found himself unable to rise for an extended period. Even now, blood seeped from his mouth, ears, and nose, staining his skin, a horrifying spectacle indicating that his body was on the verge of collapse from withstanding the 5th level of heavy prison peak power. However, Zhou Luo paid no heed to this. Despite appearing exceedingly distressed and strained, his heart remained as tranquil as ever, the supreme profound heart technique operating silently. With the profound heart in motion, the transformation of the profound heart is a change within the supreme profound heart technique. It can be described as a mental practice or even as a divine ability, unparalleled in its intricacies. Yet, Zhou Luo still lacked sufficient knowledge on how to wield it. He understood that with the transformation of the profound heart, even in the absence of the pinnacle techniques from each peak, he could refine the pinnacle artifacts of each peak. However, not knowing how to utilize the transformation did not mean that it would not operate autonomously. Within his heart, the transformation of the profound heart flowed like water, radiating brilliance, and a wave of coolness spread throughout his entire being, significantly alleviating the immense pain inflicted by the 5th level of heavy prison peak power. Even the injuries sustained were beginning to wane. With a flicker of thought, Xuanxin seemed to mend Zhou Luo's wounds. Perhaps it was the assistance of Xuanxin's transformation, or perhaps After enduring the immense power of the five-fold prison peak for several days, Zhou Luo had grown somewhat accustomed to it. On a certain day, at a particular moment, Zhou Luo slowly rose to his feet. Despite the evident difficulty, he lifted his steps, determined to move forward. Chapter 51. The invincible divine ability. In the instant before taking a step, tranquility reigned. Yet, with that very step, tumultuous waves surged forth. Boom. The space and earth trembled as if an earthquake had struck. Zhou Luo's body quaked incessantly. Amidst this violent turmoil, his skin erupted anew, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle. Even with the support of Xuanqing's transformation, several days of trial had not sufficed to fortify Zhou Luo enough to compel him onward. Naturally, the injuries he sustained were far graver than before. In a sense, he was no longer merely injured. Even ordinary mortals grasped the principle of moderation. On the path of cultivation, one must not be overly hasty, lest the backlash be dreadfully severe. Lightly, one may fall into madness. Severely, one may lose their life, body, soul, and path obliterated. Zhou Luo knew only to tread carefully, devoid of any other concepts. He had never heard of backlash. Thus not a trace of worry crossed his mind. In his simplistic reasoning, he merely attributed his condition to the severity of his wounds. It must be said that ignorance breeds fearlessness, and this adage rings true. Zhou Luo remained blissfully unaware of the perilous state of his body, rendering this calmness all the more essential. Had it been another, they might have been consumed by anxiety, acting in ways that would yield contrary results. But Zhou Luo did not. His heart remained tranquil as he circulated his spiritual energy, swiftly mending his bodily injuries under the guidance of Xuanqing's transformation, disregarding all else. Without worry, fear, or panic, everything remained orderly. What others perceived as terrifying loomed over Zhou Luo, seemingly dissipating within him. Unbeknownst to Zhou Luo, however, a great secret resided within, safeguarding his heart's veins, preventing him from suffering the unbearable consequences of such backlash. The item bestowed by young Master Nanxian also possessed excellent protective properties. Zhengyang Zhenren had spoken truly. At a critical moment, Zhou Luo's two great pinnacle artifacts, along with the years of cultivated righteous energy, including the Tai divine sword, simultaneously shielded him from the terrifying force of backlash. Even in his current state of disarray, Zhou Luo, oblivious to the gravity of his condition, forcefully advanced yet another step. Boom. A terrifying rumble emanated from within his body, akin to an explosion. His flesh and bones were quietly collapsing, as if a horrific spider's web were spreading throughout him, a sight to behold. The excruciating pain and the insufferable horror he could no longer endure finally made Zhou Luo comprehend the true extent of his dire condition. Yet, he merely perceived his wounds as too severe, failing to contemplate anything further. Knowing he could not continue, he forced himself to sit down where he was, immediately activating the supreme Xuanqing decision to commence his cultivation and recovery. Fortunately, Qingzhou and the others were not there to witness his cultivation. Otherwise, one could only imagine their concerns. A torrent of terrifying chaos surged within him, overwhelming Zhou Luo's fourfold refinement qi, rendering him as fragile as an ant in such turmoil. Even the two great pinnacle artifacts, the Tai divine sword and the righteous energy, could scarcely withstand it. The Tai divine sword, being his life artifact, derived its power from Zhou Luo's cultivation realm. At merely the fourfold refinement stage, it was insufficient to manifest the legendary power to annihilate the heavens and earth. The same was true for the righteous energy. A single breath of it required Zhou Luo's prolonged nurturing to permeate through the world. Though the two great pinnacle artifacts were formidable, the chaos was even more so. Yet even now, they still exerted their utmost to help Zhou Luo resist the onslaught of chaos. The supreme Xuanqing decision operated swiftly, drawing in the celestial energies around him. Regrettably, Zhou Luo's fate was fraught with misfortune, even with relentless effort in cultivation. He could not refine the celestial energy into his own with sufficient speed to confront such chaos effectively. At this juncture, Zhou Luo finally sensed something was amiss. He had endured grave injuries before. While his condition had always been poor, it had never manifested in such a way. His consciousness delved into his body, revealing the fractures of flesh and bone. What was happening? No time remained for further contemplation. He recognized the extreme danger he was in. The overwhelming chaos within him posed a life-threatening risk if not quelled. Prison Peak. While cultivating, he also divided a strand of consciousness to command the prison peak, directing the Black Mountain to suppress the boundless chaos. Zhou Luo had evidently mastered the application of the prison peak. Yet, He knew full well that it alone would not suffice to quell the torrential chaos. He required merely a sliver of time. Thereafter, Zhou Luo's consciousness delved into his heart, commanding the Xuanxin transformation. He was uncertain how to dissolve this crisis, but he held great confidence in the path of Xuanxin transformation, having assisted him in refining the two pinnacle artifacts. At such a moment, the only means at Zhou Luo's disposal was indeed Xuanxin transformation. The prison peak was powerless, and so too were the two pinnacle artifacts and the Tai divine sword. Zhou Luo was at a loss for any other methods. In his understanding, the Xuanxin transformation was his sole recourse. Buzz. Ripples appeared, flowing through his body, seemingly gentle, yet in an instant, they resembled an unfathomable ocean. The undulating waves embodying the endless tide. Even amidst the chaos, before the boundless sea, it must ultimately be subdued. Zhou Luo, aware that the Xuanxin transformation could aid him in overcoming this crisis, was nonetheless astonished by its formidable nature. Previously, the spiritual and magical artifacts he possessed had been exceedingly difficult to wield, yet the effects of the Xuanxin transformation were extraordinary. Xuanxin transformation could serve as a mental technique or a divine ability, and this divine ability was powerful enough to elicit uncontainable joy. As time flowed on, merely half a tea's worth of time passed, and the overwhelming chaos was entirely extinguished by the Xuanxin transformation, devoid of any semblance of luck or unexpected events, as if all prior terrors were but a mere illusion. Yet Zhou Luo understood that it was far from an illusion. The visible fractures of flesh and bone attested to the reality of what had transpired. Grateful for the Xuanxin transformation, he could hardly fathom how he would have coped otherwise. After some time, he gradually regained his composure and resumed his cultivation to mend his injuries. Chapter 52. A meeting with a fair lady Huff. Several days later, Zhou Luo exhaled deeply and slowly opened his eyes. Given the current state of his body, Zhou Luo felt remarkably well. However, the memory of that fateful day still haunted him, for it was an experience unlike any he had ever encountered. What was even more perplexing was the question of why such a scene had unfolded. In the moment, he had acted without fear due to his ignorance. But now he found himself bewildered by the unknown. Zhou Luo was indeed diligent about his own cultivation, and so were the esteemed Taoists of the Zhenyang lineage. They had imparted to him a wealth of knowledge regarding the ways of immortality during his time with them. He was certain that there was nothing amiss with his cultivation. He simply had not anticipated that harnessing the power of the fivefold prison peak would result in a backlash. His junior brother, Qingzhou, approached from a distance. Upon seeing Zhou Luo, her bright eyes widened in alarm, and she hurriedly inquired, "Junior brother, what has happened to you?" Though his injuries had fully healed and he felt better than ever, the visible scars remained stark reminders of the perilous situation he had endured. The layers of dried blood, though completely coagulated, served as a chilling testament to the severity of his wounds. The power of the fivefold prison peak was not easily borne. Now at the manifestation realm, Qingzhou did not believe that she could withstand the force of the sevenfold prison peak, and Zhou Luo, being considerably weaker than her, had recklessly engaged with the power of the fivefold prison peak. Zhou Luo recounted the events in full, omitting the details about the profound transformation he had undergone, not out of distrust for Qingzhou, but rather because he had come to realize that he could not wield the power of the Xuanxin transformation at will. Seeing the urgency in Qingzhou's eyes, he felt compelled to assure her, "I understand my mistake. I promise I will never act so recklessly again." Her expression softened, and she replied, "You must keep that promise. Never take such risks again." Zhou Luo nodded earnestly, displaying a demeanor that was both obedient and endearing. Once he had calmed her worries, he asked, "Did you seek me for something specific, third sister?" Qingzhou smiled and said, "You have an appointment with a fair maiden. You should hurry." Zhou Luo paused, somewhat perplexed. "Who is it?" "Junior sister Meng Die has arrived," she explained. "She chose not to disturb you while you were cultivating, but left word for you to visit her at Yanhua Peak when you have the time." Now understanding, Zhou Luo replied, "I'll visit her when I can, but I have little time to spare now." With the Seven Peaks conference approaching, he was reluctant to waste time on leisure, although he was aware that Meng Die's invitation was likely not merely for recreation. Truth be told, he held a certain fondness for the talented maiden, albeit one that was limited to mere admiration. Qingzhou interjected, "Cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. Given your recent experience with backlash, it is essential that you take some time to relax." Although Meng Die is young, she possesses unique insights into cultivation that may prove beneficial to you. However, she continued, "But what?" Zhou Luo inquired, sensing her hesitation. Qingzhou pondered for a moment before saying, "In the presence of others, I have heard teachers say that Meng Die naturally exudes an aura of aloofness. Yet she seems to regard you with a special appreciation. This could perhaps be due to her admiration for your extraordinary accomplishments, which, despite being unconventional in the realm of immortality, have surpassed those of many disciples. Among the new students of the Haoyuan sect, Zhou Luo found himself second only to Meng Die. It was not surprising that even a gifted girl like her would take an interest in him, especially after they had faced life and death situations together in the Little Thunder Mountain. Zhou Luo's connection with her was distinct from that with others, which made sense to him. But I can't shake the feeling that Meng Die's interest in you is rather significant. You should remain vigilant, junior brother. Zhou Luo recalled similar words spoken by the girl in red, Luo Jia, but hearing them from Qingzhou carried a different weight. Third sister, what are you suggesting? He asked curiously. Have you not forgotten about Lu Meng? She replied. Zhou Luo's gaze shifted slightly, although Lu Meng was deceased. The impact he had on Zhou Luo's life was indelible. Lu Meng had sought to undermine him in pursuit of righteousness. Could it be that Meng Die harbored similar intentions? Zhou Luo turned to Qingzhou, who reassured him, this is merely my speculation, and I hope to be mistaken. Meng Die is an admirable person. Should you have her as a companion on your journey of cultivation, you shall not feel lonely. The term companion had a different connotation than what Meng Die had previously suggested about traveling together. Zhou Luo felt his cheeks flush. Third sister, please don't say such things. Qingzhou chuckled. What is there to be shy about? At your age, if you were still at home, your parents would likely be arranging a marriage for you. Flustered, Zhou Luo quickly departed. Upon returning to his room, he filled a basin with water, took a refreshing bath, and donned clean garments, preparing to head to Yanhua Peak. He felt no need to decline Meng Die's invitation. Qingzhou was right. Cultivation required a balance between diligence and relaxation. The recent experience with backlash had left an indelible mark on him. Even if the Xuanqing transformation had mitigated the consequences, Zhou Luo realized he could not wield that technique with ease. Thus, he needed to approach his cultivation with a practical and feasible plan. As for Meng Die's intentions, whether they were benign or otherwise, since he harbored a modicum of doubt, it would be better to meet her openly. If possible, he wished to clarify matters for both their sakes. Zhou Luo disliked excessive scheming, and Meng Die was, apart from the members of the Taizu Peak, the only person at the Haoyuan sect with whom he genuinely wished to cultivate a friendship. Sharing a similar age, they could converse freely, and he did not want to lose such a friend. As Zhou Luo emerged, freshly attired, Qingzhou teased, off to meet the fair maiden? No need to rush back. I won't save you dinner tonight. Zhou Luo was speechless, astonished that his usually gracious third sister could display such a playful side. Ignoring her, he hastened away. Upon leaving Taizu Peak, he made his way directly to Yanhua Peak. Chapter 53. Scenic Yanhua. The 7 peaks of the Haoyuan sect each possessed their unique landscapes. The main peak looms majestically, with distant mountains exuding an air of tranquility and formidable majesty. Taizu Peak stands tall and straight, embodying myriad wonders, concealing profound realms within its depths. Yanhua Peak, with its vast clouds and mist, is a realm where every step brings forth new beauty. If one were to seek the pinnacle of scenic splendor, Yanhua Peak would undoubtedly reign supreme. Everywhere one looks, vibrant blue lotuses bloom, whether nestled in the mountains, clinging to cliffs, or drifting amidst the clouds. Aside from the ethereal haze that envelopes the peak during sunrise and sunset, the profusion of blue lotuses stands as Yanhua Peak's most distinctive feature. It is said that many years ago, a blue lotus bloomed on Yanhua Peak, causing the peak to be adorned with these flowers overnight, thereby securing its place among the 7 peaks. Of course, this is an ancient tale, one that predates the birth of the Haoyuan sect's founders. Legends may lack authenticity, yet amidst the myriad of lotus blooms, a singular blue lotus transforms into a revered form. This statement, however, is unequivocally true, regardless of the ethereal peaks or other disciples from the 6 mountains. If one can traverse through the lotus of the smoke and mist peak without stirring even a speck of dust, they may claim a lotus bloom to forge their own esteemed form, thereby unlocking infinite profundities. The dream butterfly attire, adorned with the ethereal lotus, is indeed a prized spiritual artifact acquired from the vast sea of lotus blossoms. Many speculate that this ethereal lotus may very well be the fated artifact of the dream butterfly maiden. This prodigious young woman consistently brings forth delightful surprises. Upon ascending the smoke and mist peak and encountering the guardian of the mountain, Zhou Luo patiently awaited after conveying his purpose. It was not long before the dream butterfly maiden gracefully approached. I visited the Taizu Peak earlier and learned that Brother Zhou was in meditation. I thought it would take some time to see you again, yet here you are, already restored, she remarked. Zhou Luo smiled and replied, I just concluded my practice. And upon hearing you sought me out, I rushed here without delay. The dream butterfly maiden, with her almond-shaped eyes fluttering playfully, exuded an enchanting charm as she quipped. Did you truly come at once? In previous encounters, Zhou Luo might have remained unaffected, but today, having been teased by Qingzhou, he could not deny the allure of the dream butterfly maiden, admitting to himself that he felt somewhat flustered. Quickly averting his gaze to the distance, he suggested, I have heard that the smoke and mist peak is replete with resplendent vistas. Shall we embark to appreciate the scenery? The dream butterfly maiden seemed to grasp his intent. Smiling gently, alas, the timing is not right. To witness such beauty, we must wait a considerable while. Her smile was so captivating that the nearby mountain guardians were left in awe. This astonishment was not born of enchantment. They had never witnessed the dream butterfly maiden in such a light. Zhou Luo, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hurriedly said, Then let us stroll casually. The dream butterfly maiden softly responded, The lotus sea is currently blooming. It's a rare sight. I intended to visit Taizhou Peak for this very reason. The blooming lotus sea is one of the most magnificent sights of the smoke and mist peak. The two walk side by side. Unlike the other 6 peaks, the smoke and mist peak exclusively admits female disciples, which is a notable distinction. Thus, Zhou Luo soon encountered numerous charming young women, who, though not as captivating as the maiden beside him, were indeed a rare sight, especially since they were not to be underestimated. Among the 7 peaks, all disciples are core members. Although there are variations in strength among them, it cannot be denied that anyone accepted into the 7 peaks is far from ordinary. The Hao Yuan immortal sect boasts tens of thousands of disciples, yet how many belong to the core ranks? The dream butterfly maiden inquired, Brother Zhou, will you participate in the 7 Peaks conference? Zhou Luo nodded gently. It should prove to be an excellent trial, and I do not wish to miss it. The dream butterfly maiden cautioned, however, it carries certain dangers. While not fatal, given the attitude of the prison peak towards you, they are unlikely to let you off easily. Despite Qingzhou and the others being formidable, our numbers are regrettably few. The entire Taizhou Peak comprises merely 8 individuals. Zhou Luo replied nonchalantly, I view this as a trial. If the prison peak regards it as an opportunity to reclaim their honor, they shall only find themselves more embarrassed. This confidence caused the dream butterfly maiden to glance at him sideways. After a moment, she spoke softly, If you do not mind, we could team up at the 7 Peaks conference. This way, we could provide mutual deterrence. As a prodigious maiden, her standing within the Hao Yuan immortal sect is extraordinarily unique. The Master of the Fiery Sun has various reasons to target the Taizhou Peak and the Zhengyang Master, yet those reasons do not extend to the dream butterfly maiden. Life is fleeting, lasting but a century for mortals. Yet the dream butterfly maiden may require only a tenth of that time to potentially ascend to the pinnacle of strength within the Hao Yuan immortal sect, or even the entire Qingzhou cultivation realm. The formidable 8th grade immortal affinity ensures that unless the Master of the Fiery Sun is resolved to eliminate the dream butterfly maiden without regard for consequences, he would never choose to oppose her. The same applies to others. The disciples of the prison peak would dare not act recklessly. With her presence, perhaps many troubles would indeed be alleviated. Zhou Luo chuckled. If that is the case, will it not be said that I can only rely on women to live peacefully? The dream butterfly maiden replied, Would you truly be concerned about such things? Zhou Luo stated, A man's pride is at stake. To claim indifference would be deceitful. Sister Ming, I appreciate your kindness. Regardless of how the prison peak strikes, I believe Taizhou Peak can withstand it. The dream butterfly maiden remarked, Brother Zhou, you may not yet comprehend the nature of the 7 Peaks conference as a trial. The 6 peaks are interconnected, and on the main peak side lies a space once carved out by the ancestral master, known as the Forest Abyss Sea. It encompasses a vast area, with chaotic space and boundless dangers. Our trial shall take place within it. Should the prison peak come in full force, Brother Zhou, even if Qingzhou and the others are strong, they will not be able to withstand it. Hearing of the Forest Abyss Sea for the first time, Zhou Luo reassured her, Rest assured, if I find myself pursued with nowhere to escape during that time, I shall come to seek you out. He felt that if he did not say this, the maiden would persist in discussing the matter until he acquiesced, thus it was better to conclude the topic early. The maiden, much like him, would resolutely pursue a matter once she had set her mind to it. Such tenacity is commendable on the path of cultivation. Yet if directed towards others, it may become a nightmare. The dream butterfly maiden, unaware of such intricacies, only heard Zhou Luo's agreement, and her stunning visage once again blossomed with a captivating smile. Then it is settled. Should you fail to seek me out, do not blame me for coming to find you. Her words carried a multitude of concern, Yet Zhou Luo fell into a contemplative silence. Brother Zhou, what troubles you? The dream butterfly maiden inquired. Zhou Luo shook his head, ascending to the highest point of the area, gazing at the distant sea of clouds. After a lengthy pause, he slowly spoke. There are some matters I feel must be addressed. We ought to be more candid with one another. The dream butterfly maiden's expression flickered, and she seemed to grasp what Zhou Luo was about to convey. A subtle pallor crossed her exquisite face. Brother Zhou, what do you wish to express? The dream butterfly maiden prompted, though she was reluctant to engage in such discourse. Yet, given Zhou Luo's words, she had no choice but to confront the matter, unable to evade it. Both she and the world at large are unable to remain tranquil when their hearts are turbulent. Zhou Luo inquired slowly, do you remember Lu Meng? Would you like to know why I sought to kill him? The dream butterfly maiden nodded gently. She had witnessed the events and had not forgotten, having overheard fragments of their conversation. Thus she understood Zhou Luo's motives. Zhou Luo continued, their father and son, having wandered from afar, were taken in by my parents, who, seeing their plight, provided them with food, shelter, and employment, allowing them a stable life. However, unbeknownst to us, Lu Meng's father was a cultivator, once possessing formidable prowess, now rendered powerless and adrift in the mortal realm. What was more unforeseen was their treachery. They had long known of my lack of immortal affinity, yet were aware of my righteous spirit. Zhou Luo turned to the dream butterfly maiden and said, Lu Meng deceived me, leveraging my parents to coerce me. Left with no choice, I sought refuge in the Haoyuan immortal sect, hoping to cultivate and ensure my parents' tranquility. Sister Meng, do you comprehend why Lu Meng chose to repay kindness with malice? The dream butterfly maiden's expression shifted once more, and after a moment of contemplation, she softly replied, Lu Meng's motive lies in your righteous spirit. Zhou Luo then asked, Sister Meng, what is your purpose? Dream butterfly raised her eyes slowly, finally meeting Zhou Luo's gaze. She spoke deliberately, I assure you, I harbor no malice towards you, senior brother Zhou. Would you be willing to believe that? Zhou Luo replied, I believe. Dream butterfly was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom how swiftly and resolutely he had responded. With a bitter smile, she met his gaze and continued, in the competition among new disciples, my duel with you left a profound impression on me. Since then, I have often pondered how you managed to ascend to the Qi refinement realm within just a year. Having voiced her thoughts, she felt a sense of calm wash over her. Her tone was no longer laced with anxiety. Senior brother Zhou, you must understand that once a person's curiosity is piqued, they yearn for clear answers. Initially, I wanted to know you, to understand you better. I cannot deny that a significant reason lies in your uniqueness, which has sparked countless imaginings within me. What imaginings? Zhou Luo inquired. Dream butterfly replied, during our battle that day, I suddenly felt a stir within my celestial fate. Something I had never experienced before, and it was solely connected to you. Zhou Luo's pupils narrowed slightly as he asked, is it related to my righteous aura? Dream butterfly affirmed. At that moment, I could not comprehend it until my visit to Little Thunder Mountain, where I clarified this point. Senior brother, my 8th grade celestial fate is perhaps only half a step away from the pinnacle of the 9th grade. It is widely known that celestial fate is predetermined and unchangeable. However, if I were to encounter sufficient fortuity, it may not be impossible to take that half step. Zhou Luo mused. This fortuity, this final half step, perhaps requires my righteous aura? Dream butterfly did not deny it. When I am with you, my celestial fate experiences fluctuations, which serves as the best evidence. Yet, senior brother, I have never harbored malice towards you, nor have I ever wished to seize your righteous aura. My intention was merely to draw closer to you, to understand you better, and to seek companionship. I hoped that through this interaction, my celestial fate would gradually transform, without any ulterior motives. As she uttered these final words, her voice grew tense once more. She did not wish to hurt Zhou Luo. That was her true intention, yet she had already developed feelings. From the very beginning, her interactions with others had not been entirely pure. She longed to face Zhou Luo with the same tranquility as before, but that was no longer possible. Zhou Luo remained silent for a long time before saying, ever since I departed from home and traveled thousands of miles to the Haoyuan Immortal Gate, I have encountered countless individuals along the way. They were but fleeting visitors, perhaps never to be seen again. I can let go of those people and experiences. After entering the Immortal Gate, I met many more, including you, junior sister Meng. You no longer belong to the category of mere passersby in my life. Senior brother, how many people truly cherish and respect me, Zhou Luo? Apart from Tai Su Peak, it is only you, junior sister Meng. I apologize. They both understood that in this world, there is no kindness without reason, nor hatred without cause. Only parents may love unconditionally, regardless of one's poverty or illness. Encounters between people may be coincidental, dictated by fate, while their connections, aside from instant attraction or familiarity, are often influenced by myriad factors. Zhou Luo's presence at Taisu Peak was due to Qingzhou's compassion, and the care bestowed upon him by his teacher and senior brothers played a role as well. Yet, they were still young, their hearts untainted by the world's corruption, retaining a sincerity and understanding of life and the universe. Their minds were not clouded by trivialities. Perhaps, when they grow older, they may develop ulterior motives and scheme against others for personal gain, but that is a future concern, not a present one. Dream Butterfly understood that within the vast Haoyuan Immortal Gate, Zhou Luo led a tranquil life at Taisu Peak. However, the path of cultivation differed greatly from that of the mundane world. Their training sessions could span days, weeks, or even longer. Qingzhou and the others treated him with great care, both in daily life and cultivation. It was not akin to the time spent at home, where they could interact extensively, and Zhou Luo was still a youth. Among the young, there were more shared topics, with so many new disciples around. Zhou Luo regarded her as a friend, a youthful companion. Senior brother, I apologize. Zhou Luo shook his head, saying, Junior sister Meng, I do not blame you. I merely feel a bit pained. He understood that he could not reproach Dream Butterfly for wanting to approach and understand him with ulterior motives. They were simply not from the same world. He was but a member of the mundane realm. Even if he stepped onto the path of cultivation, many would ultimately return to the mundane world. She was fresh and extraordinary, with unparalleled talent, resembling a celestial being. The mere chance that they could exchange glances was rare. If he were like everyone else, how could he hope for such a connection? He never blamed her, yet the discomfort in his heart was a genuine emotion. He could not easily let go. Ultimately, she was the only friend he had at Haoyuan Immortal Gate, someone with whom he shared a bond of life and death. No resentment, only sorrow. Dream Butterfly's heart trembled heavily as she suddenly realized how gravely she had erred. Chapter 55. The Lotus Sea. It had been over a year since then. Every new disciple during this time had gained a profound understanding of the path of cultivation. Aware of its challenges and the relentless cruelty that accompanies it, especially Zhou Luo, who had endured so much. Yet, despite this awareness, it turned out that Zhou Luo had yet to adapt to the path of cultivation. Today, as Zhou Luo prepared to speak with her, Dream Butterfly sensed that their relationship could never return to its former state. His innocence clashed with her thoughts. Dream Butterfly believed that Zhou Luo was determined to clarify things between them, fostering a sense of honesty. This signified that he was prepared to confront and let go of their past. Indeed, Zhou Luo was capable of facing the situation, yet he found it difficult to relinquish his feelings. He still struggled to adjust to the harsh realities of the cultivation path, holding interpersonal relationships in high regard. His emotions remaining pure, Dream Butterfly realized that her error did not stem from her feelings for this youth, but rather from her neglect of his innocent heart. If only she had exercised a bit more caution, it would not have come to this. Senior brother, Zhou Luo smiled silently and said, Junior sister Meng, I have been away for quite some time. I must return. Dream Butterfly hurriedly grasped his arm, feeling an urgency she had never experienced before. She knew that if she let go today, they would forever become familiar strangers. She admitted to having developed feelings for Zhou Luo. Yet she also affirmed that everything she had said about wanting to be with him was not deceit. Now, she was even more certain that she did not wish to become a familiar stranger with Zhou Luo. Senior brother, in the Lotus Sea, where the lotuses bloom, amidst myriad blossoms, a single blue lotus transforms into a revered form. I wish to invite you to accompany me to witness this. No one had ever seen Dream Butterfly in such a state before. Zhou Luo had not witnessed it either. The girl before him embodied the essence of her age. He wished to refuse, but found himself unable to do so, for he too yearned for the beauty of the Lotus Sea. Upon hearing his consent, Meng Jie smiled with delight and eagerly grasped his arm, leading him towards the Lotus Sea. She seemed impatient to showcase her cherished treasure to her companions. Zhou Luo followed her, suddenly murmuring, I should have declined, yet perhaps my heart is gradually shifting. He yearned for the scene of the blooming lotuses in the Lotus Sea, hoping for a glimpse and, more importantly, a reward, rendering him unable to refuse the girl's request, a selfish desire that often accompanies adulthood. Meng Jie paused for a moment and remarked, there is a saying that rings true. Our cultivation path is a grand struggle, contending for all that can be contested and for all that cannot. Senior Zhou, I will continue to change, but I assure you, in your presence, I wish to retain my original innocence. Zhou Luo replied, you need not feel this way. No one has the right to demand anything of you. Meng Jie responded, I do not wish to deceive you any longer, nor do I want to betray your pure feelings. Pure affection, genuine friendship. The path of cultivation is fraught with cruelty, indifference, and malice. The myriad imperfections of the human world are all too evident. If there exists even one person with whom we can retain our original essence, it is undoubtedly the greatest happiness. The journey of cultivation is long. Finding a companion is the ideal, but even in solitude, cherishing the memory of such companionship can bring comfort during times of loneliness. Zhou Luo had no words to express, for he shared similar sentiments. In a spacious area of Yinxia Peak, surrounded by a riot of blooms and rare flora, spirit birds soared gracefully. If there were a place that embodied the essence of immortality, it would be here. Amidst the flowers lay a sizable lake, its surface adorned with countless blooming lotuses, each vying for attention. This lake is the renowned Lotus Sea of Yinxia Peak. To the naked eye, apart from the grandeur of the blooming lotuses, it appeared unremarkable, merely a scenic spot worthy of admiration. In the realm of cultivation, beauty and scenery are superficial. Cultivators pursue supreme power, rendering even the most exquisite sights trivial in comparison. The Lotus Sea of Yinxia Peak is memorable for its boundless lotuses. Among the myriad lotuses, one can wander freely, and a single blue lotus can transform one's existence. The blooming of the lotuses represents an opportunity for countless individuals. Merely traversing the Lotus Sea can grant one a blue lotus, leading to their elevation. While the notion is simple, the reality is stark. Over the years, few have successfully crossed the Lotus Sea when it blooms. Each uniquely shaped lotus exuded a myriad of spiritual essence, swaying gracefully in the sunlight, as if breathing in the essence of the sun and moon. Many disciples of Yinxia Peak stood quietly around the Lotus Sea, seemingly awaiting something. The spectacle of the blooming lotuses was awe-inspiring, yet it concealed dangers lurking beneath its beauty. If traversing the Lotus Sea were easy, it might have ceased to exist long ago. Zhou Luo arrived at this mysterious Lotus Sea and sensed the enigmatic allure of the blooming flowers. It is said that many years ago, a blue lotus attained enlightenment here, contributing to the creation of Yinxia Peak and this very Lotus Sea, leaving hopes for further miracles to unfold. Though miracles have yet to manifest, the existence of the Lotus Sea offers numerous opportunities for those who follow. Regrettably, those capable of seizing such opportunities are few and far between. Junior Sister Meng, is your blue lotus also from this Lotus Sea? Zhou Luo inquired with curiosity. Meng Jie replied, Indeed, however, when I entered the sect, the Lotus Sea had yet to bloom. My smoke lotus was bestowed upon me by my master, not something I earned myself. Thus it merely manifests as a top-tier spiritual artifact. Today, I wish to traverse this Lotus Sea to transform it into my true divine weapon. While Meng Jie speaks so lightly of her divine weapon, Zhou Luo's a divine sword must be guarded with utmost care, highlighting the disparity in their circumstances. Of course, many believe that the smoke lotus is Meng Jie's true divine weapon, a notion that Zhou Luo once shared. Today, she is fulfilling her promise to him. Can you make it across? Zhou Luo asked again. Meng Jie responded, I do not know, one must try. Senior brother Zhou, will you accompany me? This request was one Zhou Luo found hard to refuse. Had he wished to decline, he would not have come to witness the Lotus Sea. Chapter 56. The bright moon illuminates the sky. The Lotus Sea of Yinxia Peak does not prohibit disciples from other peaks from coming to admire it or seek opportunities. However, now that the myriad lotuses have just begun to bloom, bringing disciples from other peaks to cross the Lotus Sea seems rather indulgent, does it not, junior sister? A cool voice wafted from one side. From that direction stood several figures, with the speaker likely being the one at the center. Yinxia Peak only admits female disciples, making Zhou Luo stand out, and the woman was equally striking. Dressed in a long green robe, she lacked elegance and appeared rather mundane. Despite her natural beauty, rare as a gem, her thin lips gave off a somewhat harsh impression, and her slightly upturned eyes added an air of coldness. This coldness was not a matter of temperament, but rather an attitude cultivated over many years. Though one should not judge by appearances, it cannot be denied that first impressions are often based on outward appearances, no matter how shallow that may seem. Thus, this woman, combined with her earlier words, made it difficult for others to feel positively toward her. Meng Jie replied, What you say, senior sister, is true. However, this is not merely my indulgence, as I have the right to act thus. As her words echoed, silence enveloped the surroundings. Among the many disciples, some may harbor dissent, but dissent holds no weight. Meng Jie possesses such qualifications. The green-clad woman's eyes grew colder. An 8th-grade celestial affinity is indeed rare in the cultivation world, Yet, junior sister, you currently lack the strength to be so presumptuous. I care not for your qualifications. On this day of the lotus bloom, I will not allow you to act recklessly. Recklessly? Zhou Luo recognized the name of the so-called fifth senior sister. After the announcement of the upcoming Seven Peaks Conference, he had a clear understanding of the top 10 disciples from the 6 peaks outside of Taisu Peak. This woman was one of the top 10 disciples of Yinxiao Peak. Shui Mingyue, a name as melodious as her demeanor. Indeed, within the vast Haoyuan sect, only Taisu Peak stands out. Perhaps the sparse population of Taisu Peak is due to Master Xingyang's desire to avoid excessive disputes arising from a crowded environment. Where there are people, there is a world of intrigue, and this statement holds much truth. Meng Jie replied, "What you term recklessness, senior sister, is merely me undertaking what I am capable of. If you disapprove, I sincerely apologize." Shui Mingyue coldly retorted, "Then you may be disappointed. As long as I am here, I shall not permit you to act with impunity." Meng Jie raised her delicate brows and said, "Then I shall seek your guidance." Zhou Luo, along with the many disciples of Yinxiao Peak, felt a shift in their expressions. Although Shui Mingyue ranked 5th among the 10 disciples of Yinxiao Peak, she was nonetheless a remarkable presence among the many disciples of the Haoyuan sect. Despite possessing an 8th-grade celestial affinity, Meng Jie finds herself unable to assert dominance in the present era. Yet, she still seeks counsel from Shui Mingyue, a display of confidence and audacity that raises questions. The coldness in Shui Mingyue's gaze transforms into a formidable sharpness, only to dissipate moments later as her attention shifts to Zhou Luo, her voice icy as she addresses him. "Junior brother Zhou Luo of Taisu Peak, I have long admired your reputation." Zhou Luo responds, "Shui senior sister, you flatter me. My visit is indeed presumptuous." Shui Mingyue retorts, "If you recognize your intrusion, why do you not depart from my Yinxiao Peak?" Her resentment is palpable, suggesting a fire that may soon consume her. Zhou Luo replies, "I have come at the invitation of junior sister Meng. While I acknowledge my boldness, I do not find it disrespectful. I shall leave when the time is right." Shui Mingyue seems to smile faintly, saying, "Whether on Yinxiao Peak or throughout the entire Haoyuan immortal sect, junior sister Meng may pursue her desires. Despite many harboring discontent, they must acquiesce to her, for an 8th-grade celestial affinity places her on a pedestal." Both Zhou Luo and Meng Jie's expressions shift, growing increasingly severe. Even during the blossoming of the myriad lotuses, she could bring others to witness and even participate, which was inconsequential. "Except for you, junior brother Zhou Luo," Shui Mingyue states indifferently. "You exploit my junior sister's name to appreciate the scenic lotus sea of Yinxiao Peak. While we cannot interfere, you place her in a position of scrutiny. Is this how you regard her?" Meng Jie's expression grows cold, and she asserts, "Fifth senior sister, one must understand that forgiveness has its limits. Our willingness to endure does not imply we are easy to bully." Shui Mingyue is unfazed by Meng Jie's feelings, surveying her surroundings with indifference. "Junior brother Zhou Luo, if you doubt my words, you need only inquire among our fellow disciples." A fierce glint envelopes Meng Jie's almond-shaped eyes. "Junior sister Meng." Zhou Luo gently pats her shoulder, stepping forward to face Shui Mingyue and the other disciples of Yinxiao Peak. He proclaims, "Today, I apologize for the disturbance, esteemed senior sisters, and I hope for your understanding. If junior sister Meng's actions might lead to misunderstandings, I trust there shall be none, for we stand in the light of righteousness." "Senior sister Shui, are you the only one who misconstrues this?" He continues, "Instead of harboring jealousy towards junior sister Meng, perhaps it would be wiser to focus your energy on the lotus sea. When you traverse the sea and pluck a blue lotus, why then would you still harbor envy towards her?" At that moment, when the Haoyuan immortal sect is stirred, and Shui Mingyue of Yinxiao Peak basks in glory, you may find the present circumstances quite amusing. "Zhou Luo, you are brazen," Shui Mingyue exclaims in anger. "Who does not wish to walk the lotus sea and pluck a blue lotus? How dare you mock me so? It is truly infuriating." Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Luo harbors no such intentions. She has forgotten that it was she who instigated this confrontation. She fails to see that the heart of the youth has already begun to change. Once gentle and non-confrontational, he now stands resolute. Zhou Luo states, "I speak only the truth. There is no need for your anger, senior sister Shui. Jealousy arises from one's own inadequacies. Knowing oneself to be lesser, one must strive for improvement. The essence of humanity lies in relentless self-betterment." Shui Mingyue retorts with an angry laugh, "Junior brother Zhou Luo, your silver tongue is commendable. I wonder, however, if your strength truly matches your words, or if it is just as unyielding." In an instant, a tremendous force engulfs the space. "Senior sister Shui, please cease, lest we disturb the harmony," Zhou Luo urges. Are you afraid? Xue Minghua challenges. I wish to convey that within the Haoyuan immortal sect, there exists only one Taisu peak. I wonder if senior sister Xue comprehends this. Xue Minghua's eyes narrow sharply, and she responds coldly, here. You lean on junior sister Ming, while at Taisu peak, you rely on Qingzhou. Junior brother Zhou Luo, it appears your charm with women is quite impressive. I am in awe. As her words echoed, no light appeared, yet clouds swirled, and a sword emerged, slicing through the air with terrifying precision. As if to cleave the heavens in two, that chilling voice unleashed an endless wave of coldness. If you seek a duel, I shall oblige. I am quite intrigued by the position of the top 10 disciples of Yinxia Peak. Fifth senior sister, please. Chapter 57. Smoke rising step by step the young girl stands. Smoke rising from beneath her feet as a lone smoke lotus ascends gracefully into the air, shrouding the skies in a dense mist. In that moment, the endless lotus sea trembles, resonating with the smoke lotus. Shortly after, the lotus sea bursts forth with smoke, enveloping the girl. From afar, it resembles a bridge formed from clouds, connecting the girl to the lotus sea. All gazes widen in astonishment. The lotus sea exhibits such commotion due to her presence. Was it the girl-esque smoke lotus that caused this, or was there another reason? What other reasons could there be? It is difficult for the crowd to surmise, yet it is clear that the smoke lotus originates from the lotus sea. Thus, the jealousy in Xue Minghua's heart intensifies. Even now, as Meng Jie challenges her, Xue Minghua feels no hesitance, yet dares not engage in battle with Meng Jie. With the lotus sea resonating with Meng Jie. Even if her own strength surpasses that of her opponent, she fears the risk of confrontation. The girl is furious and will not relent. Zhou Luo states, Senior Sister Xue, I have taken your words to heart and hope you will remember this. My visit to Yinxia Peak was not intended to incite verbal conflict. Junior Sister Ming, the lotus sea has begun to smoke. Let us commence. Senior Brother Zhou, please wait. Today, I shall secure my position as the fifth among the top 10 disciples of Yinxia Peak. By what right? By the right of this simming sword. The sword rises like the blazing sun, its radiant light overwhelming, akin to sunlight that dares not be gazed upon. The piercing sensations are akin to autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. As it passes, the very space seems to shatter. In an instant, the luminous sword coalesces, appearing before Xue Minghua. Xue Minghua retreats swiftly, her own sword light flaring forth, the chilling sword energy bearing the weight of millennia's ice, causing the temperature of the surrounding space to plummet. As the fifth among the top 10 disciples of Yinxia Peak, Xue Minghua's prowess is undeniable. Her sword strikes forth, dissipating the incoming onslaught like vapor. However, before she could bask in any sense of triumph, a sword from Meng Jie unexpectedly disregards all defenses, piercing through her sword energy and hovering at her brow, a mere inch from her mind. This inch of distance is not insurmountable. It is merely a contest among peers, not a life-and-death battle. Meng Jie would not kill Xue Minghua. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. Who could have anticipated that Xue Minghua would be defeated so decisively? I refuse to accept this. Xue Minghua's voice trembles, yet she does not pause. Were it not for the power of the Lotus Sea, you would never be my match. This is unfair. I cannot accept this outcome. Meng Jie replies coldly. In the realm of cultivation, where does fairness exist? When you wield your strength and status to oppress your fellow sisters, did you ever consider their feelings? When did their unfairness concern you? I do not care. Xue Minghua shouts vehemently. I refuse to accept this outcome. Meng Jie, if you dare, then kill me. Humph. The space seemed to shatter, mere inches apart, devoid of any notion of distance. The purple abyss sword trembled slightly and found its mark at the center of Xue Minghua's brow, a drop of crimson blood oozing slowly from the blade's tip. In this moment, an astonishing sword intent surged around Xue Minghua like a tempest. If she did not concede, no one would doubt that Meng Jie would hesitate to take her life. The sect forbids harm among its own, as per the celestial regulations. Yet such regulations can vary based on the individual. Lin Mo had slain Zhou Luo, ultimately swept under the rug for the sake of the greater good. Zhou Luo had killed Lu Meng, but due to his ability to refine the Taiqing Jinyu fan, no repercussions were pursued, as there was no way to hold him accountable. With her 8th grade celestial affinity, Meng Jie compelled a choice between herself and Xue Minghua, rendering any deliberation unnecessary. Xue Minghua's expression shifted, ultimately paling as she murmured, I concede. Congratulations, junior sister, on your ascension among the top 10 disciples of Yinxia Peak. With a swift motion, the purple abyss sword retreated, vanishing from Meng Jie's grasp as she turned her gaze to Zhou Luo, offering a gentle smile. Zhou Luo cast a glance at Xue Minghua before leaping into the air. He felt no pity for her fate. Calamity wrought by heaven may be endured, but self-inflicted tribulations are unforgivable. Zhou Luo soared, and beneath his feet emerged a smoke lotus. Supporting both of them, Meng Die faced Zhou Luo with a soft laugh, extending her hand. Zhou Luo hesitated, puzzled by her gesture. Despite her shyness, Meng Die bravely took his hand, her palm cool as jade, akin to cherry blossoms. The two stepped onto a path of ethereal mist, slowly traversing the void towards the Sea of Lotuses. For many years, the Sea of Lotuses had opened countless times, yet never had anyone entered in such a manner. It felt like a welcome from the sea itself. In this realm, had there ever been a scene like this? High above, the young couple held hands, slowly enveloped by the drifting mist that concealed their figures. From a distance, they resembled celestial beings, a perfect pair. On a distant peak, several figures broke through the air. The disciples bowed, exclaiming, "We greet our master," and the four esteemed senior sisters. Naturally, it was Yangzhenren, the head of Yinxia Peak, accompanied by four of the foremost disciples among the top 10. Such a scene had never been witnessed before. "Master, have you ever seen anything like this?" inquired a girl in yellow garments. And Yangzhenren replied, "Ever since Jie joined our Yinxia Peak, I sensed her affinity with the Sea of Lotuses. Thus, I bestowed upon her the murky smoke lotus, hoping that when the sea blossoms, she can transform it into her life's magical artifact. This would ensure the prosperity of Yinxia Peak for 1,000 years." As she spoke, her commanding gaze fell upon every disciple of Yinxia Peak, imposing as a prison, compelling them all to kneel. I had thought that with her 8th grade celestial affinity, Die would enjoy a peaceful existence in our sect. Yet I did not anticipate the envy of so many. "Do you believe you have the right to envy Jie?" Xue Mingyue hastily spoke. "Master, I acknowledge my mistakes and will never dare to repeat them. I beseech you to grant me an opportunity for redemption. In the future?" And Yangzhenren replied coldly, "Convey my decree. Revoke Xue Mingyue's status as a core disciple, and from now on, let her serve as a mere mountain sweeper in Yinxia Peak." The disciples were filled with dread at such a severe punishment, yet they understood the reality of the few true disciples in Yinxia Peak. And Yangzhenren glanced once more at the Sea of Lotuses, where Zhou Luo and Meng Die had already vanished from sight. Nevertheless, the image of their clasped hands lingered in her mind. Everything else may be forgiven, Die, but this cannot be. Chapter 58. The Endless Sea of Lotuses from the Outside. The Sea of Lotuses spanned several dozen zhong, not an insignificant area, yet within its depths, it appeared boundless, teeming with lotus blooms that showcased the wonders of heaven and earth. Meng Die softly remarked, "The Sea of Lotuses constitutes a realm unto itself, akin to the small cave heavens of Taisu Peak." Zhou Luo understood then. Among the 7 peaks of the Haoyuan sect, each possessed its own marvel. He was curious about the wonders of Jinyu Peak. One day, he must explore that place. Seemingly aware of Zhou Luo's thoughts, Meng Die continued, "Within Jinyu Peak resides the Thunder Dragon, capable of unleashing countless thunders to suppress the area. It is like a prison inside, hence the name Jinyu Peak. Brother Zhou possesses the Taiching Jinyu Fan, theoretically allowing him access to the realm of the Thunder Dragon at any time. The so-called realm of the Thunder Dragon was indeed the extraordinary place of Jinyu Peak, yet the term theoretically indicated that while he could enter at any moment, Liangzhenren would not permit it." Zhou Luo smiled silently, his demeanor indifferent as he remarked, "Perhaps, when I wish to enter in the future, they will no longer be able to stop me." For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a surge of confidence in himself. Among the 7 great powers of the Haoyuan sect, Liangzhenren was not the strongest, yet he ranked among the elite in the cultivation realm of Qingzhou. Had Zhou Luo been Meng Die, such a statement would not have raised suspicion or curiosity. As for Zhou Luo, Meng Die gently said, "I believe Brother Zhou will surely succeed." Hearing this seemingly unintentional affirmation, Zhou Luo turned slightly to glance at the girl beside him. The fragrance of the blue lotus blended with her unique scent, making the atmosphere exquisite. "Brother Zhou, Zhou Luo suddenly realized he still held her hand. Meng's sister this. Earlier, Meng Die had taken his hand merely to guide him into the Sea of Lotuses. And now that they had arrived, why had he not released it? He quickly withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat flustered, and immediately focused ahead as they ventured into the endless Sea of Lotuses. Observing his previous demeanor, Meng Die seemed to recall something, a warm smile gracing her lips. "Brother Zhou." Meng Die quickened her pace to walk alongside him, saying, "The Sea of Lotuses is infinite. Each lotus is a world. The sea is a realm of suffering. Only by maintaining one's original intent can one endure until the end." Zhou Luo's expression tightened slightly as he replied, "The realm of suffering is a term used in Buddhism. referring to the troubles and tribulations of the mortal world. The scriptures state that to cross the sea of suffering, one must possess a pure heart and mind. Otherwise, one risks losing oneself within. Precisely, Meng Jie affirmed, this sea of lotuses has existed for eons, yet few have managed to traverse it peacefully. Most have ultimately succumbed to its depths, unable to extricate themselves. Zhou Luo added, I have heard the same. Thus, while the sea of lotuses is indeed miraculous, those daring enough to venture within are exceedingly rare. Falling into the sea of lotuses does not threaten one's life. When the time comes, it will send one away. However, during that harrowing period, the anguish inflicted can leave an indelible mark on the weak-willed, potentially trapping them for a lifetime, hindering their path of cultivation. As he had contemplated before, if crossing the sea of lotuses were easy, it might have long been empty. To wander amidst myriad lotuses and transform a blue lotus into one's true form is an immense opportunity for cultivators, one that inspires great yearning. Meng Jie remarked, Brother Zhou harbors a noble spirit, embodying the essence of the universe. You will undoubtedly traverse the sea of lotuses. With such righteous energy, it signifies a pure heart. If the heart is just, then all is just. The sea of lotuses is also the realm of suffering. Even if it is boundless, a righteous heart knows no barriers. Zhou Luo took a deep breath and said, I too wish to traverse this sea of lotuses. Meng sister, what do you wish for me to do? To cross the sea of lotuses and pluck a blue lotus, thus transforming oneself, would render one impervious to myriad evils, and Zhou Luo certainly yearned for this. However, today in the sea of lotuses, the only protagonist could only be Meng Jie. Though this may not be the essence of Meng Jie, it likely resonates with the intentions of the esteemed Yang. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Jie expressed her wishes for Brother Zhou to traverse the Lotus Sea, acknowledging her past mistakes and hoping for a better future. Her previous errors stemmed from a lack of understanding of Zhou Luo, a youth whose heart remains pure, and she cleverly employed the term hope in this context. Zhou Luo replied, Then let us commence. Meng Jie nodded gently, stepping forward alongside Zhou Luo. Before the step, they were amidst the Lotus Sea, surrounded by azure lotuses. After this step, it was as though they had entered the realm of the azure lotuses. A vast and boundless world unfolded before them, with majestic mountains and flowing waters in the distance, and the bustling splendor of humanity nearby. In this azure lotus world, Meng Jie was no longer present. Only Zhou Luo stood alone. Of course, in this moment, Meng Jie too existed as a solitary figure, devoid of Zhou Luo. Although he understood that this was a world within the azure lotuses, upon entering, Zhou Luo still felt an overwhelming sense of reality, so vivid that he could hardly discern its illusory nature. Every mountain, every stream, every tree, flower, and boulder felt palpably real to his touch. The air was filled with life force, and he could sense the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. This was indeed the world of the lotus. Yet it also resembled a divine paradise. Though this was Zhou Luo's first foray into the Lotus Sea and the azure lotus world, even if it were not his first, he remained uncertain about how to navigate his way out of this realm. After a moment of contemplation, an idea began to form within him. This was the world of the azure lotus, where everything appeared unreal, yet the sights were astonishingly genuine. Why was this the case? The manifestations of the heart create reality. The essence of a person is birthed from within. What one perceives may not necessarily be a transformation of the azure lotus world, but rather a reflection of one's innermost thoughts, thus rendering such vivid scenes. Everything originates from the heart. If one succumbs, it is not the person who falters, but the heart itself. Therefore, while traversing the azure lotus world, one must observe with the heart rather than merely with the eyes. The eyes perceive reality, while the heart discerns illusions. To uphold one's original intention is paramount. The steadfastness of the heart is the key to escaping the azure lotus world. However, Zhou Luo was acutely aware that it is a formidable challenge for anyone to maintain an unwavering heart amidst the myriad of worldly distractions and the 6 sufferings of life. How could one's heart remain unchanged? Yet, regardless of the feasibility of this endeavor, Zhou Luo recognized that having entered the azure lotus world, he must confront whatever lay ahead. Even if he stood still, closing off his senses, he could not escape influence. And it was implausible that such a method would allow him to exit the azure lotus world. If traversing the Lotus Sea were so effortless, the historical accounts of those who successfully navigated it would not be so scarce. Zhou Luo calmed his mind and soon began to walk forward. Chapter 59. Illusion and Reality in the Azure Lotus World. The spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth was extraordinarily abundant, making cultivation within this realm immensely effective. The Lotus Sea of Yanhua Peak was indeed one of the 7 wondrous sites of the Haoyuan sect. The azure lotuses within the sea could bestow greatness upon individuals, making this enigmatic place all the more alluring. However, while the world within the azure lotuses is a paradise, it is not conducive for cultivation. To practice here might mean forfeiting the chance to ever leave. Zhou Luo pressed onward, gradually emerging from the mountains, and in the distance, at the edge of his vision, he beheld the splendor of human civilization. This so-called splendor comprised towns, bustling crowds, and vibrant life. Zhou Luo's eyes momentarily froze, and within his somewhat bewildered gaze, an inexhaustible longing and tenderness surfaced. Father, mother, the manifestations of the heart give rise to all things. Each lotus represents a world. The azure lotus realm reflects human desires and sentiments. Zhou Luo recalled his purpose for entering the Haoyuan sect, his parents' well-being. During his prolonged absence from home, he had constantly thought of them, and now, the scene presented in the azure lotus world was the most familiar to him. The mountain he saw was the very one outside his hometown, and the bustling life he witnessed was that of his beloved town. At the entrance of the town stood a great tree, a place where he and his friends frequently played. It was beneath this tree that his parents had encountered the forlorn Lu Ming and his son. Upon this realization, Zhou Luo's heart shifted abruptly. Lu Ming had already met his demise at his hands. In the mortal realm, Lu Ming no longer existed. Yet beneath the tree, Lu Ming sat in a manner most comfortable to him, still present, still alive. It dawned on Zhou Luo that all of this was an illusion, a reflection of his desire for home manifesting in his mind. The azure lotus world indeed lived up to its reputation. Zhou Luo chuckled softly, strolling towards the town's entrance, gradually arriving before the grand tree. Young Master Zhou, you seem quite relaxed. Do you not have classes today? Lu Ming inquired, tilting his head. This was an illusion, a scene that once existed in his memories, now vividly mirrored by the azure lotus world. Yet, even though it was an illusion, Zhou Luo paused. He treated this as a dream, a chance to reflect on the past, a form of cultivation. Thus, in this dream, Zhou Luo scrutinized Lu Ming anew. Unlike their previous encounters, today he regarded Lu Ming with keen seriousness, and having endured much, he perceived the myriad of unusual emotions in Lu Ming's eyes. Emotions that Zhou Luo had failed to notice before. In Lu Ming's gaze, there was curiosity and confusion, but more prominently, a predatory delight akin to that of encountering prey. Long ago, he had already regarded Zhou Luo as his sustenance. Zhou Luo, intrigued, pondered how Lu Ming had sensed his righteous aura. Contemplating this, Zhou Luo calmly spoke. In life, one strives for personal pursuits, which is entirely justified. However, I still hope that one maintains a fundamental moral compass. Lu Ming, perplexed, retorted. Is young Master Zhou attempting to lecture me? Zhou Luo replied. What one does is observed by the heavens. This may not always hold true, but there are consequences in this world. Lu Ming, I hope you will act with prudence. This was his memory, his dream, within it. He sincerely wished for Lu Ming to have a favorable outcome. Act with prudence. Before he could finish, Lu Ming's expression turned icy. How do you know my name? Zhou Luo's demeanor faltered momentarily. It dawned on him that at this time, he was unaware of Lu Ming's name and had always referred to him as Taiwa. Yet, after a brief moment, Zhou Luo smiled and disregarded Lu Ming, stepping into the town. Since the azure lotus world had conjured such a scene, he would seize this opportunity to spend time with his parents. Even if it were not real, it would still reflect his filial piety. Zhou Luo was intimately familiar with every aspect of the town. He knew each person he encountered. As he made his way home, he greeted numerous familiar faces. He often pondered, had his parents not exhibited such kindness and taken in Lu Ming and his son, how might his life have unfolded differently? Regrettably, in this world, there exists no concept of remorse, and thus, no notion of what if. The truth remains immutable, an unchangeable reality. Unless endowed with divine powers to traverse the past and future, to alter what has already transpired from an external perspective, one cannot hope to change the facts of yore. Yet, even in the realm of immortality, such extraordinary abilities do not exist, and even if they did, to alter the past would inevitably reshape the future. Perhaps something the laws of heaven and earth do not permit. Upon returning home, Zhou Luo inquired, Uncle Sun, where are my father and mother? Uncle Sun replied with a warm smile. The master has gone out to prepare for the New Year's festivities and should return shortly. Madam is busy making the reunion dinner. Young master, why not take a moment to rest? The meal will be ready soon. It dawned on Zhou Luo that today was New Year's Eve. No wonder the town was so lively and vibrant. He recalled that on this very New Year's Eve years ago, he had ventured to a mountain temple to pray for his parents' well-being, only to catch a severe chill, which resulted in his parents keeping him company throughout the night, thus foregoing their own celebration. The Qingzhou world seemed to present this scene, perhaps to allow him a chance to amend the small regret of that year. It is often said, what occupies the mind by day manifests in dreams by night. The Qingzhou world could vividly reflect one's innermost thoughts, leaving Zhou Luo unable to discern whether it was his own memories shaping this experience or if the Qingzhou world had woven itself into his dreams. Luo, what are you daydreaming about? His mother, Wan Xian, entered the hall with several others, carrying the reunion dinner, just as his father, Zhou Jinchuan, returned home. Father, mother. Seeing his parents again, even if in a dream, felt so real. Zhou Luo hastened to kneel before them. Is it that you are already seeking your New Year's money? It's too early for that. Rise quickly. Zhou Jinchuan chuckled, helping Zhou Luo to his feet, his piercing gaze suddenly revealing a hint of surprise. Luo, why are you crying? What troubles you? At that moment, as his parents embraced him, feeling their warmth, Zhou Luo was struck by the realization that nothing was illusory. This was not a dream, but the reality of the moment. He had returned home, to be with his parents, where he could remain forever. The pursuits of immortality and the Qingzhou world faded from his mind. All that mattered was his home. Chapter 60. The Boundless Sea of Suffering, Part 1. This New Year's Eve was splendid, devoid of the regrets that once lingered. The family enjoyed a harmonious gathering, celebrating with a sumptuous dinner, followed by fireworks in the courtyard. The simplicity and joy of life were fully manifested on this night. Zhou Luo had always yearned for such ordinary happiness. He never desired wealth, fame, or power. Thus, the expansive realms of the immortal world and the allure of extraordinary strength had never held his interest. He embarked on the path of cultivation solely for his parents' peace. Now, in this dreamlike state, this long-awaited happiness had arrived, with him beside his parents and vice versa, gradually allowing him to forget everything else. This was no dream, no illusion, nor a fabricated scene from the Qingzhou world. In his heart, it was undeniably real. Time flowed on, and he dwelled in the Qingzhou world, experiencing days of unremarkable bliss, one after another. It was unclear how much time had passed when suddenly, from deep within the lotus sea, a radiant light burst forth. Though not blinding, it was distinctly perceptible. Particularly, the astonishing spiritual essence contained within the light stirred the attention of many powerful beings in the Yinxia Peak and the Haoyuan Immortal Gate. The lotus sea birthed a lotus. Each lotus represented a world. Finally, someone emerged from the Qingzhou world. Congratulations to Yinxia Peak, and congratulations to our Haoyuan Immortal Gate. On the main peak, amidst the depths of clouds, the leader of Haoyuan, upon opening his eyes slightly, displayed a gratifying smile, though for those who observed closely, they could detect an underlying complexity behind that satisfaction. Real Master Anyang appeared at the lotus sea, gazing at the light with a rare smile gracing his usually austere demeanor. Truly worthy of the 8th rank immortal fate, Dai Yi, you have not disappointed me. Congratulations, Master. Real Master Anyang waved his hand, saying, we should congratulate Yinxia Peak. For the next 1,000 years, as long as Yinxia Peak thrives, you shall have a brighter future, and you should thank your junior sister. The 4 major disciples behind her, along with numerous other disciples, echoed in unison. Just as their voices faded, a more brilliant light emerged from deep within the lotus sea, a blue radiance manifesting as a lotus. Within it sat a maiden in meditation, and before her, the murky smoke lotus began to bloom, blossoming through countless worlds, untainted by the mundane. At this moment, the murky smoke lotus merged with the floating blue radiance, resembling a dual lotus in unison. The blooming lotus leaves enveloping the dream butterfly garment. As the lotus leaves closed, the maiden found herself encased within the flower bud, creating an image as if she were being nurtured within the lotus leaves. This scene did not linger long. Merely half a tea time later, under the watchful eyes of many, the blue lotus gradually dissolved in a mysterious manner. Ultimately, what remained visible was a lotus flower mark appearing on the maiden's smooth brow. The lotus flower mark was profoundly mysterious, its radiance swirling, subtly intimidating the heart. When one concentrated, it seemed to narrate the story of a world. Real Master Anyang's spirit jolted, exclaiming, the murky smoke lotus has transformed into a personal magic artifact. Dai Yi, congratulations. I owe it all to your careful nurturing, Master. The maiden, with apricot eyes wide open, appeared before Real Master Anyang and the others as if she had teleported. In that instant, everyone sensed her aura fluctuating, ethereal like smoke and clouds, as if it would dissipate at any moment. yet also seemed capable of solidifying, shrouded in an air of mystery. The cultivation of our junior sister is evidently at the brink of breaking through, but why does she appear so uncertain? A woman asked in astonishment. This surprise was not merely due to the rapid advancement of Dream Butterfly Garment's cultivation. As she was on the verge of entering the solidifying origin realm in less than 2 years since entering the Immortal Gate, possessing an 8th rank Immortal Fate. Having just traversed the Lotus Sea to achieve her personal magic artifact, her current accomplishments seemed quite normal. What was mysterious, however, was the intensity of Dream Butterfly Garment's aura. Real Master Anyang explained, this is because Dai E has built a solid foundation. Her solidifying origin realm is incomparable to others. The disciples understood this principle, yet the question remained, what kind of foundation could yield such a performance? Dream Butterfly Garment replied, it is thanks to Brother Zhou's support. Without him, I would not have reached this day. Real Master Anyang raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of sternness. Dream Butterfly Garment understood precisely what this implied. Dai E, you are on the verge of breaking through, and having just established your personal magic artifact, you must enter seclusion to refine it for your own use. Go now, Dream Butterfly Garment stated. I wish to wait for Brother Zhou to emerge first, otherwise, I cannot focus on my seclusion. Upon mentioning Zhou Luo, they were reminded that there was still one person within the Lotus Sea. What condition was Zhou Luo in now? The Lotus Sea is boundless. Each lotus represents a world. One may leisurely traverse through myriad lotuses. But to truly pass through the Lotus Sea is not merely about walking across it. Simply emerging from the Qingzhou world signifies one has traversed the Lotus Sea. Dream Butterfly Garment has exited the Qingzhou world, while Zhou Luo remains within it. The term within the Qingzhou world refers to consciousness and spiritual awareness, not the physical body. In the midst of the Lotus Sea, one can deliberately gaze and behold Zhou Luo, seated cross-legged, surrounded by countless azure lotuses. His expression is serene, akin to a person in slumber. This scene appears quite ordinary, yet suddenly, Meng Jie seems to sense something, her almond eyes shifting abruptly. Jie, what do you intend to do? Senior Brother Zhou is in trouble. I must bring him out immediately, she responds. The Lotus Sea is a realm of suffering, boundless in its anguish. Whether one can turn back depends on the heart. Jie, your forceful actions will only worsen Zhou Luo's plight, admonishes the venerable Anyang. Master, the situation is not as you perceive. We must rescue Senior Brother Zhou without delay. If we tarry, the consequences could be dire. Although Anyang does not fully grasp her words, she does not doubt Meng Jie's judgment. Bring someone swiftly to Taizu Peak to summon Senior Brother Zhengyang, she commands. Meng Jie is indifferent to whether Zhou Luo may face peril. Even if he were to die, it would not concern her. But he must not encounter calamity at Yinxia Peak. Should misfortune befall him, it must occur under the witness of Zhengyang Zhenren. Anyang does not wish to bear that burden. A gentle stir within Meng Jie's heart recalls Zhou Luo's words, in the vast realm of how Yuan-Xian men. Only Taizu Peak truly stands out. Master, junior sister, what has transpired? The Lotus Sea, synonymous with suffering, is widely known. Prior to this, many had ventured into the Lotus Sea from Yinxia Peak and the entirety of how Yuan-Xian men, yet none had succeeded in emerging unscathed. Many have endured great torment over the years. Zhou Luo is likely no exception. Why, then, is Meng Jie so anxious? In Chapter 61, The Boundless Sea of Suffering, Part 2, it is revealed that Senior Brother Zhou and all of us are unique. Upon hearing this, not only do the other disciples fail to comprehend, but even Anyang is perplexed. She does not question Meng Jie's insight. Yet if it were not for Zhou Luo's predicament, she would not bear any responsibility and would remain indifferent. Meng Jie continues. Each of us embarks on the path of cultivation for varied reasons, yet there is a common thread. We do not shy away from the path of immortality. Rather, we revel in it. The journey of cultivation unveils a broader world, filled with wondrous landscapes and the most captivating supreme power. In a single day, traversing thousands of miles, witnessing the rising sun in the east and the setting sun in the west. To transcend the mundane, with a single thought, myriad laws awaken, reshaping mountains and rivers, stirring the sun and moon. Who would not be enticed by such power? Junior sister, do you imply that Zhou Luo's aspirations are not aligned with these? Indeed, Meng Jie affirms. Senior Brother Zhou, seeking peace for his parents, was compelled to join Hao Yuan-Xian men under Lu Meng's threat. His true desire in this life is the joy of family, the companionship during sunrise and sunset. He has never aspired to the splendor of the cultivation path. At last, Anyang comprehends. One's thoughts and desires manifest within the azure lotus realm. His heart, as steadfast as rock, remains fixated on his family. The azure lotus world reflects his thoughts, materializing mundane scenes, from which he cannot extricate himself. A disciple still struggles to grasp. Master, if we enter the lotus sea, we too will be immersed within. Why does Zhou Luo seem in greater peril? An aged voice responds. Zhou Luo's heart resides in the mundane, not in the realm of cultivation. While we may be ensnared, we still possess a determination and passion for the path of immortality. Zhou Luo does not. We will strive to emerge, whereas Zhou Luo willingly descends into that dream, forever lost. The choices of the heart yield disparate outcomes. Greetings, Senior Uncle Zhenyang. No need for formalities. Zhenyang Jinren gestures slightly, yet his gaze does not immediately fall upon Zhou Luo, but rather on Enyang. Such scrutiny bears heavily upon her. I know what you are thinking. Zhenyang Jinren speaks slowly. For the greater good, I often find myself ensnared, thus Lin Mo has not perished. Nor have I addressed the matters of the Jinyu Peak. However, you should not repeatedly challenge my limits. Enyang hastily replies, I have not. Zhou Luo's arrival at Yinxia Peak was entirely voluntary. Zhenyang Jinren regards her coldly. If that is the case, why summon me? The intent behind inviting me is to avoid responsibility, and that is the gravest error. Zhou Luo's arrival seems inconsequential. Yet he has aided Meng Die in successfully traversing the Lotus Sea, transforming the turbid smoke lotus into a life-bound artifact, achieving his esteemed form. In this context, Enyang remains indifferent to Zhou Luo's fate, an act of profound selfishness. Regarding this, Enyang has no words to counter, yet she feels no remorse. Zhou Luo's fate is of no concern to her. As long as Meng Die achieves success today, that suffices. Zhenyang Jinren appears to see through all her thoughts, a silent, cold smile gracing his lips. Enyang, our years of camaraderie conclude today. Before this, I advise you, one must not overextend, otherwise, bonds will inevitably fray. Enyang's expression suddenly shifts. What does this mean? Meng Die hastily interjects. Senior uncle, please rescue senior brother Zhou. If this continues, he will be in jeopardy. Zhenyang Jinren glances at her before his gaze returns to Zhou Luo, speaking slowly. Desires unfulfilled are the great suffering of life. To ensure Zhou Luo's safety, there is but one method, though it is perilous. Die, are you willing to attempt it? All present discern that this is about ensuring Zhou Luo's safety, rather than merely extracting him from the Azure Lotus realm. Enyang, without a moment's thought, declares, if it is perilous, then do not let Die take the risk. Previously, she felt no guilt, but had concealed a measure of it. Regardless, she has utilized Zhou Luo. Now, with all sentiments laid bare, Enyang sees no need for pretense. Zhenyang Jinren gazes solely at Meng Die, whose beautiful almond eyes glimmer with determination, mirroring Enyang's resolve without a hint of hesitation. I am willing to try, as long as it ensures senior brother Zhou's safety. Die, Master, this is my wish. I implore you to grant it. The girl's voice suddenly takes on an icy tone, akin to interactions with any other individual. The previously tender and delicate demeanor before Enyang has vanished entirely. Enyang, poised to speak, recalls Zhenyang Jinren's words. One must not overextend, otherwise, bonds will inevitably fray. Zhenyang Jinren nods slightly. It is often said, the sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. In my view, the sea of suffering is boundless, with humanity as its vessel, navigating the winds and waves. Zhou Luo chooses to immerse himself within because he yearns for that ordinary happiness. You must make him understand that true happiness does not lie within dreams, but in the realm of reality. Meng Die responds, so, I must make senior brother Zhou realize that the happiness he possesses is illusory, awakening him to continue on the path within the Azure Lotus world. Zhenyang Jinren affirms, you are astute. Indeed, that is the case. However, you must remember one thing. The Azure Lotus world is the manifestation of his lifelong desires, akin to a tremendous divine power. Once you enter, you must maintain your clarity. Otherwise, if you become ensnared, the repercussions will be far more severe. The Azure Lotus realm is Zhou Luo's dream, as all dreams must eventually awaken. He will inevitably endure countless trials thereafter, but at least he will not perish. Dream butterfly garb differs. She has entered Zhou Luo's dream. If she cannot maintain her essence, she will remain trapped in Zhou Luo's dream forever, unable to awaken. Yet now, only Dream Butterfly can traverse into the Qinglian world where Zhou Luo resides. They step into the Sea of Lotus together, entering the Qinglian realm, and with Zhou Luo's assistance, Dream Butterfly is able to navigate out of the Lotus Sea. Apart from her, even the powerful Zhenyang Jinren, or the ethereal immortal rumored to exist, possess no such divine ability to enter Zhou Luo's dream and awaken him. Zhengyang Zhenren can only forcibly extract Zhou Luo from the Qinglian world, yet the consequences of such an action remain unpredictable. Rest assured, Master, I will be fine. And I will not allow Brother Zhou to come to harm. I will surely bring him out safely. Chapter 62. Using a person as a vessel, Part 1. The young maiden gracefully departed, re-entering the lotus sea. It seemed as if the lotus sea responded, as countless lotuses bloomed simultaneously, stretching open their petals as if welcoming her arrival. Dream Butterfly sat cross-legged beside Zhou Luo, gazing at him as he lay in slumber. Softly murmuring, "Brother Zhou, I will bring you out, I promise." As her words fell, the young girl closed her almond-shaped eyes, seemingly entering a slumber of her own. At this moment, innumerable lotus leaves converged, enveloping the two entirely. Within the lotus lies a world, and outside the lotus, another world. The two realms no longer intersect. And Yang Zhenren's demeanor turned exceedingly cold. "Indeed, I have utilized Zhou Luo, and I admit, my heart has been somewhat too cruel. However, should anything happen to Dai, I will not let you go easily. When a person sheds all pretense, there remains no room for sentiment." Zhengyang Zhenren chuckled lightly, stating, "You would do well to hope that Zhou Luo remains unharmed. Otherwise, not only will I not spare you, but my few disciples will ensure you find no peace. And Yang, human endurance is finite. Should I lose that perseverance, do you know what the outcome would be?" Upon hearing this, Yang Zhenren's expression drastically changed. In her current state, her gaze flashed with a deep-seated apprehension, even bordering on fear. Her four disciples exchanged glances, each reflecting a transformation in their expressions. Having spent many years in the Haoyuan sect, they had never witnessed such an imposing side of Zhengyang Zhenren. This inevitably led them to harbor greater envy towards the few disciples of Taisu Peak. The path of cultivation is perpetually cruel and merciless, and human hearts are often indifferent. Though they are known as master and disciples, how much warmth have they truly felt from this teacher? The so-called bond of master and disciple ultimately rests upon individual talent. Were it not for Dream Butterfly's 8th grade celestial affinity, would she receive such favor? It is said that the world operates thus, yet today, Zhengyang Zhenren has come for Zhou Luo, unhesitatingly clashing with Yang Zhenren, a warmth they had never before experienced. In the springtime of March, a family of 3 brought food to the grassy hillside, spreading out a cloth and laying out their feast, gazing at the sky, mountains, and flowing waters, lost in an indescribable contentment. Such a day for Zhou Luo was one he would never tire of. Suddenly, thunder rumbled, dark clouds gathered above, and spring's thunder echoed across the sky. Ruan Xian softly remarked, "What a beautiful day, how can it suddenly turn to rain? It's truly disappointing." Zhou Jinchuan laughed, "The heavens decide when to thunder and rain. It is beyond the control of mere mortals. Let us pack up and return before we get drenched." "Luo, what is the matter?" Zhou Luo turned his gaze into the distance, where amidst the flashes of lightning, a stunning beauty appeared as if summoned from thin air, floating gracefully like an immortal. "Father, mother, look quickly, an immortal. It's an immortal." In truth, there are no immortals in the world. It is merely a self-fabricated embellishment. "I am Dream Butterfly, and it is a pleasure to meet the 3 of you." In this Qinglian world, Zhou Luo only recognized his family, having forgotten the Haoyuan sect and the existence of Dream Butterfly. Yet upon hearing her name now, a change flickered across his countenance. Dream Butterfly noticed this shift and smiled charmingly. A dream is ultimately but a dream. All that transpires within it is merely a reflection of one's desires, not a true existence. Despite Zhou Luo's deliberate forgetfulness, once he encounters the genuine, he shall gradually recall the truth. Dream Butterfly remained uncertain how to facilitate Zhou Luo's awakening. But the best approach would be to re-establish their acquaintance within the dream to gently rouse his hidden reality. "Ah, so you are the Dream Immortal. My family and I extend our greetings." Zhou Jinchuan and his wife hurriedly bowed, for in Zhou Luo's dream, his parents appeared as common folk. Dream Butterfly replied, "Sir, Madam, you are too kind. Our meeting signifies a connection. May I ask if I could visit your abode? Dream Immortal, please." Zhou Jinchuan eagerly invited. Even in the dream, the Zhou family felt remarkably real, particularly the serenity and warmth of their home, where Zhou Jinchuan and his wife, Zhou Luo, and even the household servants, as well as the townsfolk, all exuded simplicity. Amongst the villagers, there were no schemes or intrigues. They lived harmoniously with nature. Dream Butterfly finally comprehended why Zhou Luo held such affection for his family. Were she in his position, she too would not long for the world of cultivation. Of course, the Lu Ming father and son were the exception. Zhou Luo's dream was indeed illusory. However, Everything presented within it was the most authentic memory buried deep within his heart. Good, bad, benevolent, and malevolent were all rendered so distinctly, with no delineation whatsoever. Dream Immortal, I heard you reprimanded Taiwa today? Unbeknownst to him, Zhou Luo's perception of Lu Ming had reverted to that of Taiwa. He had completely concealed the memories surrounding his time at the Haoyuan sect. Dream Butterfly smiled. Their father and son possess ulterior motives. I find it curious why your father treats them so kindly. Also, simply call me Dream Butterfly. Immortal is not necessary. Zhou Luo chuckled. Indeed, they are somewhat out of place in this small town. However, we strive to be virtuous and cannot bear to see them adrift in the world, alone and forlorn. Dream Butterfly replied, striving for goodness is commendable. Yet as you study the classics, you should understand that if the wicked are not punished, it becomes collusion in their wrongdoing, ultimately endangering your family. Zhou Luo blinked, gazing at the girl who appeared slightly younger than himself, and replied, all living things have feelings, and humanity is the essence of all beings. Thus we must learn to repay kindness. Dream Butterfly inquired, do you not believe? Zhou Luo responded, I believe in the inherent goodness of humanity, and I have greater faith in the multitude of beauties existing in the world. Dream Butterfly declared, very well, I shall take you to see for yourself. She grasped Zhou Luo's hand, vanishing from the room, only to reappear in the chamber of Lu Ming and his son. Father, do you think that Zhou Luo possesses such righteous energy? Is that even possible? Though I have lost my cultivation, I still retain other means. There is no doubt that Zhou Luo possesses a rare and formidable righteous aura. In the future, when you embark on the path of cultivation, seize it, and you shall surpass me. Then, you may seek revenge for me. Listening to this, Lu Ming chuckled sinisterly. That would be delightful. Zhou Luo, relying on his status as the young master of the Zhou family, often lectures others with an air of superiority. I have long found him displeasing. Father, may I humiliate him at will when the time comes? Lu Ming's father coldly remarked, you may act as you wish. Initially, I intended to leave a path of survival for their family of 3, as a token of gratitude for what they deemed a life-saving grace. However, the couple, Zhou Jinchuan and his wife, are truly despicable, compelling me to do their bidding. As a mere immortal teacher, I am not someone they can command at will. When the time comes, ensure you teach that family a lesson. As for Wan Xian, I have. Chapter 63, A Vessel of Humanity, Part 2. How can you be so shameless? Zhou Luo was certain he had never felt such rage in his life. He had believed that human nature was inherently good. Even those who had turned to evil must possess some sense of shame and gratitude. Yet, he was astounded to discover that this father and son pair were so utterly contemptible. A single outburst of fury could echo throughout his life. Zhou Luo was unaware that, due to Lu Ming and his father, his life would be irrevocably altered, his past existence obliterated by their actions. Even without this knowledge, his current fury naturally illuminated the reality that had intruded upon his dreams. For Zhou Luo, this was a fortuitous occurrence. Meng Jie spoke calmly, continue listening. There is more to come. The father and son, oblivious to their audience, revealed everything. What should be said, and what should remain unsaid. Father, that so-called dream fairy is equally loathsome. Do you have any way to ensure she remains with us? I am eager to see what it would be like to conquer a being of such celestial beauty. As the words echoed, Meng Jie's countenance remained tranquil as she turned to Zhou Luo. In that moment, he was enveloped by an indescribable emotion, whether it be anger, regret, or something else entirely. Meng Jie remarked, in this world, what you perceive is but a minuscule fragment. This father and son are not the only ones of their kind, Zhou Luo. The world you see is merely this much. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Luo suddenly looked at Meng Jie and inquired, what is it you wish to convey to me? A fleeting look of surprise crossed her beautiful eyes. She had spent considerable time in the Zhou household, and despite their prolonged interactions, Zhou Luo had only exhibited a change in demeanor when he first heard her name. She had assumed that he had buried all memories deep within his heart, nearly impossible to resurrect. Yet now, this question indicated that although he had sealed away some memories, his perceptiveness had never waned. The youth was gentle in disposition, yet it was evident that he often preferred not to dwell on such matters. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Jie asked, do you still wish to keep such a pair of father and son in this world? Zhou Luo was taken aback and exclaimed, you intend to kill them? The notion of murder felt too distant for the Zhou Luo of dreams. Even with the despicable nature of this father and son, he had never contemplated taking their lives. Meng Jie replied, everything they have spoken will inevitably become reality, as long as they possess the means to do so. Zhou Luo, do you wish for your parents to be humiliated, never to find peace in this life? Zhou Luo certainly did not desire that. Yet the thought of taking a life remained beyond his capacity. Meng Jie chuckled softly and asked, Zhou Shixiao, do you still remember the Hao Yuan immortal sect? It had been quite some time since she had arrived, and they had grown familiar with one another. Seizing the opportunity presented by today's events, Meng Jie sought to discern the depth of Zhou Luo's buried emotions. Hao Yuan immortal sect, Zhou Shixiao? Zhou Luo was startled. Dream Fairy, what are you doing? Meng Jie responded. You are my Zhou Shixiao, and I am your shimmy. I have come to take you back. Zhou Luo remained perplexed. Why do you want to take me back? I know nothing of the Hao Yuan immortal sect, nor have I ever been there. I did not even know you before, Dream Fairy. What is going on? Meng Jie queried. Do you know why that father and son cannot see us? Zhou Luo replied. Isn't this your spell? Meng Jie explained. Those such spells exist in the cultivation world. My abilities are still insufficient. Moreover, Zhou Shixiao, are you truly not curious as to why, as a cultivator, I have resided in your home for so long? Zhou Luo understood somewhat, yet remained confused. He gazed at the nearly frenzied Lu Meng father and son and shouted as he rushed for the door. However, after a single stride, he found himself inexplicably outside the room. Was this also a spell of Meng Jie's? Zhou Shixiao, you must awaken. Meng Jie appeared beside him, gently grasping his hand. If you do not believe my words, would you be willing to trust me just this once? I can take you away. Zhou Luo shook his head and freed himself from Meng Jie's grasp. I do not know what you speak of, but even if what you say is true, I am indeed in a dream and do not wish to leave. The lines between dream and reality had become utterly blurred. He might have believed Meng Jie's words. Yet ultimately, his heart longed to continue languishing in this dream. If not, he would not have remained trapped in the Qinglian world until now. Even if he could not escape from the Qinglian world, he would not have succumbed for so long. The desires of the heart can be a turbulent sea. Meng Jie softly said, Zhou Shixiao, you have forgotten the Hao Yuan immortal sect, only remembering your family. But are your parents the only ones in your family? It is all right if you do not remember me, but have you forgotten your master, the true Yang? What of senior sister Qingzhou and others? They are also your family, and they are deeply concerned for you. While you live here in bliss, they are anxiously waiting for your return. You often speak of gratitude for their teachings and care. Is this how you repay them? Zhou Luo clutched his head. In anguish he implored, Dream, please stop speaking. I beg you, do not say any more. Meng Jie stepped closer, firmly grasping his hand, and whispered, Zhou Shixiao, the happiness of dreams may endure forever, but ultimately, it is an illusion, unreal. Here, you can be with your parents, but have you considered that in the real world, your parents are waiting for you to come home? You cannot selfishly remain here forever. Zhou Shixiao, please awaken. Dreams, reality, awaken. Zhou Luo abruptly raised his head, gazing at the one so close, and declared, Do you know? I wish to believe you. Even if what you say is too incredible to fathom, I still wish to trust you. This is because I find you comforting. You would not harm me. Yet, why do you insist on pushing me? Meng Jie's almond-shaped eyes tightened, unable to meet Zhou Luo's gaze. At times, I too am not in control of my actions. Zhou Shixiao, I apologize. This single apology traversed the realms of illusion and reality, and in that moment, Meng Jie's resolve wavered. She recognized the shift, yet at that instant, she heard Zhou Luo continue, You apologize to me now, but what about before? Dream shimmy. Should I believe your apology? Do you even understand that what I truly desire is not your apology? The light in Meng Jie's beautiful eyes dimmed quietly. Zhou Shixiao, what do you wish for me to do? Within Zhou Luo's gaze, a sinister intent surged. I wish for you to stay and accompany me, forever by my side. Jie, would you consent? Chapter 64. A Vessel of Humanity, Part 2. Miles away, in a small town, within a courtyard, an overwhelming chill suddenly erupted from Ruanxian, reverberating throughout the yard and shocking the heavens. Xianer, what is wrong? Jinchuan, Luo is in danger. I sense he is in peril. Zhou Jinchuan furrowed his brow and remarked, Luo should be within the Hao Yuan immortal gate, safeguarded by the likes of Jinyang Jinren. It is inconceivable that anything could befall her. What do you sense? Ruanxian replied, Luo's Dao heart is unstable. She is on the verge of falling into demonic madness. Zhou Jinchuan spoke solemnly. Within the Hao Yuan immortal gate lies the Yinxia Peak and the Lotus Sea, renowned throughout the Qingzhou cultivation realm. If I am not mistaken, she must have entered the Lotus Sea, for only there could you perceive her presence. The bond between mother and child is profound. Yet such a distance makes it impossible for even us, with our remarkable cultivation, to have such a clear sense of her state. There must be one reason only. Our son's heart is ensnared in the past, unable to extricate itself. In this vast and distant immortal gate, Only the lotus sea of Yinxia Peak can evoke such intensity. Ruan Xian insisted, Jinchuan, we must hasten to the Haoyuan Immortal Gate. Luo needs us. We cannot delay any longer. Zhou Jinchuan halted his wife, declaring, since we have resolved to let Luo enter the Haoyuan Immortal Gate, and given that the people of Taisu Peak treat her well, Xianer, we must place our trust in Jinyang Jinren. At the mention of Jinyang Jinren, Ruan Xian felt a modicum of calm. In this vast cultivation world, Jinyang Jinren is celebrated in Qingzhou, and even as a couple of considerable strength, they greatly admire him. For many years, he has been the first to embark on the path of cultivation without any celestial affinity. His prowess is not what matters. Zhou Jinchuan believes that during this perilous time, Jinyang Jinren will continue to protect their son diligently. Rest assured, Zhou Jinchuan gazed toward the direction of the Haoyuan Immortal Gate and proclaimed, although our son may struggle to achieve great heights on the path of cultivation in this lifetime, he is safeguarded by righteousness. No matter the danger, his life shall not be endangered. Hearing this, Ruan Xian felt significantly more at ease. Indeed, they had never insisted on their son attaining lofty success. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to live in seclusion all these years. Thus, as long as their son remains safe from mortal peril, there is little else to worry about. As for suffering and tribulation, such experiences are inevitable in one's life. Brother Zhou, what troubles you? The sinister intent in Zhou Luo's eyes seemed to descend upon him like an evil presence, manifesting into a terrifying scene. Meng Die, confident in her extraordinary talent, believed that had she been outside this Qinglian world, her Dao heart would remain steadfast and unperturbed, especially since the turbid smoke lotus had become her life's artifact, impervious to all evils. Yet, in this moment, confronted by such malevolence, her heart faltered, as though it were dissolving. Zhou Luo inquired, I ask you, would you be willing to remain here, to accompany me forever? Meng Die was about to agree, her Dao heart already unstable, gradually sinking deeper into this Qinglian world. Faced with Zhou Luo's fiery gaze, she found herself reluctant to refuse. Suddenly, a Qinglian mark appeared on her forehead, emanating a gentle azure radiance, akin to a purifying light that dispelled the chaos within her heart, restoring her Dao heart's stability. She possessed the turbid smoke lotus, impervious to all evils. Brother Zhou, I do not wish to accompany you in this world. I am sorry, if you refuse to awaken. I must, you need not meddle. Zhou Luo bellowed, if you do not wish to, why seek me out? I live quite well here. Why must you disturb me? Meng Die, I owe you nothing. So why do you persist in appearing before me time and again? Brother Zhou? Meng Die was bewildered, unable to comprehend why Zhou Luo had suddenly transformed, as if overwhelmed by countless evils. Bang! The space seemed to collapse, centering around Zhou Luo. The crumbling void rapidly spreading in all directions, until soon, the room where Lu Meng and his father resided was utterly obliterated, and the two appeared before Zhou Luo. Young master of the Zhou family, you? They beheld Zhou Luo, who now resembled a monster, his eyes swirling with malevolence, as if they sought to consume. You shall perish. Do you understand? Lu Meng's father, who had previously been somewhat stooped, suddenly stood tall like an iron spear piercing the heavens. Perish? Haha. Zhou Luo, you think being addressed as young master makes you superior? Even in my fallen state, you have no right to shout at me. Lu Meng, eliminate him. Yes. Lu Meng surged forth. Though he had yet to commence his cultivation in this world, he was far from an ordinary youth. Alas, within the world Zhou Luo had crafted, even the mightiest of gods would find themselves powerless should Zhou Luo decide to kill. In an instant, Zhou Luo appeared before Lu Meng's father, while Lu Meng knelt behind him, clutching his throat, blood gushing forth. Young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Luo extended his hand, gripping Lu Meng's father's neck. Throughout my life, I have always treated others with kindness. Everyone in the town, regardless of who they are, owes a great debt to the Zhou family. I never expected you would repay that debt, but at the very least, one should possess humanity. Where has your humanity gone? Lu Meng's father pleaded. Young master of the Zhou family, I realize my mistakes. I beg you, grant me a chance for redemption. Zhou Luo coldly replied, there is no opportunity left. As his words fell, a crisp crack echoed from Lu Meng's father's neck, the bones shattered, and he was utterly devoid of life. In reality, Lu Meng was killed by Zhou Luo's own hand, and in this dream, their fates mirrored that grim reality. Yet, this seemed merely the beginning. Zhou Luo appeared to be completely consumed by madness, a lifetime's worth of malevolence now roiling like waves throughout this space, threatening to collapse the entire town. Meng Die cried out, Brother Zhou, cease this at once. Even within this illusory world, the deaths of all would amount to nothing more than a dream. However, This dream felt all too real. Should Zhou Luo awaken from it, he would be unable to confront the aftermath. Zhou Luo turned to her, a sinister smile gracing his lips, as though a dark demon had manifested. In that moment, Meng Jie felt her breath catch, as an overwhelming force of destruction descended, intent on annihilating her entirely. Feeling the oppressive aura of murderous intent and the chaos surrounding her, Meng Jie's mind suddenly recalled Zhenyang Zhenren's words, "The sea of suffering is boundless. Let humanity be your vessel." Understanding dawned upon her, and she promptly sat cross-legged. Closing her eyes, waves of azure light surged forth from her body, her form gradually becoming ethereal until she vanished completely. In her stead, a single blue lotus materialized, radiating a serene glow that enveloped Zhou Luo. "Brother Zhou, I transform my heart into a blue lotus lamp to guide you away from this world." Chapter 65. The righteousness of heaven and earth, a blue lotus, as if birthed from the primordial chaos, pure and untainted, untouched by the dust of the world. As this radiance enveloped him, the malevolence in Zhou Luo's eyes diminished at a visible rate, as if memories long sealed within his heart began to awaken. In this Qingzhou world, as long as Zhou Luo recognized it as an illusion, he could escape. Yet, many who entered became lost, and Zhou Luo was no exception. His fixation was stronger than others, for he genuinely wished to remain in this world. Even Meng Jie, having traversed the Qingzhou world, would have succumbed again had it not been for the turbid smoke lotus. Thus, Zhou Luo's attachment was evident. Now, all of his obsessions erupted forth. Despite being guided by the blue lotus lamp, his heart remained clouded. Though the malevolence in his gaze appeared to wane, the hostility within him grew ever more intense. He would not allow anyone to disrupt this world, not even Meng Jie. A voice, cold and piercing, resonated through the heavens and the earth. As the radiant azure lotus light flickered erratically, showing signs of imminent collapse. "Brother Zhou, relinquish the past, abandon the present, and emerge from your confusion. The essence of human happiness should not dwell solely in illusions. Brother Zhou, awaken and depart with me from this place." The sound, akin to celestial chants, enveloped Zhou Luo, who appeared entranced, further igniting the turmoil within his heart. In that fleeting moment, the azure lotus world began to disintegrate at a visible pace. Both Zhou Luo and the brilliant azure light being gradually extinguished. "Brother Zhou, since you are willing to transform your heart into the azure lotus lamp to guide me away from this world, why then do you not wish to stay and accompany me? Whether it be illusion or reality, it is the heart that matters. If the heart is at peace, the world can be at peace. Here, within the realm of the lotus, only your heart finds tranquility. Do you understand? Were it not for this dire predicament, I would genuinely commend you, dream butterfly. Despite being tainted by evil, you still utter the words, 'If the heart is at peace, the world can be at peace.' For many years, you have been enlightened by the teachings of sages, nurturing a righteous heart through Confucian ideals. Even if you have truly succumbed to darkness, do not underestimate this resolve. Yet now, this realization is, in fact, a fortuitous event. From the azure lotus light, a beam suddenly pierced into the depths of Zhou Luo's heart, not to pry into his soul, but to reveal what lay within. In his heart resided unwavering determination, an aspiration for ordinary happiness, a longing for family, and a righteous spirit cultivated through the study of sacred texts, embodying goodwill and uprightness. Boom! Guided by the azure lotus lamp, the righteous spirit surged forth. The heavens and earth are suffused with righteousness, known as the lofty spirit. When this lofty spirit emerges, all malevolent entities must retreat. In that instant, Zhou Luo's eyes and heart were devoid of any malevolence or resentment. Clarity enveloped him, and his gaze shone bright. A beam of azure light, an azure lotus lamp. "Thank you, Dream Sister." Zhou Luo slightly cupped his fists and said, "Please, Dream Sister, depart first. I will return shortly." As the azure lotus lamp faded, the azure light dissipated. In the sea of lotus, countless lotus leaves suddenly withdrew, and the two figures once again emerged clearly in the world. Dream Butterfly opened her eyes and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sacrifices she made for Zhou Luo, and what she endured in the azure lotus world, would have left anyone else severely injured. The voice of Master and Yang had barely faded when everyone present sensed a tremendous force surging from the young man beside Dream Butterfly. This was the lofty spirit of the heavens and earth, unyielding and formidable. Enveloped in this righteous spirit, Dream Butterfly's injuries, though not healing at an alarming rate, were recognized by all as a significant transformation for her. She had aided Zhou Luo, and perhaps this was his gratitude towards her. This transformation was a profound realization for Dream Butterfly. She understood that her celestial fortune was stirring, even if she could not take that final step forward. She had laid the most solid foundation. Brother Zhou, I await your emergence. Dream Butterfly moved, leaving the Sea of Lotus to stand before Master Zhengyang. Master, I have not failed my mission. Brother Zhou should soon emerge from the Azure Lotus world. You must have endured much. Are you well? Dream Butterfly smiled. If such experiences are deemed troublesome, I would gladly encounter them often. This statement was, in truth, directed to Master Yang. Master Zhengyang remarked, the human heart has grown ancient, leading to a forgetfulness of our true nature. Nowadays, people only remember to contemplate the benefits they may reap before undertaking any endeavor. Little do they realize that without giving, there can be no return. Had Master Yang previously resisted fiercely, Dream Butterfly would have hesitated, and it is likely she would not have witnessed this transformation. First came the passage across the Lotus Sea, then this remarkable change. The era of the Haoyuan immortal sect belongs to Dream Butterfly. All of this is what Master Yang yearned to witness. Yet she never anticipated that it might not unfold entirely as she wished. Since Zhou Luo is safe, I shall take my leave. Butterfly, once Zhou Luo emerges, have him return to Tai Su Peak immediately. I shall await him. Master. Dream Butterfly pondered for a moment and said, Please, Master, wait here a moment. I wish to discuss something with you after Brother Zhou emerges. Master Zhengyang inquired, Is it regarding Zhou Luo? Dream Butterfly did not deny this. Her heart was filled with countless questions. Master Zhengyang exchanged a knowing glance with Master Yang and replied, Very well, after this event, Zhou Luo's path shall change. And I too wish to hear your thoughts. At that moment, centered around Zhou Luo, the entire expanse of the Lotus Sea seemed to be confined by his presence. As a pure and unassailable righteous spirit surged like waves, reverberating throughout the cosmos. Within the Azure Lotus world, Zhou Luo, enveloped in the lofty spirit, gazed calmly upon the dreamlike town. Each lotus was a world, reflecting thoughts with exquisite clarity, transforming into a realm both illusory and real. Indeed, I have succumbed to its depths. I do not regret the experiences I have encountered, yet. Before him, the father and son of Lu Meng reappeared. This was merely an illusory world. As long as Zhou Luo harbored a thought, even the deceased could return to life. A profound, killing intent surged within his eyes once more. Do you know how much I wish to slay you again? Yet the past is gone, Lu Meng. You are dead. For me, even if you have destroyed my former life, I must let you go completely and not allow you to linger as my heart's demon. As he spoke, Zhou Luo raised his gaze to the heavens, his sight seemingly piercing through the void, landing upon the real world. For the first time in his life, he felt an immense yearning and anticipation for the path of cultivation. This was not an adaptation to the harshness of the cultivation journey, but rather a revelation of many truths previously unseen. If I were to continue as before, Zhou Luo believed that his future would be fraught with even more helplessness. To prevent such helplessness from becoming reality, he resolved to grow stronger, using his own power to alter all that surrounded him. Chapter 66. A golden lotus beyond the Lotus Sea, many awaited. Dream Butterfly returned, successfully awakening Zhou Luo, but she did not immediately lead him out, indicating that Zhou Luo had traversed the Azure Lotus world. Thus, he would take a blue lotus from this sea and forge his own destiny. Throughout the history of Yinxia Peak, and indeed the entire Haoyuan immortal sect, few have successfully navigated the Lotus Sea, let alone pairs like Dream Butterfly and Zhou Luo, who succeeded one after the other. This was a miracle, likely to be recounted for many years to come. Today, Zhou Luo achieved this feat aside from the narrow-minded. Few would believe that his success was solely due to external forces. Indeed, it was Dream Butterfly who roused Zhou Luo, yet without Zhou Luo, Dream Butterfly might not have succeeded either. The emergence of that righteous spirit sparked boundless imagination among all. This was the result of mutual support and assistance. Buzz. The wait was not long. From the Lotus Sea, a beam of light suddenly surged skyward, soaring into the heavens, reminiscent of the commotion when Dream Butterfly succeeded. At this moment, the formidable beings within the Haoyuan immortal sect once again sensed a stirring, as waves of divine consciousness rapidly surged forth. The Lotus Sea had been opened. The success of even a single individual was already a tremendous fortune, but now, with two individuals succeeding in succession, it was indeed a rare occurrence for the Haoyuan immortal sect. Little did they anticipate that the second person to achieve success would be Zhou Luo. At this very time, the hearts of the many strong figures were filled with a myriad of inexplicable sentiments. When the young man first arrived at the Haoyuan immortal sect, He was taken in as a core disciple by the Taizu Peak due to his lack of mainstream celestial affinity, a decision that sparked considerable controversy. Human nature being what it is, with envy came a multitude of baseless speculations and jealousy. Yet, the discontent of many ultimately vanished without a trace in the face of the competition among new disciples. With an unremarkable celestial affinity, Zhou Luo had stepped into the Qi refinement realm within a year, a feat unattainable by the vast majority of those with third-grade celestial affinities. What reason then was there to question or harbor jealousy? Today, as Zhou Luo traversed the Lotus Sea, even the strongest among them could not help but feel a sense of awe. The true young master was indeed extraordinary, and his junior disciple was equally remarkable. In the boundless Lotus Sea, if one could obtain a green lotus, it would be a blessing for the Haoyuan immortal sect, and now, with two individuals succeeding, could this not be an even greater fortune for the sect? Before the sutra repository, at the base of the wall, Elder Shi smiled faintly and closed his eyes once more to sleep. A brilliant light ascended to the heavens, and a lotus flower slowly rose from the depths of the Lotus Sea. This was Zhou Luo's lotus, destined to belong solely to him. The gazes of many onlookers suddenly shifted, for the lotus was strikingly unique. Within the Lotus Sea, there existed an infinite number of lotuses, from which individuals could select one to fulfill their celestial destinies. The green lotus had remained unchanged for countless years, yet Zhou Luo's lotus was a golden lotus. Why was this so, and how could it be? Master uncle? After a prolonged silence, the true young master spoke softly. The Lotus Sea is boundless, harboring many mysteries. For us, the younger generation, to traverse the Lotus Sea and obtain a lotus is an opportunity bestowed upon us. Zhou Luo is different. He shares a bond with the Lotus Sea. His words were clear and profound, stirring countless ripples in the hearts of those present. The so-called opportunity also requires one to possess the necessary abilities to seize it. Throughout history, many have returned with regrets, suffering greatly as a result. Yet Zhou Luo's connection to the Lotus Sea was profound. He had a direct affinity, which implied that even without the assistance of Mengdian, he would not be hindered by the Lotus Sea and would still claim this destiny. This was the essence of fate. A gift of destiny rendered him exceptional. Master, why does Brother Zhou have an affinity with the Lotus Sea? Mengdian inquired. The true young master replied, I do not know. In truth, he was unaware. And it was only after Zhou Luo acquired the golden lotus that she realized his unique bond with the Lotus Sea. Had she known beforehand, she might not have acted so decisively, thereby severing her relationship with the true young master. Seated cross-legged upon the golden lotus, Zhou Luo radiated a dazzling golden light, rendering him impossible to gaze upon directly. Even the power of divine consciousness was forcibly repelled. It seemed that due to his affinity, upon acquiring the golden lotus, the Lotus Sea granted Zhou Luo another layer of destiny. The other disciples could not help but feel envious, pondering how fortunate it would be if they were in his position. As time flowed slowly, the golden light gradually faded from Zhou Luo's form. The golden lotus transitioning from reality to illusion, merging into his being. Finally, a golden lotus mark appeared on his brow, but it swiftly sank into his skin, becoming undetectable. Zhou Luo opened his eyes and emerged from the Lotus Sea. Master. His acknowledgement of the true young master's presence did not surprise him. The true young master nodded slightly and said, the matter here is concluded. Let us return to Taizu Peak. Wait. The true young master continued. Although all disciples of the Haoyuan immortal sect may attempt to traverse the boundless Lotus Sea, it ultimately resides on the Yinxia Peak. Zhou Luo, having received this opportunity, do not forget this debt of gratitude. Meng Jie's brows furrowed lightly, while the true young master remained silent. Zhou Luo slowly turned to the true young master and said, the Lotus Sea is on Yinxia Peak. I shall certainly remember this gratitude. However, Master Uncle, will you forget my feelings toward Yinxia Peak? The true young master's expression tightened, and he exclaimed, what do you mean by that? Zhou Luo replied, in the boundless Lotus Sea, each lotus represents a world. Within the realm of the green lotus, only my consciousness may become submerged. Yet my essence remains clear as ever. I am fully aware of what you have said and done, and what you have been thinking. Master Uncle, do you wish for me to clarify further? He knew everything. Thus he was not surprised by the true young master's presence here. How could the previous events have escaped his notice? The true young master's expression shifted, for this young man today bore a coolness that seemed markedly different from before, as if his very nature had transformed. What had transpired in the realm of the green lotus to effect such a change in a person? Even the true young master, at this moment, found himself at a loss for words. Master, I wish to be alone for a while. I will take my leave. Go ahead. Zhou Luo departed without bidding farewell to Meng Die, the two appearing as complete strangers. Meng Die remained silent for a long while before saying, "Master Uncle, please." Die, your disciple has matters to discuss with Master Uncle. I will return to seclusion immediately after, and it will not delay anything. Master Uncle, please. The true young master stepped into the air, and Meng Die followed closely behind, both vanishing from Yinxiao Peak. Their figures quickly faded from the sight of the true young master, replaced by an infinite chill. Chapter 67. Who are you? What transpired within the realm of the Green Lotus? On the mountain peak, the true young master stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, where the landscape reflected in his eyes seemed almost non-existent. Meng Die was profoundly familiar with the true young master. Since her entrance into the Hao Yuan immortal sect, her teacher had been the true young master who had guided her, along with the sect leader and all the foremost disciples. Among them, the true young master had taught her the most, and with the greatest selflessness. In her heart, the true young master was the most competent of teachers, yet she had never witnessed such a transformation in him before. Indeed, Meng Die felt as if she scarcely recognized the person before her. Understanding the thoughts of the young woman, the true young master spoke slowly. Zhou Luo has a gentle disposition and always extends kindness to others. Although I have not taken many disciples throughout my life, I have taught many, and among them, he is the one I am most pleased with. The inclination of the heart towards goodness is paramount. Cultivators possess powers far beyond the mundane, enabling them to act with unfettered freedom. Yet, if their hearts are not righteous, they are bound to bring harm upon the world. The true young master felt powerless to change the entirety of the cultivation world, which is why, to this day, Taizu Peak has only 7 disciples. Meng Die softly remarked. So, at that time, Master Uncle did not choose to take me as a disciple, even knowing that Taizu Peak was the most suitable for me. The true young master did not deny this, saying, the incident with Lin Mo has matured him greatly. Yet it is merely maturity. However, the words he exchanged with Anyang earlier, you must have also perceived that his temperament has changed significantly. I am greatly concerned. That day, the events surrounding Lin Mo caused the young man to speak out in anger, showing disrespect to those above and disdain for those below. Even so, the youth gradually calmed down afterward. What then transpired this time? Dream Butterfly reminisced, and then spoke. In the world of Qinglian, Brother Zhou returned to his home, forgetting everything about his time in the Hao Yuxianmen. He could not recall his visit to the Hao Yuxianmen. Dream Butterfly meticulously recounted all their interactions, including the final scene. I too find it perplexing why, in the end, Brother Zhou appeared to succumb to darkness. This was the sole reason Dream Butterfly sought to converse with Master Xingyang. That moment left an indelible impression on her. The gentle and kind-hearted youth abruptly descended into madness, intent on obliterating everything he once cherished. Even if it was not reality, it remained terrifying. Dream Butterfly was further bewildered, questioning what she had done wrong to provoke such a profound change in Zhou Luo. After a prolonged contemplation, Master Xingyang remarked, the thoughts and desires of a person manifest in the Qinglian world, transforming their consciousness into a semblance of reality, ensnaring them within. Nevertheless, that is not true reality. It is merely a construct of consciousness, a descent that may seem blissful but ultimately leads to irreparable despair. The Lotus Sea is the sea of suffering, and that conveys the essence of it. Master Xingyang turned to Dream Butterfly and continued, you have performed admirably, choosing to engage with him and gently guide him. Yet there is one aspect you have overlooked. What is it? Dream Butterfly inquired hastily, her greatest confusion stemming from her ignorance of her own missteps. Master Xingyang replied, home and family are the deepest attachments in Zhou Luo's heart. He will not permit anyone to disrupt them. It is precisely your arrival that altered his existence, akin to the blazing sun bringing others into his home. If you had not come, he would have remained oblivious to Lu Meng and his father's malevolence, and his conscious life would have continued in serene happiness. Yet, the most crucial point is you. Dream Butterfly still struggled to comprehend. Even the wisest can often be blinded by their own circumstances. Master Xingyang stated, in the Qinglian world, even if Zhou Luo deliberately forgets his life in the Hao Yuxianmen and returns to the warmth of home, the events that transpired are facts. Even if forgotten, they may resurface at some moment due to certain triggers. Dream Butterfly reflected for a moment and exclaimed, indeed. At the beginning, when he heard my name, there was a look of bewilderment on his face. Master Xingyang continued, you have appeared in his life, particularly in his memories of the Hao Yuxianmen. Your presence is significant. Your arrival will gradually awaken the memories he has sought to bury. However, Regarding his subsequent descent into darkness, Dream Butterfly E, you must prepare yourself psychologically. Within his consciousness, the memories of you that awaken are not pleasant. Dream Butterfly E's expression changed abruptly as she asked hesitantly, Master, do you mean that in the Qinglian world, he only recalls my deceit? Without needing Master Xingyang to respond, Dream Butterfly E already held a clear answer in her heart. In that Qinglian world, Zhou Luo once questioned why she came to disturb him, why she repeatedly appeared before him. Zhou Luo's memories began to awaken at that moment, but only fragmented recollections surfaced, not the entirety. He solely remembered Dream Butterfly Yi's deception, nothing more, coupled with the sudden revelation of Lu Ming and his father's despicable actions, and the complete disruption of his tranquil world caused by Dream Butterfly Yi's presence. All negativity erupted at that moment, as Zhou Luo's memories began to stir. Even his recollections of Dream Butterfly Yi awakened only the most unpleasant fragments, leading one to imagine that the other memories that resurfaced were equally intolerable for him. For instance, the deeds committed by Lin Mo, the indifference of Master Liang, and the murderous intent experienced in Xiao Leishan. The simultaneous emergence of so much negativity is unbearable for anyone. Zhou Luo may not have wished to succumb to darkness, yet it transpired inevitably. Contemplating these thoughts, Dream Butterfly Yi forced a bitter smile and said, ultimately, I deceived Brother Zhou first. Had it not been for that, there would be no such transformation. Did the memories of Tai Su Peak ever provoke an outburst within Zhou Luo's consciousness? No. That is because everything in Tai Su Peak was beautiful, devoid of any unpleasantness, which makes all the difference. Master Xingyang remarked, this is also my oversight. You need not worry excessively. The past is past. What matters is the future. Dream Butterfly Yi asserted, a mistake is a mistake, Master. I shall return to Yansha Peak now. At Yansha Peak, before the grand cave brimming with spiritual energy, Master Anyang awaited the return of Dream Butterfly Yi. I understand that some words, when spoken too frequently, can become tiresome. Yet I must reiterate, I hope today's events are a one-time occurrence. I do not wish to witness a repeat. Dream Butterfly Yi responded, I desire companionship on the path of cultivation. Master, you worry too much. Master Anyang stated, there are countless cultivators in this world. You may encounter more suitable companions in the future. Yet, even if no one accompanies you, I would not wish for that person to be Zhou Luo. Dream Butterfly Yi suddenly gazed at him, while Master Anyang's gaze remained unwavering, his voice cold and deliberate. You must remember who you are. Do not forget your mission and responsibility. Chapter 68. The Path of Life, No Regrets. Exiting the Qinglian world with a golden lotus is undoubtedly a tremendous fortune. Even though Zhou Luo remains unaware of what this esteemed status truly entails, it is still a source of joy. However, having seen too much, Zhou Luo's heart could not find joy. He walked silently through the Xianmen, resembling a wandering spirit, and unwittingly arrived at Baixianlu. This place was always bustling. Aside from Baixianlu itself, the vast plaza was filled with disciples gathering, displaying their unwanted items, forming a rudimentary marketplace. The path of cultivation necessitates resources. As a core disciple, and given the scarcity of disciples from Tai Su Peak, Zhou Luo never worried about cultivation resources, whatever he desired. His teachers and senior brothers and sisters would promptly provide. Compared to many of his peers here, Zhou Luo was indeed far more fortunate. Thinking of his teachers and senior siblings, Zhou Luo's heart gradually settled. The world is vast, and a single grain of rice sustains a multitude. Amidst the many selfish and despicable individuals, there are still many good-hearted people. Zhou Luo lacked extensive life experience, having only encountered the darker sides of humanity upon arriving at the Haoyu Xianmen. Yet, under the pervasive darkness, Tai Su Peak still shone brightly. Taking a deep breath, he entered Baixianlu, soon emerging with several jugs of wine and exquisite dishes, heading towards the scripture pavilion. Countless gazes followed his retreating figure. To this day, no one, whether openly or covertly, harbored any disdain towards Zhou Luo. In just 1 year, he had stepped into the Qi refining stage and, not long ago, emerged from the Qinglian world with a Qinglian from the Lotus Sea. How many had achieved such feats in the annals of Haoyu Xianmen? Especially on that day. Faced with numerous powerful figures, including the sect leader of Haoyu, his proclamation of disrespect towards the higher-ups and disdain for the lower ranks resonated loudly, causing many disciples to regard him with reverence. In the human realm, countless injustices abound. The more one experiences, the more one becomes accustomed to the existence of unfairness, or rather, is compelled to accept it, unable to resist. Suddenly, a resonant sound, akin to a thunderclap on a clear day, stirred the hearts of the crowd, creating ripples of hope within them. They yearned for a similar voice to rise in their defense when faced with injustice. Unlike the bustling 100 Xians building, the scripture vault had always been a sanctuary of tranquility. Even the occasional passerby failed to disturb its serenity. Old Shi sat upon a massive stone, seemingly anticipating Zhou Luo's arrival, and when he beheld the wine and dishes in Zhou Luo's hands, his eyes crinkled into a delighted smile. Having drifted through the sea of lotuses, he transformed into a blue lotus. And what's more, you have received a golden lotus. Congratulations, my young friend. In the eyes of many, Old Shi was merely an ordinary keeper of the vault. Despite his considerable age, which surpassed common expectations, he remained an ordinary man. However, Zhou Luo found no surprise in Old Shi's profound understanding. Could an ordinary person truly guide others in the cultivation of the supreme mysteries? From the very beginning, Zhou Luo never regarded Old Shi as an ordinary individual, even though he had yet to perceive any other extraordinary traits in him. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Perhaps there were those who wished for his immediate downfall. Old Shi smiled and advised, "Follow your own path. Let not others disrupt your journey." Zhou Luo raised his glass of wine and said, "Today, I would be honored to share a drink with you, provided you do not mind my lack of tolerance." Old Shi paused, then inquired, "What troubles you?" Though his heart had achieved tranquility, it did not signify his emotions had fully healed. Some truths, once acknowledged, could not simply be cast aside, particularly for someone of Zhou Luo's temperament. "Old Shi," Zhou Luo remarked, "if you do not eat soon, the dishes will grow cold." Old Shi replied, "Drinking is harmful to the body. At my age, it matters not. You must not indulge too much. I hear the sect master has granted you another opportunity to enter the scripture vault. Go to the upper tier. In just over 3 months, the Seven Peaks Conference will take place, and you can engage in a proper retreat." Unbeknownst to him, time had already elapsed within the Lotus Sea, and in the realm of cultivation, time seemed remarkably cheap. Zhou Luo, curious, asked, "Is it not said that one must possess the cultivation of the opening mansion realm to ascend to the upper tier?" Old Shi responded, "With the golden lotus protecting you, you can venture anywhere within the Haoyuan immortal sect. Go forth without fear." Noticing Zhou Luo's hesitation, Old Shi added with a gentle smile, "Child, regardless of whether one treads the path of cultivation, life will present countless encounters you would rather avoid. You should understand. Is it only on the path of cultivation that one faces such helplessness?" "I comprehend your words," Zhou Luo replied. "Yet it was only through experience that I realized perhaps my life experiences were insufficient. In the past years, I was overly sheltered by my parents." Old Shi nodded, "Indeed. Like a great tree, one must weather many storms to grow stronger. At some point, when you find your heart unaffected by the changes in the world, that will be the moment you have truly matured." Zhou Luo mused, "Such a life must be rather dull, wouldn't it?" Old Shi chuckled. "Life is filled with 6 sufferings. It encompasses both sweet and bitter experiences. The unchanging nature of the world does not signify a lack of emotion in the heart. Remembering the past is essential for a promising future." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Luo clasped his fists and expressed gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Old Shi." Old Shi replied, "It is not guidance, but merely the wisdom that comes with age. I admire your youthful sincerity. However, remember this. The experiences of life are not burdens, but treasures that contribute to your growth. Go now?" "Yes, thank you, Old Shi." With that, Zhou Luo promptly entered the scripture vault, vanishing within the ancient edifice. Master Zhengyang arrived, bowing respectfully. "Thank you, Old Shi, for enlightening Zhou Luo." Old Shi chuckled, "I have guarded this scripture vault for many years. Numerous individuals have conversed with me over time. If that were guidance, I have advised many, including you." Master Zhengyang replied, "I am but a fool, unable to grasp your intentions." Old Shi remarked, "I am not nearly as noble as you suggest. I merely observe the world and appreciate those worthy of attention." Zhengyang, remember this. To gain in life, one must sacrifice. Each person exists not for others. Do not burden yourself with expectations imposed by others. "I will never forget your kindness, and I will do my utmost," Master Zhengyang responded. Old Shi smiled, then vanished, leaving behind a lingering echo of his words, as if they would resonate forever. Thus, the path you choose is yours alone. Do not harbor regrets. Chapter 69. The Heart of the Lotus at the Apex of the Scripture Vault. It appeared less ancient than one might imagine, as if the passage of time had been scattered by the winds. Though termed the upper tier, it felt eerily empty, lacking walls, only supported by columns, resembling a pavilion stripped to its essence, hardly befitting the pinnacle of the Scripture Vault. It was said that only here could one encounter the finest opportunities, Did true fortune truly reside within these walls? Nevertheless, Zhou Luo harbored no doubts regarding its enigma. The pavilion-like upper tier offered breathtaking vistas, and from such heights, one could behold the surrounding splendor. Yet, prolonged gazing imparted a peculiar illusion, as if the scenery before him differed entirely from what one might observe elsewhere. This was a kind of mystery, indescribable in nature. Infinite beauty reflected in his eyes. He felt an uncanny sense of unreality, akin to the visions presented in the world of the azure lotus, another layer of unexplainable mystery. Upon Zhou Luo's brow, the golden lotus seal shimmered vividly, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the space around him. It was this very brilliance that shielded him from dire suppression, allowing him to reach the summit of the scripture vault unscathed. On his first visit to the scripture vault, he acquired the Taya divine sword. Yet the process had left him with no insights or guidance. Therefore, as he stood at this moment, pondering how to further his fortune within these hallowed walls, he found himself devoid of any prior experience. However, Old Shur was not mistaken. The upper tier of the scripture vault was indeed a remarkable place. It felt as though it constituted a separate realm, where boundless spiritual energy converged, its richness rivaling that of the small cave heavens of Taizu Peak and the lotus seas of Yanhua Peak. For now, Zhou Luo set aside thoughts of fortune and destiny. It was indeed time for a thorough retreat. Before his journey to Yanhua Peak, he had cultivated with the formidable power of the fivefold prison peak, enduring much hardship and even suffering backlash that brought him perilously close to losing control. Yet, the benefits gained from pushing beyond his limits were substantial. The most crucial aspect was his newfound curiosity regarding the golden lotus. He longed to understand the changes it would bring to him, what form his exalted self would take. Was it merely a form of divine power, or something akin to an external incarnation? Reflecting on these thoughts, Zhou Luo settled cross-legged in the heart of the uppermost level. Enveloped by a torrent of ethereal energy, he initiated the supreme Xuanxin technique, embarking on a journey of cultivation centered around the enigmatic golden lotus. His consciousness flowed within his body, drifting like a stream until it reached the forefront of the golden lotus. There was little need for volition. The lotus autonomously absorbed his consciousness. It had been brought forth from the sea of lotuses by Zhou Luo, and had it not acknowledged him, it would not have left its origin. Thus, this process of refinement proceeded with remarkable ease. The power of his consciousness seamlessly entered the golden lotus, and before long, it inscribed a mark upon it. In an instant, a profoundly clear message resonated within Zhou Luo's consciousness, the name Emperor Heart Lotus. This title bore a certain majestic gravitas. Among all that exists in the universe, emperors reign supreme, and to name something after an emperor, even if it is merely a lotus, bestows upon it a status of unparalleled dignity. If there were to be a hierarchy among the myriad lotuses in the boundless sea, this Emperor Heart Lotus would undoubtedly surpass the murky smoke lotus of dream butterfly garb, standing as the preeminent lotus among them all. Zhou Luo's consciousness enveloped the Emperor Heart Lotus, meticulously attuning to its essence. Suddenly, an obscure and enigmatic message appeared in his mind. Although he could neither see nor comprehend it, he instinctively embarked on a path of cultivation he had never encountered before. Zhou Luo understood that this cultivation revolved entirely around the Emperor Heart Lotus. In other words, this endeavor might validate the rumors about the Sea of Lotuses, wherein a singular azure lotus transmutes into a sovereign form. The entire process unfolded as if in a state beyond Zhou Luo's awareness. He felt akin to a puppet. The supreme Xuanxin technique continued to operate, yet he was not its master. The Emperor Heart Lotus radiated a brilliant golden light, enveloping Zhou Luo's consciousness and spinning rapidly. Time passed unnoticed, and a beam of golden light burst forth, racing deep into Zhou Luo's being, ultimately arriving at a mysterious realm. In this realm resided an incomprehensibly vast presence, a fragment of the celestial character. Had Zhou Luo been able to sense this, he would understand that the words of the true immortal Anyang, that he was fated to connect with the Sea of Lotuses, were not entirely accurate. The truth was that the Sea of Lotuses sought to forge a bond with Zhou Luo, for within him resided that fragment of the celestial character. The emergence of the Emperor Heart Lotus was intrinsically linked to this reason. At this moment, the Emperor Heart Lotus emanated a beam of light, not to venture forth for greater benefits, but rather to pay homage. The heavens above dictated that. Despite its supremacy among lotuses, the Emperor Heart Lotus could proceed no further without permission. The golden light began to recede slowly, though it had not successfully paid homage. It bore no resentment. The heavens above would not tolerate even a hint of sacrilege. In that instant, a beam of golden light surged forth from the enigmatic realm. merging with the glow of the Emperor Heart Lotus. In a flash, it returned to the lotus and then fell silent. Yet the Emperor Heart Lotus understood that this golden light was not meant for itself, but was destined for its master. It existed within the lotus merely as a vessel, nurturing anew. Thus, the golden radiance surrounding the Emperor Heart Lotus intensified, drawing in torrents of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy, which surged into Zhou Luo's body, ultimately being absorbed by the lotus. The pinnacle of the sutra repository had transformed into a world unto itself, suffused with boundless golden light and an inexhaustible influx of spiritual energy, entering with astonishing speed. This miraculous spectacle went unseen and unfelt by any onlooker, including Old Stone. Awakening from slumber in the corner of the sutra repository, he suddenly opened his eyes towards its uppermost level and discovered that Zhou Luo's presence was no longer perceptible. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. Even the upper level of the repository seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented for Old Stone, who had guarded the repository for countless years and witnessed numerous anomalies. Yet this was his first encounter with such an occurrence. What had the little fellow attained among the myriad lotuses to elude the old man's perception? Chapter 70. Zhou Luo's sovereign form. All that transpired occurred within Zhou Luo's subconscious. He was unaware of what was unfolding, even during this ordinary cultivation. He felt like an outsider, unable to see, touch, or perceive anything. At that moment, he resembled a puppet, being led forward against his will. Days passed in an unremarkable flow, and eventually, the Emperor Heart Lotus quaked violently, releasing a beam of golden light. This light, emanating from the fragment of the celestial character, bore an overwhelming mystery and majesty. However, having been reborn through the Emperor Heart Lotus, its original essence had significantly diminished. Yet, regardless of its dilution, it remained distinctly identifiable. Thus, the golden light appeared and, like lightning, integrated into Zhou Luo's flesh and bones. In that instant, Zhou Luo's consciousness awakened, seamlessly aligning with the rhythm of cultivation as the supreme Xuanqing technique surged to its zenith. Waves of his own spiritual energy cascaded into his flesh and bones. Zhou Luo was oblivious to the nature of this phenomenon. The path of cultivation begins with the comprehension of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Upon the first influx of spiritual energy into the body, it naturally refines the physical form during cultivation. Only with a stronger corporeal vessel can one endure increasingly abundant spiritual energy in the future. The refinement of the physical body is a foundational aspect of cultivation, nothing extraordinary. However, the proactive manner in which spiritual energy entered his flesh and bones for refinement was unprecedented. He was curious about what had merged within his blood and bones. Yet he felt no aversion to this transformation. Utilizing the external cultivation techniques of the heavy prison peak, which Dream Butterfly Garb referred to as the martial path, Zhou Luo aspired to embody the way through his physical form, akin to his master, True Yang, who entered the path of cultivation through martial prowess, unlocking all his meridians even without celestial fate. Given his meager celestial fortune, it was remarkable that he had advanced into the Qi refinement stage within a year, which he attributed to the Northern Darkness method. If he ceased to cultivate using the Northern Darkness method, his progress would slow considerably. Thus, he yearned for the martial path, making the training at Heavy Prison Peak an essential part of his daily regimen. Now, with such a transformative influx of spiritual energy directly entering his flesh and bones, it was undoubtedly advantageous. Zhou Luo merely remained unaware that this change was not a result of cultivation, but rather a refinement of that golden light. The Emperor Heart Lotus had retained a trace of its original essence after rebirth, and its aim was to eliminate any lingering traces of that essence entirely. For only then would it remain undetected. Zhou Luo tirelessly engaged in repeated cultivation, oblivious to the passage of time. Deep within his state of profound cultivation, he could not sense the external changes. He only knew that at a certain moment, his flesh and bones trembled violently, unleashing an overwhelming force he had never before felt, one he could not even begin to describe. Zhou Luo then fell into unconsciousness once more, akin to slipping into a deep slumber. At this moment, the Imperial Heart Lotus once again began to operate swiftly, casting forth strands of golden radiance that clashed with the overwhelming might, seemingly assisting Zhou Luo in enduring the terrifying suppression. However, this immense power did not appear to subdue Zhou Luo. It disregarded the existence of the Imperial Heart Lotus and traversed his body at incredible speed, like a divine dragon. Soon, every part of his body trembled violently. Even the most minute meridians were affected, as every acupoint and passageway became infused with this vast power. This overwhelming force surged through him, as if it were expanding territory within his body, impacting every corner, expelling substances that turned to ashes, vanishing without a trace. His narrow meridians gradually widened under this assault, transforming from a small stream into a spacious river. Deep within him, it felt as though a life was being nurtured, poised to break free. If Zhou Luo were conscious, or even if he were, he would still be unaware of the nature of this transformation. There were aspects of cultivation knowledge that he had yet to grasp. If at this moment, the true young master or Qingzhou were present to sense the changes within Zhou Luo, they would understand the true nature of this transformation. This was a refinement of essence and marrow, a complete rebirth. As Zhou Luo underwent these changes, the Imperial Heart Lotus was also quietly evolving. After all, it had nurtured that golden radiance for an extensive period, and now it encountered this overwhelming might. Though all of this was for Zhou Luo's benefit, the Imperial Heart Lotus also derived some advantages from it. Compared to Zhou Luo, its gains were trivial, yet even the slightest enhancement, considering it was already the supreme among lotuses, was sufficient to bring about monumental changes. If one were aware of the origin of that incomplete heavenly character, these transformations would not seem strange at all. The remnants left by the supreme beings of the heavens, even the slightest residue, could bring about endless changes for all living beings. That is true grand fortune. Time passed, and both within the Imperial Heart Lotus and Zhou Luo's body, an intensely radiant golden light erupted, bursting forth from his being, enveloping the uppermost level of the Sutra repository, gradually spreading and sweeping across the skies of the Haoyuan immortal sect. Yet, no one noticed this scene, neither the sect leader of Haoyuan nor the foremost figure, true young master, nor even the elder Shi guarding the Sutra repository. This golden light existed without attracting any attention. Even the heavens themselves seemed oblivious, as if such brilliance did not exist at all. This was the desired outcome of the incomplete heavenly character. Its emergence in this world was merely a test, and the results were highly satisfactory. After traversing the skies in a grand arc, it slowly returned. Moments later, Zhou Luo regained consciousness. In that instant, he did not immediately perceive his own state, not for lack of desire, but because a strange presence had entered his awareness. It was an extremely ethereal shadow, and as Zhou Luo focused on it, he realized it seemed to be himself. Having roamed amidst myriad lotuses, a blue lotus had transformed into a revered form. Could this illusory shadow be the manifestation of his refined self? Was this revered form an external avatar of his own? As Zhou Luo contemplated this, he suddenly sensed the ethereal shadow quietly disintegrating, transforming into countless golden specks of light that gradually merged into his consciousness. Subsequently, it inscribed a complete message upon his awareness: divine ability, falling heaven technique. Chapter 71. Today's endeavors. It was not an external avatar, but rather a divine ability. The falling heaven technique. Zhou Luo was still unclear about the concept of divine abilities, but prior to the falling heaven technique, he had the Xuanqing transformation, which hinted at the vastness of divine powers. When he cultivated under the might of the fivefold heavy prison peak, he had experienced backlash, and it was the Xuanqing transformation that aided him in overcoming the crisis. The Xuanqing transformation was also a divine ability, and he was uncertain of the true power of the falling heaven technique. But even if it did not surpass the Xuanqing transformation, once he manifested it, its might would surely be formidable. Having roamed amidst myriad lotuses, a blue lotus had indeed transformed into a revered form. The fortunes of the Lotus Sea were truly profound. Information regarding the falling heaven technique gradually dissipated from his consciousness, and moments later, Zhou Luo discovered that his cultivation had ascended to the 6th level of qi refinement. Originally at the 4th level, he had now broken through 2 levels consecutively, a feat undoubtedly attributable to the Imperial Heart Lotus. Zhou Luo felt a surge of emotion. It was often said that the path of cultivation was exceedingly arduous, and without sufficient fate, it was akin to scaling the heavens. Yet for him, it seemed quite the opposite. He was well aware that he had encountered numerous fortuitous events along his journey, which had culminated in his present state. The only question remained: why did so many fortunes favor him? He remained unaware that even before arriving at the sect, he had already received the greatest fortune from heaven and earth. It was precisely for this reason that he now possessed various blessings. Not wishing to dwell on the unanswerable, Zhou Luo chose to embrace the flow of fate, believing that today's confusion would eventually yield clarity in the future. Overthinking was of no use. After a moment of rest, he rose and descended from the upper level, leisurely exiting the Sutra repository. Little one, quite impressive. Elder Shi was still at his usual spot, but this time, it seemed he was specifically waiting for Zhou Luo. having sufficient reason to wish to see him at the earliest opportunity. Having guarded the sutra repository for many years, he found no secrets within, yet this time, Zhou Luo had seemingly vanished from the top level during his cultivation. Now, seeing Zhou Luo again, not only had he broken through 2 levels in cultivation, but the person himself seemed to have undergone a profound transformation. Even someone as enigmatic as Elder Shi could not precisely articulate how Zhou Luo had changed. Zhou Luo remarked, "The fortunes of the Lotus Sea are unfathomable. I consider myself fortunate." He could only attribute everything to the Imperial Heart Lotus, and this explanation would leave no room for doubt. Elder Shi chuckled softly and said, "Fortune varies from person to person. In a few days, the 7 Peaks Conference will take place. Go back, relax, and anticipate your performance." Having entered the Lotus Sea and then cultivated at the top level of the Sutra repository, time had flown by unnoticed. In the world of cultivation, time truly seemed invaluable. Zhou Luo then took his leave, descended the main peak, and began to channel the power of the 5-fold heavy prison peak, gradually making his way towards the Tai Su peak under the immense pressure of power. Since entering the Qi refinement stage, countless opportunities had led him to his current 6th level. Zhou Luo understood the principle that haste makes waste, as well as the wisdom that excess can be detrimental. So, he had previously directly summoned the power of the 5-fold heavy prison peak. Now, he did so to better refine his foundation, not wanting to harbor the illusion that sufficient fortune alone could allow him to sail smoothly on the path of cultivation. Cultivation is akin to studying. Both require a gradual and methodical approach. Perhaps, at some point, fortune would smile upon him, leading to sudden enlightenment, but the long journey still necessitated steady, step-by-step progress. Opportunities are just that. Opportunities. One must still exert effort. Thus, the path beneath his feet could be traversed steadily, allowing him to go further. When he first arrived at the Haoyuan immortal sect, his only concern was to resolve Lu Meng's threat to his parents and himself. After reaching the Qi refinement stage, the threat had significantly diminished, perhaps even vanished entirely. At that moment, he witnessed the hardships faced by his teacher and yearned to become a support for him. Much like his senior brothers and sisters, in the realm of Qinglian, he uncovered many truths previously unknown to him, igniting within him a profound desire and anticipation for the path of cultivation. Even now, he remained skeptical about his own potential for achieving great success, yet this longing and expectation only grew stronger with the passage of time. At the foot of Tai Su Peak, a young girl stood gracefully, as if a celestial being, facing the wind. "Brother Zhou, what brings you here?" Despite the months that had passed, perhaps some matters remained unresolved, as the girl before Zhou Luo was devoid of her usual calm demeanor. Upon seeing her today, Zhou Luo felt a stir of emotions. He had encountered numerous fortuitous events, attaining the 6th level of Qi refinement, while she had already reached the foundation establishment stage. The reputation of the talented young girl was indeed well-deserved. In his eyes, there seemed to be no hint of disappointment. She appeared less tense and softly said, "I've been waiting here for you these past few days, hoping to have a conversation." After a moment of silence, Zhou Luo proposed, "Would you like to come to my place for a visit?" A faint shadow of disappointment crossed Meng Jie's beautiful eyes as she replied, "Brother Zhou, it's getting late. I must return." With so much left unsaid, and after such a long wait, their brief meeting felt almost futile. Meng Jr. sister. Watching her gradually walk away, Zhou Luo felt a sudden urge and called out, "Having been in seclusion for so long, I feel rather restless. Would you accompany me for a walk?" Meng Jie turned around abruptly, once again. She saw the unwavering clarity in the boy's eyes, reminiscent of the day of the new disciples' competition. She nodded eagerly, perhaps for her. Such moments of rise and fall were indeed rare in her life. In truth, Zhou Luo had come to understand a fundamental truth. In this world, many things are beyond one's control, particularly those that are unavoidable. Regardless of what the future may hold, at least in this moment, their sincerity was genuine. Since he was unwilling to forsake this pure beauty, he resolved to make an effort rather than passively watching it slip away. Today's endeavors could alter the future. Zhou Luo firmly believed in this principle. Has Junior sister ever visited Tai Su Peak? As the two walked leisurely along the forest path, their spirits uplifted. Even the most ordinary scenery appeared remarkably pleasing. Meng Jie replied, "Uncle Master took me to a small cave heaven, but you were unaware of it, Brother Zhou. What troubles you?" Zhou Luo chuckled, "It's nothing. I'm just cultivating with the power of heavy prison peak." Meng Jie inquired, "Are you still contemplating the path of martial arts?" Zhou Luo responded, "I have no choice. My celestial fortune is insufficient. If I wish to achieve something on the path of cultivation, I must follow my teacher's example." transitioning from martial arts to the Tao. This may be the best choice for now, Meng Die encouraged. Then strive to advance to the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. I will take you down the mountain to visit a powerful martial artist. It will undoubtedly yield great rewards. Zhou Luo smiled wryly. I wish I could, but it seems too difficult. Meng Die blinked her enchanting eyes. Her expression resolute as she declared, I believe you can achieve it. Keep going. The girl's innocence was fully revealed in that moment. Perhaps she had momentarily forgotten who she was, disregarding her so-called mission and responsibilities. In her heart and eyes, there was only the mountains, the waters, and the two of them within that landscape. Chapter 72. Divine Power's time, when filled with joy, always passes swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, the sky had darkened as Zhou Luo bid farewell to the girl and returned to Tai Su Peak, where he encountered the ever-patient Zhenyang Zhenren, who seemed to have been waiting for him. Teacher, Zhenyang Zhenren smiled. Though Jie has her secrets, she is fundamentally a good person. Now that her heart is unburdened, you two can interact harmoniously. If you can be companions, your future cultivation journey will not be solitary. Feeling a bit speechless at his teacher's teasing, Zhou Luo chose to change the topic. Teacher, I have some doubts regarding my cultivation and would like your guidance. Zhenyang Zhenren replied, speak freely. Zhou Luo detailed the various experiences he had encountered after reaching the Qi refinement stage, deliberately omitting the matter of the Tai, a divine sword. As his senior sisters had sealed their memories, he could not ask his teacher to do the same. It was better left unsaid. After listening, Zhenyang Zhenren said, on the path of cultivation, one must understand the significance of fate and affinity. What is fate and affinity? Some are born with exceptional celestial fortune, like Die, while others, like you, may possess less remarkable luck. These are all manifestations of fate. In this regard, opportunities and transformations can be seen as your destiny. Zhenyang Zhenren gazed at Zhou Luo and added, I am pleased that you have such concerns. Remember, fate has its limits. It is your own efforts that matter most. Thus, we often say that great perseverance leads to great achievements. Zhou Luo asked, Teacher, I have only walked the path of cultivation for less than 2 years, yet have encountered various fortuitous events. Is this abnormal, and will it affect my future cultivation? Zhenyang Zhenren chuckled. Fate and affinity are innate and predestined concepts, but they are too abstract for me to articulate clearly. However, one thing is certain. In this world, there are causes and effects. What you sow today will yield results tomorrow. Anything you acquire will inevitably bring corresponding consequences in the future. This is unavoidable. As for the impact on your cultivation, remember, a skyscraper rises from a solid foundation. The steadier the foundation, the better it can withstand tempests. This is what I mean by mindset. Many opportunities can indeed expedite your growth, but you must always remember what you truly desire. Is it immense power or the long journey of cultivation? Zhou Luo, puzzled, inquired, Teacher, I have heard that cultivation is fundamentally about pursuing great power. What is the difference between the two? Zhenyang Zhenren explained, in the relentless pursuit of power, many often lose themselves, fixating solely on strength and neglecting the essence of cultivation. There are cultivators, as well as those who practice demonic arts, known as demon cultivators, who focus solely on their power while forsaking everything else. Thus, they may ascend rapidly in strength, yet ultimately, due to an unstable mindset, an unstable foundation, they may fall into madness, leading to a most cruel fate. Demon cultivators? This was the first time Zhou Luo had encountered this concept, causing him to recall the biming technique. The biming technique could absorb the blood of humans and monsters to enhance one's strength, making the cultivation process smoother than with other methods. Could this be the path of demon cultivators? If so, the elder he encountered that day was indeed a demon cultivator? Yet, in retrospect, Zhou Luo found it hard to imagine that elder as a demon cultivator. Contemplating these thoughts, Zhou Luo asked, Teacher, do demon cultivators ultimately face dire consequences? Zhenyang Zhenren smiled gently. Cultivating demons or cultivating immortality are merely two different paths. In the end, they lead to the same destination. What I mean is to maintain a stable state of mind. Zhou Luo's heart stirred, and he inquired further, so, as long as we maintain our mindset, it would not be amiss to dabble in the demonic arts? Zhenyang Zhenren remarked, indeed, that is the essence of the matter. However, most practitioners of demonic arts prioritize supreme power, often neglecting the cultivation of their inner state. While it is permissible to dabble in both paths, the crux lies in one's personal grasp of it. Zhou Luo suddenly found himself bewildered. Master, did you not say that the righteous and the demonic cannot coexist? At this, Zhenyang Zhenren chuckled softly and replied, Zhou Luo, the phrase righteous and demonic cannot coexist pertains to the heart, not the path. As I have mentioned before, both cultivators of the celestial and demonic realms are merely traversing different avenues of cultivation. The divergence in their paths signifies a different perspective, but ultimately, it is our hearts that differ. Zhou Luo pondered for a moment, and then spoke. As for practitioners of celestial arts, there are those like you who consider the bigger picture, and then there are self-serving individuals like Liang Jinren, and those devoid of shame like Lin Mo. Whether celestial or demonic, they simply walk different paths. If one's heart is righteous, then one's body is righteous, irrelevant to the methods employed. This sudden realization diminished Zhou Luo's aversion towards the Beiming Great Law significantly. Zhengyang Jinren gently patted Zhou Luo's shoulder and said, in simpler terms, human hearts are diverse. We often label demons as cruel, but does that mean all demons in this world are so? Certainly not. Humans, demons, and devils each have their own pursuits. They are merely different. You need not become entangled in this. As long as you remain true to your original intent, that is sufficient. Understanding this, Zhou Luo inquired further. Master, what is divine power? Divine power? Zhengyang Jinren's expression shifted. Did you acquire divine power from a golden lotus? Zhou Luo did not conceal the truth. Divine power. The falling heaven style. Zhengyang Jinren couldn't help but exclaim, young one, your fortune is indeed remarkable. To have roamed through the myriad lotuses and transformed into a respected being from a blue lotus is a supreme fate. Throughout the history of our Haoyuan immortal sect, every predecessor who obtained this fate became renowned cultivators. Even though our sect has diminished significantly, we remain one of the 10 greatest sects in Qingzhou. However, he continued, the opportunities within the Sea of Lotuses vary greatly. The term respected being cannot be generalized. Divine power is one of the greatest fortunes. Only those who can transcend their physical forms can compare to it. What is divine power? Zhou Luo asked again. Zhengyang Jinren gazed into the distance and slowly replied. Zhou Luo, do you know that there exists a celestial realm? The celestial realm? Zhou Luo had seen references to it in books, a world where immortals reside. Zhengyang Jinren explained, we regard mortals as mundane, yet in the eyes of the immortals in the celestial realm, we too are mundane. It is said that within the celestial realm, there are beings of supreme divine power, known as the realm of divine power, where a single thought can wield immense strength and law. This vast and profound divine power is the method of the supreme immortals. Chapter 73, Winds Will Today? Zhou Luo gained profound insights. It turned out there was a celestial realm, and within it resided the practitioners of divine power, the very methods of these exalted beings. Thus, whether it be the Xuanxin transformation or the falling heaven style, both represent supreme methods. But where is this celestial realm? What level of cultivation must one attain to have the opportunity to ascend to it? Zhou Luo was also astonished to learn that although the Haoyuan immortal sect is one of the 10 great sects of Qingzhou, he remained unclear about the vastness of Qingzhou itself. However, it stands to reason that if Qingzhou exists, there must be an even broader world beyond it. The Haoyuan immortal sect is likely just one of the less conspicuous sects in the realm of cultivation. Otherwise, it would not merely be one of the 10 great sects of Qingzhou, but one of the 10 great sects of the entire world. Within such a Haoyuan immortal sect, the existence of 2 supreme methods is indeed astonishing. As if sensing Zhou Luo's astonishment, Zhengyang Jinren remarked, Zhou Luo, do not underestimate the Haoyuan immortal sect. Our ancestor established the sect based on the scripture repository, and at that time, it was renowned across the world. Historically, those ancestors who gained fortunes from the Sea of Lotuses elevated our sect to its zenith. It is merely that we, their descendants, lack the ability to preserve the glory they built. Once a sect renowned throughout the world, the Haoyuan immortal sect is now merely one of the 10 great sects of Qingzhou. The disparity is stark, and in that moment, Zhou Luo understood his master's steadfastness coupled with helplessness. Yet, how can such a vast Haoyuan immortal sect rely solely on one person, his master, to effect change? Zhou Luo refrained from voicing these thoughts, not wishing to add to his master's sorrow. Instead, he posed another question, one that currently seemed beyond his imagination. Master, how can one ascend to the celestial realm? Are you intrigued? Zhengyang Jinren asked with a smile, and Zhou Luo did not deny it. While he was uncertain about his feelings, he certainly harbored aspirations. The path of cultivation begins with the comprehension of the spiritual essence of the universe, refining energy, solidifying the foundation, concentrating the spirit, penetrating the mysteries, manifesting myriad forms, establishing a residence, experiencing the tribulations of life and death, and ultimately, transcending the void. Zhengyang Jinren gazed at the endless sky and continued, transcending the void signifies that all perceived reality is illusory. Even the barrier between the celestial and mortal realms is but an illusion. Zhou Luo responded. So, after transcending the void, one can leave the mundane world and proceed to the celestial realm? Not so easily, Zhengyangzhenren cautioned. Though all is illusory within the void, one must reach the realm of Taiyu to penetrate the barriers between the celestial and mortal realms and reach the celestial realm. At that time, the cultivator is referred to as ascending. Transcending the void, Taiyu, ascending. Zhou Luo committed these terms to memory. He was self-aware, with his current meager celestial fate. Achieving either transcending the void or Taiyu, let alone the realm of myriad forms like his third senior sister, felt utterly unattainable. Yet, this did not diminish his yearning. Unbeknownst to him, his mindset had already begun to shift imperceptibly. Once, at home, when he read the term cultivation in books, his youthful heart held a carefree yearning for it. Yet he yearned more for the familial bliss and ordinary happiness that surpassed the allure of cultivation. Now, within the immortal sect and having embarked on the path of cultivation, deep within his heart, even though he still craved that most ordinary happiness, he also harbored vast aspirations and expectations for the long path ahead in cultivation. Even the supreme path of ascension became an object of his longing, marking the most significant transformation. After Zhengyangzhenren departed, Zhou Luo returned to his abode and reunited with Qingzhou and others, whom he had not seen for months. After a brief chat, he immediately went to the base of Xianling Falls to begin his training, though he had just emerged from seclusion and everyone urged him to relax for a few days. Zhou Luo seemed accustomed to this busy training routine, or perhaps he was simply driven by an immense yearning that left him unable to pause for even a moment. Of course, more importantly, he was eager to enter the solidifying foundation realm as soon as possible so he could descend the mountain and reunite with his parents. As days passed, the Seven Peaks Conference was drawing near. On the day of the event, while Zhou Luo was earnestly cultivating on the Xianling stone, he suddenly sensed an impending danger. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly withdrew from his cultivation and shot into the sky. Simultaneously, the heavy prison peak erupted with a quintuple force that pierced through space, violently crushing down towards a certain point ahead. Boom! The space seemed to be ripped apart. And then, a figure emerged from thin air. In that moment, a young man broke through the void, and the heavy prison peak encountered formidable resistance, being involuntarily pushed back. The young man slightly bent his palm, gathering boundless spiritual energy, which transformed into a gigantic hand that overshadowed the sky as it descended upon Zhou Luo. At that moment, the space where Zhou Luo stood felt as if the apocalypse had arrived, and the overwhelming force swept forth, leaving one breathless. Such a formidable individual, Zhou Luo had never encountered in his lifetime. In his understanding, although his mentors, the true Yang and the true fierce Sun, were indeed powerful, they had never truly unleashed their strength upon him. The young masters from the village that day were also quite formidable, yet they paled in comparison to this young man. Confronted with such peril, an incandescent golden radiance erupted from within Zhou Luo, transforming into a golden lotus, the imperial heart lotus, suspended in midair. Its golden light soaring into the heavens to counter the colossal palm descending upon him. In his hands, the Taiching prison fan and the Taisu measuring ruler manifested. The ruler resembling a fearsome cudgel, striking down fiercely, while the Taiching prison fan unfurled, its surface seemingly gathering myriad thunders, the very space akin to a prison. The imperial heart lotus, the Taiching prison fan, and the Taisu measuring ruler. These three extraordinary artifacts, however, were rendered dim as the giant palm descended, hovering helplessly beside Zhou Luo. A testament to the immense strength of the newcomer. Haha, quite impressive, yet still far from my level. You've reached the realm of establishing a mansion, and you still have the audacity to speak? Quickly, put it away. The junior disciple will fight with all his might. Zhou Luo was preparing to exert himself, yet in the presence of such a powerful figure, he might not even possess the qualification to do so, when suddenly, the voice of the third senior sister echoed. Hey, it's been 3 years. Junior sister, you're still so fierce. Can't you be a bit gentler? Who says my junior sister isn't gentle? I'll definitely not let him off lightly. Everything formidable in the world vanished without a trace as the youth smiled at Zhou Luo and said, Junior brother, I didn't hurt you, did I? Just a little jest, don't take it to heart. It turned out to be one of the 2 senior brothers he had never met, though he was uncertain whether this was the eldest or the second brother. Regardless of which brother it was, Zhou Luo firmly believed that the third senior sister was the most powerful. Otherwise, the senior brother wouldn't have retracted his words so quickly. Qingzhou arrived and remarked, This is eldest brother Renfengyi, who is quite the joker. Junior brother, do not mind him. Zhou Luo's heart shook. Eldest brother Ren Fengyi was renowned as the strongest disciple of the Hao Yuan immortal sect, without exception. The foremost among the top 10 disciples of the other 6 peaks, including Wei Tenglong. Whether acknowledged or not, that was a fact. He had even heard that eldest brother's current strength was second only to the sect leader and the heads of the various peaks. However, such an eldest brother behaved like a docile cat in front of the third senior sister. Zhou Luo understood that becoming a disciple of Taisu Peak was the most fortunate event in his path of cultivation. Greetings, eldest brother. Hey, hello, junior brother. A pleasure to meet you, just a little jest. Ren Fengyi approached and draped an arm around Zhou Luo's shoulder, then looked seriously at Qingzhou, saying, I was merely joking with junior brother, truly, no other intention. At that moment, the 3 senior brothers, Lu Wang and others, also arrived. Hearing his words, Gong Imo scoffed. You think anyone would believe you? Junior brother, don't engage with eldest brother. He is utterly unserious. He once played a prank on us, but alas, we weren't as fortunate as you. Without the protection of the third senior sister, I lay in bed for 5 days straight. Ren Fengyi immediately shouted, Old Six. Are you itching for a beating, spreading baseless slanders about me? Lu Wang coldly retorted, We have evidence. Shall we bring it out for a proper confrontation? You lot. Ren Fengyi exclaimed, You're truly shameless to preserve evidence of such matters. Du Yehu interjected, Otherwise, do you expect to be beaten up at will? Ren Fengyi's eyes darted mischievously. Do you think that with such evidence, I wouldn't be able to beat you now? The 3 were taken aback and hurriedly hid behind Qingzhou. In Taisu Peak, apart from the master and the third senior sister, they had all been disciplined, and they were genuinely terrified. Everyone stepped forward obediently, otherwise. Enough. Qingzhou stepped forward, pulling Zhou Luo back, saying, You just returned. Don't scare the junior brother. This gesture clearly indicated to Zhou Luo that Ren Fengyi was a person to be approached with caution. Ren Fengyi, somewhat curiously, remarked, Old Six, when you entered Taisu Peak. This girl was not this kind to you. Junior sister, have you changed your ways? Qingzhou frowned, about to retort, when Ren Fengyi hurriedly handed Zhou Luo an item. Junior brother, this is a Peiyuan pill, specially prepared for you. It can enhance your success rate when you break through to the solid Yuan realm. His words and this gift seemed to ease Qingzhou's demeanor, but then he added, Hey, junior brother. This is something I went to great lengths and expended considerable resources to obtain. Seeing how hard I worked, could you lend me the Taiching prison fan for a while? What do you think? Qingzhou snapped. A mere Peiyuan pill, and you think you can exchange it for the Taiching prison fan? Your business acumen is getting better. Shall we also include the Imperial Lotus as part of the deal? The Imperial Lotus of the Lotus Sea, known as the Imperial Lotus. Ren Fengyi's eyes lit up. And the Imperial Lotus? Then we must hurry. Junior sister, what are you talking about? Helping junior brother is only right. This is not business. I am not that sort of person. Qingzhou scoffed a couple of times and asked, Where's the second brother? Ren Fengyi replied, Oh right. Where did old two go? I seem to have misplaced him. Zhou Luo broke into a cold sweat. Misplaced him? What did that mean? Qingzhou, equally exasperated, said, The master is waiting for you. Hurry and meet him. Ren Fengyi suddenly slapped his forehead. I forgot. I'll go now. Junior sister. It's been a long time since I've had your cooking. Prepare a feast for me. And you lot, I want to see how much you've grown. If I'm not satisfied, don't blame me for being unkind. By the time his last words echoed, he had already vanished, leaving behind a statement that frightened Lu Wang and the others into a hasty retreat. Third senior sister. Please inform eldest brother that we will be in closed-door cultivation and won't emerge for several years. Qingzhou sighed. Now it's done. Taisu Peak can forget about being peaceful. Zhou Luo, somewhat confused, inquired, Third senior sister, what about eldest brother? Qingzhou replied, He is a bit eccentric. I heard he suffered a severe illness in his childhood, and this is a side effect. However, it is precisely this trait that allows him to focus intensely on a single matter. Eldest brother is a good person, don't worry. Zhou Luo was not concerned about that at all, from the moment eldest brother returned until the time they went to see their master. His brief interactions with the senior brothers made it abundantly clear that eldest brother was deeply affectionate. Unless he disliked Zhou Luo, his care for him would not be inferior to anyone else's. This Peiyuan pill was not as simple as the third senior sister described. If it were easy to obtain, she would have prepared one for herself long ago. Tomorrow marked the Seven Peaks Conference. Today, there would be no intensive cultivation. Rest well and return. Upon returning to his quarters, Qingzhou went to prepare a meal, while Zhou Luo waited in the courtyard. It wasn't long before he saw Lu Wang and the other 3 senior brothers return. Their heads hung low, each bearing bruises as if they had been soundly beaten. It was clear who had dealt them this punishment. Zhou Luo silently felt a pang of sympathy for the three senior brothers and promptly poured them tea, bringing hot towels for them to soothe their swelling. Such a good junior brother. Junior brother, you mean to say I'm not good? Ren Fengyi materialized out of thin air, startling Lu Wang and the others, who immediately shrank into a corner of the courtyard. This reaction demonstrated just how severely they had been disciplined earlier, leaving them with a lasting shadow of fear, truly pitiful. Enough of the commotion. Tidy up and prepare for dinner, came Qingzhou's voice from the kitchen, which momentarily silenced Ren Fengyi, though only for a brief moment. Junior brother, I hear you have the ability to refine the peak's talismans without the need for the Jinfeng heart method. How do you accomplish that? Please, enlighten me, Zhou Luo chuckled. Senior brother, you must first cultivate the supreme profound heart technique. Have you done so? Ren Fengyi's expression turned to one of distress. I have attempted to cultivate it, yet I have been unsuccessful and ultimately had to abandon it. Junior brother, is there a secret to it? Such inquiries were rather impolite. Insights regarding heart methods or Taoist principles were often regarded as secrets and not to be probed into, even among close acquaintances. However, Zhou Luo understood that Ren Fengyi's question stemmed from pure curiosity, devoid of ulterior motives. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Luo replied, if senior brother is earnest in his desire to explore this, let us find a time where I can share my insights with you and see if you might succeed. That would be splendid. Once I master the supreme profound heart technique, I shall seize the talismans from the main peak, Daozong Peak, Wuya Peak, Tianlin Peak, and Xingchen Peak, making them truly comprehend the essence of envy, Ren Fengyi declared, eliciting silence from Zhou Luo, Lu Wang, and the others. Even Qingzhou, who emerged with food, was rendered speechless by his audacity. To covet the talismans of the remaining 5 peaks, including the main peak, was an act of unprecedented boldness, far beyond mere arrogance. Chapter 75. The 7 Peaks Conference. The night passed swiftly, and by dawn the next day, a resounding bell tolled from the main peak, echoing throughout the entirety of the Haoyuan sect. Moments later, the vast expanse of the sect erupted into a fervent excitement, with sounds reverberating that brought this seemingly ethereal realm to vibrant life, as if one were amidst the mortal world. Today marked the 7 Peaks Conference. The competition for new disciples occurs once a year, while the 7 Peaks Conference takes place every 3 years. It is the most grandiose event within the Haoyuan sect, where disciples from all peaks partake, with only a few unable to return. Most will go to great lengths to participate. In this conference, the competition is fierce. However, any gains from it can be immensely beneficial, aiding one's path in cultivation. After each conference, rewards are distributed based on the rankings of each peak. Those who perform exceptionally well may finally acquire the resources, training, and status they have long coveted. Hence, the anticipation among the disciples is palpable. At the courtyard of Tai Su Peak, the 6 main disciples lined up, with Ren Fengyi gazing towards the main peak, sensing the din of excitement, yet displaying no sign of the anticipation others might expect, remaining quite indifferent. Same old routine. After all these years, cannot they conjure something novel? Qingzhou remarked with a slight smile. Zhou Luo, knowing that the senior brother was at the opening palace realm, a formidable figure within the entirety of Qingzhou and the cultivation world, understood that Ren Fengyi might indeed find the 7 Peaks Conference beneath his notice. It is not that I overlook the 7 Peaks Conference, but rather that I find the majority of the participants unremarkable, Ren Fengyi replied coolly. Each one believes themselves to be exceptional within the Haoyuan sect. If only they were taken out for a stroll, they would realize how far they are from true prowess in the cultivation world. Zhou Luo and the others exchanged glances. Realizing the implication, it seemed he viewed many disciples as mere beasts of burden. Thus, this aligns with what the teacher mentioned. They have grown accustomed to the legacy left by their ancestors, and now all they can do is cling to that glory, Qingzhou remarked. Ren Fengyi added, the decline of the Haoyuan sect is not without reason. Enough of this, let us depart. A radiant light appeared beneath their feet, lifting them as they swiftly sped away. The venue for the 7 Peaks Conference lay beside the main peak, situated in a vast open area closely connected to the other 6 peaks. However, this is merely the surface appearance. By the time the 6 disciples of Tai Su Peak arrived, disciples from all peaks had already gathered from all directions. The 7 Peaks Conference, rooted in competition among the peaks, was distinctly demarcated, with no intersections among them. This rivalry, aside from the prowess of the top 10 disciples from each peak, also reflected each peak's overall strength, wherein Tai Su Peak appeared notably weaker. After all, Tai Su Peak had merely 7 disciples, and one had yet to arrive. Even if these 6 were formidable, they would find themselves at a disadvantage against the multitude of disciples from other peaks. This notion, however, was typically held only by the junior disciples. The top 10 disciples from each peak, especially those ranked higher, would not entertain such thoughts. Especially today, upon seeing Ren Fengyi, none dared to underestimate him. As the disciples from the Jinyu Peak observed, their leader, Wei Tenglong, scanned the crowd before speaking. Ren Fengyi, you have finally returned. I shall initiate a challenge for the peak. You cannot evade this. Ren Fengyi glanced at him coolly and replied, as long as you are prepared for the consequences. The rest is of no concern to me. Wei Tenglong chuckled with indifference, still as arrogant as ever. Today is not like the past. Ren Fengyi dismissed his words. Having never even left Qingzhou, he hardly felt the need to regard him seriously. Wei Tenglong continued, however, before the challenge for the peak. You ought to perform well at the Seven Peaks Conference. It would be quite embarrassing if all of Taisu Peak were eliminated. Before Taisu Peak, before Ren Fengyi. No one dared to be careless, yet Wei Tenglong still sought to confront him. The feud between the two peaks was no longer relevant. It was more about seeking recognition. Ren Fengyi, being hailed as the foremost disciple of this generation, left Wei Tenglong feeling incredulous and dissatisfied. If he could topple Ren Fengyi, he would emerge as the leading disciple of the Haoyuan sect. It was clear that many shared such ambitions. Ren Fengyi could not help but smile. Some seek to provoke. Which is rather pathetic. Since that is the case, I shall indulge you. Wei Tenglong, where has that former leader of yours from Jinyu Peak gone? Ask him if. 3 years ago at the Seven Peaks Conference, he was not sent packing like a dog by me. Lu Wang and the others couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Their senior brother was indeed impressive. Wei Tenglong's expression turned frosty, and he retorted, Ren Fengyi, I have warned you. Today is different from the past. Without Huangfu Yuan, you alone cannot raise the flag of Taisu Peak. Ren Fengyi chuckled. Ah, so you fear my second junior brother. Who told you he hasn't returned? Your second junior brother is thinking of you, yet remains hidden? Wei Tenglong's expression faltered slightly, and upon noticing this, Ren Fengyi laughed again, with such a lack of courage. How dare you challenge me? It seems you are merely deceiving yourself. Zhou Luo chuckled, recognizing that the senior brother, despite his seemingly erratic demeanor, possessed a keen intellect superior to most. It seemed that true authenticity could only be fully expressed within Taisu Peak, in the grand assembly of the Seven Peaks. One might ponder their intentions, yet it is best to refrain from idle chatter. Ren Fengyi's gaze subtly shifted towards the direction of Yinxia Peak as he remarked, I have heard that a prodigious young lady has emerged from our Haoyuan sect. I wonder which junior sister it is. At that moment, Meng Die stepped forward, clasping her fists in respect. Meng Die, I pay my respects to senior brother Ren. Ren Fengyi nodded slightly, appearing increasingly pleased. Not only is she exceptionally gifted, but her beauty rivals that of celestial beings, a worthy match for my little junior brother. Meng's sister, do visit Taisu Peak more often. I have high hopes for you both. A rosy hue blossomed on Meng Die's fair cheeks, mirrored by Zhou Luo's own. They had just been contemplating how clever this senior brother was, revealing his true nature so swiftly. Chapter 76. The initiation amongst fellow disciples. Playful banter is harmless. However, suggesting that Meng Die is suitable for Zhou Luo borders on the excessive. After all, a distinguished prodigy like her surely has no lack of worthy suitors. Even if one were to argue that Zhou Luo is deserving of Meng Die, it would still seem somewhat unjust to her. Yet, upon glancing at both Meng Die and Zhou Luo, they did exhibit a certain compatibility, for despite Meng Die's exceptional talent, Zhou Luo's reputation within Haoyuan sect is also quite notable. Whether in the contest among new disciples, the excursion to Little Leishan, or the resonant words spoken, along with the spectacle witnessed atop Jinyu Peak and the events of that day at Lianhai, all of these have left the disciples astounded. For Zhou Luo is no mere genius. His achievements, arising from humble beginnings, are what truly astonish. Among the myriad smiles, some are born of goodwill, while others harbor malice. Wei Tenglong remarked coldly, Are you aware that Taisu Peak lacks sufficient strength and seeks to borrow power from Yinxia Peak? Such is the current state of Taisu Peak. Lin Yi, tread lightly. Do not fall prey to schemes, lest Yinxia Peak suffer disgrace. His words were sharp, devoid of any semblance of kindness, and his apparent mockery served merely to sow discord. Among the disciples of Yinxia Peak, a young woman stepped forward. She was Lin Yi, the foremost among the 10 disciples of Yinxia Peak. Ren Fengyi, I harbor no disdain for junior brother Zhou, but my junior sister is not a plaything for your jesting. As for other matters, Wei Tenglong, tend to your Jinyu Peak, for the affairs of Yinxia Peak do not require your meddling, and kindly retract your so-called goodwill. We all know our own worth. Such a proclamation was undeniably commanding. Wei Tenglong's expression shifted, and he chuckled, choosing to say no more. At that moment, 7 figures emanating formidable energy materialized in the sky, with the Hao Yuan sect's leader at their center, accompanied by the heads of the other peaks. Behind them stood numerous elders of the Hao Yuan sect. The 7 Peaks Assembly, one of the most significant events within the Hao Yuan sect, though merely a contest among disciples, symbolizes the future of the sect, and no one could afford to be indifferent. The Hao Yuan sect's leader surveyed the crowd, his resounding voice echoing in every ear. You are undoubtedly aware of the rules of the 7 Peaks Assembly, so I shall not elaborate further. However, I wish to remind you that although this grand event represents the rivalry among the 7 Peaks, all participants are disciples of the Hao Yuan sect. I do not wish to witness any disgraceful incidents during this contest. Countless disciples grew solemn, clasping their fists in respectful acknowledgement. As for what thoughts lingered in their minds, only they could truly know. Zhou Luo internally scoffed lightly. Many words may be spoken with great clarity, yet if they remain unfulfilled, what purpose do they serve? Since you are all prepared, the Hao Yuan sect's leader glanced at the heads of the various peaks, who nodded in agreement. Suddenly, 6 beams of light erupted from within them, floating into the air. Buzz! The leader's hand clenched, merging the 6 beams of light. Zhou Luo's spirit trembled. In his eyes, these 6 distinct colors of light fused completely, imparting an extraordinary sensation. Through the transformation of the supreme Xian Mind technique, Zhou Luo had refined the Ta Qing Zhenyu Fan and Ta Su Qi. In the instant the Ta Su Qi was refined, the 2 supreme artifacts resonated with one another, leading Zhou Luo to speculate that gathering the 7 pinnacle artifacts of the Hao Yuan sect might yield a celestial spirit artifact. Presently, the leader's actions seemed to align with this notion. Particularly, Zhou Luo discerned that merely collecting the 7 pinnacle artifacts was likely insufficient. Something essential was still missing, though he could not ascertain precisely what it was. If he were to possess the strength in the future to acquire the 7 pinnacle artifacts, perhaps then he would uncover what was required to forge a celestial spirit artifact. A complete beam of light descended upon the vast earth. Thunderous rumblings ensued. Moments later, the ground beneath trembled violently, revealing a scene of collapse to the astonished disciples. This spectacle was indeed awe-inspiring. For disciples like Ren Fengyi and Lin Yi, who had participated in the 7 Peaks Assembly multiple times, such occurrences had become commonplace. Yet for Zhou Luo and others, this was a sight previously unimaginable. The ground's collapse, however, was not a genuine collapse, but rather a sensation. What lay before their eyes was an infinite void. Zhou Luo believed that should he recklessly venture into this void, his life would be forfeit. Master Xingyang had once cautioned against underestimating the Hao Yuan sect, which had once stood as a premier sect in the realm of cultivation, a statement that proved true. Regrettably, the younger generation not only failed to uphold the former glory, but found themselves entangled in deceit and treachery within the sect. Open forced abyss. At a certain moment, the Hao Yuan sect's leader bellowed authoritatively, forming a seal with his hands. A tremendous wave surged forth, penetrating the boundless void, and the disciples beheld the surface of this void writhing before ultimately transforming into a passage leading deep into the recesses of space. This was the passage to the forest abyss and the gateway to the 7 Peaks contest. Concurrently, radiant lights materialized before each disciple. Within these lights was a token, granted to the disciples for their trials within the forest abyss. Any gains they made would be collected within this token, ultimately determining their achievements. Moreover, this token possessed formidable protective power. Unless an external force exceeded its might, it would automatically activate to safeguard its bearer from peril, ensuring their safe exit from the forest abyss. This guarantee meant that during the contest among disciples, no one would meet their end. However, being expelled also signified an end to their participation in the 7 Peaks trials. Naturally, no trial could surpass the importance of life. As long as one remains alive, there will always be opportunities ahead. The forest abyss opens, thus begins the contest of the 7 Peaks. Fellow disciples, swiftly enter the forest abyss. The moment the leader's words echoed, the disciples surged forth eagerly into the passage leading to the forest abyss. Zhou Luo followed closely behind his senior brothers and sisters. Just as he was about to set forth, he sensed a piercing gaze directed at him. Looking around, he discerned, as anticipated, that the gaze belonged to Wei Tenglong and some disciples from Jinyu Peak. Within the forest abyss, no one will shield you. I advise you not to enter, for the consequences of life and death are yours to bear. Chapter 77. The Forest Abyss. See, numerous disciples successively entered the Forest Abyss Sea, while the 6 disciples of Tai Su Peak remained atop their mountain. The indomitable real man Lai Yang coldly commanded, "What are you waiting for? Why do you not enter the Forest Abyss Sea? Are you afraid?" Indeed, like master, like disciple. Ren Fengyi, with his hands clasped behind his back, paid no heed to real man Lai Yang. He spoke coolly. Earlier, the master teacher mentioned that we are all disciples of the Hao Yuan Immortal Gate and do not wish to witness any disgraceful events. I would like to consult the master teacher regarding this matter. In the face of Ren Fengyi, the master of Hao Yuan could not afford to disregard him as he had with the former Zhou Luo. He chose the future between real man Lai Yang and Zheng Yang, and thus, Ren Fengyi possessed a more promising future than the former. This choice, though seemingly grand in scope, was merely a manifestation of personal desire. What the master of Hao Yuan truly sought was nothing more than the great fortune possessed by real man Lai Yang. Yet, even so, he could not demean Ren Fengyi. The current foremost disciple of Hao Yuan Immortal Gate, Ren Fengyi's potential far surpassed that of real man Lai Yang. He roamed the heavens, transcending illusions to attain enlightenment. Though the path ahead may seem distant, the master of Hao Yuan had no doubt that Ren Fengyi would hold an absolute position in the future realm of cultivation. This, indeed, was the aspiration of the master. Ren Fengyi inquired, "Dare I ask, master teacher, when human hearts stray and act recklessly, what should a disciple do?" The master of Hao Yuan replied, "We shall observe and make our own judgments." Ren Fengyi continued, "I hope that when the time comes, this judgment will be fair. I apologize for my impudence, master teacher. Fellow disciples, let us venture into the forest abyss sea." In a flash of radiant light, the six of them soared into the air, vanishing into a passageway. The multitude of gazes present now settled upon the vast expanse, where a magnificent spiritual light emerged, reflecting the training of all disciples within the forest abyss sea as if in a mirror. "Why has junior brother Huangfu Yuan not returned in time?" queried the master of Hao Yuan, seemingly unconcerned. Zheng Yang replied, "I have heard he was delayed by some matter, though I am not entirely clear on the specifics." The master of Hao Yuan nodded slightly. "Surely, Ren Fengyi has reached the establishment of his own realm by now?" As these words echoed, aside from Zheng Yang, all the powerful figures present from the Hao Yuan Immortal Gate exhibited varying degrees of astonishment, including the heads of various peaks. The establishment of one's own realm within the entire cultivation world could certainly be considered as belonging to a powerful individual. Qingzhou, being a flourishing land of the cultivation world, provided ample standing for those of the established realm. In more remote areas, such individuals could be revered as ancestral masters. Today, among the elders present, there were likely few who had attained such a level as Ren Fengyi. While they all recognized Ren Fengyi's strength, they were still unprepared for the revelation of his current status. What shocked the heads of the peaks even more was their inability to sense Ren Fengyi's true cultivation level. An enigma indeed, Zheng Yang admitted. "To be honest, I am also uncertain. Perhaps the upcoming competition among the 7 peaks will clarify matters." Real man Lai Yang's expression shifted, and he hastily interjected, "Master teacher, if Ren Fengyi has indeed reached the establishment of his own realm, then this competition among the 7 peaks would be rather unjust." The master of Hao Yuan asked, "Unjust in what way?" Real man Lai Yang's meaning was clear. He understood the strength of those in the established realm all too well. He candidly stated that should Ren Fengyi unleash his full power, even the 1,000 disciples of Zhenyu Peak, despite their earnest collaboration, would likely find themselves unable to contend with him. Moreover, even among the disciples of Zhenyu Peak, unity was not guaranteed. It was entirely possible for Ren Fengyi alone to eliminate all the disciples of Zhenyu Peak. In hindsight, Wei Tenglong's earlier provocation now seemed rather laughable. The master of Hao Yuan slowly directed his gaze toward real man Lai Yang and inquired, "Would it be fair then to leave only Zhou Luo in the forest abyss sea?" This statement took even Zheng Yang by surprise. In the present and future, the master of Hao Yuan had opted for the latter, driven by personal gain. What had transpired at Zhenyu Peak to render the master of Hao Yuan somewhat impartial today? Was it due to Zhou Luo's extraordinary performance, or Ren Fengyi's current strength? Zheng Yang believed firmly that an individual's thoughts and beliefs were not easily swayed, particularly when significant personal interests were at stake. Hence, this change made Zheng Yang instinctively wary. When something seems amiss, it often conceals something sinister. Upon traversing the passageway, they were greeted by an astonishingly vast and chaotic expanse. Gazing outward, they beheld a furious ocean, churning with towering waves that blotted out the sun. Such devastation surged forth from these tumultuous waters, shaking the very fabric of space and giving rise to a pervasive and terrifying chaos. Within that raging sea lay countless unimaginable dangers. However, amidst these perils resided abundant opportunities, enticing many disciples to yearn for exploration. This was indeed the forest abyss sea. Amidst the boundless fury of the ocean, numerous islands surfaced. The 6 disciples of Tai Su Peak now found themselves atop the highest point of one such island, surveying the tumultuous waters below. Qingzhou remarked, "Junior brother, the forest abyss sea is inhabited by numerous water demons, which are not living beings in the traditional sense, but rather entities birthed from the rich spiritual energy of this unique environment. By hunting these water demons, we can obtain a special substance we have dubbed demon crystals. When the trials in the forest abyss sea conclude, our ultimate achievements will be judged by the quantity of these demon crystals." Zhou Luo interjected, "If that's the case, won't we be at a disadvantage?" He understood that his 5 senior brothers and sisters were formidable, yet they were merely 6 against hundreds or thousands of disciples from other peaks. Each of those disciples could potentially hunt a water demon, far surpassing their own numbers. Although the results would be assessed individually, who could guarantee that the other 6 peaks disciples would not concentrate their efforts on a single individual to claim the title of champion in this competition among the 7 peaks? Ren Fengyi smiled, "Do not worry, junior brother. I have a plan in mind that will surely astonish them." Had this been before today, Zhou Luo might have believed him. However, now, noticing Zhou Luo's expression, Ren Fengyi quickly added, "Junior brother, what is that look on your face? Junior sister, please offer your judgment. Do I not have a complete plan?" Qingzhou feigned indifference, turning to Zhou Luo and gently saying, "Within the Hao Yuan Immortal Gate, the competition among the 7 peaks represents the grandest trial. We intend for you to experience the forest abyss sea on your own first, and later, we will join you to delve into the depths of the forest abyss sea together to seize the greatest opportunities." Zhou Luo understood that his senior brothers and sisters aimed to test him, and he appreciated their concern, eager to clarify that he would not misunderstand their intentions. "Senior brothers and sisters, you may go ahead. I will take care of myself. Rest assured, I will endure until the end." Ren Fengyi chuckled, "I told you. Junior brother is quite courageous, and even without us, he has that little girlfriend to support him. Junior sister, let us depart and not linger here." While speaking, he cast a glance at the distant island, where, faintly visible, there appeared a figure akin to a fairy, her almond-shaped eyes gazing in their direction. Chapter 78. Companions on the journey. Ren Fengyi and the others soon departed, leaving Zhou Luo alone on the island. Seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of disciples from the Jinyu Peak arriving to eliminate him. Their confidence, however, left Zhou Luo feeling rather helpless. This senior brother often placed him alongside Meng Die, which was quite perplexing. Although he held a fondness for Meng Die, he had never considered her in such a light. After all, this senior brother had a peculiar habit of meddling in affairs of the heart. At that moment, from the distant island, a beam of sword light shot towards him like a bolt of lightning, and at its heart was the fairy-like figure. It seemed that the hearts of the elder sister and junior sister were indeed entangled with Zhou Luo. Observing Meng Die's departure, a woman with delicate brows furrowed and remarked, "We cannot impede the actions of the junior sister. Let her follow her own inclinations." Another woman responded, "But the master instructed us to keep a close watch on the junior sister and prevent her from going astray." Linny sighed, "Do you truly believe the junior sister will heed our counsel, or that we can restrain her?" Upon hearing this, the 4 disciples of the Yanhua Peak, including Lin Yi, couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Today, despite Meng Jie's cultivation being considerably lower than theirs, she had already attained a form of divine essence, transforming the murky smoke lotus into her life weapon. Their qualifications paled in comparison to her presence. Let us not dwell on the junior sister for now. We must focus and seize the time wisely. This time, in the 7 Peaks competition, we must not repeat our previous mistakes. The expressions of the Yanhua Peak disciples grew serious, and they swiftly departed under Lin Yi's leadership. On another island, Wei Tenglong, accompanied by 9 other disciples from the Jinyu Peak, had their sights set firmly on Zhou Luo and his companions. Observing Ren Fengyi and the others leave, Lin Mo immediately inquired, "Senior brother, shall we eliminate Zhou Luo now?" "Eliminate?" Wei Tenglong's eyes glinted with icy determination as he replied, "If it were merely to eliminate him, it would be far too mundane." Lin Mo asked, "What does the senior brother mean?" Wei Tenglong coldly stated, "Capture Zhou Luo and make him follow us like a beaten dog, only to eliminate him in front of Ren Fengyi and the others at the final moment. Wouldn't that be far more satisfying?" Lin Mo and others erupted into laughter at the thought. If they proceeded in this manner, it would utterly disgrace the Tai Su Peak, while also alleviating the grievances they had endured recently at the Jinyu Peak. Another disciple frowned and said, "Senior brother, if we do this, we will completely sever ties with Tai Su Peak. As disciples of the Hao Yuan sect, I cannot endorse such actions." This was Li Xinnan, one of the top 10 disciples of the Jinyu Peak. Lin Mo laughed derisively, saying, "Second brother, you are being overly compassionate. This is the Seven Peaks competition, not a friendly spar. Despite addressing him as second brother, he showed no regard for Li Xinnan in his tone. Li Xinnan replied calmly, "What I mean to say is, since Ren Fengyi and the others have departed, they must have a plan. If you wish to act, do as you will. I shall not hinder you. Senior brother, time is of the essence. I will depart first and regroup later." With that, he swiftly left, accompanied by a group of disciples who followed suit. As one of the top 10 disciples of the Jinyu Peak, Li Xinnan certainly was not alone. Watching them depart, Lin Mo coldly remarked, "Senior brother, he shows you too little respect." Wei Tenglong shot Lin Mo a glance and said, "I understand your discontent with Junior Brother Li, but he is currently one of the top 10 disciples of the Jinyu Peak and will soon become the foremost among them. If you are dissatisfied, surpass him in strength. If you cannot, refrain from petty actions. Should anything occur, I cannot protect you." The so-called top 10 disciples certainly have their hierarchies. Lin Mo's position as the third disciple highlighted his remarkable talent. However, Wei Tenglong recognized that Lin Mo's arrogance could lead to his downfall unless he demonstrated a clearly superior level of power. The many grievances directed at Li Xinnan had become commonplace among the disciples. Yet, Wei Tenglong understood that Li Xinnan was merely humble. Neither he nor Lin Mo could easily overpower him. If not for the competition among the Seven Peaks and the history with Tai Su Peak, Wei Tenglong would not have bothered to advise Lin Mo, allowing him to seek his own misfortune. A beam of sword light descended from the heights, revealing a girl clad in a flowing green dress, exuding an ethereal aura akin to a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Recognizing Meng Die, Zhou Luo felt a surge of admiration, not for her presence, but rather for the manner of her arrival. "Junior Sister Meng, after reaching the Gu Yuan realm, can you now traverse the skies?" For ordinary mortals, the greatest aspiration towards celestial masters lies not in their extraordinary powers, but in the ability to soar freely like birds in the sky. Meng Die blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, "Only after reaching the Ningxin realm can one harness spiritual consciousness as power to fly. Do you not recall the revered lotus from the Lotus Sea? Oh, I see now. With the power of the revered lotus, one can indeed soar through the skies." Zhou Luo was eager to experience this for himself. After all, he had only been carried by others through the air previously. To do so himself would surely be a different sensation. Noticing his eager anticipation, Meng Die softly remarked, "Senior brother Zhou, you promised me that in the Sinuan Sea, we would journey together. You wouldn't dare to back out now, would you?" Though it was a question, her tone left no room for Zhou Luo to reconsider. With a bitter smile, Zhou Luo replied, "If I refuse, will you ignore me from now on?" Meng Die smiled lightly and said, "Guess." Zhou Luo dared not hazard a guess, casually scanning the surroundings before stating, "We must leave here quickly. Being targeted is an unpleasant experience." Meng Die responded, "This is only the beginning. They may not yet have the inclination to pursue us. Even if they do, they may not be able to catch us unless they are willing to initiate the final contest immediately. The experience within the Sinuan Sea is exceedingly precious. Before the final moment arrives, everyone will strive with all their might to seize rare opportunities from it. Should the final contest commence immediately, victory would be favorable, but defeat would leave them with nothing." Zhou Luo said, "What I fear most is that some individuals may be unable to swallow their pride and act recklessly." Meng Die replied, "Then let us see who will ultimately emerge victorious." The girl's confidence was truly admirable. Zhou Luo chuckled, choosing not to say more, and suddenly, a golden light surged from within him, lifting his form like a bolt of golden lightning, darting swiftly in a particular direction. Meng Die, surrounded by flickering sword light, followed closely behind. The Seven Peaks competition and the trials of the Sinuan Sea were now poised to truly commence. Chapter 79, Water Demon in the Chaotic Half-Air. A golden light and a green light darted past like lightning, and within a matter of moments, they had already distanced themselves from the island they had just occupied. Such a distance, unless the disciples of Jinyu Peak are constantly accompanying, would make tracking a challenging endeavor. "Brother Zhou," a melodious voice emerged amidst the azure glow. "Your speed is astonishing. Had I not attained the solidifying origin realm, I would truly struggle to keep up with you." Even when she managed to follow, the faint sounds of her labored breaths conveyed the effort it required. The golden radiance diminished, revealing the figure of a young man. Zhou Luo scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "This is my first time flying in the air. I got a bit carried away. My apologies, Sister Meng." Although he could sense the speed quite clearly, it lacked a concrete concept until compared to Meng Die. Despite sharing the same stature of a lotus and being at the solidifying origin realm, she found it strenuous to keep pace with him. Were it another solidifying origin practitioner, they would likely not even catch a glimpse of his shadow. This divine heart lotus had bestowed upon him a unique divine ability, and now it offered him such great surprise. A swift speed at least indicated a commendable capacity for escape. Though fleeing may seem shameful, it often incites envy in others. Meng Jie's figure appeared simultaneously, stating, "I would never blame you. I merely wish to remind you that we have likely truly stepped into the realm of the Forest Abyss Sea. The Forest Abyss Sea consists of three parts: the periphery, the interior, and the depths. In the periphery, one can witness the myriad splendors of the Forest Abyss Sea and sense its numerous dangers, yet the level of training available is minimal. Hence, most of the trials occur within the interior of the Forest Abyss Sea. As for the depths, it is the final battleground for the Seven Peaks. And few disciples dare to venture there before the time is right, for the dangers lurking in the depths are exceedingly formidable. Only by gathering the strength of an entire peak can one hope to dare to explore that realm." Zhou Luo understood Meng Jie's implication. He surveyed his surroundings and then suggested, "Our understanding of the trials in the Forest Abyss Sea is rather limited. How about we take some time to sense the area around here first? What do you think?" Meng Jie replied with a cheerful smile, "I'll follow your lead." Such a charming demeanor, if seen by the disciples of Yanhua Peak, would surely astonish them. The talented maiden Meng Jie had never behaved this way before. Despite having met Meng Jie numerous times, Zhou Luo felt a stirring in his heart, but quickly composed himself. "Then let us first experience the dangers within the Forest Abyss Sea and see how terrifying they truly are." Zhou Luo took the lead, enveloped in a golden radiance, as he leapt into the boundless raging sea. With a splash, as he entered the vast ocean, the water erupted around him. The boundless fury of the sea would not stir significantly due to Zhou Luo's solitary entry, yet he could not shake the feeling that upon his arrival, the ocean had undergone some form of transformation. His unfamiliarity with the Forest Abyss Sea led him to conclude that such a disturbance was merely the norm. The moment he plunged into the raging sea, an immense pressure descended upon him, making him feel as though he had sunk into a quagmire. The power of the Forest Abyss Sea embodies the might of the heavens and earth, overwhelmingly heavy, requiring the circulation of one's own spiritual energy to withstand it, resulting in rapid depletion of one's energy. "Brother Zhou, this seems somewhat akin to your Jinyu Peak," Meng Jie's voice echoed in his ears, evidently more knowledgeable than Zhou Luo. Hearing this, Zhou Luo could not help but chuckle before they departed. "My seniors warned me about the water demons in the Forest Abyss Sea, but shared nothing else. Such a large heart they have." Meng Jie smiled faintly. "That's because they trust one would relay this information to you." Her words painted a rosy hue across her fair cheeks. She felt she had been rather indiscreet. Would Zhou Luo think less of her for it? Zhou Luo held no such thoughts. Instead, he focused on comparing the suppression of the Forest Abyss Sea's power against that of Jinyu Peak. One embodies the might of heaven and earth, the other the force of spiritual artifacts. Naturally, there was little point in comparison. However, despite being within the Forest Abyss Sea, they were still at the edge of its interior. Thus, this heavenly might did not quite match the five-layered power of Jinyu Peak. Although Zhou Luo had yet to fully adapt to the five-layered might of Jinyu Peak, he found himself more at ease here than others, even without any external assistance. "Brother Zhou, be careful." At that moment, Meng Jie's warning reached him just as he sensed the water nearby surge violently, a formidable menace rapidly approaching. Enveloped in this ominous aura was a water demon, roughly several meters in size, resembling a large fish, its eyes gleaming with malice and ferocity. Sister Qingzhou had mentioned that these water demons are a unique breed of beings, born from this environment imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Thus, the essence of the water demon appeared somewhat ethereal. However, Zhou Luo understood that this ethereality stemmed from its insufficient strength. It was said that powerful water demons, upon reaching a certain level of strength, bore no distinction from true beings, possessing complete physical forms and posing a terrifying threat. The strength of water demons can be directly inferred from their size. The larger the demon, the stronger its power. The water demon before him, measuring several meters, indicated it possessed the strength of the Qi refining realm. For Zhou Luo, this posed little threat, given he was already at the 6th level of that realm. Even though this water demon held a slight advantage in realm, its lack of intelligence and limited abilities rendered it no match for a cultivator of the Qi refining realm. Of course, should the disparity in strength be too great, it would not be so effortless. The water demon approached swiftly, and as Meng Jie warned him, it was nearly upon Zhou Luo. With a flash of its fierce eyes, it opened its gaping maw and lunged at him. The power of Jinyu Peak surged forth, transforming into a towering black mountain that crashed down upon the water demon. With a resounding boom, The immense force shattered the water demon, and from its wreckage, a glimmering gem emerged, which Zhou Luo swiftly grasped. This was the so-called demon crystal, brimming with a faintly pure energy that emanated mysterious waves. Upon gazing at the demon crystal, Zhou Luo felt a surge of desire. Chapter 8. The Hunt. The demon crystal, akin to the inner core of a demon beast. Encapsulated energy that could be absorbed. The key distinction, however, lay in the purity of the demon crystal's energy, which could be absorbed directly without the need for refinement. After all, water demons are born from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and upon being vanquished, they transform into demon crystals, akin to returning to their essence. While the inner core of a demon beast is often volatile, resulting in substantial energy loss during the refinement process. Although the energy within the demon crystal may be sparse, what if one were to gather hundreds or thousands of these crystals? Zhou Luo finally grasped the most direct opportunity that lay within the forest abyss sea. Meng Jie seemed to sense Zhou Luo's thoughts and gently explained, "Brother Zhou, while the energy of the demon crystal is indeed pure and can be absorbed directly, doing so repeatedly can lead to significant complications. Thus, the energy of the demon crystal should not be consumed in such a manner." This was something Zhou Luo was unaware of, and he realized how vast his seniors' hearts were, sharing nothing with him. Fortunately, he had Meng Jie by his side. The Sinuan Sea, a realm conjured by the master through divine abilities, exists in a peculiar state of reality. Although it is tangible, it simultaneously lacks the essence of true existence. This notion is complex, yet Zhou Luo comprehended it. This space is tethered to the genuine world. As long as the world endures, so shall this space. Should the world collapse, this space would inevitably cease to exist. In essence, this realm lacks the capacity for autonomous operation, rendering its reality somewhat ambiguous. The water spirits, unique entities within this space, though formed from the spiritual essence of the world, ultimately do not possess true existence. Should one absorb the power of the spirit crystals directly too frequently, it would adversely affect one's own spiritual energy, leading to a gradual shift towards a state of unreality akin to this space. At that juncture, restoring one's spiritual energy to its original state would become exceedingly difficult. Zhou Luo inquired, "What of these spirit crystals?" Meng Jie replied, "At the deepest part of the Sinuan Sea, where the final contest of the 7 peaks occurs, lies a ritual altar left by the master. There, we shall infuse the spirit crystals, a process known as baptism." Zhou Luo grasped the implication, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "In other words, regardless of how many spirit crystals we acquire while training in the Sinuan Sea, if we cannot reach the ultimate battleground, they will be of no use whatsoever." This realization compelled him to remain vigilant, lest he be eliminated, for otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. The trials within the Sinuan Sea and the contest of the 7 peaks proved to be far more challenging than he had initially anticipated. Meng Jie laughed softly. "We shall surely reach the final destination and partake in the altar's baptism." Zhou Luo nodded earnestly, unwilling to be eliminated along the way, knowing well how disheartening that experience would be. As their training had just commenced, the disciples of the Jinyu Peak were likely engrossed in their own preparations, and inevitably, there would come a moment when they would seek to challenge him. To avoid elimination, he needed to enhance his abilities as much as possible beforehand. Zhou Luo understood that given his current level of cultivation, regardless of how much he improved, a casual disciple from Jinyu Peak, even one of the foundational realm, could easily oust him. However, this was not sufficient reason for him to surrender. In the tumultuous sea, countless water spirits awaited. Engaging them would undoubtedly facilitate his growth. With resolve, Zhou Luo declared, "Senior Brother Zhou." Meng Jie gestured towards a distant island. Each island in the Sinuan Sea serves as a forbidden zone for water spirits. Let us venture towards that island from opposite directions and see who can gather more spirit crystals along the way, shall we? Zhou Luo's token shimmered momentarily as he absorbed a spirit crystal. Observing the girl's eager demeanor, he chuckled, "Dream sister, do not presume your foundational realm guarantees victory. Do not be overly complacent." Meng Jie giggled, then dove into the sea. "To defeat me, senior brother must put in some effort. And remember, should you lose, you mustn't sulk." Without delay, Zhou Luo plunged into the depths of the ocean, seeking the deeper waters. Water spirits do not manifest at the surface of the Sinuan Sea. To locate or hunt them, one must delve into the depths. This endeavor, however, is fraught with peril. The Sinuan Sea embodies the weight of nature's might, imposing tremendous pressure upon anyone submerged within. Under such circumstances, one must continuously circulate their spiritual energy to resist this oppression, lest they find themselves immobile in the water. However, this constant exertion depletes spiritual energy at an alarming rate. Should one encounter a swarm of water spirits while their energy wanes, the danger would be significant. Training within the Sinyuan Sea necessitates caution against the rivalries among the disciples of the Seven Peaks, while simultaneously hunting water spirits carries a substantial risk of elimination. Zhou Luo, currently in the Qi refining stage, was not particularly remarkable among the disciples, ranking just below Meng Die, who had already reached the foundational realm. His only advantage lay in his continuous training at Jinyu Peak since embarking on the path of cultivation, allowing him to better withstand the oppressive forces of the Sinyuan Sea, thus mitigating his energy expenditure compared to others. Yet, the extent of this advantage remains uncertain. He could only hope to reach that island before exhausting his spiritual energy. For failure would spell trouble. Not long after submerging, a colossal water spirit materialized, its visage fierce and menacing as it charged towards him. They found themselves at the fringes of the Sinyuan Sea, where the water spirits predominantly existed within the Qi refining realm, making it an ideal training ground for practitioners of their level. With a thunderous roar, the Jinyu Peak surged forth, transforming into a towering mountain that cleaved through the waters, instantly shattering the water spirit. As its form disintegrated, a radiant spirit crystal burst forth. After collecting the crystal, Zhou Luo pressed onward. Boom! Shortly thereafter, from the depths of the ocean, numerous massive water spirits began to emerge, at least a dozen in total. Their greedy and menacing eyes indicated they had sensed his presence, revealing themselves as he ventured into their territory. These creatures appeared to possess a modicum of intelligence. Zhou Luo, not being a novice, remained calm. His past experiences in the Little Dantian and the trials at the small Thunder Mountain prepared him for this encounter, allowing him to face the numerous water spirits with composure. In an instant, the Jinyu Peak transformed into a majestic mountain that surged forward as Zhou Luo brandished the Taiqing Jinyu fan, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that summoned thunderous roars, causing the waters to descend into chaos.